if you're not understanding what I'm saying, is okay. If you see an old lady, a frail old lady, able to hold down a young, strong, bulky man, it doesn't make logical sense that that's even possible. But I've seen it happen.
No.
No.
There's
What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
Because what do you mean by hold on?
No,
Like
holding
I mean,
down.
holding down. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
What
So
do you mean by holding down?
imagine a young 29, 30-year-old man, strong, by the way, was built, very, very strong.
So what do you mean by hold down?
And an old 60-year-old lady, fragile, was able to hold him down.
With her words, maybe. She can hold him down, yeah.
What
do you mean?
He was
I mean, what do
literally
you
trying
mean?
to get up. Literally.
In the physical sense?
Yes, in a physical sense. And she was holding him down.
Yeah, but
And
that's irrelevant.
No, well,
to
what do you
this
mean?
argument.
Okay. What do you mean that's irrelevant?
Okay,
That is
because we're talking about language and logic.
Oh, no, but it got into the point of truth,
right?
and then logical.
So logically, can a 80-year-old woman hold down?
Yeah,
no.
There would have to be a logical reason for it.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
and there is. Are you saying there isn't?
Like maybe he was high or something like that. Maybe he wasn't all there. Maybe she had like some crazy adrenaline or something like that. There would be a logical reason. In and of itself, it's not a logical argument. It's just a claim that you saw.
It's not.
This.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's my point. It's not logical, but it's true, and it happened. But
you can't say it's not logical without having the premises, the facts of it.
No, but it is. No, it's logical to me because I saw it. I see it.
Okay. The question would be, for something to be true,
we should run away from it fast as possible.
For something to be true, does it have to be logical?
No.
No?
No.
I say, for something to be true, it has to be
because
logical.
You see shit that's not logical, but it's true because you're witnessing it. You're
give me an example.
Make sense.
One. Give me an example.
I just gave you an example. An old lady holding down a strong ass dude. It was illogical. It made no sense. How did she do that?
Now, using logic in the wrong way.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Define logic.
You are.
Yeah. So it's the framework that by which you elucidate an idea, exchange information. If you need to exchange it to someone.
I.e. 1 plus 1.
Yeah, a deductive argument. It's the proposition that you're giving to someone. So in this example, you can't say it's necessarily illogical without having the premises for this thing. If you're trying to convince them that it happened,
Okay. By definition, reasoning.
It's possible that you just don't have all the information.
Reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. So experience is a better guide to this than deductive logic. So actually the experience is, as it says in definition, is better than logic because you actually. Okay.
First-hand experience is always better than logic.
But what I'm trying to point out
is still dependent on logic.
What I'm trying to point out though is that
cannot go outside logic.
Yeah, but the point is, if you're having a deductive argument, that means you're trying to convince someone else, whereas it's better for them.
Someone asked a question earlier about abductive versus deductive versus inductive.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I stop you real quick? I want to respond to fundamental, and then you can get on those definitions. The fundamental, you said that there's the absolute height. There is an objective truth to the dude's height, and I would say, how do you know that? Like, you've only measured it. Each person has measured it subjectively. Sure, these subjective measurements all line up, but how many do you need to line up for it to be objective?
Right. So
what are you talking about, dude? We put you on it.
I understand his question. It's a valid point.
I understand.
I'm not. What's no? It is because whenever anyone performs any sort of measurement, they're going to be using a tool, whether that's their bodily tools, fingers, eyeballs, whatever, sense of touch, whatever, or a ruler or a tape measure, whatever. Right. In the use of every tool, every measuring tool, there's going to be what's called a margin of error or a margin of precision. And so you can't actually claim to have measured the exact height as anyone. And of course, people are always, one big chemical soup of interactions constantly changing height. Your blood pressure could go up. You might, increase a nanometer in height because the bottom of your feet swell. So there is no person's absolute height for a year straight, but I like to imagine that there is an absolute height at one infinitely precise, like small moment in time. If you could press the pause button on reality, then yeah, that person would have like the absolute height that they're frozen at that very moment. And if your ability to actually measure it will always be limited to the precision of your measuring device, which will always fall short to some degree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can never take a measurement according to you.
Yeah, you can't take exact measurements, of course.
Yeah, according to you. So there is no objective truth.
No. Just because you have limitations in your ability to measure doesn't mean that the measuree, if I can say that, as opposed to the measurer, is somehow undefinable in some sort of I don't know what to call it. Not
how do you know that there's an objective truth if you can't measure it, and what the closest thing you have is an average of subjective measurements?
Yeah, I'm not trying to claim the absolute height of something based on a bunch of different measurements from different people.
You're trying to claim the opposite.
No. I'm not saying that the average of a bunch will be correct. That I'm saying that it is unknowable, yet there is an objective height that is unknowable to the exact length, distance, whatever.
Yeah, what you're saying is objective. Hold on. Are you saying objective truth exists, but it's unattainable by any human being or living person, or anything? It's unattainable.
I'm a fan of the expression "close but no cigar," right? So when it comes to measuring,
it's unattainable.
Sure, yeah.
There's an objective.
See, the problem is
there's
fundamental. You're saying it exists, but you can't possibly prove it. It's an argument from ignorance.
Yes, exactly.
That's what he's doing. This height thing was a bad example to give an objective truth, right? I would say water exists in our reality. That's objectively true. Is anyone denying that? We all know that's true.
Well, Fundy is.
The absolute truth.
It's the same thing Same thing applies.
That
here.
is the
we all subjectively experience water, so we all agree that it exists, but it might not be objective. We all might be under some sort of delusion or something like that. We all might be it might be solipsistic and we're imagining it, or who knows.
I see. That's why I premised it with our reality, right? So whatever this is, if we're all brains in a vat or in a simulation or whatever, inside this reality, water exists. That's undeniable and objective.
Okay, so objectively within our subjective reality, it exists.
So
no,
I say one last thing, percentage.
But
just one last thing, percentage.
That's basically what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, but percentage in a way, you bypassing then the reasoning which comes from sensory experience, which in a way is immediate, and I think Jeremy is referring to when he says reality, right? So only when we, in a way, and only if we doubt that first principle, then we could reason out that we come to something like simulation or
thank you, Isaac, for your reasoning. You have reasoning, but everyone who's throwing out
1 second, real quick.
No, let me finish. Everyone throwing out these examples are not logical. Someone just gave you no, seriously. Where's your logic in your dismissing of logic? It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we have a reality, right? Whether it's a simulation or we're all brains in a vat, right? Percentage. This is a reality we're all sharing.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. Inside that reality, water exists.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's objective.
The issue is this reality is perceived by us subjectively, right?
By all of humankind. So
by all humankind, absolutely. We all like reality is perceived. So it's possible that this reality of ours is just a subjective agreement and not actually objective. It's just objective within this subjective agreement. We can't possibly know because we can't escape this subjective reality.
Yeah. What is water?
God knows.
That's fair up until the point where someone sticks their hand into ice water and it like sets their fingers on fire. Until that happens, I'm going to just approach life and reasoning and logic in the practical manner that seems to be, shared amongst all of us. Not to say
you never got burnt. You never got burnt by snow.
I'm just saying
you never got freezer burn.
Up until
we were swimming we went to this hotel once, and they had an outdoor pool.
Physics apply to someone differently than they apply to me.
That's the argument of language. I mean, freezer
how many
burn.
people are drunk right now?
Hold on.
Not me. Who's drunk right now?
Okay, no, that doesn't matter.
Egypt, are you drunk?
No,
that shit's haram, bro.
But regardless, I mean, I
Who's
get
on
the
their
point.
Period right now? Jeremy,
maybe I am.
Okay.
There is a delay.
Regardless, let me just finish my point. Right? So
I'll tell you how you get burnt by snow. Go ahead.
Okay. You get burnt by snow using language. That's how.
He's talking about an oxymoron.
No. Yeah. Again, formal versus informal logic.
Yeah.
What
semantic
are we using
versus
here?
Pragmatic.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what we're doing here.
Freezer burn is not an actual burn, and we can all agree to that.
All knowing versus.
You're not getting burned.
I want to hear Jeremy's story about the pool.
There's too many drunk people in here. Listen, here's what you do. We went and swimming in this pool that led to an outdoor. It was like a heated pool, right? And if you were in the pool and then you got out into the snow, it would burn.
Burn in what sense? Are you using it in a linguistic way?
No, yeah, I know what you mean. It can feel like burning or what. It's not.
Yeah, but what
like
do you mean by
yeah?
What do you mean by burning? Do they actually get a third degree burn?
Hot.
First degree burn?
No.
What?
It feels very hot. Very hot.
Feels.
Well, there's certain
that's subjective.
There's certain hot spring places that have multiple temperature pools, so like freezing cold, burning hot, and then one in the middle. And there's actually like therapeutic benefit to going between them. It actually helps strengthen the nervous system from going from hot to cold. But yeah, if you go into the really hot one, which is so almost unbearably hot, it feels like it's dangerously hot. But I mean, obviously it's not to that level. But anyways, you go in the really hot one and you get used to it finally. And then if you go right out of that one into the freezing cold one, it definitely does. It's kind of strange. It's almost like your body gets confused. Like, is this cold or hot? Like your body almost. There is like a similarity in the sensation.
Doesn't that confusion make you pee? Like putting your hand in cold, your right hand in cold water, and your left hand in
when you're asleep.
Water.
When you're asleep, yeah.
Asleep. Yep. Yeah. That'll
Listen,
make
guys,
you pee.
don't drink in Discord, please.
You never pranked anyone like that, Jeremy?
Don't pee on Discord.
I like how Jeremy's just assuming that because there's over talking, everyone has to be wasted.
But yeah, no, that's the thing. When you're at the pool and like you jump out of the hot tub and into the like swimming pool, it hurts, man.
Right, I got a question for you guys. Have you ever had a fever and someone at 98.6 degrees touches you and their skin feels cold to your skin? Yeah, right?
Yeah, this fever feeling. Yeah, I know what you mean.
No. When your body temperature is higher than normal, when someone at a normal body temperature, like a healthy 98.6, touches you, their skin feels ice cold to you if you have a strong fever, like 104.
Yeah. Okay. When you have a fever, the hotter it is, feels colder. It's a.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's like hot just means above my temperature, and cold just means below my temperature.
It's all relative.
Because you can spend like a couple hours out in the snow in your underwear or whatever, and then if you walk inside and touch something that's like 60 degrees, you say, "Oh wow, this warm 60-degree object," right? Where normally,
when you have a fever, usually you go into shivers, right? Which is something you would react to the cold.
Agent,
right?
can you just be careful about it?
Can I just say I would appreciate if we stopped clipping each other and just let people finish.
Sorry, that's me. I'll apologize. Sorry, go ahead.
You're saying you touch this thing that's 60 degrees?
Yeah, just to finish, if you're indoors and for some reason there's like a 60-degree piece of metal that you touch, you say, "Oh wow, some nice cool metal." Maybe like you're hot, you're sweating, and you lay your cheek down on like a metal table and it's like 60 degrees, and you say, "Oh wow, this table is cool. It's cooling me off." But if you just spent an hour out in the snow in your underwear and you walk indoors and touch that same 60-degree temperature table, you say, "Oh wow, what a nice, warm, cozy table." Even though its objective temperature is the same, that goes again to say it's tall, oh, it's short. Well, it has an absolute temperature that it truly, absolutely is, but then there is an absolutely true perspective that can be held about that thing.
So, absolute and objective are synonymous.
Yes.
Okay. So, 20 degrees is
20 degrees. Yeah.
Objectively.
Yeah, people who own dogs own dogs.
People who like ice cream.
Okay.
I was on mute.
I was going to say units of measurement are invented, So to say it's objectively this thing that's invented, kind of...
That's not fair.
I'm not convinced, because objectively it should exist without anyone. So if we require humans to define this thing, I don't think you could say it's objectively this thing.
No, it isn't about describing it or labeling it or describing it with standardized units. That's not a rebuttal to my point.
No, it's just responding to the claim that things that are objective are absolute for them.
It is what it is.
And this measurement thing isn't going to work percent. You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm all out of it. It is what it is for the year now.
What'd you say?
I said I'm all out of it is what it is for the year.
You're all out of it?
Yeah, I ran out of it.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say there.
That's not got to do with objectivity. We're talking about objectivity. It is what it is. Is that the best definition?
Someone else said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, I said that. But you said you're all out of it. I just don't understand what you're trying to do.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
It is what it is.
I'm saying that this year's been shit. It doesn't matter. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Sorry for not detecting the humor. My bad.
Listen, this measurement thing ain't gonna work with percentage. All right, he's too slick for this shit. He's a nightmare. All right, the water thing.
He's not slick. He's just confused.
Water thing is gonna work. Objectively, water exists in our reality. It's an absolute truth. It's objective reality.
What is water?
Objective reality is an oxymoron. It's a paradox.
Reality is objective then.
Reality is not objective. Not for us. Maybe for God, but not for us.
Well, it's half objective because you gotta give credit. You gotta give credit where credit is due. Okay, so a lot of people like to think of the universe as this thing, and then themselves as something separate from the universe. No, you are part of it. You got to give yourself some credit and say you are a conscious part of the universe.
Who's doing that? Who's separating themselves from the universe?
Is the creator part of that universe?
No.
No, I'm not asking you percentage. I'm asking
the universe has. Go ahead, sorry. What's your question? To anyone?
I don't know.
The question was, is God part of the universe? And the answer is the only logical statement is that he's not, because he had to create it. If he was part of it, and he created it, then that doesn't make sense, because then he's creation. You know.
Well, I disagree.
Water is part of our reality, though. That's objective, right?
It's definitely part of
Is
our
water
reality.
God?
But reality.
Okay,
God?
that's objective. That statement is objective.
Is water God?
That statement is objective. What
Jeremy,
are you talking about, dude? Yeah,
that.
water's God. Water's God.
Okay, yeah.
Is that an objective statement, though? That's
No.
objective, right? Water is a part of
but you have to understand that the reality is subjective. So it's like, it doesn't make sense to say it's objective. Water definitely exists. It's true that water exists in our reality. Our reality is perceived. It's what we all agree upon.
Yeah, when I say, is water God, I'm asking the question of contingency. Is water contingent upon something else? Is God contingent? That would be my ultimate question. Is God contingent? Does God depend on other, whether it be creation or not? Anything.
God is contingent
Is
upon
God
himself.
contingent? No, I'm asking this to an atheist.
Yeah,
is
but
God
how do you respond to
contingent?
that? How do you respond to that? God is contingent upon
God
himself.
is not contingent. God is
You wouldn't say he's contingent upon himself?
And
asking an atheist that is like asking somebody when they stop beating their wife. Like, I mean, they're not gonna. They don't even believe in God, so why would you ask them about?
Logically, I mean, they believe in logic.
They're gonna say, "What
right?
God? What God? There is no God."
Hypothetically,
they're gonna say there's no God. They're atheists.
That doesn't make any sense.
They'd be right if they said hypothetically. That's the only time they're right.
What I said doesn't make sense?
Not even. Yeah, hypothetically, God exists. They can't say hypothetically God doesn't exist. It's a hypothetical. So
I mean, that's why they
hypothetically,
can't say.
God can. No, hypothetically, God can or cannot exist. Either or. It's subjective again. Hypothetically.
So percentage. You and I hold different opinions on reality, and you claimed that because reality is a creation, then God is separate than it as a creator. I spoke up and I said I disagreed. First of all, because I don't view reality as a creation. So I would say that you can't go ahead and claim like logical certainty in that argument, because I see other options that I hold like as a higher possibility.
Like what?
I wouldn't separate God from reality at all.
Let's not say reality. Let's say the universe or the world.
Well,
what's your problem with reality? What is your problem?
Reality, it requires.
Guys,
it's contingent upon an observer, right? And it's contingent upon someone.
We're trying to let him explain. Stop
that's
talking.
Sentient enough to kind of reflect on having that. So it's reality is kind of just, it's almost metaphysical.
What?
You're muddying the
reality?
waters.
What's the reality for a rock? What's its percentage?
It's a rock.
I don't understand the question.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I thought it was
our reality, a rock is a rock. But what's the reality for a rock? What's its reality? We don't know.
It doesn't have
because we're not rocks. Reality is perceived.
About rocks.
That's my point. I see colors in a specific wavelength, right? In range of wavelengths, I see colors, right? Colorblind people don't, right? Animals, a lot of animals don't. Some animals don't even see. Their reality is different from mine.
Like the information in a game. Like if you're in a game, right? You got the rock information, the wall, the doorway, right? Even though it's a doorway, it's still in a game. And the hole in the doorway is made up of the same type of information as the space. Correct?
You already lost me.
So,
no, you're right.
We're in a video game.
Right.
Simulated reality that you can't tell from this. So when you keep
It's all
saying
code.
you know this for fact and that for fact, the information you wouldn't be able to tell from a doorway to a wall to a rock to you, the person that's the information put in the first place, to be put in that position to get the information the way you got it from a fake reality.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea what you're talking about.
In a video game, the little character you play with is the same information as the stuff he walks through.
Yeah, it's all code. It's all zeros
We're
and
not
ones.
talking about a video
Exactly.
game.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about reality versus non-reality.
Reality is not a video game.
No,
hey,
listen.
How do you know?
made a good point, guys.
Absolute
Made a good point. Listen
Hold
up.
on, man. Can I finish my absolute reality versus what you claim to be reality is? I thought was the topic.
So the difference is what?
The absolute reality versus what we actually experience. That's like objective versus subjective.
The difference is what?
The reality is that you're here, I'm here, the bee is here, and the rock is here. That's reality. This whole subjective, we're in a test tube, we're in some formaldehyde sitting on a shelf somewhere or whatever, is absolutely insanity to even be thinking that. This is reality, right? And you cannot tell me, you cannot tell me that this is not reality and it is subjective. That is crazy.
Crazy.
It's reality for us.
Again, you're missing the point of objective and subjective.
It is crazy, guys. It is crazy.
My point is the characters who play Mario Brothers. Mario and Luigi are the same information. Whether they're both different characters and they're designed different, they're all ones and O's on a format that you put them into. The doorway they walk through is information on the game. The same screen, the same stuff, the same as a power up, same as a wall. All the stuff.
Well, the difference between Luigi and Mario is not the gateway. That's not the difference between them.
It's you.
No.
Definitely not the same information, Mario and Luigi. Obviously, there's going to be different ones and zeros there.
Luigi is Mario, depending on how you perceive it. But what the fuck?
Different ones and zeros?
Yeah.
I want to hear more about that.
You think of Mario and Luigi, if we had the code for Mario and Luigi, they're going to be the same information?
The thing is, it's called a meta.
0 through 9. Hold on a minute. 0 through 9, yes. Now what?
They use different. The different information is different.
So a person
interpret it as
different
information. There's nothing
form of information
the same about.
Okay, so a person
nothing the same about.
It's a question. Can I ask a question? A person is defined by.
Yours, bud, go ahead.
Yeah. So like a person is defined by digits. Like Luigi is 1
in a video game.
5. Yeah, in a video. We're not talking about video games. We're talking about reality.
Yeah, that was my example.
Well, now we are talking about video games.
No, we're talking about reality. If you're lost,
and the
you gotta go to Mario and Luigi. What do you want to do?
That doesn't matter. We're talking about reality.
In the game, what's his reality? Is what I'm asking you.
In the game, there is no reality.
Holy shit! Apparently, there is.
Well, according to you?
Well, I don't know. According to who?
I'm saying there is no reality in a game.
Just my opinion versus yours, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We don't go anywhere, but
Mario and Luigi
just hold a position. No, hold a position.
And subjective reality. We go the same place with that sometimes.
Okay, so as a person, you hold
Luigi
that position.
Luigi were sentient. Mario.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
All right, we're on the video game thing now. It's too late. This is where Demok brought us.
Yeah. That's where I'm taking you. So as a person, Demok, you don't think there is a difference between Luigi and Mario in the video game world? There is no difference. They're both the same thing.
Well, they jump a little. They jump a little different. You know, Luigi jumps a little higher.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Mario's a little faster.
He's already made it really clear what he's saying.
I agree with that. Mario is. Well, listen.
It's like Messi versus Cristiano.
Mario Kart.
Hold on, man.
In Mario Brothers 2, remember Mario 2? Luigi did that his little feet would kick when he jumped. You know? He did the high jump. Anyway, sorry. I'm derailing.
It's a flutter jump.
You can't derail it more than this.
Try though. The princess would have the longest jump, right?
Yeah, she could float.
What's the effing point of this?
So the effing point was we were talking about logic, non-logic, common sense, non-common sense, reality versus non-reality. Absolute reality.
What is non-reality?
Law of non-contradiction. Is that conducive to reality? Can something be real and break the rule of non-contradiction?
And I want to know what non-reality is. What does that mean?
No. I specifically. Okay, so I specifically brought reality down to the idea of non-contradiction within logic, right? The law of non-contradiction. So can something be real and evade or contradict the law of non-contradiction? Can something still be real if it violates the law, the logical law of non-contradiction? Can it be real?
Give us an example of something that would break the law of non-contradiction.
I'm asking you a question.
Only one thing, Egypt.
Only linguistically.
There's only one thing that can do that, but it's everything as a whole, like how we call it the universe, like the one song, right? Reality itself, right? Any component, anything within reality as a partial, object within it, then no, it can't. Not at all. I think we agree on this point that any piece of reality, any object, whatever, cannot, do the impossible. It can only do the things that are possible for it to do.
Okay, awesome.
What law of non-contradiction is the universe breaking?
Right. So, most things have, things. So things with a function have mechanics that, facilitate that function, right? And in order to have mechanics and a design, then that means there has to be limitations, because there has to be a specific and particular, and there's that word part, right? Particular arrangement of its components to achieve some sort of task. So we could say, so when it comes to asking about components of reality, you could say, can any one thing do all things? And that's what Egypt's kind of saying. He's like, no, any one thing can't do all things. One thing may be able to do a variety of tasks, but no one thing can do all things. And then there's one exception. There's one exception. Reality is the thing that can do all things.
Reality is metaphysical, bros.
Not reality. It is it is
metaphysical and it's physical. That's why it's that's
a violation of the law.
It's the one true God, the one omniscient.
It's the one paradox.
Omnipotent, like the God, the creator of all things. That is the person who can do all these.
Yeah, you're right.
Things.
But yeah, reality requires an observer. It requires sentience, a sentient observer.
Intelligence, right? The one intelligence, right? Within itself.
How do you know that?
No, not the one intelligence.
How do you know that?
The one in.
Well, that's my subjective reality. Is that that's what I've
it's
observed.
logical. It's logical. It's not just your subjective.
Some ballers would say you don't need any intelligence or an informer at all. You just need action or reaction.
They can say it. Well, let's.
That's why I asked what's the reality of a rock, right? Like, who knows if it has reality? Probably doesn't. Like, we can kind of induce that it doesn't, but we don't truly know.
Perception is really the key thing. Our perception of what we can even coherently comprehend of what this thing could be or what it really
that's
is,
how you get lost, Demo.
No, it's not how you get lost.
It is.
It's how you get found.
No, because okay, so
%. You're telling me if everyone died right now, there would be
Demo,
no reality.
I'll ask you a question.
No, like animals have their own reality as well. They perceive the world the way they do. We perceive the world different than a bat does.
Yeah, Demok, is being gay wrong or right?
Depends on who you ask. If you ask the gay person, it's probably going to say it's good.
Yeah.
If you ask the person
Within the context of within the context of objectivity.
Hey, bad question.
Is there
ask a different
objective
question.
No, is there objective truth to that question? Is there an objective answer? Is there yes or no to this
Good
answer?
or bad is subjective. No, there's not, because good or bad is subjective.
Okay, that's your opinion.
No,
it's not an opinion. It's a fact.
It literally is. He's right.
If you're claiming it's objective, you have to that's a burden of proof.
I'll tell you how it's objective, right? In one reality, my understanding of reality, that there was a creator who created reality. That's the only way reality works. You can't have something from nothing. All this
I think we agree
something, all this something that we have came from something. It didn't come from nothing. Nothing is the non-existence of everything. So if something doesn't exist, it can't.
What's always bothered me about that?
I'm using logic here, so let me finish. So nothing cannot bring on something.
Okay, great. We know. We heard it.
Okay, so there must be something that brought on reality, right?
Go ahead, Jeremy. What's
yeah, but then that's something that brought on reality. That's something that brought on reality. That didn't come from nothing, right?
It can't.
Don't be around the bush. Like we all know, we've all heard this before.
You see what's happening though?
Oh yes, now it's working.
You see what's happening though?
What's happening?
What you're saying is that this had to be created, correct?
Is that what I said?
That's what you're leading to.
Well, do you disagree?
You're telling us.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I agree with you.
Okay. So what's the
but
problem
you're telling
here?
us you can't get something from nothing. So this had.
You can.
You guys
can you?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
That, Jeremy.
Wait. Can you get something from nothing? Can you show me that? How is
I agree
that
with you. You can't get. We all agree with you. I think I agree with you at least. You can't get something from nothing. So we have a creator that created this, right?
Yeah.
Now you can't get something from nothing. So hold on, man. If you can't get something from nothing, that guy had to come from somewhere.
No, that's a logical fallacy right there.
So he came from nothing.
Listen,
that guy came from
nothing. What guy? What guy? Hold on, let me finish.
Whatever, guy,
let me
girl,
finish.
Like Voltron, why does our God have to be one guy? Like, who says it's not a son?
Is that addressed to me? Is that question addressed to me?
Let me respond to Jeremy before shit gets crazy.
I can answer it. Is it addressed to me?
Go ahead, answer it.
Okay, so can Voltron make this world possible? Right?
Well, it depends, but we don't know.
Hold up.
I'll tell you.
Wait, no, he referred to my Voltron example. The fact is,
he hasn't finished though. Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
calm down. Can I respond after?
Is Voltron all-knowing? Is Voltron omniscient? Right?
Okay,
is he all
you're veering away from this.
No, these are the characteristics of a creator that can create this world you're speaking of.
Okay, let me address Jeremy's thing directly. So, Jeremy, when you said, can you get something from nothing? Or can I get something? We can't. None of us can. right?
If you call Domino's
but
something for nothing,
but that's the thing. That's by natural means we can't do any of that. It's not natural, right? For us, what's natural is following the law of causality. Something has to come from something. That's why God is supernatural. Supra, literally meaning like, you know, superior, above. He's above nature, above the natural laws. He created them, right? So,
no doubt.
So you could claim that it's a fallacious. You could claim that it's like somewhat fallacious because it's a category, like you're changing the category. So you could say it's a category error, but it's the most logical explanation. That this you have this entity, the supreme being as above nature, and therefore supernatural, and created everything.
So, like when it comes to the laws of entropy. No, hold on. Give me a minute. I'm not long-winded. All right, just let me go.
Let Jeremy go, man.
So
percentage of
entropy, what it's easily stated or stated often is a tendency towards chaos, right? Like, so this implies that we would have perfection in the beginning and chaos at the end. That everything is always moving towards chaos, right? So
red herring.
That's
a red herring.
You could explain the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, would be through some type of creation where once everything was perfect, like a Garden of Eden or something like that.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm wrong.
Listen, all right, listen.
Yep.
You're saying you can't get something from nothing.
Jeremy.
I didn't need an intro. Thanks, though. So you're saying you can't get something can't come from nothing, right? That's like the blanket statement.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Yeah, by natural means.
Does anyone by natural or otherwise? Can anyone disagree with this statement?
Let him finish,
or show it to be false?
Let Jeremy go.
You got a hype man, Jeremy.
If something can't come from nothing, right? This creator didn't come from nothing, right? He had to come from something, right?
No, he didn't come from anything.
No,
the creator is the creator is eternal. Not,
bro. What does that mean?
Let me finish.
Hold on a second. Just because you say the word eternal and you say these words, right?
I'm describing.
Hold on a second, please. All these, no matter what you describe, you're not describing a physical thing that we've all witnessed.
Doesn't matter.
In the format of in the way you're describing it. So what you're describing is an actual thing that's happening or a thing. So if
never claimed that it was. I'm only showing hold on.
To be a thing. You're saying what now?
Yeah, what I'm showing is the logical consistency of an all-knowing creator that is still can be illogical. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not.
It can never be
nothing. I already agreed. I'm the one who brought up the point that you can't have something from nothing. Nothing is the existence of everything.
Okay,
right?
great.
And that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Nothing doesn't exist. Can you show me nothing?
Great. Hey, percentage.
That was my point. So
okay, great. You got your point out. Percentage.
What's up?
You said something about a supreme being, right? So can I respond to that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
What makes your definition of supreme being when you said, hey, he's supreme? Look, the word supreme, it's not pepperoni pizza. It's supreme. It's different. It's above. It has more. It's deluxe. It's greater.
Can I answer that question?
I'm not even finished.
You weren't?
What makes you think, or somebody else 2,000 years ago, or somebody else 4,000 years ago?
It's me now.
That answer? Okay.
Not 1,000 years
ago.
Can
I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, man. So the question I'm asking, since you've defined it and labeled it this, it's just so because it says supreme and I say he's a supreme being, what makes that true?
Well, I'd answer it by simply saying that's what the word means. So I was referring to supra, the Latin, suffix.
I get it.
Yeah.
I got the word. I totally comprehend it.
Yeah, and it's a word that we all agree on.
Do you? By asking that question? No, you don't. You don't understand what you're asking.
No, just because you defined it as that, just because
No, this is how the word is defined.
How do you define it?
I get it. But
You
what
have a
makes
different
that
niche
word
definition for it. It's
how do you
contrary
define
to like the huge majority of the world that uses these language that it comes from Latin, right? So any language that uses it has the root word in
Somebody
Latin.
translated it from Latin. That makes it so.
No.
That makes it true.
How do you define it?
How do you define it was what they're saying by being supernatural is a pretty good one. Most known unknown. How would you define it is what they're asking you. How do you define it?
Exactly. How?
Okay, how do I define? Well, I don't know because I've never witnessed it being.
So why
that
are you
supreme.
arguing against
So
it?
how would you define that? We're asking you your definition of something that you can't really determine or say in words to a real fine extent.
Well,
What is your
okay,
definition of that to you?
Here's how I define it. I wouldn't define it. I wouldn't give it a name because just because somebody 2,000 years ago gave me some information or some scientist 50 years gave me some information.
Do you have a brain?
Okay, I guess I can't talk.
Let him finish.
Do you have a brain?
Come on.
Do you have a brain?
Egypt, let him finish, man.
Does he have a brain? Does that person have a brain?
I do have a brain, yes.
I do. Well, can your brain work into making like just giving a definition?
Something?
No, give me a definition. Yeah, for a description. On the most, I'm not saying it's true, but on the most basic level.
I was talking to.
Yeah,
the other one.
Just give me a description.
You guys need to take turns because it's kind of becoming chaotic.
Yeah, sorry, but just give me a description of what's going on without being objective. This is your.
I'm not even trying to define it. I'm not trying to define it. I'm just questioning this supreme definition that was given, meaning it's supreme, so it's above. It's super supreme. It's supra. It's above us, so it's supernatural. Yeah. I get it. I get.
Yeah. So what's your problem?
Because he created what's natural,
name,
right?
Just because we gave it that name doesn't mean it's so.
No, not because of the name. It. If you have it by any other name, it still remains so because God created nature, therefore He is above it.
Listen, I know this is an infinite regress.
Wait, hold on.
fallacy.
Can I respond to that real quick, Jeremy?
All right, fine.
No, it's not an infinite regress. What the fuck?
The thing I was talking about the creator, where the creator had to come from somewhere, where that guy. It's an infinite regress fallacy.
Oh,
but I'll let Flat D go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It would be an infinite regress fallacy if you ask that question, right? Where did God come from? That would be an infinite regress fallacy.
Well, no. If you say the statement, you can't get something from nothing.
Yes.
Then you have our creation. The creator did it. Then where did the creator didn't come from nothing?
Yeah, exactly. So to ask where the creator came from would be an infinite regress fallacy.
Yeah, I pointed that out. Thanks.
Exactly. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay,
Fuck,
great.
Jeremy. That's what I said.
Can I move the conversation on a little further as to say, okay, we got this name Supreme because we obviously think there's a creator. Other civilizations have their idea of what God is.
Who cares?
The Aztecs believed in the jaguar god.
Who cares?
Well, it matters. You guys believe in
it's the same God, man. They just have different. They just viewed it differently. It's still the same. There's only one God.
Listen, we got to get to the bottom of this because this has been on my mind for a while, right? If you can't, I know it's the fallacy. It doesn't matter. All right, you can use that word all you want, but if you think that you can't get something from nothing, where did the creator come from? He had to come from somewhere.
No,
you can't get
didn't.
something from nothing in the natural
the
world.
all-powerful,
hold up, let me
eternal
Egypt,
God
let me
doesn't come from something. That's the whole definition of that God. He didn't come from anything.
Why not?
He's the one. Because that's what makes him God. He's not contingent. It's a contingency argument. Do you understand what contingency is? Dependency.
He's correct in that. It is contingency. It's about the law of causality. You could say even the law of contingency. Everything in this world, in this natural world, comes from something before it, right?
That's contingency.
But the only way that this world could exist is if it came from nothing, according to our human logic. That's why it breaks our human logic. It's above our human natural logic.
That's insane.
For it to be God. What do you mean it's insane?
You really wanted to get weird.
Because God is not nothing. You're saying...
Look, I said according to our logic, our natural world.
Our logic... That's not how our logic... Our logic works in a way where nothing doesn't produce anything, because nothing is the absence of everything. So nothing cannot... Yeah, so nothing can't make anything. So what are you saying... Yeah, so what are you saying? The way our logic works has to justify nothing being the creator of our world. What the fuck?
No, I said it would break our logic, our natural world, and that's why it's supernatural by definition.
No,
God is above the nature.
I think I already offered up the solution to. So you're telling me, whatever. Go ahead and bicker.
Hey, look! You're telling me God lives in a supernatural realm or reality where you can get something from nothing.
God doesn't live in a realm or whatever.
Wherever
God is metaphysical.
God is,
He created the physical realm.
Yeah, wherever the creator is, he lives in this reality where you can get something from nothing.
No, okay, I'll tell you what
he has
God is. God is okay, Jeremy. I'll explain it to you. God is not who you are.
Egypt.
Not.
Look. Instead of everybody telling everybody what God is, can we all come to an agreement?
Hold up, David. Like he cut off you before, and I said don't clip. And now you clipped him. Please, let's just take turns and be respectful.
Yeah,
go ahead, dude. But he doesn't let anybody else talk.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. You're telling me the creator lives in this supernatural realm or reality or whatever. Or he exists in this supernatural realm or reality where you can get something from nothing.
No, he is supernatural. He's above our natural
special
law.
pleading. That's all it is. It's special.
No.
An infinite regress fallacy.
Exactly what it is. You're setting up all these rules and calling it logic, but then when we put the logic on your God, you apply special pleading.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying even God himself cannot create anything from nothing. Nothingness is not something.
Matter. It's completely
that's what you're
Jeremy
you're
asked
attributing.
where God came from.
But he's saying God can come from nothing.
So when you're using this logic, that nothing can come from
listen,
I agree with him. It is special pleading according to our natural logic.
It doesn't matter.
According to our natural laws.
Pleading. It's still special.
Yes, absolutely. According to our natural laws.
No,
but that's why it's supernatural.
It
transcends our natural laws.
No.
Let's all just scream the calendar.
All right, these are just going to be temporary mutes. Temporary mutes. You guys will all get your chance to speak one at a time now. You all set? All right, go ahead. One at a time, guys.
Is that me? Is that my should I go?
Yeah, that's your cue. Go.
Okay. So it's not a special pleading when I'm saying God, or again the reference to nothingness, right? I'm saying nothing cannot create anything because nothing is the absence of anything. So to say that I'm saying it's like a special pleading fallacy, I'm saying that God came from nothing. I never said God comes from nothing.
No,
God is.
Okay, listen. You're using the premise.
Hold on.
The premise.
No,
I thought you were done. My bad. We both thought you were done. Go ahead. Continue.
So yeah, I'm just arguing against that idea of that I'm using the premise of God came from something.
Right. I never.
You have the premise. Hold on, Ed. 1 second, because I was right in the middle of this with him. You're using the premise that something can't come from nothing. That's your premise, right?
Correct.
Okay, and God would be the creator. That would be something, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that is something. Yes,
Okay.
that's something. That's all. Yes or no? Yes, that's something.
Yes.
So
yes,
he didn't
but
come from nothing. So he didn't come from nothing.
no, he didn't come from nothing. Obviously.
Okay, so
Nothing
something
comes.
had to.
Nothing
Something
comes from
created
nothing.
him.
No, wait.
Man, that's the
Nothing.
premise. That's the premise. We're past that, bro.
Hold on. Nothing comes from nothing. Can you show me something that comes from nothing, other than God? I mean,
Working with your premise.
you're defeating. Hold on, you're trying to defeat my God, right? But I'm trying to ask you the
that's
question.
exactly the point. You're saying, except my God.
No, I'm not saying except. I'm saying show me anything else that comes from nothing.
Listen, I agree with you, and we're going to work with your premise. You can't get something from nothing.
Comes from nothing, dude.
Hold on, man. I know.
No, I never
you might
said
be a little
that's
drunk.
not my claim. That's not my claim. That's your claim.
Hey, bro, you made a claim.
I think we all agree that nothing comes from nothing. Go ahead.
Okay, is the
my claim is something cannot come from nothing. That's my claim.
Got it the first time. All right.
We're going to work with that. We're going to work with that premise. Something
Obviously.
can't come from nothing. I
Yeah,
agree,
go
obviously.
ahead.
Okay. So we have a create.
There's a little bit of leg, forgive it.
We have. I know. So we have the creator.
Who's that? Who's the creator?
Is the creator something?
Oh, come on.
No,
I'm asking you a question. Who's the creator?
We're talking about your God. Your God specifically.
God
Egypt.
or their creator. You want to take this over, Ed? Go ahead, bro.
No, Jeremy,
I ain't seen you in a while.
No, it's just he wants to deviate. We're talking about
he's not
God
deviating.
specifically.
All right,
I'm
he's
trying
generally
to get down
a
to the
creator.
bottom
Jeremy,
of it.
go ahead, carry on.
We have the creator or God or whatever you want to call it, right? That's something, right?
You cut out, Jeremy.
I said we have God or the creator. That's something, right?
Yeah. What's your point? Make your point.
Okay, I'm trying to. My point is, if we have something, the creator, he didn't come from nothing, right? Because you can't get something.
We already agreed on. All of us, even the atheists,
There's more.
Even Ed. Ed says you can't have something from nothing.
Let him finish.
Okay. Okay. So the creator had a creator, right?
No. What the fuck? What the fuck logic are you, Jeremy? What the fuck are you doing?
Logic.
That's not logic.
Hey, look, guys.
Using the logic of your premise that you can't get something.
No.
This is your premise.
You're insane. You're insane.
Dude, this is your premise.
You're applying special pleading here. That's what you're doing.
Hold on, guys.
You're saying my logic is logical unless it's against my God.
Me?
Look, can I get in? Hey, I think I hold the same.
My God.
Yeah, your God. Yes.
The one.
Hey, I'm using your logic. This is your logic with your premise that you can't get something.
You don't even have logic, Jeremy.
It's yours. It's not mine. It's yours.
Yeah, hold on, blaming it on me. What's your logic?
I just wanted to say one thing real quick.
Walk me through your logic. You don't even have logic.
Hold up, the person that's saying
you guys are going to fight about this forever. Can I just make one observation? I think I hold the same.
Just to let electric go. Go electric. Jump in.
Yeah,
I've
Jeremy
been trying to get in, dude.
Putting what you said into his own words, almost exactly.
I'm literally using his own premise with his own words.
Show me how.
Let David go.
Show me how. Show me how. Walk me through it. I'm listening.
I mean, I walked you through it pretty simply. You can't get something from nothing. That was your premise. We have a creator. You agreed he's something. He didn't come from nothing.
Who said we have a creator?
God, your creator, whatever you want to call it.
Who said that? Who made that claim?
You said that.
Are you denying that?
I'm not denying it, but I never said it. That's your claim.
Right. So there's no creator in Egypt. Is there no creator, Egypt?
Yeah. What the heck kind of contention is that?
Well, no, it is a contention.
You know where this is going, Egypt. So you're bullshitting around it. Come on, don't be dishonest.
Can I just make Jeremy's point real hard and quick?
No.
I don't think anyone
hold on.
David was trying to get in.
Hold on.
Okay.
Thanks,
So then we all agree that there is a creator.
Come on, man.
We all agree that there is a creator.
Patient.
Real quick, Egypt, what they're doing is an internal criticism of like this idea that there's a creator. So yeah, under this conversation, they're agreeing that there's a creator.
Okay,
David,
so what's the problem? Where's the argument?
We'll get to it. David, go ahead.
I didn't hear one argument for it. Other than
yeah,
I don't like it. I don't like it is not an argument.
Almost.
You're doing it on purpose, dude.
Come on. Go, David.
Okay, sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go. Oh, he's dropped out.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Sorry, dudes. Okay, great. Am I good?
You're good.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. I think I hold the same idea as Fundy. I hope he doesn't get mad.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Okay, so let me just make a proposition here and an observation of what's going on. We're all arguing about something that we really don't understand, and I think every civilization.
No.
Yeah, I just
hold on. Can I finish? May I finish?
Hey, don't interrupt his flow, guys.
You can't finish a straw man, honestly.
You don't interrupt his
let him
flow.
finish?
It seems like everybody has their idea of what God is. Some ideas become more popular than others. Some are more religious based, and then those turn into ideologies, and then you have governments that back them because more people get behind them, and they realize what kind of control they have, so they don't want to let that go, so they use it to control people. But in all actuality, we're kind of just born from human to human, and we don't really pass down any of this knowledge of where we came from. We know this. So some people
Nobody's
have made
claiming
up stories. Hold on.
Nobody's
let me
claiming.
finish.
Well,
Some
it's
people
irrelevant.
May I finish?
Go, David. Finish up.
Some people have concocted stories, and they got traction. But to be honest, this is just my opinion. Nobody knows the truth. Not the scientists, not the religiotards. Nobody knows the actual truth. And this is why we're here fighting over if something can come from nothing, because we're not given this information. We don't have
I disagree.
the information.
How can you fight over something?
And here's how we would know
Hold on. You're saying there is no truth. So why are you fighting against it or for it?
10 seconds,
You're saying you're saying there is no truth.
10 seconds. If the person that created this realm that we live in, Earth, came down and said, here's an instruction manual, and here's all the schematics. This is how I did it. You're welcome. Then we'd have a place to talk. But until then, we are all just guessing on what this all actually is.
That's a fallacy in of itself. You're saying the only way you can have a creator if he explained how he created this world, which is a fucking fallacy.
That's the only way.
That's a fallacy in of itself.
Fallacy.
David, you're wrong. And I'll tell you why you're
wrong.
wrong.
I'll explain to you why it's a fallacy.
First of all, that's not even what he said.
Hold on. So to have a creator, the creator in your view must explain how and why he created this world. If you cannot explain how or why,
he never made that point.
Hold on.
That's not what he's saying, Egypt. He's saying that we would know it if they came down and explained it. But that's not necessarily true. Because what you're saying, David, is that they're just stories. They're not just stories. They're logical necessities. Okay? We know that things require, like, something comes from another thing. In our world, we have the law of causality. We have contingency, right? So we know that something is required first before it gives rise to another thing. Something causes another thing, cause and effect. Right? So it's a logical necessity, if you keep on going down the line, that something there has to be a beginning, right? But we can't explain that unless we fall into logical regress, or sorry, infinite regress. We can't explain what that first thing is. That's why we have to. And hold up.
Good White.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And that's why
Good White. Can you have something from nothing?
Hold up, Egypt. I'm almost done. And that's why Karth was right to say it's special pleading, but it's only special pleading because our system, our natural logic, is inadequate because this is a supernatural entity. So our limitations in our logic and natural world, they prevent us from having this adequate answer. In reality, it's the most logical deduction you can have.
Let me go just 10 seconds. Let me just give a quick response to that. Let me just point out what you do, and I think everybody else on Earth does, and makes the mistake that you have to start answering these questions. And what if we took an honest look at everything and said, you know what, we just don't know, and we never will. Instead
That's not
of
an answer.
trying to answer these,
I don't know. It's not an answer.
Hey man, you really interrupted him.
No, but
5 seconds.
That's what he's saying. He's saying
Egypt, though, you got to practice restraint, though. David,
Listen,
to
man,
answer
we got this
your thing,
supernatural.
you're right. We don't need to know.
Hold on, percent.
Go ahead.
We got this supernatural entity, right? That shit came from something, right? Or did it come from nothing?
No, look, you're doing it again, Jeremy. You're trying to answer this.
No, it did not come from something, because coming from something is a natural process. If it's supernatural, it does not abide by that. It created the natural processes. It's not subject to them.
You guys are going to keep going off on this loop.
That's special pleading.
I understand you say it's the most logical stance you can have. You can say it's special pleading by our limited natural processes, but again, it created these processes.
That's irrelevant. It's special.
The only other way that we would exist.
So you're telling me there's
no other way
process.
for us to exist.
You're assuming that.
There's a process. So you're telling me there's a process where this supernatural entity exists, and he came from nothing.
Yes.
He didn't come from nothing.
Not from nothing.
So the way it would exist.
Nothing.
So he came from something.
Even if he caused himself,
Hold on.
himself, he'd still be eternal.
What?
Yeah, think about that for a minute.
Infinite?
Even if he caused himself, he'd still be eternal.
Which
infinite,
is
eternal, yes.
Infinity? Buzz Lightyear? Come on.
That's just more special pleading. Come on.
It's not special pleading.
I think it is.
Because if this entity created... Remember, time is the movement of things,
eternal
right?
and infinity?
Time is relative motion, right? We compare it with the sun. That's how we come with the units of measurement. If he created all of matter, then he existed before time did, right? So even if he caused himself, he was still eternal, because before time, everything that exists is eternal.
We can apply the same
That's fucking deep right there.
to the universe.
That's fucking deep, percent.
What if,
I'm gonna let you slide on this one.
Thanks, man.
What if the most known unknown is laughing at you guys right now? Like the most known unknown thing that everybody's talking about, that's the same thing that they don't know what the thing is, and it's the most known thing that's unknown? Like, what if it's just sitting there laughing its ass off?
Say that again, Demo. Say that again 3 times.
No, don't say that again. Don't say that again. Don't.
It's water and light. That's what's laughing at us right now, because we're looking past these basic things that are just, we don't give them enough credit. I think Fundy should get in. He's being very patient, but I think he has a lot to add to this, because I think he kind of understands this. Look,
can I get a 101 with at least Fundy? Can I get a 101?
Let me just point this.
Why do you want a 101? I think I was trying to
David, you were trying to give the floor to Fundy. He's mute right now. Lunatic's gonna go.
Nothing that anybody has to worry about. I'm just saying, it's funny how a couple of you the last couple of people commented on this. You are talking about this comical, facetious, almost like an immature juvenile type of humor that reality throws at you. And
in what sense?
Yeah, like what's up with that? Because I think we agree on that.
In what sense are you saying that? Making that
in what
claim?
sense? I don't know. Just especially once
is it how you feel about it?
Especially once you get into these circles and you start looking at the world around you, you realize that nothing is really by coincidence. It's all planned. It's all and human behavior is almost comical when you can step back from like the people around you and witness it happening.
I would say it's sensical and it conforms to a certain reality. And again, I say something cannot come from nothing, and every theist versus atheist cannot argue against something has to come from something. It doesn't. Nothing is the non-existence of everything.
But you can't just give all these attributes to the creator.
I didn't even say creator. That's your problem. I didn't even bring up.
No matter what you believe, it
doesn't matter. I'm making our argument.
Let him finish though. No matter what you believe, what, Loon?
No matter what you believe, the energy has to come from somewhere. Yeah, so whether you attribute it to a being that you give human properties, or
who said that? Straw man.
Yeah, I think that is a straw man. Because who says the energy doesn't even need to be real?
It's not a straw man. I said whether you do this, and I was about to say or if you do that.
You said no matter what, energy has to come from somewhere.
Nobody can, not even an atheist can disagree with the statement.
Know that energy does not. I would like to say no.
Let me ask this. Let me ask this. Do we have an atheist in the house? Any atheists in here?
That's your cue.
Anybody who's an atheist?
Ed, you here, Ed?
Yeah. What's up?
Leave?
Okay, so.
Are you an atheist?
Ed, do you believe?
Let's check if he.
He is an atheist. I know.
Just to make sure, double check.
That's fine. But Ed, do you believe something can come from nothing? And if so, if you do, can you define nothing for me, please?
Why are you asking me when we're still on the special pleading?
Okay, go ahead. Okay. That's fine. So, Ed, you go ahead and ask me the question you want to ask me.
No, Jeremy asked you many times, and he was very clear, but all you did was pretend you didn't understand, and there wasn't an argument. But he was very clear.
That's your.
No, it's not my opinion.
Go ahead. No, your cue. Go ahead and ask it and define it for me to understand it. Maybe I misunderstand.
Why should I do it? Jeremy already did it, and he was perfectly clear.
You're the atheist.
Bro,
you're the atheist. You're
the atheist. I don't care.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if I'm the atheist. The question is the same, no matter who.
No, it doesn't matter that.
What's the question? What's the question?
Oh, get out of here, dude! Seriously.
No, I'm seriously asking you, what's the question? I may have missed it.
Then I may have walk you through it again. I'm gonna walk you through it again. Please pay attention and answer the question directly. So, is your God something?
I guess my God has something. Yeah.
Right. So then, where did your God come from?
Nowhere. He created everything.
So he came from nothing?
Well, how about this, Ed? What about...
No, wait. Hold on, Gio. Because he's translating what I said into something completely different, and again, strawmanning me. I'm saying, yes, God, my God...
No, I asked you directly, is your God
my God is something.
Yes. Right, you say yes.
But you're saying he had to come from... some other thing.
He had to come from something. He couldn't have come from nothing. That's your deal.
I'll explain.
How much longer do we have to do this, guys?
How much longer do we understand it? Go ahead. Let's give the floor to Egypt. Let him explain it as best he can, and then we'll move forward.
So it goes back to the contingency argument, right? the creator, i.e., the creator of all things, is not and cannot be all things or part of these things. That's what makes him or it the creator.
Okay.
I don't get why you're making the argument.
Anything,
yeah, that
and
doesn't answer the question.
Hold on. So,
how much longer we gotta do this before we lay out the 3 options? There's only 3 that any of us can ever fathom, and I mean, to resolve this, no one's gonna win over the other if we have religious beliefs here. But we can all level with each other as rational people to at least just get to the end of the conversation.
Let me ask this question. No. Let me ask this question.
You're interrupting every time, man. Just try to let someone finish. Fundy.
I haven't talked in 20 minutes, but go ahead.
He's interrupting every time everyone speaks. I just temporarily muted him for a second, so just go ahead, Fundy.
Okay, so I thought you were talking about me interrupting because I was, but I guess thanks for the treatment, the special treatment, or nice treatment, whatever. So, anyways, there's two major philosophies going on here, but they have something in common. Okay, here we are. This is what we have to deal with. I'm alive. We can all speak for ourselves in a sense. I think, therefore, I am. Whatever, right? And so, because there is this which we are a part of, we all have to decide where we have our center of our philosophy, and really another way of putting it is, where do you place eternity? So one option is that existence is eternal, not a creation, something that always has been and always will be a continuous, everlasting process. Now, the other option is not. Okay. Hey, yeah, shut up. So, because I'm laying out 3 options, I'm not making a true or false statement of anything right here. So you just sound stupid.
Then
anyway,
you should be done.
I mean, 2 could be false and 1 could be true. So, but anyways, continue.
You should be done if you're not making a true or false.
Oh my god, you're really making it seem like this isn't even worth my time. I'm gonna give it one more shot, okay? Give it one more shot before I just dip out. So, anyways, the big contention here is where we place eternity. Is there an eternal existence that always has been and always will be? Is that where you place existence? Which needs
define eternity.
Hey, hold on.
Okay. Yeah,
Fundy, to even consider eternity, we would have to go there and verify it. We could conceptualize it all we want, but to even consider that, it would have to be like a known location.
Just define it. Just define it. That's all I ask.
Just let me finish. Okay? Just let me finish.
Just because, wait, hold on, Fundy, you get this. Just because it's in somebody's dogma doesn't make it so. It's the same thing as attributing the word supreme to something doesn't make it supreme because it's never been verified.
Yeah, you're right, and I'll address that later. Let me just lay out the 3 options, okay? So, the option that is favored by a couple members in here, to avoid the infinite regress fallacy of trying to be logical in our thinking, is that God is eternal and there is a creation. So see, what we're dealing with is that here we are. How did it get here? Has it always been here, or did it come here at a certain point? Well, in order to avoid the infinite regress fallacy, you have to place eternity somewhere. Is this something that always has been, or is this something that came about at a certain time and has a beginning? Well, if it had a beginning, and nothing comes from nothing, and something comes from something, then you say, well, the something that this came from, if you want to call it God, where did that come from? Well, you can't go into that, so he's just going to tell you that God is eternal and that this is his non-eternal creation. Or you could say that existence is eternal. Or there's the third option, which disregards eternity as a concept in general and disregards God. But I don't know what that third option is. It's very hard to even speak about in English or whatever. I don't have an answer for
in English.
These are all unanswerable questions, Fundy. So we got to be honest with ourselves and say we're never going to know the answer. So what do? Pick the best one? You got to be honest and say, we can't answer these. We
Speak
don't
for
know.
yourself.
I think I can answer these questions.
No, but then you're...
Is existence eternal or is existence temporary? If it's temporary, then it came from an eternal being that
You're going to
created.
have to say that God came to you and talked to you. But we know
I think
that...
you have to define existence in that sense.
Can I just lay the trichotomy out? Because I don't think
Fundy.
anyone even got the trichotomy.
Well, Fundy is laying the question out. So, what if
Yeah,
you
but
say...
no one even got...
Yeah, I want to hear it, Jeremy.
What's the trichotomy? I mean, I think the trichotomy is either something came from nothing, or there was a creator, or it's always been in existence eternal. I think those are the three options. And there's not a fourth one.
Weren't the three
Give
options
me a
that
fourth
Fundy
one.
laid out?
None of those are answerable, though, Jeremy.
Because the second, the second and third one are basically the same.
All these are
I
contingent
got
on
a fourth
faith.
one. I don't know. Maybe you don't got to call this a fourth one, but what if man created himself out of a dream state? But we don't got to entertain
There
that.
you go.
Yeah, we're not.
Here's prime example. We could start
I don't
making
even know what
more
that means.
stories up.
That-
It
Why,
never
Dave,
ends.
please.
Oh, well,
So-
I'm being honest, man.
Okay,
Realistically,
can
there's
you show
not
me
a
an
fourth
example of
option other than
something
that.
creating
I don't know
itself?
why you...
Yeah, realistically, there
the
isn't a fourth
creator-
option, Jeremy, but the second and third option that you gave are the same option, and the third option that Fundy gave was that it doesn't exist, that God just doesn't exist, and eternity doesn't exist. But that's not a viable option.
The creator would have had to create himself, right? Or he came from another creator.
No, the creator is not
Like
created.
I said, you
He's
have to decide
uncreated.
where you
And
place
don't
eternity.
sound like ants.
Why is that?
Hold up.
Okay,
Egypt,
hold on.
what's wrong with saying that the creator caused himself?
The problem is it's excluding the idea that he's uncreated. Well, why
How?
can't
Right,
I
so
say the creator
that's
is
where
uncreated?
that's where you place eternity. You place eternity on the level
No,
of
it
God.
has nothing to do with eternity. I didn't bring up eternity.
How does it exclude the idea that he's uncreated?
Contingency. Okay, contingency.
All right, hold on.
Okay, I'll explain it. I'll explain it real quick.
Yeah, we've basically gone full circle, because I remember in the very beginning I asked you, is God contingent upon himself? And you didn't give me an answer to that.
So God could be governed by another set of rules, another set of laws, or perhaps laws.
Hold up, Lunik, hold up. Let Egypt go, then you got next.
Okay, God is
I
not
have a crazy idea.
David, you got third if you want to go.
God is not contingent upon anything, including himself. If God is contingent upon anything, that excludes him as being God.
Now we're working backwards because I didn't get to go, but now you're responding to me.
I think you're wrong about that.
Okay, this is my definition of God. It boils down to contingency. If God is contingent upon anything, including himself, that excludes him as being the all creator, like the God, the creator of everything. If God becomes contingent, that excludes him, in my opinion, as being God. That's my definition.
I don't think so. I think if he's contingent upon himself, it doesn't exclude him from all the qualities.
All right, Lou is next. Go ahead, Lou. Your mic's a little muffled, but
All right, look, sorry. But if you're talking, if you want to find out who started everything, and that could even possibly include like creating God. Like God might not be the prime, like that's a possibility.
God. If it's an intermediary God, it's not God.
Our God, the one who created us and our environment and the world as we know it, might not necessarily be the one who did it all. And his world.
Sorry, then he wouldn't be God. He wouldn't be our God. He'd be our creator, right? An intermediary creator, but not a God.
Define creator or God.
Yeah, no, that's not. I mean, and I agree with all you guys who are speaking up right now. Like, I'm just saying, maybe we do need to define it. Like, because if you're talking about a prime mover, the one who started everything,
absolutely.
But what makes you so sure that you are the only creation, or that you are.
Nobody's claiming
that's out of the scope of the argument. We never said we weren't.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
Percentage.
Again,
Can I go?
Yeah, David, you were next.
I think Lou brought up a good point, because we're as a collective group trying to answer this. It's the same thing the whole world is doing, but if we all were honest with ourselves,
hold up, Egypt.
May I finish?
Yeah.
Egypt. Thanks, man. If we were all honest with ourselves and said, okay, we're trying to get to this point to answer this question. We're committing all these logical fallacies, which is like appeal to authority. We're begging the question that there is an eternity. We're begging the question that something has to come from nothing. We know that logic says, because in our lives we have timelines from A to B, beginning to end. But what if? And see, look, I'm doing one too with asking a rhetorical question, a what if scenario. And I'm saying that this world could be different if we could simply just get past these questions that we're all as a group finding this great difficulty to answer. I'm saying if we all said, hey, look, I'm not going to ask this of you because you can't answer it. And I think this world could be a whole different place. There wouldn't have been all the crusades. There wouldn't have been all these wars that were fought.
That's a liberal
everybody's
understanding.
Let him finish. He's almost done.
I wasn't finished, but go ahead if it was. I don't think anybody.
Okay, I'll go ahead. You gave me the go ahead. So this understanding, this liberal kumbaya, we should kind of thing, and we shouldn't kill each other and shouldn't disagree with each other, and we should all just agree and live in this kumbaya fucking world that doesn't exist. That's a liberal fucking understanding of this world.
It's an honest.
It's a pipe dream. It's not realistic.
It's an honest state. It's an honest stance.
Look, David, the reason we have even have philosophy and have these doctrines and epistemology and stuff like that is because that's how human nature is. We think about this sort of thing.
Hold on. Just let me ask him these questions to pin him down. Do we have wars in this world?
Yeah, we do.
Because what the fuck do you mean?
If we were all honest with each other and said, "Hey, I'm not going to say my God's better than yours or my God is correct because I'm fighting the holy war."
The reason we have wars is because we. So
you know what?
Go
ahead, man.
No,
that's all right.
Go ahead. Stop clipping so much, man.
I'm asking you. You think the reason people have wars on this earth is because they have different gods? That's the cause of wars.
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because your ideology is different from mine, and I want to be I want to show that my idea is superior or my God is supreme to yours.
Okay, so
that's what
if
this
I
is
show
all about.
if I show you two let's say peoples, right, who have the same understanding of God, right? Let's say two Muslim tribes, two Christian tribes who believe in the same thing, and yet are still having wars against one another. Does that defeat your point, or is it conclusive with what you're trying to say?
No, because there's always there's different tribes, there's different people that are going to still fight for their ideology.
Down to a God, believing in a different God.
Well, yeah, the Christians fought the Muslims, didn't they? Because of religion.
Christians fought the Christians too.
the Indians, the Hindus fought the Muslims too.
People
after the British came and separated them.
So what's your point?
The question was, when people in the same religion fight each other, does it hinder his point or not? That's what he was asking, and I'd say it helps his point really, because
it doesn't.
It's letting you know. Yes, it does. It's letting you know that even though we believe in the same thing.
What's a Protestant?
Can I finish my
what's
sentence?
A Protestant Christian?
Bro, hold on a minute, dude. You're arguing with everybody. You got the floor for everybody. Calm down. All right, now hold on. if you and I have the same religion, but you and I in our religion have different ideologies of what that religion entails, then we're going to have a problem. So it better suits what he's trying to say, in my opinion.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
If you have different ideologies, do you have the same religion? Really?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Protestants
Okay.
and Catholic,
Look,
Catholicism, right?
can I just throw out one last
same
thing and I'll
God,
stop?
same book.
Good
but,
White is not saying that.
Look, let me just make my
in the name of God.
my idea my idea. Let me put it out there. I just thought of something. It's called Imagine. I don't know if you've heard that song, but let me read off some of the lyrics because it just rings true to what my entire point.
People.
Look, hold on. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky.
That's
Imagine all
why
the
you imagine. There is a heaven, Good White.
there's no
There's a
countries.
heaven, there's a hell.
Bro, let him sing the
Consider us
song, bro.
brothers.
Come on. Let him read the song.
Imagine
Don't just
there's
read it,
no
man. Sing
countries.
it. At least sing it.
Imagine there's no countries.
He's gonna burn
It
in
isn't
that
hard
hell.
to do.
He's trying to
Nothing
imagine.
to
Yeah,
kill
I
or
can't take
die
this shit, bro. Stop
for,
interrupting.
and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. That's it.
Yeah, you have to imagine it. I'm living the
I didn't
reality.
even hear the lyrics of
We
the
live
song.
in
So
wars.
it's not even like
War is a
People
reality.
say that you're a dreamer.
Okay, so
We're,
I don't have to imagine anything
we're fighting these wars because we're fighting for something, dude. It's these
because
ideas,
it's
these
reality.
beliefs.
I don't think any war has ever been fought purely on religious grounds.
You
No,
know
because
what? You know what?
There's
Hey, there's
fuel
a
to the fire,
potential.
though.
Hey,
I
look,
think it's more
I
about
agree
greed
because
and
hold
selfishness
on.
than it
Fuel
is
to
about
the
religion.
fire.
Hold on, percentage. There's a potential civil war that could erupt in the United States because of an ideology, a
potential.
Democrat or Republican. It could pop off any second.
Yeah, we're talking about
That's not
reality,
purely
not
religious.
potential.
Hey,
No,
a
these are
hammer.
ideologies people fight for because they
Yeah.
attach their beliefs to their identity and they'll defend it at all costs, at even death.
So
A
what
hammer
was the
can be used to build a house, and a hammer can be used to bludgeon someone over the head. It's about how
Absolutely.
people use it.
But think about
I think we're
think
just
about these
hey,
religious ideologies. If you're saying that the war is caused because of religion, that's not the case, because these religions teach you to love your neighbors and you know, to turn the other cheek and
you made a
yada
good
yada.
point.
So if it's purely religious, they wouldn't be fighting, right? They're
You made a
fighting
good
because of
point.
other reasons,
Nah,
other
that's not all they
ideologies,
teach.
other feelings, other
The book is
greed,
dualistic.
selfishness, control,
you
power,
didn't
whatever.
listen.
Yeah, those
You
books are
didn't
quite
listen to what I
dualistic.
the
You might
said.
say that
Crusades?
in
The
one term,
Crusades.
Wow,
in the
bro.
same
What
breath
were
it
the
turns around
Crusades
and
based
says
upon? The
rule
In fact, you could
Crusades.
with a
say that
rod of
religiously they're
iron.
sinning when they're fighting.
Oh, hold on. The
Rule his cheek
Crusades.
with a
What
rod
was
of
the
iron.
driving force behind the Crusades? The Crusades. What was the driving force behind the Crusades?
You made a
Anybody
good
answer
point.
the
They
question
Yeah.
right now?
Eliminate
Go
They
the
ahead.
lose their
heretics.
land, man.
Well, I can tell you what I think if you want.
Eliminate the pagan heretics.
What's
No.
that?
Anybody hear
Does
that part
anyone?
when he said
Do people
No,
not know
it's
that?
like there's a lot of religions though, like so many different ones. There's like vampire religions,
I'm
cannibal
asking you about a
Hold on, what are you
specific.
asking about a
like
specific instance
when
in
you
history?
say like,
Oh my
hold on a
God.
second, when you say somebody's right or wrong about something weird,
I
like
didn't
which
say right
religion?
or wrong. I didn't ask about right or wrong. I said
Relax.
the
Okay, let
driving
Crypto
force
answer about the
behind.
Crusades. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, does anyone here know the history of Southern Europe at all?
What's that?
Does anyone here know the history of Southern Europe at all, or Mediterranean history? Because the
Are we
Crusades, the
answering my
Crusades doesn't
question with another question?
No, it was a preface to my next
It's a
statement.
preamble. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the Crusades didn't just happen out of nowhere. There was a lot of fighting that happened before.
Nobody claimed that. Yep, that's what I'm asking. Well, what's the cause?
Why are you being so passive aggressive?
No, not at all. I'm just
You
asking.
are. Clearly
No.
are.
I just want to say something that dude said before. If we identify and subscribe to a belief that we don't even 100% consider true, then that's kind of risky, don't you think? We shouldn't be attaching our identity to these religions, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Why not? If
yeah,
it's good, why not?
Well, look, with regards to the Crusades themselves, anyone who thinks that they just happened out of nowhere doesn't understand the history of Southern Europe.
Nobody claimed that. Straw man.
Am I saying that anyone did?
Bro.
Yes, you just did.
Who did I
He's back,
say?
Agent.
Anyone who doesn't.
Yeah. So who specifically did I straw man?
Well, if you're not, then you don't have a point.
Nobody.
What are you saying then?
So the problem is that you're being passive aggressive, and you need to chill out.
Make a point.
I'm trying to, but you keep talking over me.
Go ahead. I gave you your chance.
Maybe you can just not talk while I talk.
Yeah, just chill. Egypt, let him go. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of history that happened before the Crusades that if you don't understand it, then you won't understand the Crusades themselves. And it's a lot more than I can say in 1 or 2 sentences.
Can you do your... No, never mind. I was just going to say, can you give like a brief synopsis? But...
I've run out of patience now, to be honest.
Yeah, we don't understand. That's your point?
Do you want to go, Egypt? Do you want to say what...
Yeah, I mean, his point is we don't understand. That's what he's saying.
I'd be happy to carry on, but you keep on passive aggressive, and then I couldn't be bothered.
I can shut up for 20 minutes and give you the floor if you'd like.
I don't want to dominate either. I don't want to dominate. I just don't want your attitude. Like, if you could just have a slightly more level way of
attitude.
Again, come on. You're talking over me constantly, like accusing me of strawmans and all this other shite. Why don't you just let me finish?
You are coming in a little hot, Egypt. Just a little bit hot.
Okay.
Dude, what's going on? And you're talking again! Like, for fuck's sake. No, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, to postulate that you know the reason for the war without knowing the history is kind of silly. Yeah.
I didn't make that claim. That person...
You asked if anybody knew the reason for the Crusades, and then when he went on to kind of give the history...
That wasn't my question.
A brief history of it, I would then tell you the... yeah, it was your direct question. You said, does anybody know the reason for the Crusades?
Yeah, but I don't think it's... Go ahead.
It was a preamble that I was going to go into, but honestly, it's not worth it because this guy's just going to keep talking.
And what's your answer? Almost. I mean, what's your answer or reason?
I mean, it was if you look into it, it was the best form of defense is attack. So there was many raids on Southern Europe, and they decided to band together and then basically counterattack. Like, I'm not saying that either side was good or what. Still, I mean, the second I start going into it, he's talking again. Just don't talk for like 2 minutes. Thank you. The point is that I don't because I'm a pacifist, right? So I don't consider war to be good anyway. Or maybe like not an absolute pacifist, but I would say I'm a pacifist in most instances. So I don't think that the war is good either way, right? But to say that it came out of nowhere is to misunderstand it entirely. Yeah, it was a counter reaction to many invasions over possibly centuries, definitely decades.
Go? Okay, can I have a go here?
Absolutely.
So 9/11, would that be considered the same? Put it in the same light you just described it. Was it caused by many invasions of these Afghans, these Talibans, right, who invaded the U.S. and did this attack? Would you call it? Would you put it in the same light as you just described it, or is it different?
No, 9/11's nothing at all like the Crusades.
What's the difference?
One involved multiple invasions and one didn't.
Okay, so the U.S.'s invasions on Afghan land and Iraqi and so many other lands, that's not valid?
Well, it's a false equivalent of how long were the Crusades versus how long was the single attack on 9/11?
Okay, so the factor is the time length? Is that how we're measuring it?
Yeah, that's how we're measuring at this point. If we're going to call the two things equal, yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so
to justify a single. I mean, I just want to clarify to justify a single attack that that they made on the Twin Towers versus how can you justify, a 30-year war? I think I say that they have to be different. Yeah.
Yeah, you said it's the time factor, correct? That's what you said? The time factor? So
it's analogous if the argument is that there was skirmishes or invasions or what have you that led up to this, this reaction, then they're analogous. It doesn't matter how long the reaction took.
Yeah, well, so they're not really analogous. I mean, they're not exactly analogous.
In that context, they're analogous in terms of actions, like preceding actions that warranted a reaction, or that they thought it was the best preventative measure would be to attack. It's analogous.
I mean, it's just as analogous as me saying, "Why did I, yell at my wife because she's been pissing me off for years?" I mean, there's one thing, right? The Crusades.
They're both like wars or physical attacks on a people causing death. What if we're saying that the 9/11 happened the way they said it happened?
Yeah. So I guess the point we're gonna try to figure out how the Crusades were justified, right?
We're not talking about justification. You're missing the point.
How they reasoned and how they justified the Crusades. What was the point of the Crusades?
No, not the reasoning, but what's the cause behind it?
Right. So. Well, that was Crypto's point. Crypto's point was we need to find out the cause. But your original question was, what do you know why? What was the reason? Is what it sounded like.
Well, why is another word for cause. Well, that's how I finished it. Maybe if you might have misunderstood me, but I'm saying the same cause for that kind of war is the same cause we're suffering today. I mean, what's the cause for the Crusades? I mean, is there a justifiable reason you can have the Crusades and that it's justifiable as a war and it's right? Do you think there is a justifiable reason for war? Because I do think there is. But can you justify
there probably is. Well, the mainstream justification for the Crusades, I believe, I may be wrong, but the mainstream justification, I believe, was that the Muslims, not because of their religion, but they were overtaking all of the Christian lands, and then the Christians then got gathered together on a crusade to take back their lands, and so that their people could prosper over the Muslim invasion, not religiously exactly, but just people versus people, territory.
Yeah. So what's the justification? So why are not the Muslims as justifiable as the Christians? What's the difference?
Well, they would have to have made claims somewhere. I don't know the history, but the Muslims claimed that was originally their land. That's their justification. Or they could come up with something else and, hey, listen, we have kids at 5 times the rate of you guys. We need more land. Yeah.
Maybe they
are you saying you don't know, or what are you saying?
For fun.
No. Well, I mean, what do I consider a reasonable justification, or what did the Muslims know?
No, at least what you consider is a justifiable kind of reason. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have one for overtaking somebody else's already claimed territories. I don't have a justification.
Well, what's a claimed territory? Is it if I come into your home and take by force, would that be claimed territory? Is that justifiable? Would I call it Muslim or Christian if I did so?
You're mixing everything. That's not the point.
Let's say no. You're a Muslim. I'm a Christian. I walked into your house. I beat up your whole family, including yourself, and I took over your home, and I called it Christian. Would that be justifiable?
I would call my gun supplier and find out what the hell was wrong with my guns.
I asked you a specific question. Are you
going to? A bunch of silly questions that have nothing to do with religion, Muslim, Christianity.
I'll do it the other way around. You're a Christian, and I'm a Muslim, and I beat up your whole family, and I called it my Muslim house. Would you justify it?
You're mixing up a whole bunch of not needed words. So it's my house. I've established it as my house, or whoever I am, right? and I built it, and it's it's mine, and now you come over to take it, whoever you are.
But why is it yours?
Yeah, I built it.
So,
well, is that how you justify
people build
it?
houses, they sell them, and other people own them. So why is it yours?
Yeah,
and
I
you sell a house that you don't currently own?
I built it. I did not sell it.
Your percentage. How can you sell something you don't own?
Yeah, absolutely. So you could own it for a time, and then ownership can be changed, right? Possession. A lot of times they say possession is 9/10 of the law, right? So who's to say that they don't own the land when they're there?
Well, what he's pointing out is that by you saying you can sell it, then that means I did own it. Yeah.
I didn't play that. Right?
I'm not doubting that you owned it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's your land now, right? Just like you had the Israelites in way back in the day in like Jerusalem and what have you, and then they were gone, and then they were replaced by a different population who possessed the land. Is it not their land at that point? And ownership can come from a variety of ways. You can take things by force.
Yeah, if nobody else.
Native Americans talk about the Aboriginals in Australia. Whose land is it? Is it
exactly
because I discovered it as a European and I'm more advanced as a civilization because discovering? Then it's my land. But the Aboriginals can suck my dick, and everyone can suffer. All these children, all these families, because I'm European, because I'm white. Therefore, I have superiority over you, motherfucker. You Aboriginal.
Yeah, I mean these white supremacist narratives.
I'm asking. I'm not saying. I'm asking.
These Okay, and I'm trying to answer. Right. The idea that people are white supremacists throughout history and therefore tried to steal people's land is hilariously reductionist. With regards to percentages question about ownership, well, ownership is virtually always backed ultimately by violence, right? So that's true in the European context, that's true in an American context today, which is part of the reason why the Second Amendment is so important to many Americans.
Absolutely.
Their rights to own their property is backed by the violence that guns and other ammunition in part gives them, right? So when we're talking about, say, tribal lands or whatever, well, what gives them the right to own those tribal lands is their ability to enforce the ownership of those lands. I know it's circular, but that is the the root of that.
Absolutely. So when the Muslims took over Jerusalem, they owned the land, right? And it doesn't really make sense for a foreign group to say we're going to take over the land because we own it, when in fact they didn't own it.
Here's the catch standards. What I'm pointing out is double standards. If the Muslims are doing it, then it's wrong. If the white supremacists are doing it, it's completely justified.
That's not necessarily what you're saying, but basically, it's correct to say we're going to take over the land so we own it, but it's not correct to say we're going to take over the land because we own it. There's a difference.
No, ownership means nothing. You only own what you can defend. That's the law of the land. Okay, so what you can defend is yours. What you cannot is not yours.
So then no justification for wars is required at all then?
So basically, no, I mean, you could justify your war because you want to own it, but don't kind of...
It's not necessary, though.
Try to pull the wool over the people's eyes by saying, we own it, and that's why we're going to war. No, you lost it. This other population or other religion or whatever it is has control of it, and you're butthurt, and you want to get it back.
But you're claiming logically the only way that the other population took it and has any right to take it is by force. So by then them taking it back by force, why would you be mad at all? There's no justification needed.
I'll tell you. In Islamic law, war is only justified as a defensive war. You're only justified in your war and to fight against the other if it's a defensive one, not if it's offensive. So That's
so Crypto said the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, I don't know about that too.
I didn't say that. I personally believe that. I was saying that was the justification for the Crusades.
I'm just saying. I'm also saying that war is unescapable. It's a human trait. There's always going to be war. So to kind of liberalize this idea and be peaceful in a sense and not have war would be denying the truth of reality and humanity. As long as we're human, we're going to be at war and have wars. So to deny it and say, oh, no, we need to be peaceful and not have wars is to deny reality, right?
Welcome to 40K, baby.
To put a nice little bow on it. I mean, I don't even remember the topic anymore. That was a little bit before the Crusade question.
Let me finish. To address war, whether in a religious context or not, is to address reality. So to kind of try to escape it and say we shouldn't have wars is escaping reality and denying truth and reality.
You said that. I mean, you said let me finish. You already that was a repeat, but no big deal. I mean, I did interrupt you a little bit, but just to put a bow on the. So then, what? Go right back to it, right? So, what was the reason for the Crusades?
They're purely reasons. Are they justifiable? That's a question we can ask and we can debate. But in essence, they were purely religious.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could probably ask the question then with the Barbary slave raids on southern Europe.
I'm just the whole point.
That's why I was talking.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's halfway through a sentence. Yeah, I suppose you could also ask the question: were the Barbary slave raids on southern Europe justified? What? And you have to, for the room who don't know me, possibly, I'm actually not a Christian, and I'm not a Muslim. So for me, I don't actually have a dog in this fight. But I do find it funny how people, when they want to talk about the crimes of history, they always talk about European crimes of history, right? So it's like, yeah, let's talk about the Crusades endlessly and how bad Christians are, but let's ignore the Barbary slave raids that happened for hundreds of years. Let's ignore the multiple, and these people were Muslims, by the way. I'm not saying that it was justified through Islam. But
is slavery wrong?
That's where I was talking.
Is slavery wrong?
Bro, I haven't finished yet. You can talk when I'm done. Okay, so the point I'm bringing up is the double standards, right? We have to endlessly talk about how evil Christian history is. Endlessly. And I'm not even Christian, and I'm bored of it, right? But we can't talk about the elements of other parts of history that might have inspired violent reactions from Christians.
I think you just showed us you have a double standard, man, but that's just me.
No, I kind of agree with
I asked a question.
Why have you been accused of a double standard? Can I have that?
Slavery wrong. Is slavery
I've just
wrong?
been accused of having a double standard. Can I have that clarified?
I mean, it's
keep the same energy for whoever's doing violence. Don't say that it's justified on one end and we should be mad at Muslims in the same breath.
Yeah.
When did I say violence was justified?
At best, it's been done equally on both sides, but that's not the thing in question. What I'm asking is slavery.
Electric has made a couple of statements, and I would like him to clarify them.
Is slavery wrong?
Electric, why do you care about slavery being wrong?
Because that's his point of contention. He was talking about
what's going on, guys? What happened?
Electric just accused me of having a double standard. I want that to be fleshed out.
I'm not giving a double standard. I know my standard. I'm asking a question that you're not answering.
I'll just make my point to Crypto. If you're going to talk about how slavery is justified because violence is the ultimate decider of who's allowed to have land, but then you want people to be equally mad at Muslims for the same thing. I don't know what you were getting at there.
Well, maybe you didn't hear what I said, because I never ever justified slavery.
Yeah,
slavery is wrong.
So then I don't know what your point is, Electric.
I don't know. At first, it sounded like you were trying to say that what the Crusaders did and how they attained land was that's just how shit goes, or whatever you were saying.
That wasn't Crypto's point. That was, I think, like a couple other people's points.
Yeah, I think people are mistaking an analysis of the situation with a justification for the situation.
Okay, so what's your analysis for the Crusades fucking slavery as opposed to the Muslim slavery?
No,
What
I'm
makes,
still
are
feeling
they
just
equal?
like Crypto
Are they
is.
equal?
Please,
Are they
I think
equal?
you're confusing him and me for some reason. I was saying how what you can defend is yours, and what you cannot defend is not necessarily yours. Okay, I didn't even say necessarily last time.
Then
But I
obviously
think you're reading a lot into that. Like, what about disempowered people? What about the, like you're getting into stuff we didn't talk about.
Well,
You're skipping
I'll
something.
tell you. I'll explain it in the Islamic and how it's perceived and how you can hold people as being slaves, and in the context of war. That's how it's done in Islam, right? The only way you can have um, a slave is through war, right? The consequent of war, right? That's how it's justified in that religion. But I'm waiting on
No,
how
that's if you're talking about slavery in general, that's not actually historically true.
not in
Like these
general.
people.
I'm not talking about it in general. I'm talking about it in a specific sense.
All right,
And
but nobody brought that up but you. You're talking about this specific sense that nobody brought up.
How so? It's brought up in the sense of religion, and I'm putting it in the context of religion. And
All right, whatever.
Hold on.
No, I'm going to go back on mute.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in the context of the religious aspect, right? In the Islamic religious aspect of slavery, and when it's justified, it's very specific, and it is within the context of war. But
slavery justified is an oxymoron, in my opinion.
well, that's your problem. I mean,
no, that's a reality problem. Like we should be dealing with that.
Okay, so why is slavery wrong then? Explain it to me.
Wow, I never thought anybody would ask me something that really didn't need explaining.
I just asked you a simple question. That would be simple.
Does that need explaining? Do I really have to explain why slavery is wrong?
Yeah, go ahead. Explain it. Go ahead.
Sovereignty and will and having your own choices.
No one has a greater claim over your life than you.
Yeah, so in the context of war, if your enemy kind of defeats you on your land and takes you as a prisoner, is that justified?
No.
So what should they do with you?
Wow. What kind of world are we living in? I don't even fucking know.
As they wish, as you are defenseless.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I heard your question.
War. You're not even...
Just because people can do things doesn't make it justified.
I'm not saying anything is justified. I'm asking you what you believe is justified.
I mean, I believe you should ask the nice gentleman that you defeated and say, hey, why did you invade our lands? What was wrong? Were you lacking food? Is there any way I can help you? I mean, that would be a good way to do it.
They beat you up and they took you as a prisoner. What the fuck can you do?
No, I mean, I'm not the prisoner. I'm the guy. I'm the Muslim right now. I'd say to the guy I captured, I'd say, hey man, what was wrong? Why'd you try to kill us? Like, listen, man, I just lost my job. I wasn't able to grow crops and shit. I said, listen, man, I got a pyramid scheme. You can join up with us Christians and figure out what the root of the problem
both
is.
sides looking at each other and being like, I don't know, man, why'd you try to kill me? Be like, dude, they told me I had to, or they were going to kill me. And he'd be like, me too, man.
Well, to sort of advance the conversation, I mean, we can even look at this in the broader sense, like, You know, what if, I mean, we like aliens are somewhat of a hoax or a myth around here, but like, let's just say, for instance, for hypothetical situations, what if an alien race came along and enslaved the human race? Like, what then? You know, what justifies it then? And I think the greater notion to understand here is that there is something called the conquest for power, and that is that is essentially the world is ostensibly up for grabs if you can conduct and gather an army large enough to take over the world, and then by extension the universe, if that's even possible, right? Then do it, because they're like ostensibly it appears up for grabs.
Awesome. My kind of reasoning is, in the world there is good and bad, right? And that's the Islamic understanding of the world. There is good and bad. There are people who will knowingly or unknowingly subscribe to good or bad, right?
Yeah, like, but never completely separate from each other, though. Will you ever find an example of a thing that is only good or only bad? It'll always be a mixture to some degree.
No.
And those words themselves are subjective, right?
Yeah, they are in a like from the perspective of a human, right? But if it's scriptural, for example, where it is the understood to be the word of God, right? The God, the all-knowing, the creator, who knows better than you and me and whoever wrote whatever scripture. If it came from God, that would be objective and would be considered as good versus evil.
Only if you think God is somehow perfect, and also just to ground it in reality, it's not the word of God; it's ink on paper.
No, but still, it is within the context, still logical and justifiable.
Well, maybe if you assume God is perfect.
Oh well, God has to be perfect.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know why people put these attributes to him.
How can you believe in God if God is not perfect?
How do you know our creator was perfect? What if it?
I think all signs point to God not being perfect. I mean, that's what all evidence points towards for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, how can you believe in God that is not perfect? The God that created everything, the omniscient, the all-knowing, the all-powerful, not being perfect. Now go ahead and explain to me how he can do all that and still be imperfect. That's what I'm asking.
I can bake a cake, can I?
Does that make you God? That you can bake it?
Does the ability to be able to make a cake mean that it's a perfect cake?
Of course not. That's not.
Yeah,
that's not.
Yeah, so imperfect people can create imperfect creations.
No, but that's
that's are you saying that existence is perfection?
I'm saying
are you saying that existence is a perfect creation?
No, I'm saying
if not, then okay, so you just said that creation isn't perfect. So how did a perfect being create something imperfect?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. The all-knowing, right? And all-powerful God
created an imperfect world.
No, in your vision,
you already admitted to that, man. You already agreed to that.
That's well, how you perceive it. You already
that's how you answered my question.
Well, what's perfect?
He said, "No, that's not what I'm saying." No. He didn't say, "Yes, you're right."
Is
no,
what?
I asked him. I asked him.
Is that what's perfect?
I asked him if creation is perfect. He agreed, no, creation is not perfect. But he thinks that creation was created by a perfect creator. So there's no funny business here. This is just me using all of his own words. How does a perfect creator create an imperfect creation? I'm not twisting any words here. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth.
He said, "No, I'm not."
Hold on.
I'm not saying. He didn't really give an answer. It's almost like he was on the fence thinking about it.
Say that. I'll go with you.
No, you did. It was simple.
I'll agree with you. I'm not disagreeing.
Is create. Okay, let me ask it a second time. Let's do it over again. Is creation perfect? Is creation perfect?
No, it's not.
Let's just do it. Okay, so creation was invented by a perfect creator. How did a perfect creator create an imperfect creation?
Why not? What's the problem with that?
Oh, good answer.
Why can't a perfect creator
Why not
create an imperfect world? What's the problem with that? What's your argument against it?
That's a good point.
It's not an argument against it. It's a question to you. I'm asking you how. No. I have no argument. I have no argument. Only a question. Only a question. Okay.
I already agreed. I answered
me. No. You didn't answer. No, hold on. I asked you a question, and then you asked me my question back at me. We can go there in a little bit, but I'm not here to try to offer an answer as of this exact moment right now. I am coming to you, not putting any words in your mouth, and saying to you, as you believe it, I'm asking you to explain your beliefs. How does a perfect creator create an imperfect creation?
By creating it.
Just by doing it, huh? He just does it.
Yeah,
it's a good point, almost. You're making a really good point.
What's your problem? I mean, you're the one with the contention. You're having a problem with it. You're saying it's not possible. Okay, so
I'm just asking you how such a thing is possible.
When I answer that question, you're pointing it out as being
no. Your answer was he just does. That was your answer. He just does.
Yeah, and that's perfectly logical, and there's nothing wrong with that. Do you have a problem with that?
So how does good create evil?
I asked you a question. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, a problem with what?
Is it impossible for a perfect creator is it impossible for a perfect creator to create an imperfect world? Why is that beyond a perfect being's capability?
Yeah. Why?
Okay. Well, can something good create evil?
Yes. Why not?
Well, how does that happen?
No, you're the one who has a problem. I'm saying yes, it can happen, but you're saying
how?
no, it can't.
So if I have a bucket of red paint, if I have a bucket of red paint and I spill I spill the contents of that red bucket of paint, how does that paint become blue? How can red create blue? How can good create evil?
That's a false analogy.
You're saying by accident. Almost is saying he could have purposely created it imperfect. Why not?
Yeah, that's some weird beliefs to me.
Bad traits. He means like a good action, a good instance of something. How can that be bad?
What's good?
I'm just saying, like, y'all are talking about yourselves when you talk about good, but we all do good and bad things. So it's more like something that is good. Yeah.
God is good.
Something that is good be bad.
God is good. God knows what is good and what's bad for you. He created you. He knows better. Not you. Not what you tell me what is good or bad.
God created good and evil.
Yeah, but I'll believe God when he tells me what's good and what's bad over what you tell me.
Well, no, you haven't talked to me about this, but God created both good and evil. He created no matter if you're any type of Christian or whatever. Like, I'm not a Christian myself. I don't like. I'm not fully there. Let's say anyway.
Okay, so God created evil, therefore God is evil. Is that your argument?
No, if God made good and evil, okay, because he had to have. He made all things, right? Good and bad.
So God is good and bad?
Yes.
Well, what do you think? Yeah,
absolutely.
So God is bad. And good. But he's also bad.
All things. You can't attribute the bad things to somebody else.
No, it's not about attributing them, right? It's the nature. God has nature, right?
If you have a God that is your creator, okay, like in any Christian sense, he's responsible for all things, both good and bad.
Well, what is more perfect than balance?
Good. That's more perfect than balance. Good.
That was good. What's more perfect than balance? I like that.
All good. All good is more.
If something's perfectly balanced, perfect.
Perfectly balanced. Well, what's that? Find it for me. I mean, it's just a bunch of words.
It means you have the same amount of one thing as the other thing.
Like what?
Well, I'm in the example you're talking about would be good and bad, good and evil. I don't know, whatever you were saying.
Yeah, so someone who's just like a murderer, who does as much good, is better than someone who does all good in his life. That's what you're saying. A balanced idea or ideology, i.e., a murderer or a rapist who does equally as much good in his life as raping or killing someone, is better than someone who does just all good, just feeds all the hungry and saves all the people. I.e., let's take Jesus as an example. Jesus.
Are you done talking, or did you cut out?
Sinless God, the Son of God, is less than the person, the rapist, right?
No, we should stop talking. That's all.
I'm asking a question. Within the relative. It's within the same.
Your argument isn't very balanced though either. You're claiming like, hey, what if I murder and kill somebody, and then what if I equally just give somebody a cracker?
But it's a question. I'm not saying that's.
But those aren't balanced. Those aren't balanced comparisons.
Yeah. So what is balance? That's what I'm asking.
Balance them out and get back over here.
That's what I'm asking.
Balance is the same. Means the same thing as another thing, right? So you have.
So a killer.
You could use weight.
Poor, right?
Is that equivalent? Is it equivalent? You think feeding the poor and killing people? No, it's not. Let's try again.
Yeah,
no, so try again.
Give me an example of balance.
Whoever said
feeding the poor and then taking from the poor.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so Jesus, who died for the sins of all the Christians, right? He was killed on the cross, crucified. Where's the balance there? The innocent, sinless being suffering the sins of all humanity.
I mean, I think the balance.
I think what Jeremy said, like balance, and yes, it's kind of a yin and a yang kind of thing. But this stemmed from what I was saying, and what I was saying, I didn't say it had to be equal. I said God was responsible for both, and it doesn't matter which one is winning at the time.
I don't think I ever denied that. The problem is the people blame him. If it's balanced, then it's somehow good, godly.
Balance a good thing, or is balance I would say balance is it. What's up?
Would you say balance is godly?
I don't know about that.
Do you believe in God?
I believe there's a creator, yeah.
Okay, so is balanced godly, or?
I don't even know what that means, bro.
I mean, is it
too deep? It's too deep for me.
Okay, so is God
slavery creates imbalance?
Hold on. I'll clarify.
No, just hear my point real quick.
I don't need it.
Is God good?
Creates imbalance.
Is God good, evil, or balance?
I don't know, bro. Yo, you guys missed it, man. I fought Kosho up earlier for like an hour. It was beautiful. Run the tape back. Shit was dope.
What was the subject?
Oh, bro, we were all over the place. We were on Snell's Law, then we did a little bit of thermodynamics. It was good.
I can't listen. I can't listen to that person. So no, I won't be running that tape.
Kosho, I can barely listen to him too. I hear you. He's this tough.
Yeah, whoever's perfect is wrong. It is perfect. It is absolutely perfect.
What's perfect?
This. this creation?
The one
killing
killing each other is perfect.
Listen, while we're all
what's your
talking like
basis for
while we're all talking like silly buggers, all right?
Free will is
because
perfect,
it's
yeah.
a very silly conversation. I'll just
Raping each other is perfect.
Right.
Free will is perfect.
Think about it like your gut. Your gut's full of bacteria. Okay, it's got half bad, half good. But there is a higher good.
False analogy.
No, it isn't. There's a higher good to both. Is there not?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
No, yes is the answer.
Okay. I'm not a chemist.
I need to be able to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead. Great.
Yeah, he said an ultimate good, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a like an ultimate good to his hypothetical, right?
Just as the Buddhist saying goes, the snow falls, every flake in its appropriate place. Isn't that beautiful?
No, it's not. It's a bunch of bull.
Yeah, to you, because you're very confused.
No, well, attack me.
Clearly, you're very confused.
Well, attack me for my claims. Do you know what my claims are, and can attack them and put them in the same light as you just said? I mean, it's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It is funny.
It is when you can't.
Listening to you is funny.
Okay, go ahead. See, as you just laughed at the previous claim, go ahead and laugh at mine. Put it in the same context. Go ahead.
I mean, it wasn't almost claim that the world isn't perfect. He said he just said I'm not going to disagree with you on whoever else made the claim.
That's a great observation.
Wouldn't it be more perfect if we could fly?
No,
I said it is perfect. I never said it weren't. I said it is perfect as it is.
I know, but I feel like it would be more perfect if we could fly and no one ever got sick. And I just feel like there's a lot of ways it could be more better, if you will.
Yeah, that's going through like your own whims and calling things perfect through your lens. Who cares about that?
Who cares? You basically said, "Who gives a fuck what you think?" to me just now. Is that?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, who gives a fuck what I think? It's not about what I think.
There you go. Now you're on right track.
Oh, almost exactly. Not exactly.
Almost. I mean, I'm like merely playing. I'm not even my point. I'm just attacking yours, and you're not able to defend your fucking point of view. That's the funny thing. I'm not even giving you mine. I'm not holding any fucking point of view. I'm not being a flat earther. You're just being a fucking glober. That's what you are. All of you. Most of you, I guess. Some of you are smarter than that. I can see.
So, what's the evidence or reasoning that God is perfect? Because He made this. Could only a perfect God create this imperfect place?
No, I'll tell you my reasoning because God told me so.
All right, so we can just move on from that immediately.
What did He tell you?
Well, you can ask me how he told me or what he.
No, that's all right. I don't take that very seriously,
just,
so I'm
no,
good with just moving on from that.
Well, Fundy, what about the idea that a creator with absolute perfection can create imperfection within itself, even though that is still perfect? I didn't quite say that right. So let's say the creator having complete perfection, ability to do everything, omnipotence, omnipresence, etc., that it then separates parts of itself that can experience themselves as imperfect, like certain like physical ailments or certain disabilities that would be considered not perfect or something. But even in creating that perfection, or in creating that imperfection, it's doing that in a perfect way. If that makes sense.
What you're saying? Hold on, he's talking to me. Hold on, he's talking to me. So I agree with you, right? And I think that it isn't something that can be put into words because it is an infinite Regus fallacy, or at least a paradox. But I that's one of my favorite concepts, the paradox. And I take it very seriously. But what you're saying, in other words, if I could put it in my words, is that you're saying that there is imperfection within the perfection, but there is perfection within the imperfection, and so on and so on and so on. That there's perfection within the imperfection, and there's imperfection within the perfection, and there's imperfection within that perfection, and it's just they're just inside of each other forever, or at least to well, you could say, well, there, like, if you want to give it an ultimate ending, you could say, oh, there's perfection, but then there's imperfection within the perfection, but there's perfection within the imperfection within the perfection. I mean, I agree with that to a certain extent, but it's like it's fun how you have to say it in words out loud.
Well,
It would be like, like that the imperfection is created perfectly.
Right, which is a paradox, but I'm all about paradoxes, so I'm with you with that. Yeah.
Well, it's like there's certain like ancient like quilt makers. They make these quilts, and they purposefully make one of the squares of the quilt like upside down or sideways, or like that has like misstitching, or so they purposefully, and it's kind of part of their philosophy in a sense that because they feel like the creator's perfect, they need to kind of purposefully be imperfect so that they are kind of under the creator in a sense. So they kind of perfectly make an error in the artwork to kind of symbolize.
Again, I'm not biblically versed, but isn't there something like, who are you to judge perfection, or something like this? Like,
yes,
like, what would you understand? What would you understand about the overall plan? You as a tiny little mortal.
I love
nothing
that.
Completely.
As a question,
nothing completely.
Exactly.
But we can humans are able to grasp things that they've never been given an example of, right? So when I use the word infinity in a sentence, you pretty much 100 times out of 101 times what I'm trying to express to you. When I use the word infinity in a sentence, the meaning of my words, which I'm trying to convey. However, none of us have ever seen a single example of infinity. So somehow humans are able to grasp and communicate with concepts that have no actual example. So you can't always just limit your speech to what's empirically experienceable.
Okay, what's the difference between infinity and...
Did you cut out?
What's the difference
infinity versus what?
Eternity.
Eternity would have to do with time. Infinity doesn't necessarily have to do with time.
How so? Explain it to me, please.
Infinity can be just a quantity of like a theoretical quantity of objects, right? Or level of something. Well, eternity is, it's about time. Always has been, always will be.
So, infinity has to do with it's not a time concept.
No. When you apply infinity to time, that's when you get eternity.
So infinity is eternity if you apply time.
Sure. Yeah. Infinity plus time equals eternity.
Okay. Minus time or without time, what is infinity?
It's just generic unlimitedness.
Can you give me an example?
Only if you attach something to it.
Like what?
It is like time. Then I can explain eternity in that
Other
sense
than
as
time.
eternity.
Well, you already explained time. So other than time, what can you attach to it to explain it?
Sure. How do I say this? Ever stretching expanse.
Ever is relates to time. So.
Yeah, you're right. The word eternity is really nice that I'm aware of this word. How I would apply.
I'm only holding you to your scrutiny.
Yeah, it's fine. You're only asking for a word. I'm thinking of it.
I don't know what infinity plus distance is, but or infinity plus speed. But I mean that's how it's applied using these things as well.
Infinity
options.
Well, how can you have speed without time?
Yeah, but options and an infinite amount of options. Is there time in that?
Options. So
Possibilities.
Possibilities. Yeah. Well, what's that got to do with reality?
What's that have to do with time?
I wasn't trying to tie it down to time. I'm just saying. I'm trying to tie it down
infinite possibilities unless I had infinite time. So I guess it's connected.
Well, in that sense, maybe, but I mean, I would perceive the idea of infinity or eternality as both having. I would perceive them as two different things, actually, but still both would be dependent, in a sense, on time. But I would appreciate
a circle. You could say a circle has infinite sides.
No.
Yeah, well, the word polygon, right? Many sides. There can be 3-sided, 4-sided, 5-sided.
Many actually
right?
define that it has a
circle.
finite.
A circle is the infinitely sided polygon.
How so?
Well, don't you see the pattern? I mean, have you ever seen how a triangle is very rigid, not so round, very pointy? Then you take it to the square, the pentagon, the hexagon, the septagon, octagon, nonagon, decagon, whatever the 11gon is, dodecagon, and you see it becoming more and more round, approaching a circle. Now, you can zoom in to a 1,000,000-sided polygon, whatever that's called, and it'll look like a circle because it's approaching, perfect circularity. But if you zoom in close enough, you'll see that it's comprised of many, sides to its shape. And so the concept of being able to zoom in to, the circumference line, perimeter line, whatever, of a polygon and never be able to find a flat spot, that would be an example of infinity, and a circle would be an infinitely sided polygon.
I don't know. An octagon is an octagon. Circle been zoomed out
man.
To make an octagon.
You said an octagon is a circle?
No, I'm saying an octagon is an octagon. What Andy's saying, depending on how much I zoom in on that octagon, it can be a circle or an octagon or a hexagon, depending on the level of zoom.
No, I said a 1,000,000. I said a 1,000,000-sided polygon may look from a distance like
Who
a
cares what
circle,
it looks like?
but if you get close enough, you'll notice that it's actually made out of flat faces, just like how you might see a circle
A
on your
circle
phone
is made
screen.
of flat base.
Hold the fuck on. Hold on. You might look at your cell phone screen, smartphone screen, television screen, and see a circle on the screen. And you might just go ahead and not think too hard about it and say, I'm looking at a circle. But if you get closer to it, you'll notice that your screen is made out of pixels, which are rigidly square in their geometry. And then if you look close enough at that circle, you're going to realize that it's actually made of a bunch of stair-stepping square right angles, not round. You zoomed in close enough to see that it has many sides, but a finite amount that you can actually count.
A finite amount that you can't actually. So what makes it finite if you can't count it?
No, those are like synonymous almost. What's your question?
No, it's synonymous. Anonymous. How do you say? The complete opposite. Count it, then it is finite. It's not.
Yeah, if something is finite, it has a specific amount.
Count it. Yeah, and you can count it, obviously.
Yeah.
Yep.
How are you this lost, man? How much longer do we have to go?
Smash, bro. Smash.
Yeah, you
Listen
gotta
to
pick
him.
up on that.
What do you mean? How?
There is something about like being sober when someone else is drunk. There really is like a difference in.
Yeah.
There's like it's a disharmony sometimes when that's the case.
Oh, I just had that conversation with Helio. He was drunk and I'm sober, and it was agonizing. I'm like, I can't fucking talk to this guy anymore. I'm like, he just keeps babbling and sidetracking, and I can't finish like one coherent thought. Like one sentence, he's already derailing at some other place. I'm like, oh God. And he keeps repeating the same thing like 5 or 6 times in a row.
That's kind of helpful to me, actually, because I was an alcoholic for a long time. But I was never sloppy drunk. I just drank to get straight, if you know what I mean. You probably don't, because you've never been down that hell, but it's awful. But
I don't want to go down that road.
No, please don't. Please don't.
When you're drinking alone just to stay normal.
Yeah. Oh,
I smoke weed. I smoke weed to stay normal.
Yeah, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. Like I don't think cannabis is a bad thing.
It's not the same league as bad. No, I wouldn't say that at all. In fact, I think there's a lot of medical uses for it, especially. But on the other hand, if you're doing it to excess, it could be.
Well, the thing.
Remember that movie? Remember that movie with Dave Chappelle, and he was in the rehab, and Dave Chappelle was like, "You're in here for," or Bob Saget was Dave Chappelle was in there for weed and telling his thing. Bob Saget gets up and goes, "You're in here for some weed? I used to suck coke for dick." You don't remember that movie with the weed, Mr. Nice Guy?
Yeah, but you're saying it backwards. Isn't it dick for coke?
I think that's on purpose, isn't it?
No, but he said coke for dick. He said it backwards.
Oh, I thought he did that on purpose.
You mean in the movie he says it backwards? I don't think so.
Well, that made it even funnier. They should have done it that way around.
Yeah. I don't know if Jeremy's just saying it backwards or yeah. I think in the movie.
That's how Bob Saget said it in the movie.
Yeah. I used to suck coke for dick.
What was the name of that shit? Days.
What in the movie he's saying it back?
Yeah, he said it backwards in the movie. It was funny. What was the name of that movie? Half Baked.
You know what I want? I want to talk to Samson.
Here, I just posted the clip of it. No, he says dick for coke. He doesn't say it backwards, but he does say that.
Nice one,
it was
Jeff.
funnier backwards.
Bob Faggot.
You got it.
He sucked dick for coke.
Bob Faggot.
No, coke for dick.
Coke for dick, motherfucker. Gio was being
half
okay. See,
half
he boiled
That's
up
a good movie.
Yeah, you got it. You boiled down the argument, made the point. That was specific.
See, now that's a dangerous drug. Like people that do a lot of that have a lot of negative consequences. But I know potheads that have smoked pot for forever and they don't have any. They're not like getting heart attacks and stuff. If you're doing coke or smoking crack, it's like you lose a lot of IQ points fast.
What's interesting about cocaine and of course crack as well, and all the different versions, is that the coca leaf, which is where the cocaine alkaloid comes from, is actually a medicine. I mean, similar to cannabis in a way. I mean, it has different effects than cannabis, but it's actually quite mild. Like it doesn't really do, the way that cocaine does. You can, they have like blood. They have like coca tea. You can use it in a tea. It's actually like a sacred medicine, and it's used. It has all kinds of benefits. And so it's interesting that really the only reason when it turns into cocaine or crack is because they're synthetically extracting the cocaine alkaloid and then, snorting it up your nose or doing, that's when it turns into a problem.
You've heard that
guys eat the leaves though, like they're addicted to them. I guess.
No, coca leaves are not really addictive though. I mean, people do chew them every day kind of thing, but I don't think they have like a physical, at least not like a major. I mean, maybe similar to like caffeine, although it's different than caffeine, but it could have some kind of qualities like that. But
weren't we talking about this one day where they put something inside the cocoa leaf and then chew on that?
No, they chew the leaf by itself, just the coca leaf.
The workers. Yeah. How about when they make it crack cocaine?
No, Jeremy's right there. It's called Lesia or Lesia. It's like a little It's like a little thing that is made from different plants that you chew it with the leaf, and then it helps the alkaloids absorb stronger.
You know the difference between the medicine and the poison is only the dosage. So you take the coca leaf and then you dose it up 1,000 times, and now it could be deadly.
Yeah, well, what they're doing with the case of cocaine, they're like extracting it into a synthetic powder kind of thing.
Right. It's at 1,000 times potency. It's not meant to be that potent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's refined.
Being moderate is better.
Yeah, microdose it.
I never. I've heard microdosing the psilocybin is actually doing a world of good for a lot of people.
Well, yeah, with the whole like people with anxiety, it depends. I mean, it depends for different people. Like, it's very subjective, I would say.
That's the difference between medicine and poison. Like, if you microdose the mushrooms or LSD or whatever, and you don't take enough to get high, but then someone takes 100 times that, and they're just fucked, right? They don't even know. They're just spinning. So the guy that takes like the 1% dosage, he feels normal, but like slightly better mood, maybe clearer thoughts. That's the way how you got to balance yourself. If you could find like just that right microdose.
Yeah, but isn't it more balanced not having it? I mean, experiencing the world as it is.
Honestly, I would say fuck a microdose if you're trying to figure that thing out. I mean, microdosing's for pussies.
No, man, if you're trying to say you go to work and you got to drive and you got to work and you got to be coherent. You can't be all.
Then don't do it. Then take your weekend.
That's not understanding the drug.
Underneath the guys with paranoia and in the rat race and all that shit, because that's the worst time to open your gates.
Well, Grim, I mean, it's a different use application. I mean, a medium or high dose certainly has its type of use, but microdosing can be used for a lot of different benefits that are different. It's not just like a wimpy version necessarily. Like using it in the microdose actually has its own, because in a lot of cases you can still go along your day. You can go to work, you can go shopping, you can do what you want to do. So you're not like, inebriated, as it were. And then there's various benefits that it has in that very low dosage.
Yeah, I'll concede. I mean, it depends on your condition and the type of person you are, right? Like, what you're experiencing, what you're trying to solve. as a problem. Let's say you have anxiety, microdosing can be beneficial. But if you're trying to get over some obstacle in your life, some big thing, maybe a big dose can be more beneficial. It depends. I mean, right?
It's kind of like if you go out for lunch and you have a couple beers, you're not going to get shit faced because you got to go back to work, right? So you don't want to do like 12 shots. You just want to do like have a little buzz. Okay, after a half hour, you're good to drive. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I don't like the taste of beer, you know. So
Well, if you
like,
do it
I only
fine,
want to
drink something
do it on the weekends, kind of thing. Kind of keep
mixed
my
drinks, whatever
drug
you
use
want.
in my.
Mixed drink, Long Island iced tea or whatever tastes good. You could
I
drink
just
something.
have a problem. Like I already have a problem with some people. Just their IQs. I don't trust they should be even driving heavy machinery and shit like this. But then also they're gonna be on fucking shrooms and they're stupid.
No,
I'm
no.
just not cool with it.
Not even that. If you're operating machinery, you don't want to be high at all. I mean, but what I'm saying
That's
is like
what my
if there's a
point
low
is.
enough.
You said at work while they're at work and doing this and that. I'm like, well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
why
you
don't
won't
you just
even
wait
know
till
you're
the
high.
weekend?
You ain't high. You ain't high. It's just like you said, if you have anxiety or whatever, if you got stress, you're like really stressed off. The boss is stressing you out. You take it, and it just eases your anxiety. You're not stressed out, and you can go about your
Listen,
day.
I microdose too. I take a couple of little gummies, and we have shroom gummies here, right? And and it's still not something you want to be playing with when if you're driving or doing anything like that.
It depends
You
on
got sitting
what
behind the
you're
office
doing. I
or
mean,
something.
I spent 12 years of my life as a banker, right? I would never get high during work time. I would never do that because
Yeah,
I
fuck
need
with your money on
I need
that.
100% concentration 100% of the time where I'm doing my job. I can't get high. I would do it afterward. But
He passed the threshold, dude. It ain't micro after you're high. You've passed the threshold of microdose, dude. That's what you don't get. I mean, there's a dose where it doesn't make you high, like a very minor amount.
yeah, I get it. I'm saying when I'm doing my job, it depends on the job. Like operating heavy machinery, you wouldn't get high, not even microdose, when you're operating fucking heavy machinery, right? You wouldn't risk it.
I wouldn't. No.
You're not supposed to. I have a feeling you would. Just to be fair and honest.
If you're sitting at a desk programming a computer and you have a mild, let's say if you got a level 1 through 100, like 100 you're just blown out high, and then level 1 it's barely perceivable. I'm saying like level 1, just like very almost imperceivable. That's what I mean. Like that's your microdose. It's hardly affecting you. It's just taking the edge off your stress. That's what I mean. You're still clear thoughts and everything.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, psilocybin in particular with microdosing can be like for some people that have like certain types of depression, like doing a microdose of mushrooms like on a daily basis. In some cases, like their depression is gone. At least for that amount of time. I mean,
no matter how many drugs
to
I
say that
do,
they've
it doesn't
gotten
take
to
away
the
my
root of.
stress.
Not to say that.
The way I think about a thing that takes away my stress. I mean, it doesn't. It's not a drug that does it for me. You know what I mean? I think a lot of these guys they might do better with thought exercises and shit like that help them calm down than thinking that they need to rely on a magic mushroom or a pill or something going inside of you when these things that are bothering you are external. You need to change some of the things around you, your environment, shit like that. You know what I mean? And then fuck with them drugs recreationally and experiment with them and such in the right, for real, like the full effect, because that's what opens your goddamn mind and your gateway, and that's what it's useful for. I mean, I'm seeing in pharmacology getting involved. People want to make money and they're talking about, yeah, you should microdose. You should always be taking one a day. You should, and there's your fucking, now you're building a customer base. You can do marketing, right?
I kind of agree with you, but I kind of disagree in a sense. It's different. Like, it depends. Like, for a person, a microdose can be beneficial. For another, the full dose could be more beneficial, right? It depends.
Right, but I'm just saying, right now it's pretty cool the way it is, because if you start opening the door to everybody microdosing, nobody's gonna just be micro fucking dosing, dude.
No,
People
of
are
course
just
not.
dishing all over the place at work all the time. It's all
You don't
fucking
want to be
cool.
dependent. I don't, and like nobody should be
That's
drug
dangerous,
dependent.
man.
It is bad. It's a bad habit. Like if it's every day, no one said to do it every day. But like
Well,
say
that's
you're
what microdosing is for anxiety, right? You get a prescription and you take 2 a day, and you.
No,
This
not
is
every,
literally what they're
not
talking
necessarily.
about. It's not like you microdosing just on the weekends, because then
No,
otherwise, why
you're
microdose?
not always stressed out. It's like you don't always have a headache. Do you always need to take aspirin every day? You don't always have a headache. Like only certain days you might be stressed out about a deadline, and then once that deadline's over, you're not stressed. That's what I mean. It doesn't necessarily mean do it daily.
Right. And usually people that microdose don't necessarily, it's not like you just do it every day of the year or something. Like you might do it for a week and then you take 2 weeks off, or you do it for 3 days, take 3 days off. And there's a lot of herbs that can, there's, I mean, I could name 20, 30 right off the top of my head that help with depression, St. John's wort, bacopa. There's a lot of different herbs that have sort of beneficial effects in terms of that as well. So in the same way, like those are medicinal herbs that you could take. It's not something it's not like a pharmaceutical that you're just on for the rest of your life, but it's something that could, I mean, even with cannabis, I mean, a lot of people have, the cannabis helps with their depression or whatever. So
Look at my camera, right? Oh, sorry. It looks like a fucking rave going on in my house with these Halloween lights. You see that?
It does look like a rave. Galaxy.
Yeah, this is the shroom gummies, right?
Shroom gummies.
Yeah.
How much are those?
It's about an 1/8 altogether.
Like how much does it cost for that 8?
About $25.
Oh, that's
Well,
not bad.
Yeah.
Well, how do you feel about the different doing shrooms and doing acid? Would you classify them as?
No, acid, to me, real acid was way better.
Yeah, when
I
you
mean,
say
I know a lot
better,
of
I mean,
people are like, they like their shrooms and whatever, but I might, that I never got on. I've eaten a lot of shrooms. I've never gotten quite as absolutely, separated.
yeah,
As I have on actually.
I can appreciate that. Me, thing like connected nature example with shrooms, I
felt
don't
the
get.
same way on acid, connected to nature in every single way, dude. I mean, the grass was growing and the sky was crystals and fucking,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I guess it depends, but yeah, it's. I don't know. Yeah, it's different for different people, but yeah.
You muted your mic.
yeah, I have television going on in the house. I went to go in for a second. I didn't want to get a copyright or something on the channel.
I put some LED lights up like that for my nephew. It's like a strip of tape, and I put it around the top of the room like that, and they change colors with a little remote.
Yeah.
He likes it.
My wife did this today.
Actually, that's pretty cool when you're tripping to have some lights on like that. Have a dark room and then your lights. It's kind of like I only do a little bit of cannabis. I don't trip on mushrooms or other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I go to a lot of exposés and because I grow cannabis for a living here in California, and these guys they give you shit all the time. Like, hey man, try these, and like I don't ever even try them hardly. Give it away.
I used to grow too. I'm in Michigan. It was legalized about 10 years ago. So I used to do that for a while. Then it's the pricing has went down the toilet, so not too many people can do it, make a living at it.
Yeah, my I still get top dollar for my indoor, but outdoor is like fucking $800 to $1,000 a pound. It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you got a battle with mites or not so much outdoors?
No, yeah, you do, but I mean, I have trap plants and all kinds of shit that keeps the mites away. Because I don't use
I think they
pesticides.
put it in the soil, dude. Like when you get your soil at the grocery store, I think the mites are in there.
The good thing about having acreage in California is I don't need to buy soil from anybody.
Oh,
We
I
got the
know.
best soil in the world.
I'm in the
Yeah.
city. We gotta buy it. Like there's nowhere to go get soil.
Oh, that sucks.
Not only that, but it's like I was buying like Fox Farm, Happy Frog, and I was mixing them. I was throwing some worm castings. I was growing organic, and it's a nicer quality. But buying the soil, it sucks. You know what I mean? It's just like that's a lot of your cost goes into that.
You got to get into like living soil and having worms and shit alive in your soil and
I bought the worm castings. We just buy those and mix them in.
right. But if you do the living soil though, you don't have to buy new soil every time, right?
Yeah, I'd have to have some land. See, you got the right growing conditions too. Grow year round, perfect climate. Over here we get bud rot. Always during the fall is when your buds start to rot because it gets wet and then it just never dries out because it's too damp and cold and all your cannabis goes to shit. It just rots.
Yeah.
If you don't harvest it in time, the problem is
That's why
you
we
gotta
use
wait.
tunnels. That's why we use the tunnels, right? And you can tarp your shit and then blow fans through it and kerosene heaters and air dryer. Basically you dry the airs through the tunnels.
If you've got that much space, yeah. If you got a right outdoor plot where you can put a tent like a greenhouse over it, then you're golden.
Oh yeah, we got 7 of those.
Sounds like you got the right setup, man. You know your shit.
Yeah. It's you know what? The first couple times I grew, I was like, oh man, this isn't gonna work out. And then I just it was just like it just clicked.
Do you plant them in the ground or you plant them in containers?
So I use 100-gallon smart pots.
100-gallon. Holy shit.
100-gallon smart pots. Yeah.
That's a big fucking pot.
There's a lot of
The
pots.
biggest ones I grew in is a fucking 10-gallon pot. Enough 100-gallon. Holy shit.
Yeah, man.
You must have some good yields.
Yeah, well, I veg for all winter long, all my plants in the greenhouses, and then I drop those outside because they're too big for the greenhouses, and then I just do sea of green in the fucking greenhouses during that time, and then I just rotate and just keep going. Two doing this, 2 doing that, and 2 doing this.
When do they flower? Do they flower at the same time that ours do, like in September, October, like right now?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I know it's kind of a topic change, unless you guys want to.
No.
I could do this all day. If I'm boring you, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to ask Grim what your thoughts were on ether. Yeah, because I know like you do have some alternative concepts in terms of when it comes to the space time and debunking a lot of that. But I know you still are on the globe side, so I just wonder how ether lines up in your mind.
Well, I mean, I would think of it as
because you're also Electric Universe too, so that.
Yeah, I would think of
wait. You're a glober?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm shocked.
One of the you might say that.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Because I'm not. I am, but I'm not. Right? I'm not that guy who thinks that the consensus argument is the safe bet. Right? Because I don't. I have a firm belief that if you're just relying on the consensus for all your arguments, then you're going to be the last one to ever find out anything new. Right? Obviously, because everyone else has to know it first, and then you get to know it. Right. But then there's also, like black holes, Big Bang, neutron stars, all this shit, man, I don't believe in. Right. Expansion of the space. And I have good reason not to believe it, too. I mean, it's not just because, I don't like the way it sounds and I don't believe in it. It's because I've seen alternatives for those things that actually do work. Like plasma redshifts in the laboratory. depending on particular state of charge that it's in, it could redshift or blue shift. So, and there's all different kinds of shit with the way, you know, the ions moving underneath the electrons cause the light to, you know, do different wonky shit as well. Things that they call phenomena and unexplained with their particle physics at the time. So the ether to me would be like, let's say, a light propagation field, right? And when I say field, that's just only because, you know, I'm calling it's the ether, but when I say it that way, it helps the guys from the other axiom not, you know, freak out right away and glaze over, because I didn't say the word ether quite yet. But like a light propagation field, that it's you know, it expresses itself when it's folded over onto itself through particular stresses, like, you know, electromagnetic stresses, like in the Casimir experiment, or, you know, different things like that, where they say these virtual particles pop in and out of existence and they're always there and all of that kind of stuff. Well, it's kind of the same idea as that, with that being evidence for my idea too, right? Like that virtual particle is also evidence for us folding the ether in on itself till we can pick it up with our equipment and measure it in a certain way, observe it in any way. So it's an unobservable substrate, basically, that, you know, we can't detect until, you know, we compress it in such a way that it becomes, you know, detectable.
You lost me, bro. I'm fucking lost.
See, that's why you shouldn't mess with these mushrooms.
There's too many incoherent thoughts, Pat. I mean, maybe it makes sense if you're high, but I can't follow the train of thought. Anyone who grows cannabis, dude, should be like a flat earther. I mean, I feel that if you've done that, and especially 100-pound pots, like, you should be next level. Like, flat earth should be nothing for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I spent more of my time arguing against black holes even being able to exist mathematically and shit like that. You know, when they tell you a Big Bang, but there's two Big Bangs they're talking about. At either any given time, they'll use one or exchange it for the other, depending on whatever topic they're talking about. So there's a cognitive dissonance in that, because in none of those two Big Bangs can you have more than one black hole, right? And then mathematically they don't comport. So these singularities and blah blah
It's
blah.
all pseudoscience, dude. All the black hole stuff, all the outer space stuff. What they've done is they've mixed it. What they do is they want to throw us off the trail. So they throw us these purposeful deceptions, right? They have things that are invented just to keep us off the trail, like NASA, right? NASA's pure invent. The reason it was brought up is to divert us away from flat Earth. For whatever reason, they want us to believe this ball thing, this heliocentric thing. They don't want us looking anywhere else. And even the jet fuel thing, I was talking about this with Helio, but he was too fucking drunk. They don't want us knowing about the jet fuel thing because it would completely destroy the whole 9/11 bullshit story. It was already not believed by, I'd say, half the people don't believe the official narrative of 9/11, half the people at least. But if you were to find out that there's no fuel on the plane, or very little fuel, the other half of the people would completely dismiss it.
No, I do know what you mean there, but wouldn't the jet fuel hoax be a lot about money as well? Just a huge
both. But I mean, wouldn't it be Geo? Could you imagine if the other half of the people found out? I mean, half the people know 9/11 is bullshit. If the other half woke up, it's game over. Like right now, half the people don't believe it, right? At least half have some question about it. They think maybe explosives or whatever. But if you realize that that's completely impossible, and because there's no fuel on the plane, we know there's no planes involved at all. But what if you learned the planes didn't even contain fuel? Now the other half of the people, or the other 90%, wake up.
I'm not trying to throw salt or anything, right? But you know, when I was a youngster, I lived in Atlanta, right? And my dad had a painting company there, and we got the contracts to do all of the front doors for, I think it was like 8,000 freaking units or something like that around the city. and it was because the varnish had peeled off the doors because they dump the kerosene or jet fuel, right? Before they were dumping it in a more often than I guess they should be or whatever. So I don't know if there's like, I don't know what that conspiracy, like what we're talking about, like there's no jet fuel on a plane or something. I mean,
well,
you want to
okay.
see
well,
evidence against it?
I was gonna say, Ron, it's something I hadn't actually thought about. Is that like it actually kind of does put the jet fuel, if you want to call it the jet fuel hoax, perhaps like there's like if you're saying that there's that connection to it, it's just something I hadn't thought about. Meaning that like with the 9/11 component, because of course when many of us know that we're not even planes used at all, but when the kind of explosions happen, people think that's because the plane went in there and then the jet fuel exploded. So I guess it reminds me of like the idea of like when you're a liar, it's like you keep getting caught in your lies, more and more. Then all of a sudden they kind of are the lies are at cross purposes. And then, so yeah, like now they're having to kind of buffer all these things. And then it ends up being like a house of cards.
Right. Like here's a couple pictures from an airplane. They were scrapping it. They were cutting the wing open, right? I'm watching them demolish this. And inside the wing, it's bone fucking dry. You can literally see dust when he's cutting it apart with this shear. There's like powder coming out from the wing. There's other.
Yeah, but they definitely use fuel. I mean, Ron, with like planes that are like private jets and stuff, those are all fueled. I mean, I've talked to people that actually fuel those and stuff. What?
I don't own one, so I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, I've talked to people that have actually fueled them themselves, and I have some people in my family that are pilots and stuff. I mean, planes.
I have a pilot. My cousin's a pilot.
Planes definitely use fuel. I guess what it comes down to would be like my thought on it currently, and let me hear what you think as well. My thought would be if there's something going on with this, that it would be really just the commercial airlines. So not necessarily like private jets or like other types of planes, but really like the commercial airline, and then you could maybe link the military into that as well, military planes. And then my thought would be that they just have basically designed them to be more like hybrids where they use a lot less fuel, like way less fuel, especially at high altitude.
Check this out, Gio. I did a research.
So in that case, they would just be saving so much money and charging us so much money that I think that motivation alone, because I mean, they print the money. It's not like they need our money, but they need us to be screwed over as much as possible for their power structure. So it's not that they need our actual dollars. It's just that they need us to be paying maximum amount for everything, including airline tickets and, food.
Not only that, Gio, but the exhaust from that jet fuel, in the 90s, I think it's 96 or something, they added the JP8 fuel or some other additive where it's basically nanoparticulates of like coal ash and barium and shit like that. And that's kind of what they're finding when they call these things chemtrails and they're testing. Can you hold on a second? I want that off. Yeah. Okay.
It would make sense if it was just the commercial airlines. They're not going to let everyone. They're not going to let everyone in on it, right? And if they were cutting the wing open, for what the other guy said, if they're cutting the wing open, they're not going to cut it when it's full of fuel, right? They're going to empty it out, and it's going to be bone dry.
In it, there was never ever fuel in it. Is my point. There's no. Okay, if you put fuel in something, there's a stain. Like the paint is not going to look virgin fresh on every surface. A fuel tank does not look like that inside.
But there was a tank.
Look at the pictures in Livestream I just dropped. I did more than just snap a few pictures. I researched this a lot.
I was into this too before, and I'm kind of on the fence on it right now.
Let me point out the pics. Are you looking at the pictures?
Hold on.
I've always had an intuitive feeling that there is something with this jet fuel hoax, although I don't think it's as extreme as that they don't use any fuel. My sense of it, and again, this is just my more intuitive because I don't have any way to go physically verify those commercial airlines, obviously. But yeah, it would make sense that they use a lot less. And another thing I'll say, and this is, again, just me, it's anecdotal. I don't have any physical proof of this or anything. But one of the last times I was on an airplane, flying, I really just closed my eyes and I was really trying to just tune in to what was going on. just with everything. And this is what it felt like to me. It seemed like there was regular fuel usage at ground level and at takeoff. And then it seemed like once we leveled out at, 25, 30, 35,000 feet, it seemed like it flipped into a different mode. It went into a different mode. And in that second mode, it seemed like there was like almost like an electrical feel, like an electrical whirring kind of energy to it. And so, and it almost seems more recent. I don't know if it's actually the same, like way back in the 90s, but I'm just saying this is like my recent experience. And I definitely felt like there was, and when I say feel, it was like a mixture of, I'm not just saying I just randomly just, thought this one day. It was like my, essentially like my own way of kind of tuning into the physical environment around me. And in that sense, it did seem like there was like an electrical support. And so in that sense, if they are designing the engines to have something like that, some kind of an added electrical motor that possibly works with vortexing, that would allow them to use a lot less fuel. And in that case, just use a lot less at that high altitude.
It's
on that note, on that notion of it changing recently, just from my personal experience, I don't know if any of you guys experienced the same thing or remember the same thing as me, but when I was growing up, when a plane flew overhead, you could hear it, right? I don't know. I just remember being a kid so much and hearing the sound of just like sort of like almost like a high pitch and low pitch, like sort of rumble along paired with like a screeching, like and a low pitch and high pitch at the same time. And I've videotaped planes flying over my head like hundreds of times in the past year. And you know what? All the videos, I can post them. They're all silent. I don't hear the planes flying overhead anymore. It's as if they're not making any sound at all anymore, like they used to.
What we got to do is ask some of these Globers that know what happens behind every closed door in every building on Earth, and just see what they're doing.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, they have the well.
Okay,
well, no, funny. I know
the reason why you can't hear the planes on the videos, right? Because of the noise suppression in the video. It's a constant noise that gets suppressed.
No, we're talking about
no. I'm not talking about it being captured on the microphone of my camera. I'm saying as a kid, I would hear a sound like I'd be inside of my house and I'd hear.
Yeah, I still hear them.
And I'd step outside and I'd say, "Oh, there must be a plane flying overhead because I can hear."
Quiet, dude.
I can hear something. What?
They've gotten a lot quieter. He's right, because there could be.
I can still hear him though.
My house, dude. I'm in Detroit, and I get them flying over my house sometimes low, and you don't hear them screaming. They're just like a rush of wind. There's no screaming jet engine.
I don't know, man. The ones that be flying over my house, I hear them. They're loud.
It depends what kind.
Noticeably loud for me when a plane's flying over.
Are you getting military jets? Like when I go by Selfridge, is not too far from me. The jets coming into Selfridge, the military jets are still screaming loud. The big jumbo cargo jets are not.
Yeah, see, there may be different things going on. Like some may actually have. There may be different things, but another thing. What do you guys think about this? In line with what Fundy said about the volume of these things, I also feel like when I was younger. Like I even remember in high school and college that I would take earplugs with me to put in my ears for the airplane trip because I found it so loud. Or I would have like noise canceling headphones. But I remember a couple of times I used earplugs. And yeah, I mean, people do. You use earplugs in general sometimes, like to help them sleep. But anyways, I always felt like it was very loud. Whereas now it does seem a lot quieter, like on commercial jets. Like it's almost...
They're silent, dude.
They're almost silent. Like when you're in there, like you can hear everything. Like, because I just feel like in the younger years in those big airlines, it was like rumbling more or less. It was like this white noise, whereas now it's just kind of like a somewhat normal environment.
Dude, my hair dryer.
That's a turbofan compared with a turbojet.
It depends on the jet you're on.
They probably got better with the precision engine. They probably got better with the.
Called the turbofan engine.
What's up, Zanuck? What's up, Zanuck? Hi.
Oh, I said the answer and no one acknowledged that I said it. reason that
Sorry,
turbojet versus turbofan are much more noisy.
It was in the middle of Jeremy talking. That's why no one was trying to hear exactly what you were saying.
So they probably got better with the precision. Go ahead.
I said it 3 times before
Oh,
Jeremy.
they definitely did get better with the technology.
Yeah, and it wasn't appreciated any time that you did it either because you picked all. It's all about timing, brother.
Well, it's all about trying to save.
All right. Well, do you guys, when there's multiple people talking, what we just have to do is like, kind of like Sign was saying, like when you hear someone else talking, just stop. Just every time stop. That way, there's probably one that won't. Well, see, that's the problem. And everyone doesn't want to stop because they want to be the next one in. They don't want to.
Right. Somebody got slick to that.
It's a serious dilemma.
It's just a way of being respectful, though. I mean, you just. I do it all the time. I'll stop and give way. And the point is that if 2 people talk and the one guy stops and the other guy goes, the kind of energy of the room should be, well, the other guy that was trying to speak, he goes next. It's just like a natural cue system.
Yeah, you can hear it. Sucks when I hear someone trying to get in like 10 times and they just won't let them. It's like,
Yeah.
You know, we need a CB radio. Like one person, you can only have one person talk at a time, and then like when the guy's hitting the CB thing, he has to let go, and then someone else can hear.
Dude, I know. Well, actually, the only way to do it on here, because I looked into like bots, for Discord, and I did get a bot where it's like a voice cue, and so it's like everybody has to click an emoji, like it'd be in the chat or whatever. You click an emoji and it adds you to the voice queue. And then when you're done speaking, actually the moderator has to do it. The moderator clicks to the next person, so, but it even does it where it mutes, like it'll mute the whole room. And let's say, Ron, you're the first on the queue, you'll be unmuted. And then whenever the moderator hits the next person, you get automatically muted and the other guy gets unmuted and then keeps going like that. So that's kind of
that is so much fucking work right there.
Yeah, and it also wouldn't allow us for much of an organic conversation.
It's not as fluid. Yeah, it's not as fluid. Sometimes if someone knows how to insert something quick and then shut the fuck up, it's not as annoying as when someone purposely, the guys that overtalk you on purpose, trying to fucking ruffle your feathers.
Right.
Those
Xanax.
Yeah, Xanax wondering why we didn't all bow to him when he comes in the room because his history is beyond, let's just say,
it's deplorable. I don't even know what that word means.
He's going to tell us what that word means and why the engines are quieter. Let's go ahead, Zach.
Oh, no, I think what he was saying is likely true. There are different types of...
Likely, that is the answer. So saving you guys multiple keystrokes and multiple words to expel out your mouths when the answer is really simple. You might not have thought about it, but the reason that they're quiet now, Gio, is that they are turbofan engines, which are big, huge propellers.
They've always been that way.
And what year?
They have not been that way.
What year did that come about? What year is the changeover?
Well, they've been. The change was probably in the 70s, but they got in the 90s.
Watch out for that! Oh, it's in the house. You're on your foot. Get them out.
No.
Kind of commercial.
Now they've got large. They almost so the 737, for example, just recently in the last 10 years got larger turbofan engines, which made them even further quieter. So they still were turbofans, but they were much larger, and they had that little. They're so big they had to make the bottoms flattened initially, and they changed the whole design of the airplane. But because it's so round, the bottom had it so it wouldn't hit the ground.
I hear you, Xanax. Ron, so what do you think is like? Since we brought up the jet fuel hoax thing, like Ron, what do you think? Like, what's your assessment on it? What do you think? What do you think's going on with it? What's your current?
You look at the pictures I dropped. Even going to the SR-71, the Blackbird. This is the Airbus. If you go to the last picture first, this is the largest commercial airplane in the world, the Airbus A380. So it's going to have this wing, right? This is the assembly process. The very last picture, the skin is off of the wing. This is just showing you a relative size compared to a person, how big it is, how big the area is. The next one shows a guy working through a hole. There's a series of holes on the underside of the wing that are maintenance holes. These little like manhole. You take it off to get at the mechanical workings if you have to do a repair. So that wouldn't make a very good fuel storage. And here's the guy laying on his back. It shows you also how big this wing section is. Not very big. So we're supposed to believe that whole entire thing is a fuel tank, right? That's what they're trying to tell us, but yet they got all these holes in it. And it's supposed to, the wing, the actual, what just happened? Shit.
Oh,
yeah, that's part of the baffling, so the fuel doesn't slosh around.
Okay, but that if you look at that wing, right? That wing that the guy's crawling through, you see his feet sticking through it. We're supposed to believe that that wing can hold 600 tons of weight. Those two wings.
Yes.
I just in this picture, I dropped a bridge. There's a bridge that a tank they use to cross tanks over. I think it's like 60 feet long,
I saw that
and
too.
it holds 70 tons. This is a bridge made of steel, 70 tons. If I was to drive that 70-ton tank on that fucking wing that guy's crawling through, it would shear off faster than you could blink an eye.
Well, now
weighs
you're not.
more than 10.
Now
This
you're not
weighs
understanding
more
the basic
than 10.
engineering on cantilever. It's not pivoted from one point like that bridge is. It's a whole different
Do you
structure.
think I could drive? Wait, do you think this riveted wing, riveted to an aluminum plane, can hold a 70-ton tank?
No, not in one spot. It's spread.
If it could,
the force is spread out over the entire.
Hold on. If it could, they would use airplane wings to cross. They would use them as a bridge. This wing would not hold nowhere near that weight. So this airplane doesn't weigh nearly what they're telling us, and it doesn't have fuel in the wings.
Of course it does. You know, you can go back to that's one of the things I'd studied in college was airplane design and aeronautical engineer, and we went over all this: the volumes of the plane, the size of the fuel tanks, how the weight's distributed. You're showing us right here with this picture of this bridge that you don't understand the concept of cantilever or how the forces are.
How do you know what I understand and what I don't understand?
Because you give the example.
Dude, we're trying to have a good conversation.
No, it is. I'm just being really honest that because you give this example, now that's intuitively how most people think of it. Oh, it's 700 tons. This weighs 700 tons. Also, it's held by a tank, and we're going to make it a bridge for
70
crossing.
tons.
Or 70
It would rip that wing off like paper.
Yeah, because it's not made that way. It's not even close to this. It's
if I tried to hold a
Should I give you a quick drawing of where the forces are? Let me give you a drawing of this.
All right,
Dude, it's completely opposite.
Hold on. I know. All right, if you guys want to debate this like in that style, that's cool. But just Ron, could you I'm just curious what your overall like. Do you think it's no fuel? Do you think it's some fuel? Do you think they have?
I'm not sure. I don't think the wings have any fuel at all. And I think there's maybe a separate tank for the APU. There's an APU it's a separate engine that powers the electric, the hydraulic.
There's several of them, but they're in the back of the plane.
Yes, APU, and I think that one's a different type of jet engine that requires fuel. It's like and the other ones are once the air is rushing in, it creates like a vortex, and it's a self-sustaining where the vortices and the compressed air self-maintaining. You don't have that same.
Do you know how a ducted fan works?
Yeah, no, I understand that idea as well. That would also make sense in terms of.
It doesn't make sense, Gio.
In terms of if it was electric. See, my thought though, Ron, it may need some electrical support to do that, though. You know, to keep that vortex.
It's going through the electric soup of the air.
It's going to need.
God. Are you for real? Come on, man. Did you know how a ducted fan works? You know, I can give you an equation right now off the top of my head that I remember. I don't know why, but I remember it. 13 times the diameter times the efficiency times the power to the 2/3 power. That'll tell you exactly how much thrust you have in pounds that comes out of any engine that's spinning. Any engine.
I'm not concerned with that. I'm just right now talking about, do you think there's fuel in that wing?
Well, no, you said that these things could be a self-sustaining vortex, self-generating pressure differential converting.
What I'm showing you now
nonsense. I mean, come on.
Is a wing. Do you think the wing is a fuel tank?
Yeah, the wing is a fuel tank. Yes.
Now, where is the fuel tank?
Well, most of the fuel is in the center, and it goes out to the edge of the wings, or to the maybe a third out to the wings.
Do you think this guy is going to the fuel tank? Why is there so many holes in the bottom, the underside of the wing?
Well, those aren't going to be left open when the wing's
right.
Wing's
Do you
done.
think I'm just going to put a patch on there and make this many?
No, there's a
holes?
seal. No, there's a seal that's on there. They put a plate and a seal, and the ones that are inside the wings are actually designed to let fuel flow from wing to wing, chamber to chamber.
You're
and also
playing the
baffling within it. Can I finish? Can I finish the sentence?
All right.
It's designed to baffle the fuel. Thank you for that acknowledgement. It's designed to baffle the fuel so it doesn't slosh around.
Okay. Now, do you understand every segment needs a pump, right? If you're going to have a baffle, what this guy's crawling through to you is a baffle, right?
No.
That's a structural support member. The thing is,
between each one, there's many pumps, but that's not.
Of course, you would need a pump.
No, they
between
keep
every
the pump so
segment.
they can send fuel from one tank to the other to keep it balanced, and also a main pump that brings it into the engines.
Each segment would
So
have its own. It would have to have its own pump. Every segment. How are you going to get it out if there's no pump? How are you going to suck it out?
I told you there's pumps, but they're not there for the reason you think they are.
Okay. Well, I'm at anyone but you. I want to talk to anyone but you. So
yeah,
anyone.
I was gonna say we were actually having a pretty cool, like more like podcast style discussion, and then Zanuck came in doing his thing. So I was gonna ask Ron, like, do you want to debate with Zanuck, or should we just move on and actually have?
No. I just wanted to talk to the rest of the people real quick and just touch on these photos.
They're going to blow smoke up your ass. That's great, but I was just going to try to or sunshine. But I'm just letting you know that these tanks are real. I've seen them and been at Boeing, and they do hold. If you do the simple, hold on, I won't say any more after this. I promise. If you do the simple math, you do some quick measurements, you'll see that the volume actually matches what they say they contain, and the weight would match the weights that they say the plane weighs wet and dry. Just like a Cessna, same thing. Look at a Cessna wings. If you don't believe, you know what? It's really important. Last thing, real quick.
No, you're last.
Last thing.
You're filibustering.
The Cessna wings are a good example of that. Now, those things, 20 gallons a side.
We're not
it doesn't look
talking
like
Cessna.
Okay, forget it.
We're talking commercial.
I know. Okay. I'm just telling you. If you look at the Cessna, it scales up the same way, the same numbers. If you look at Cessna wing, and he says, "Okay, you're not going to let me finish. Go ahead."
I'm looking at what I have available, the evidence I have. There's a plane crash. They're hard to find commercial type crashes. This wing shows no sign that there was ever fuel in it. It's got that green primer color, and there's not one drop of fuel. There's no staining. Here's the guy. I have the video where he's detaching allegedly a connector with the fuel hose. Not one drop of fuel comes out. When he disconnects it, not one fucking drop. If you've ever had anything pressurized with water in it, it sprays everywhere. He's got no safety precautions for fuel spraying in his eyes. He's working overhead. The whole thing makes no sense.
There's no pressure. There's no pressure in the fuel tank. The tanks aren't pressurized.
Hold on, dude. I'm not talking to you.
But you said they're pressurized.
There's another plane being demolished. Dude? There's a plane being demolished here with that shear. And
where is that?
The video and
Zanuck, Ron's kind of hosting right now because you just chill. We don't really. You're just
all
like.
right, but I want to know where the picture of the destroyed wing.
You're just nipping at his ankles and disrupting him while he's in the middle of a sentence.
Well,
he doesn't want the whole room to hear.
I do because I want to know where this picture of the destroyed wing is.
Let me fucking explain it, dude.
Where is it? Is it in the chat?
It's in the chat. There's a series of pictures.
I see that one where there's an opening. You see the hydraulics underneath the skin. Is that the same picture or something different? I see the one where the hydraulics are showing. There's like a cutaway. It looks like it's actually. Is that the crash picture or no?
Hey man, finish your point about the crash. Don't get sucked away into this.
Well, yeah. Where's the crash picture? That's what I'm asking.
Zanuck,
for.
I don't want to mute you, and I don't want to shut you down in that way.
All right, go ahead. If you don't want to show it to me, go ahead.
There's something about having a little awareness of the room. Like we're kind of.
I know the awareness of the room is there's crash picture. We all should be able to see it.
11:33. It was posted. There's a white airplane. And there's a wing, right? And then if you go directly above it, there's a guy disconnecting a fuel hose, what's supposed to be a fuel hose. I have the video from this, and not one drop of fuel comes out from that connector. Not one fucking drop.
Yeah, that's not where.
And then there's an airplane being demolished with a cutting shear, and he's cutting inside the wing of this old plane, and it's bone ass dry. There's fucking dust coming out of the wing. Also, the thickness of the wing, if it was a fuel tank, is not large enough to contain that volume that they're claiming. The 80,000 gallons of fuel or 80,000 tons, whatever it was. There's not enough space. And there's other shit going on inside that wing. There's hydraulics control the wing. There's a whole bunch of mechanical stuff in that wing. It's not just one giant void. That's why there's holes in the bottom so they can maintain and repair things that run through that wing.
Yeah, well, you have a picture of the wing, the leading edge. The fuel's not in the leading edge, and there's also not at the edges of the wing. They don't put the fuel in the edge of the wings. It's in the center.
There's none in the wing at all.
Inner third, and in the middle, underneath the plane, is where most of the fuel is, and in the fuselage itself. I think I actually provided a drawing that showed exactly where all the, in Airbus 380 or something, where all the fuel was. The chambers.
So, Ron, what would you like
to see is the demolished wings, the airplane crashes, and the assembly plant. That's the only time you're going to see like how big they are.
Yeah, but I mean, if this was happening, it would have to only be what you think on commercial, just only on commercial airlines.
No, I don't think the SR-71 had any fuel in it. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, where the hell are they going to put any fuel in those razor thin wings? The wings are so fucking thin. If you look, I think I posted a couple pics of it. Hold on a minute.
Well, Terry showed a picture of the baffles and the fuel paths that it actually moves in the wing.
Yeah, I know that's what got me beat. You don't having individual pumps for each baffle section when there's facilitations in the baffles for fuel to pass through. Same as on a normal fuel tank in a car.
Right.
We've got baffles in the fuel tank, and we've got little gaps in the bottom of the baffles to allow fuel to pass through. And we only got one fuel pump in the fuel tank of a car.
Right.
Let's
see. They do pass fuel from one chamber, one huge tank to the other, like center tanks to the wings and wing side to side. That they do have pumps to do that as well.
Do you see the I-beams on the floor and the ceiling? Between those beams, if there was fuel, all of that would be inaccessible.
Why?
Because it's divided by those two walls of the beam. You see on there on the bottom, and then above the porthole would be an air pocket. Above that portal where that guy's going through would be an air pocket. If the fuel is on the bottom, there'd be an air trap
on the bottom. The chambers also allow fuel to flow through those. I mean, until it's below the level of that port. But that's
you want to see someone crawling through a wing? You want to see what it looks like?
You have a picture of a guy going through one of the ports.
I got a video.
But Ron, I mean, like if you bought a jet for 20, 30 million, and then you could, if you would own it, you would know exactly what it is. You could open it, look at the tank, and then you would know, like they definitely they use fuel for those.
I don't know. This guy claims he's let me see. I don't know if this is
shit. Yeah, the commercial stuff is in a little bit of a different category because obviously those are all only done through those airports. You don't see a huge American Airlines or whatever just landing in some private airport somewhere. They're all kind of linked to the major airports, and the whole system is sort of streamlined. So if there was something like this going on, whether it's less fuel or some kind of whatever it may be, there would be more of a capacity for them to have it be kind of more proprietary.
I don't think there's any fuel in the wings of these jets.
So the people who work that are connecting the fuel things to the planes, it's just not putting fuel in it, in your view?
It's like the guy at NASA, right? Why do we have the guy at NASA to do all their compartmentalized jobs? So the guy that's the pilot, the baggage carrier, they see a guy connect the rubber hose to the wing and they assume he's putting fuel in there. No, I seen the guy with the fuel truck, he connected a fuel hose. So therefore he's putting fuel in the wing. That's the conclusion, right? The pilot sees it. So that he's just a decoy, just like NASA is a decoy. All this money expended on NASA to make us believe that we live on a ball and then there's shit in outer space.
So when they dump fuel,
hold on, Zanuck. Hold on. Let me just.
That's the way you can see them. You can see them dump fuel. They do that. And thousands of gallons can be expelled out of the wings.
Where does this?
And I guess I was going to say, Ron, because there's also has to be people that work on making sure the fuel tank and the shipping of the fuel. So I mean, how could they be doing it to where the people working wouldn't even know it's fuel?
Right.
I could show you the video where the guy's connecting the hose, Gio, and he's disconnecting it, and nothing's coming out. Like,
well, wouldn't expect anything to come out. There's safety precautions with bypass valves and one-way valves, and it's not
one-way valves, dude. It's just like Formula One race cars, we do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you ever see that when he disconnects the guy at the NASCAR, when he disconnects?
NASCAR is not the same. That's gravity fed. That's gravity fed. Different program.
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking, dude.
Yeah,
you interrupted me like 5 times already in fucking less than 10 minutes. When he disconnects the fucking fuel thing, when he comes up with a shoulder-powered fuel tank, he disconnects it, fuel spills everywhere. These guys, he's got fuel overhead, and there's not one drop. Not one drop.
Well,
The
not
one
meant to
that's in the
be.
ground,
It's
there's
a
no
safety.
fuel. No,
It's a
no.
safety issue. You want aviation
Safety
fuel to
my
be
ass.
all over the place?
Hold on. I've done lots of research on this. Here, let me show you the fuel hole in the ground. Tell me how much fuel this thin hose could pass. How long would it take you to pump all those gallons through that fucking thin hose? There's no fuel. There's no residual fuel around it. Go to any truck stop and see all the spilled fuel around the ground. Not one fucking drop, dude. There's not one fucking drop of fuel on that spigot.
Well, diesel fuel's not as flammable as aviation fuel.
I don't care about flammable. It's about having drops, not one drop of fluid, dude. It's not wet. The dude put his arm in here. It's not wet. There's no fuel. None. Look, bone dried, clean. No fuel at all. Bone dry. When you work around fuel, go to any gas station. You see fucking greasy, dirty fuel everywhere. You see it on the pump.
Diesel, not normal fuel.
It's a different kind of
kerosene is diesel, dude. Kerosene is diesel. Jet A and diesel fuel are the same fucking fuel.
Okay, so your thought is that there's no fuel or less. I'm still
in the wings. There's none. In the wings of these commercial jets, there is no. Now, I don't know about the APU. The APU may require fuel. I don't know, but the big turbofan, the main engines, they seem to be running on some source of free energy. I'm looking at a guy with a white shirt pumping fuel, and everyone I've found where they disconnect the line, not one drop. When I fuel my lawnmower, I get residual fuel. Like when I take the spout out of my fuel tank on my car, fuel drips out, right?
Can I say something real quick? I'm not going to be as rude as I've been. I'm sorry, I was so interrupted before. But I mean, you said so many things that just were like nails on a chalkboard that you triggered me. So I'm going to take a step back and just be cool. But no, there's different fueling systems. The gravity-fed fueling system for your lawnmower and therefore NASCAR as well are completely different nozzles than on F1, which have much better seals and one-way valves. So they're different. So if you understand those systems, that might make sense why some splashes and others don't.
Okay, you convinced everybody in the room. You're right.
I hope so, because there is fuel in these jets. There is fuel in the airplanes. There is fuel going to the APU as well. You're right about that. But these wings do carry fuel, and planes cannot fly without fuel. Those engines do not work without fuel. Studied for many years.
Fuel. The air is the fuel.
Air is not the fuel. Air is an oxidizer for the fuel.
So, Ron, you think it could be a type of like free energy? You were saying?
Yes, that's my point. The jet engine is a type of free energy, right? It's artificial scarcity. We have abundance. They can't let us know we have abundance of unlimited free energy.
How does it produce thrust?
Well, why would they hold on? Why would they want to like kind of put a free energy technology that would be like that kind of a big of a deal? Like if somebody, like if one of these commercial airlines like crash and then some people in a field or some shit, you know what I mean? And then they just like open it up and figure out what it is, or even just someone who confiscates one of these things. Or what I'm saying is that why would they like release that, you know, into the kind of mainstream area, as it were, right in an airplane? What do you think the motivations would be? Is it just to save money? Does it have to do with the chemtrails thing? Like, what are your thoughts on what the motive, like, why they'd be doing this and how they'd be doing it?
Well, they use it because they can. They don't disclose that it's not costing any money for the fuel. Like if they could cover it up, right? If the guy that's pumping the fuel thinks he's pumping fuel, he doesn't know any better. The guy at NASA thinks he's making something that's going into outer space, right? Everything's compartmentalized.
But pilots, are people loading up the trucks and loading and fixing the piping where the fuel's traveling, and then weighing it, and measuring it, and paying for it, and getting it delivered, and all that?
The people
fuel
who know,
leaks sometimes, you know, when they put it incorrectly, that big fuel leaks all over the ramp.
You would think so. You would think there'd be fuel leaks, but look at all these filling holes. There's no dripping or anything on the pavement around these holes. I'll show you the videos. I've watched a lot,
And
every one of
them I see.
I've seen airplanes leak fuel, and they do.
I'm talking. Did you hear what I said? The plug where he's connecting this, the cement around this filling hole, this cap. There's no residual fuel at all, none. And they're supposed to be pumping thousands of gallons day after day, and not one drop of fuel drips out of that hose, none.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, I've put fuel in my car and I don't drip any fuel anyway. It's
They're
hard to
not
do.
pumping thousands of gallons every day. Look at the size of these hoses. They're not dripping one fucking drop on the pavement. Not one goddamn drop.
Well, they're good at their job then.
You don't see any. The pavement. You look at the pavement. It's pristine. There's no fucking fuel.
Now,
If
Ron,
you can't determine that,
is there any fuel that is used in
I
the
have an
starting
electric
up
mower.
of the jet engine, or do you think that's all like electrical? And then
what? The jet?
Yeah, like
Well,
because I've
the
heard a couple
main-
different takes on the fuel, the jet fuel hoax, where it's like some people say that there's a little bit of fuel to like get the engine started before it takes off, but then it's like mostly
Yeah.
just air afterwards.
I think that's it. Yeah, it does need fuel to crank it up. Like you might use
Yeah.
starting fluid to crank up your car. That doesn't mean your car runs on starting fluid. That's just what,
Right.
Once you get it, once you get it up to operating speed, that's basically all the fuel you need. And maybe the one in the back, the APU, that doesn't have air being forced down the center of it the whole time. So that one might have a different type of jet engine that requires a steady stream of fuel, because it doesn't have the advantage of being force fed all that air. The air also has an electrical charge, like Gio was saying, and under the right conditions, the compressed air with the electric. And also, here's what this guy Matt was telling me. He said every one of these blades is like a tuning fork. Every one of them is tuned to a certain frequency if you hit it, and then they're different sizes. They go through different stages. The first stage is the wide blades, and then they get smaller and smaller at each stage. And like he was saying, they're all tuned to a certain frequency. So maybe something with the vibrations, the vortex. By the time you compress air enough, it might self-detonate. Like diesel, a diesel is an internal combustion engine, but mostly there's no spark plug in a diesel engine. It works under high compression. And I think there's times when the diesel compresses enough that it doesn't really require fuel. If you can get it hot enough, enough speeds, there's a thing called a runaway. When a diesel engine runs away, it runs out of control and it revs up really fucking fast. And it sounds like a Formula One car just before the engine breaks itself apart. I'll give you a video if you want to watch it. This dude's engine runs away and it goes from sounding like a diesel to sounding like a fucking like a Formula One car. It's really, really fucking weird. And then the turbo is just sucking really hard. It's like, it just starts whistling. You got to hear it, dude. It's like a really quick transition.
I have seen that video.
Runaway diesels like that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying diesels. Obviously, diesel engines use fuel, but at a certain point when it's running away, it might just be running on air. If you cut off the fuel and they keep running away.
So what evidence or scientific experiment we could do with oxygen under a compressed state that can show it can be flammable?
Well, according to us, we can't do the experimentation. I'm just trying to show you there's no fuel in the wing. That other stuff, you're going to have to come up to your own conclusions.
Well, I'd like to know how you think the thrust is produced. So I understand how the wings inside the airplane engines actually work. And I know how ducted fans work. And I gave you the equation from which thrust you can produce for a given power. But you need the power to be able to produce the thrust. And so in no way, shape, or form can oxygen or air or anything. Compressed air can drive a fan, but you can't get any thrust out of it.
That's what I was getting at.
And you can,
maybe you don't know how they actually work, and I don't either. I'm not going to claim I know how the engine works because I don't fucking design.
Well, we know
it.
they produce.
Yeah,
We know they.
Yeah, I've built miniature turbojet engines. I know how they work.
Nobody in here builds those engines. I guarantee you've never laid your hands
I built a small turbojet engine, a model size.
Did you hear what I said? You've never laid your hands on one of these engines, these commercial jet engines. You've never laid your hands on it. Even if you did, that doesn't mean even if you did.
I have. When I worked at Boeing, one of my customers,
I have a question.
I was in where they were building the engines, and I did touch some of the.
Okay, and you know how they're built?
Yep.
Yeah, my ass, dude. Yeah, I believe that.
I have diagrams on the ones on my airplane, but yeah.
I have a question. Has anyone,
Dude, you gone on an airplane.
like a
Don't stop
whistleblower,
lying.
been at an airport and caught them not putting fake fuel or pretending to fuel up and all of that sort of stuff? Do we have any insider people saying, blowing the whistle, saying, "Hey, there's no jet fuel"?
Not in the last 40 or 50 years, we haven't heard nothing.
The guy thinks he's doing it. Like the guys think they're doing a job, just like at NASA. They think they're sending it into space. The guy's job, all his job is.
Well, what I makes just smoke out of the old 707s? The old 707s made smoke, a lot of smoke, and for 5 hours, smoke would be coming out of that engine. What made that smoke go for so long?
These ones don't smoke. This is not old technologies. These are new.
So before they used gas, now they don't use gas anymore.
They might have. They might have used fuel, and now they found a way around it.
Wait, what engine were you saying was smoking? What engine from what plane?
Airlines have to do emergency landings.
707s.
In foreign,
707s? Are those prop planes or are those? Hey, dude,
they were turbojet engines. Made a lot of smoke, just like the what was the Air Force? The big that real cool looking one with I think 8 inches or 6 inches on it. The bomber.
Well, the thing is, there's a lot of
B-29. Not B-29. What was it called?
You can get
B-25.
B-52.
Right? Bombardier. That one too. Yeah, the B-52 as well. Not that one though, but the other one, the real fast one.
Is
the Bombardier or
XB-70.
What's that?
The XB-70, that one?
He's talking about the Blackbird, the SR-70.
Not the Blackbird. It was a bomber, and it had 4 engines on it, and they smoked like a friggin' banjo.
A Hustler, B-58.
Hustler, yes, you got it. See, we'd good in
the pics of the SR-71 that I just dropped some pictures of it in a construction stage. There's a guy standing in the section where the wing is. It doesn't have any skin, and you can see how thin that wing is. That wing is maybe 6 inches thick. There's no room for fuel, and then to think those are fuel storage wings for these massive engines. There's not enough.
Leaking? Why is fuel leaking on the SR-71 before it takes off?
There's not enough capacity in that wing cavity. And here's the fuselage with the guy sitting down, and he's in a relatively narrow fuselage. To think that is a fuel tank. This whole thing is.
I've heard they leak it.
They leak
on the tarmac.
profusely.
Yeah, they say that, and NASA says that they have an international space station, and I don't believe either one.
What's that got to do with the leaking fuel?
We're talking about jet fuel here. So there are no whistleblowers that we know of, right? Is that true? Or did someone spark this whole thing by finding out that they worked at an airport and find out they're not really putting fuel in airplanes? Is that how this started?
If your whole job was to connect the hose and disconnect it, and that's the whole paycheck.
It was a question.
Nobody.
He came up with this himself. This is his own idea.
Okay.
No. Someone else showed me some stuff, and I looked down the rabbit hole, and I start seeing a lot of inconsistencies. Like, okay, if they're pumping fuel, I don't
absolutely.
What shouldn't there be traces of leaking? Like you go to any gas station.
At some point in research, maybe get a job at an airline at an airport and find out. Go along and see if there's actual fuel.
Go ahead.
I mean, trucks arrive with the fuel in it, and then they take the hoses, they pump the fuel in. You can hear the fuel going into the plane. All those things, and all of that is all just pantomime or something.
It's all a cover.
Hugh, I don't know if you couldn't hear Platypus, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Does he have me muted?
I wondered that earlier because it seemed like you might have him turned down or something.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, and it was really weird because like he was talking over me, and then I got kicked from the call, and I came back and I was like, somebody kicked me or.
Yeah, sorry about that, Platypus. I apologize. I didn't know. Because sometimes I'll turn people down if I'm coming in the room and the conversation is just too crazy. I'll turn a few people down so I can hear what's being said. And it gets pretty hectic sometimes. Sorry about that.
No offense taken. You're fine.
Yeah, I just
wanted to bring up. Oh, go ahead.
I just looked in the logs, and yeah, Ahmad did actually kick you, but I would imagine it was by mistake. So
who was it?
I don't want to like call him out, but it was new.
Hey, you know what? It was me. I was just about to type in the chat. I think I disconnected somebody on accident. I don't even know who it was. And then I figured somebody would say something, and I would apologize, which I just did.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, sorry about that.
It was just funny timing because like Hugh couldn't hear Platypus, and then he got kicked. It's just the timing of it.
Yeah, I was a little confused.
I was about to send you a message. Is the problem?
Yeah, I couldn't follow it.
Ron, have you ever thought about where they'd put all the jet fuel on the Concorde aircraft that they scrapped because it was too loud?
You know what? It's built like the Blackbird, long and thin, very thin wings. It's where are you going to store it, dude? You know,
dude, I'm telling you.
You looked into this, Platypus? Have you looked into the whole thing?
I have looked into the jet fuel and to why they scrapped the Concorde, and the Concorde jet was just proving flat Earth. It's too flat.
The Concorde was proving flat Earth. How?
People were getting to places so fast, and they were going so high, and they weren't seeing any curve. It was pretty tight.
Actually, you could quite see the curve from 60,000
That totally makes sense that they would put the kibosh on that. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Dude, you know,
come on.
Despite the fact it was losing money, but
why do you think we're limited at 35,000 feet for the most part?
Yep.
Okay.
Other
So
other than the military
takeoff,
shit, 35,000 is like the
Concorde?
sweet spot to where like you can't really see like the. I think once you go higher, the planar geometry is even that much more poignant.
No, actually, it's worse. It gets more and more.
Watch footage of Concorde taking off, you can see the heat and you can see the fumes from the jet fuel burning. It was actually quite a dirty plane.
You know what jet wash is? Jet wash is just hot air. You see, when the pavement is hot in the summertime, it looks like
jet wash is not hot air. No, jet wash is not hot air.
And dark, so it's dark, like diesel. It burns dark. You can see the fuel, the burnt fuel.
You don't see that. You don't see that on the jet.
Yes, you do. You see the dark, like you'd see any other jet with the dark.
You want to see
footage of watch any footage of Concorde. I have a little
Why
bit of
is the exhaust cold? The exhaust is cold. It's not. There's. I have.
Exhaust is cold. Have you ever been behind a jet engine?
I seen snow on the runway behind the jet engine, and it wasn't.
You think it's gonna melt at all?
It would melt the stuff immediately behind it. It's blowing the snow, but not melting it.
On the runway, on the end of the runway, where they stay for a while.
I was watching it with a coat of powder snow on the runway, and it wasn't melting. It was blowing. If I take a handful of snow and I blow on it like this with my breath, it's going to melt. If I take a giant fucking flaming engine with no flame, right? There's no flame coming out. That air should be hot if it's combusting fuel.
There's no flame coming out. Have you ever seen a military aircraft take off? Let me find a picture of the SR taking off. You tell me there's no flame coming out behind it.
I would look at Concorde footage of it taking off, but I know there's no need.
You know what an afterburner is? An afterburner is actually burning fucking fuel.
Oh, it's the afterburner burns fuel, but the front part doesn't.
The main engine ain't burning no fuel.
Actually, it is. It's the same. Basically, it's quite similar.
The afterburner is when you add fuel to the recipe, then you have a fucking screaming jet engine. But
do you know
you
how
have a version that runs.
Works?
There you go.
How does a jet engine work?
I just found Concorde fuel system general, and it shows where all the tanks are in the Concorde.
To be honest, I don't fucking know. I don't build them.
Exactly.
You said that in a way, Hugh.
You.
I'm sorry.
Well, the way you said that was like, we can all rest well tonight, you guys. There's enough fuel in there.
Yeah, it's like I found it in 5 seconds. There's the fuel tanks in the Concorde.
Debunked it. There's fuel tanks. I mean, we can all just don't have to worry about this one, guys.
Okay, well, here's the thing, Joe. We've got no whistleblowers.
I'm saying that in a playful way. I'm just playing.
I know, but it's just like this is
at NASA. Does that mean they're not making it? Come on, dude.
It stretches credibility. I mean, we already are stretched pretty thin.
I'm just asking you to draw your own conclusions. You can believe what you want to believe, dude. I'm just pointing out stuff that doesn't match up.
Okay,
it's not matching.
When that which is considered credible, when that which is considered credible is actually the incredible, then being credible is actually not being credible.
Well, you notice there's like a pattern, right? We develop this amazing technology, like we go to the moon, right? Or we're going from New York to London in like 3 hours on a jet, and then we just scrap it. It's too painful. It's too painful. Yeah, it's the money. I mean, you could make an argument,
Welcome to
but
capitalism.
it wouldn't be very strong. You know what I mean?
Concord lost money from day one. Concord never made money.
Oh, we nuked a country. We dropped the biggest fucking bomb ever, and we've just never used them again. It's
Thank God.
Just funny.
Thank God we haven't used them again.
So that's okay. Okay, so
I just wrote this out. I just said that statement. Just real quick, I said that statement, but I used the word incredible, which is kind of a mix because obviously you kind of think of that word. But anyways, because I wrote it down. Okay, I'll just read it real quick. All right, when the credible is not actually okay, maybe I'll say it this way: when the credible is not actually credible, then to be considered credible is not credible. I think that makes sense. Anyways, that was just my original response because you were trying to say that, trying to link credibility as if that has that holds any water.
It's well, at this point, it's really just a matter of probability and credibility. So
I should have said originally when what is considered credible is not actually credible, then to be considered credible by the mainstream is not actually being credible. That's the best way to say it, I think.
Right, but I mean, so jet engines don't produce heat, but so what powers jets? What makes them fly? How do the engines work? If it isn't jet fuel that powering jets,
they're running off the ether. Here's another thing too. You see the paint around the jet. I was talking with Mike Smith just tonight, and he said that he had a Corvette with side pipes, right? You know what side pipes are? You get out of the car, there's exhaust pipes running down the side. He said they would, when you get out of the car, it would burn your leg, but it would also fuck up the paint. The paint would blister off the rocker panels from the intense heat from the exhaust. You don't see any heat damage on the area around the jet engines, around the rear of the engine. There's paint, but
why?
It's not. Yeah, I know why.
Why?
Right there, because there's no intense heat. It's just air blowing up.
But what
You're
powers
telling me
the jet? What actually makes it fly?
it's something to do with the ether. It's some kind of free energy. Look at the painted surface around this.
But I'm sorry, you're just saying ether and free energy. That's not an explanation of how the
I can't explain it to you because I didn't build the fucking engine. It's a very complex process.
But all the people who built the engines would know. When you ask someone who built the engines or someone who works at an airline,
there isn't one person building that engine. There's hundreds of engineers building one blade apiece. They're building one individual blade, one component.
That's not how they build it. They don't build it like that. They put the thing together and then they fuel it to test it.
My brother built parts for the Airbus. He built components for the brakes. He knows nothing of the other components. He worked on the brakes. He doesn't know all the other shit.
But what about all the people who work on the fuel system and the engines, and then the ones that put it together and then watch it fly and watch it get fueled up and watch it run out of fuel and watch it launch with a full fuel tank and then land with an empty fuel tank, and the way it's different.
I know machinists that had machine shops, these little machine shops, that they thought they were building parts to go in the space shuttle. And I know that they're not, because they just go right in the trash bin. They'll build a very
but you don't know that. That's your belief because you think the
no, because
fake.
it's not. I know it's not going in.
You don't have anyone in the inside saying that whistle. This whole thing about the jet fuel is interesting because it's a sort of like it's a really good illustration. There's no one on the inside that said, "Aha, there's something is going on here." It's literally nothing. It's just people watching videos saying, "I don't see fuel dripping, and I don't see this. I don't know how engines work. I've never seen one built. I've never seen one fly. I've never seen one fueled. I've never been to an airline, an airport. I don't know anything about jet fuel. I don't know anything about airplanes. I don't know anything about anything to do with that. But I know that it's all fake."
What do you suppose would happen if someone was to speak out? What do you think would happen?
That's an excuse. That's an excuse.
No,
what I just said is true.
Let's assume you worked there, right? And you knew this. Let's just for a moment assume it's true. okay, and your career, and then your life, and then your
That's
family's life.
hypothetical. You're inventing a conspiracy out of absolutely nothing whatsoever.
Let me finish my scenario.
A sure thing.
In a scenario where you're jeopardizing not only your life, but the family, your family, and that, would you step out? Do you think, yeah, I think I'll blab to the world, or maybe I'll keep my fucking mouth shut and I'll enjoy my $100,000 a year paid vacation and not getting myself killed?
You think
Maybe you
Steelers
would
get
enjoy that.
$100,000 a year?
Who? The commercial pilots make more than that.
The pilots do, but do you think the guys that are actually picking up the hose?
The mechanics make well over 100. Yeah.
The fuelers. You think the fuelers make $100,000?
No, the fueler doesn't make shit. The fueler is the bottom of the barrel, but he doesn't know any better. He's hooking a hose up. He doesn't know shit.
Yeah, he doesn't know any better. He's just hooking a hose up. He doesn't know that
he's just hooking a hose up, smelling gas going in. By the
How
way,
do you know he's smelling gas? How do you know he's smelling gas?
Here's the thing, dude.
You've never been to an airline.
Jet fuel has a unique smell and a unique feel, and it does leak some, by the way.
They can make the air smell.
When they disconnect
they can put smells in the air, dude. Like when you have a gas line, that's an artificial smell, so that you know it's gas.
Smell, gotcha. By the way, if this is true, if jet engines run on ether with no gas, why don't we have like turbine bikes and turbine cars with free energy?
They don't want us to know about it.
Well, they don't want us to know about it, of course.
Well, you're going to scale it. You're going to scale it down to that size. Maybe you could. Maybe it's scalable, but they don't want
jet engines.
I think it only works for the jets because they're going super fast, right?
Right.
No, your car's not going 400 or 500 miles an hour.
This is not working. We have to go 400 miles an hour for it to work. Gotcha.
No, it has volume. It has a certain volume of air it must move.
It's
and
the
then,
logic of
I don't know if it's scalable.
No matter what, you've got to invent some way of making
it
plausible.
Yeah, big jet engines work, but little jet engines don't work. So like the ones
They're
on
different
helicopters.
technologies. They're different technologies.
Different technologies. Gotcha. But even though they're both jet engines and they look.
If I get a model airplane, the little model rocket, the little model jet engines that you buy, those are totally different. Those are way different.
Real. I mean, like,
No, the amount of compressor blades, right? All the engineering is all different. You might have two compressor blades in those little model engines. These have a series. There's at least 10 or 12 different series of compressor blades. They're nowhere near what a model. Those little fucking toys are a joke.
I would recommend doing some actual research. Not watching videos and listen to people who say they've seen this and that. And you're watching a video apparently showing nothing dripping.
I'm watching videos. I'm just taking these videos are not
doing. So what I'm saying is, do some actual research. Get a job at an airline. Get a job at an airport, and find out for yourself. Take some video.
Okay. What I'm showing you is I'm showing you things from their video that are debunking their story that they're putting fuel.
Okay, but that's the same as NASA. You're showing their videos.
I'm
Why would they show you their videos that show no fuel and no dripping?
Okay, well, you're kind of asking him.
I mean,
you're asking him to do something that's like.
Yeah, we're asking him
for. He doesn't.
Yeah, we're asking for facts. We're asking for evidence.
Hey, dude, can you stop over talking me? I just want to get my sentence out. Yeah, but he doesn't need to do that because he's using the videos that they've presented to disprove their own claim. You understand that concept?
Yeah, I understand the concept of using videos instead of actual evidence. I understand that concept very, very well.
I'm sorry. Hold on. What's your standard of evidence?
My standard of evidence
is someone comes along. If it's not videos, go ahead.
Yeah, my standard of evidence is if someone comes along and says that jet fuel is fake, but they've never been.
No. Just tell me what the standard is. You don't need to give me a hypothetical. What is your standard of evidence?
Here is my standard of evidence. Let me finish, even if you don't like the answer. Just let me get through my answer. I know you probably won't like it, but I'm just going to have to get through it. If someone comes along to me and says that there's no such thing as jet fuel, then I would reasonably expect, for example, an alternative method of propulsion that someone has discovered, photographed, or detailed, which we don't have, or someone who is a whistleblower has said, "Hey, there's this sketchy thing." An anonymous whistleblower, "Hey, is there this sketchy thing going on?" which we don't have, or someone on the inside who goes along, an investigator gets a job at an airline, goes and finds out that the tank is actually empty and it's just compressed air, and then something like that, which we also don't have.
Did anyone say there's no such thing as jet fuel?
Dude, do you even know what a standard of evidence is?
It just adds up to a big nothing. That's all I'm saying here.
That wasn't a standard of evidence. That was a hypothetical situation. Like my standards of evidence are things like, firsthand testimony, video evidence, right? Without editing, without any cutting, without any CGI. And then I would say like my tertiary standard of evidence would just be like, still photography. So why don't I ask you again, what is your standard of evidence? Because his standard of evidence matches mine, in which they've presented a video that debunks their claim in their own video. So
wait a minute.
what's yours?
It doesn't though. It's your interpretation of the video.
It does, yeah, but it doesn't debunk anything.
Your interpretation of the video is incorrect.
I don't need you to answer for him.
Hold on a second. Once again, your interpretation.
I'm not talking to you, man. I'm asking
your
you
interpretation. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you because
you're getting a little out of hand here, dude.
No, I'm not getting out of hand because I am talking and you are interrupting me again, like normal. What it is your interpretation of this video is incorrect. Jet fuel is a real thing. It actually comes out of the ground. Actually goes in the airplane. That explains why when airplanes crash, they usually have big fireballs, especially after
NASA,
takeoff.
Can you just?
That explains why that
I
tank
just want to
farm.
ask this guy.
That explains why that tank farm in Miami burned down.
You can answer after him.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, but I want to get his answer. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same as mine. My standard of evidence is someone actually provides evidence. Any sort of evidence, not they watched a video and I didn't see this happen or did see this happen, or I mean hairspray and all this sort of stuff. I'm actually after evidence, and I don't seem to.
And what is your standard of evidence? No, I'm not asking for this. I'm asking for you. What's your standard of evidence?
Well, a whistleblower would be nice.
Okay, so first-hand testimony. First-hand testimony. Okay.
Someone saying something's going on, taking photos. Someone anonymous. They don't have to be, okay, their lives are being threatened, so they do it anonymously, and they post videos.
Okay,
Anyone can do that with a phone.
You said photos as well, right? So a photos or a video of this?
Of a whistleblower saying this is sketchy, this is not happening, but someone just posting a video of someone fueling something, noticing no drops and concluding that there's no such thing as jet fuel.
See how you're trying to reword it? There's no such thing. I never fucking said that.
Assessing it accurately.
You're trying to put words in my mouth. Get the fuck out with your cheap, stupid shit, dude.
That's weak.
Oh, there's no such. You're trying to change the whole argument. There's no such thing as
exactly
fuel.
your
Nobody
argument.
said that. Nobody said
what
that
your
jet
argument
fuel doesn't
is.
exist. Jet fuel is diesel fuel. That's all it is. No one's saying it doesn't exist.
It's absurd.
I'm saying there's none in the wings.
It's gone to the point of. It's gone beyond the point of absurd.
Yeah, even more than that.
Diesel
So
fuel burns
think
too,
about
though.
how much. Hold on 1 second. So you got to think about how much air weighs, and then how much force you can create with that air if it was under pressure, like through a nozzle or something. Now you're thinking it's probably this compressed air is feeding the turbine and spinning the blades, and then that's creating the thrust. It doesn't matter where it comes from; it still has a power that it uses to make the thrust, right? So where is all this air being housed? How do you have compressed air either producing the thrust or powering the ducted fans as they would have to be? And why would you have compressors in front of them, which would cause more restriction than they would actually produce any gain for? The compression is basically like a turbocharger in your car. You're compressing the air so you can have more air compressed in there to add more fuel to it, to have more expansion so that you can then have more thrust. And through the thrust, it drives the turbine section, which produces more compression, which allows you to have more air, so you can add more fuel, and it's a self-feeding, but not perpetual motion type of process. So I don't think you have any clue about how much air you would need to do this without fuel. I mean, do you have any clue about the rate of expansion?
They have unlimited. They've got unlimited air. They're up in the sky.
Okay, they're using the air, but what are they doing with the air? How do they use it to have thrust? They slow it down, compress it, and then release it again? That makes no sense at all.
It doesn't it? I mean, think about it. If you have okay. Well, if you have a balloon,
look, I've designed my own. I've designed ducted fans. I know how they work. Like I said, I give you the equation from memory from 30 years ago. 13 times the diameter times the horsepower times the efficiency to the 2/3 power. That'll tell you how much thrust anything will give you in ducted fan land.
Zanuck, just real quick, when you're speaking, you probably don't want someone just to yell no and then start interrupting you, right? Because that's what you did. What?
You did that. I mean,
I'm just kind of throwing out like a treat people how you want to be treated, because like he was right in the middle of something, you just went no, and then you just went on your point.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Well, I mean, it just seems like you haven't thought. You're making some pretty outrageous claims.
Okay, let's not talk to you. Let someone else chime in.
Know that.
We're not going to
convince you. Half an hour.
We're not going to convince you. So you do your thing, dude. You do you. But let's talk.
I was silent, and I thought I'd bring up something about the air. I was just thinking about it as you're talking. Nothing that was mentioned by anybody else to even think about what it would take to have that much air pushed out the back of the airplane, and that momentum is a force. And how much force do you need to move a 1,000,000-pound aircraft? You know,
I'm not
saying 1,000,000 pounds, right?
Works, dude. I wish I knew how it worked, but I didn't design it, and neither did you.
Well, some of us maybe here do know how these things work.
We're trying to help you. You think you know, but you don't.
Well,
to say you know,
they're programming us in school just because it's part of the indoctrination.
Okay, you do not know how that fucker works.
Wait a minute, hold on. You don't know how it works, therefore nobody knows how it works.
I don't. I didn't build it.
You don't know how it works. That means that nobody knows how it works. Not even the guys who built it.
I didn't claim I did know. I didn't build the fucking motor.
I see, but again, you don't know, therefore nobody knows. Is that correct?
Okay. Nobody in this room has built one, and I guarantee you that. To claim otherwise, you're just flat out lying, dude.
I see the fact that they load jet fuel onto the airplane. It's heavy. You know, you watch the gauges go down the whole flight, and you land with less of it. That's just what.
They don't use gauges in a. Everything's electronic on a jet these days. They're not using gauges. They're not using gauges.
Actually, they call them gauges still. Believe it or not, even though.
Are you a pilot?
Yeah, just a little bit. But
so you've got your CFL or.
ATP, but I don't have a CFI. No.
Okay, so you've never been in a jet engine at the capacity, or a jet plane at the capacity of operator, right?
What do you mean by that?
Never flown a jet engine. You've never flown a jet plane.
That's exactly what I do. That's funny. Oh my god.
How do you? Okay, well. Anyways.
And all these fires that I'm showing you, they're
if you really did it
water.
Talk is cheap, dude. Talk is cheap.
All these fires that I posted, these are what, fake or what? The big one in Miami.
Fake to me, man. I could make one.
Fake. Wow. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
I could stage that. Here, let's have a fake accident scene.
It's all staged, right? Gotcha. Because why? No, why is this all now? Why is this whole big thing
that was my next question: is why would they stage it all, fake it all?
Yeah, why do we fake fires?
Why would NASA fake it? Why would they fake it? Why go through all this?
Why would we? Not NASA. This isn't NASA. This is a huge conspiracy involving all the pilots, mechanics, fuelers, everything, the whole propane pipelines, trucks.
60 million a day is not huge. It's a worldwide fucking space agency. Is not huge. The fake space agency.
There are a lot more airlines than there are space agencies. We have airlines in every country.
Here's the
We've
thing.
got airplanes airborne 24 hours a day. So how is it? Not only is it impossible, but it's impractical. There's no way that no one's going to come out with this information. Only you and your somehow magical
It's not only me. Not only me, dude. There's a lot of people talking about this. It doesn't make sense.
Here's the thing. Backing up one conspiracy idea with another conspiracy idea and using the one conspiracy idea as a way to sort of legitimize the second one. I mean, no. We're talking about jet fuel. There isn't any evidence. If you could bring some evidence, that'd be great.
You can see how it's all woven together.
That's the thing. It's all
that's the crazy thing is like it's the transportation industry, which is like the single greatest innovation. It just
gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Is getting us connected as people because we're able to exchange information and be like, oh yeah, it's like this over here. Is it like that where you are? And their ability to control people, like the two biggest, fakest happenings that have happened in the last 50 years is 9/11 and COVID. And all of that was about restricting travel. 9/11 made it so that getting on an airplane was one of the most strenuous fucking things there is now. Like you have to have all kinds of documentation, go jump through all the rings, whatever. And then COVID, they literally shut the world down. It's all about transportation, dude. And yeah, they should be bringing up things like how the fucking moon landings were faked and the Earth is flat because that has to do with transportation too. They're lying about where we can and can't go.
I don't know how to say this politely, but once you've constructed a conspiracy that big, where do you even go? Where do you go next? What next? What next are you going to find that's fake?
Just got to keep your eyes open, dude. You might see something.
You know the idea, Hugh, that the truth sets you free?
I don't think that's a freedom, though. I think you're basically looking at everything and thinking everything's fake. I don't know if that's a freedom. Is it?
Who said everything?
I don't know of anyone that's doing that. Do you?
Everything? I mean, what isn't fake?
Jet fuel is
what isn't fake?
one.
Sports fake?
Two. There's two.
Is sports? Is all that fake?
I don't know about sports. I don't even watch it.
Okay, how about?
I heard. I think Witsit was talking about that on a stream he had a couple days ago. I heard some of it. Yeah,
people think
they were talking about that. Well, that's an interesting topic. I don't know if we're going into that topic, but
here's a couple accidents. This looks like this plane had this aircraft had a hard landing and the wing snapped off. There's another one where part of the skin was tore off the plane and it's just hollow inside the wing. And then you could see the actuators, the hydraulic actuators for the wing. There's a lot of mechanical stuff going on inside this wing. Hydraulic rams, there's hydraulic lines, there's wiring. It's not just one giant void with a fuel tank.
Oh my God! What you're looking at is you're looking at a wing on landing. The slats have been extended, the flaps have been extended, the speed brakes are up, and you're seeing the hull. No,
what's in there? There's hydraulic rams, right? There's mechanical stuff.
You see those things on the back that went down? Those are called flaps. When they're extended, they're in that position. When they're retracted, they take up the position.
Okay, what is extending them? There's hydraulics extending and retracting. Right. So you have to have room for the hydraulic pumps and the lines. You can't run them through a fuel tank. You can't run hydraulic lines. Okay. So all the part you're seeing,
that big center part about where that blue line is, that's all solid. That's all pretty solid.
That's the tail section. That's past the edge of the rear edge of the wing.
You see that where the second blue line, not the one across the flaps. The other one.
To the left.
Yeah, to the left. That's pretty solid in there. Also pretty thick.
There's hydraulic rams in there.
No. The rams are.
I can see them. I can see the hydraulics in there, dude.
I'm not talking about the hole that you see through the speed brakes. That's where the flaps are retracted into.
Inside
in front of that, toward the front of the airplane.
Right below the spoiler, you're seeing all the hydraulic lines and the motors that drive the flaps and
hydraulics pump isn't that big. The screws aren't that big.
They're all running through. They're just lines.
The pump isn't even in. The pump isn't even in the wing. The pump is way back in the fuselage somewhere.
Correct.
What I'm saying is,
all right, I'm gonna. This is craziness because you guys.
There's mechanical stuff.
You literally do not. You literally, sir, do not know anything about aviation. You really are just
the flaps. The flaps are operated, if I remember correctly, by motors. The motors are there. You can see them. Axial right angle motors, and then the flaps are the spoilers that pop up. Those are hydraulic.
What I'm saying is, if you take that volume of space that the mechanical parts are filling inside the wing, okay, the volume is reduced. There's not this giant fuel bladder where this fuel is at. There's a lot of mechanical going on in there. There's not even room for enough fuel that they claim.
You saying this does not make it true. You know that, right?
I could show you. You can show me
as much as you want, but you're not going to make a very good case because you don't really understand.
I don't care if you believe me or not, dude. I'm not here.
It's not a matter of believing you. You're wrong because you don't know. You're somebody that's talking to us from a position of.
I don't care if you. I don't care what you think.
Look, we're not talking with each other. You're just talking over.
Well, I don't care. I don't care to talk to you.
I know you don't care. That's obviously you don't care. You just
everybody, dude.
Want to come here and blab, misinformation.
I'm not
and errors in thinking.
Yeah, logic. It's something. I'm just gonna mute him for a minute. It's a whole thing. Just I don't know. I don't know, Ron. It's just people that come in. Right. Exactly. We're trying to have a conversation. Well, there's people that want to just come in and do what he wants to do, obviously, which is just attack people, tell them they're wrong, tell them they're an idiot, tell them they're a fool, and then teach them whatever he thinks he wants to teach them. And then the problem is if he's not muted, since it's an open, platform in that sense, then he can just single-handedly do this. And I know some people want to go back and forth with him. And if you want to, that's cool. I'd rather actually hear you're not here all the time. I'd love to hear some of your knowledge and information. And if he's just bothering you, we can just leave him on mute.
Yeah, please mute him. Dude, he's here to piss in the bowl. You know what I mean? Anybody here can draw their own conclusions. I'm not saying you have to believe that what I believe or whatever. And you come to your own conclusions. I'm pointing out inconsistencies with their story, and you can come to your own conclusion. Anybody that just you don't know what you're talking about. You don't build jet engines. Nobody here has built one, and if they said they do, they're full of shit, dude. There's such a small amount of people, and then even the people that do design these engines, they work on specific components. They might build the bearing, they might build a blade, they might machine the blade. There's like thousands of people that have their hands on building this engine. It's not one person building it. Like you take a bunch of Legos and you build a building out of Legos. It's not that cut and dry. It's very compartmentalized. And even the people building it might think that there's I build the injector nozzle. Of course there's fuel. Well, I build the fuel hose. Of course there's fuel. Like they all think they're building something that requires fuel. The people that I've talked to that made parts for NASA, they worked at CNC shops, that machinery shops. They're like, dude, I got a check from NASA. I built parts that went on the shuttle. And that person is fucking convinced that they built this component that's in that space shuttle. They're convinced because they got a fucking check. And that's what they do. They hire tons of people to do very small pieces, and everyone has a piece of it. They all think that they're doing it. I mean, that's
except that the problem is that isn't how technical fields work. You don't have that level of compartmentalization in technical fields.
You
because
absolutely
most
do.
of the time, absolutely not. Because most of the time,
You're
people
telling me
understand.
something I know firsthand. My brother worked on the Airbus, but he built parts for the brakes. Firsthand.
Okay,
And
so if you got someone who works on the fuel system, then you're talking about a fuel system that is designed to work, and the person working on it will know how it works. So then you have to say that it's a part.
Even the fuel system is broken.
They're making a part that goes in the plane that is designed to do one thing, but is actually doing something else, or isn't going in the plane.
Who's to say it's in there? Let's say I build a perfectly good fuel pump. Let's say I build a perfectly good fuel pump, and it's the dimensions and the horsepower they require, and it never gets installed. What if I build it? What if I design it on a computer and it never gets installed?
Well,
what if I build it on my factory floor and it never goes in there?
That's
what
a valueless claim because you have no evidence that that's happening. You just have
Neither
suppositions.
do you. Neither do you. So let's throw that away. Let's talk about what we can prove. You don't have any evidence, so let's move on.
I think what we're doing is in real time seeing how these sort of ideas sort of grow into these massive things. I get it, because if you see a plane crash and there's fire everywhere because of all the fuel, oh well, that's the staged.
I have never seen one. The ones that they show where it touches down and it bursts into flames, okay, and then I've showed you an airplane crash that's the broken plane. There's no fuel and there's no flame.
Well, because planes use the fuel up in the end when they crash at the end of the runway. When at the end of their flight, all the fuel's gone because they've used up all the fuel. They do fuel dumps. What are the fuel dumps? What are those when they have to land before they, when they're landing and they have a full tank of fuel, all the tanks are full. They can't land. They have to do a fuel dump in order to be able to land.
Where do they dump the fuel? Where does it come out?
I have no idea, but that's basically what they do.
The wingtips, those tubes on the end.
Do you know any better?
Tubes.
Do you have any more
information?
Or is it
You're the one
just empty supposition?
There are tubes.
Because you have to have this conspiracy because it's all big conspiracy and evil. Come on.
Walk me through why they can't fly. Sorry, walk me through why they can't land with fuel.
Because it's too heavy.
It's too heavy. It's not difficult. Dude,
the airplane's not engineered to land at great weights. Actually, it does. It can get off the ground. Hold on, getting off the ground is easier because you don't have that hit the runway.
It's fake. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I'll be honest.
So
the ground is
really
fine.
is.
Again, you know when
Hank throwing punches. Hank is
kind of weird, right?
You know, like when you
machine gun,
that's really funny.
You understand when you land, you like hit the runway, that force there, the weight.
Dude, you're the guy that was just like lying about being a pilot.
Yeah, you
There's
can't
a
land.
limit.
Now you
You can
can't.
take.
Now you
You can.
There's a
can't
limit to what you
explain.
can handle.
You can
know?
take off. If you don't understand that airplanes, big air. If you don't
Funny.
understand that airplanes, if
He's
you don't
tripping out.
understand, if you don't understand that airplanes' takeoff weight is greater than their landing rate,
You know,
then
meth
you
is a
should.
hell of a drug.
It's not. This
I
is
was
true
gonna
on almost
say,
every
like,
single airplane. Your takeoff
Conspiracies
weight
are a
is
hell of a drug.
greater than your
Dude, this guy.
landing weights.
This guy sounds like this other guy in this other server. I can't remember his name right now, but he
If
kind
you
of goes off
God,
I
just like
just
him.
remembered why I
are you
turned tacticals
serious?
down.
yeah, I mean, yeah, he claims he's like a high-level military pilot.
You again, Gio. If you
When
don't,
people lie on the internet about that stuff, it's so funny.
God,
It's like they
if you
can't have an
don't
argument,
understand,
so all of a sudden they've got
fucking
credentials.
A. Am I being are you guys just are you ignoring me or are you just talking over me for
No,
shits
you're
and
the one
giggles?
talking over us for the last like 30 minutes.
Daymok, nobody can overtalk you. You talk all the time.
Cool.
Yeah, that
Go
may
ahead.
be
What were
true.
you gonna say,
Actually, you're better on
Go
this
on,
one
bud.
than you were in previous servers. But anyway, I got you down about 50%.
At least he's not screaming.
If you do not
I'm
understand that airplanes' takeoff weight is greater than their landing weight, then you are seriously misinformed. Seriously.
Think there's no,
you have
do
to
you
be so
think there's no
polite.
compartmentalization in the military? You think there's not security clearance number 1, number 2, number 5, top, upper, whatever? Like, what are you guys talking about, really? You just said it was a
Every
conspiracy
pilot.
to know different. Hold on a minute. You said it was a conspiracy. The other guy did. To know everything. No, it's not. It's not a conspiracy that they have separated information and different key code clearances you got to have for every different part of stuff: aeronautics, physical, scientific, lasers, lights, motors, fuel consumption, the exhaust. Every different compartment has their speciality. What are you talking about, dude?
Listen.
Okay, here we go. Plane dumps jet fuel on kids. A total of 60 people were affected after a plane dumped jet fuel while returning to Los Angeles International Airport, hitting 5 elementary schools and 1 high school. But I suppose all that was all fake and staged. Okay. It would have to be.
I mean, they faked 9/11. How hard is it to fake dumping jet fuel on some kids? Like,
I know, right? There, it's in the New York Times. It must be true, or whatever the fuck.
Exactly.
yeah,
More
I read it in the
conspiracies.
newspaper. Why would
How
they
plausible.
lie? That's crazy.
Oh my
No, it's just
god.
Well,
okay.
Hugh, a conspiracy.
Sorry, Gio.
A conspiracy is
There's limits.
when 2 or more people join together to commit some kind of a crime.
You're talking about millions of people, but then when you say millions of people,
hold on,
you
let
say
me
no,
just
it's not
finish my
millions of
thought.
people.
Matt, I'm not trying to talk for long, just 10, 15 seconds.
Okay, sorry.
I was just going to say, if that's what a conspiracy is, looking around at the world, I imagine you see the corruption and a lot of what's going on, the poisoning of the earth, the GMOs, I mean, endless. Now, I'm sure you have different topics on that stuff, everything going on, the jabs, all of it. Just on that based alone, knowing the governments lie, all the rest of it, that already means that they're all conspiring to lie and to do criminal stuff. That already is the case. So why would it be a surprise to you that we're discussing the various possible ways in which this could be played out? And hopefully, in my viewpoint, for the productiveness of helping figure out what's going on so that we can eventually progress forward in some way that isn't. So why would you disparage that?
Because I think I first heard the jet fuel is fake idea about 3 years ago, I think, maybe 4, and it was on Globebusters.
Well, I mean, if it's not for you, then just pass on it and move on.
Wait. But since then, now we're in 2022, and we have a chap in here saying he saw a video. No one has done actual research. No one has actually really
I saw a
done
video.
real research in this.
Hold on. Stop right. Hold the brakes. I'm pointing out stuff in different videos that is inconsistent with their claim that they're fueling the planes. I'm pointing out inconsistencies. That's what I'm pointing out. Nobody has made a video. I haven't put this in a video format to put all my little pieces together. I'm showing you pieces that don't match up.
Okay,
you're showing pieces you misunderstand.
But you're
come on.
But the trouble is,
Gio just talked about 911 and everything else, and all this dude could hear in his head is jets, and fuel. So when Gio got done with this thing, that was a little more, you know what I mean? He described a little more than just a jet. Pretty sure he went on way more about than just a jet.
Invoking
so why
one
would
conspiracy.
at the end of his sentence, why would his top priority be a jet when he said all
We're
the
still
government
talking
lies
about jet.
everything? This we know. They lie about everything. Why would they not? They do conspire together. This we know. And they're liars. So why would you take from that everything that we know they lie about and then say, oh, well, the Jets, this is wrong still. And like, that doesn't even make any sense. You didn't even take anything into consideration of what he just said to you at all.
Invoking one conspiracy to prove another conspiracy is really.
And by the way, the teachers are exposed.
Your government gains off your death, off lying.
Actually, how will the
your
government
doesn't gain off
how
your
will the government gain off of the jet fuel?
Well, Demok is right. They didn't respond to what I said at all because basically Hugh was kind of trying to disparage like quote unquote conspiracy theories, trying to say that this is some
it's the shoddy level of evidence that we're being offered after several years of the conspiracy. That's what I'm disparaging. It's the total lack of actual evidence, a total lack of actual research being done
of
years
what?
and years after the original conspiracy comes
along. About of jet fuel?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
that's its own thing. Yeah, I mean, that one hasn't been very fully gone into because obviously no one that I'm aware of has access to these planes to rip them open and look at them and tear them all apart. And so, I mean, people have some ideas about it. I don't think anyone's like dead set on it. I haven't heard anyone yet say, I know what it is, 100% here it is. Most people like there's different ideas and there's different things and there's a lot of information out there, but I'm not saying there's no one that hasn't said they've made up their mind, but how could we have verification of this yet? It's pretty tough to get fully verified, so.
You know, Gio, they're verified. They know everything about the fuselage, but then they know nothing about how they dump or where they dump. They know everything, but then when you question them, then they don't know so much. It's just weird.
Or they're experts. They're instantly like, oh, I do. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. I check the fuel pumps. Because I don't believe that guy's a pilot. I asked him if he had his CFL, and he was like, "Oh no, I have this other thing. A CFL isn't even a pilot's license. I just made that up." Classic.
I would recommend that someone is into this conspiracy. I would recommend doing some actual research, getting a job at an airline or something tangible, like a whistleblower taking a video of non-jet fuel, that type of thing. I would do that. Pick one topic, and then just really attack it and get real evidence. There's so many different conspiracies, and there are too many to investigate all of them.
It sounds like I could present as much evidence as humanly possible, and it wouldn't be enough for you. So, well, I mean, let someone else. I mean, we've heard your opinion. Does anyone else want to chime in? Well, you won't believe anything. So
here's the thing.
Let's hear someone else.
Okay, but wait a second.
Just real quick, it's CFI. Don't hold on. CFI is a certified flight instructor, and he said he has an ATP.
What is that? Air traffic personnel? I don't know what that. I can't even imagine what that would be.
ATP is airline transport pilot. Certification is the highest level of pilot certification, requiring 15 hours of total flight time.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not a.
It's. Right. I know. No. Have you seen what Rakia does? Because there's a whole thing where he's back. He basically he said that he's like, what is it? Is that rating?
An airline transport pilot rating? That's the
highest. You're saying you have that, right? I mean, that's apparently like the highest level you can get, other than being a flight instructor.
And actually, this is higher than flight instructor. But
that must mean that you're in on it.
Well, of course, I'm in on it. Yeah, that means that everything has to be.
He's definitely not.
So you have that. So you haven't flown commercial airline. You're claiming you have this because you were in the military.
No, actually, you get an ATP for commercial when you fly in the military. You don't have a license from the FAA. Believe it or not.
Who do you think are the best pilots in the world?
That's hard to say. What do you mean?
Like, if you had to rate pilots in terms of skill level, what would be the highest skilled pilots on Earth? Who would be the highest skilled?
The Afghans.
Well, I don't know. Again, it's a question of how do you say that.
It's an easy question, dude. If you know anything, it would be the people who land on a flight deck. If you land on an aircraft, you have to be the highest level of skill to land on a moving runway. Well, then you don't know shit, dude. If you don't think that's
those are Navy pukes.
Navy, they would outfly your ass circles around you. I don't even believe you're a pilot, dude. I think you're blowing smoke up our ass.
They're Navy pukes.
Yeah, about like you gotta understand.
Everyone on the internet is an expert. He's an expert pilot. He builds jet engines. You expect me to believe all that bullshit, dude?
You're talking about Navy. You're talking about Navy pukes. Absolutely. Come on, Navy pukes don't know shit.
Those Navy pukes would fly circles around you, dude.
Well, they can
anyone who can land on the flight deck, dude, is a bad motherfucker.
They're just idiots.
Anybody? Yeah,
they're
yeah.
They're just idiots who can't land on real runways.
Oh, right. You land on a ship deck is the highest level of skill. Any Navy pilot that lands on a fucking on a aircraft carrier
they don't land; they just crash.
They are the elite of the elite.
No, they're the idiots of the idiots.
Is their jet fuel real?
Yeah, we ever seen
I
them?
have no idea. I have no idea if they use jet fuel on there. Maybe.
Oh no, they don't. That would be dangerous. Well, they used to use air. So anyway, what you sound about Rakia now? Rakia, yeah, I ran space in his head, but that's okay.
No, it's because you said you fueled the SR-71.
I did. Refueled actually. Air refueling KC-135Q mode.
Oh, dude, it gets even better.
Yeah, so basically, Rakia has been like this is way back on Brandon's server when Paid first came in and he said that he fueled the SR-71, and ever since then Rakia brings it up almost every day.
Yeah, it brings up all the time because it he's got a hard on for me or something.
Yeah, yo, dude, basically. You can fuel my SR-71 any day, bud.
The SR-71s are all retired for now, but that's okay.
So you claimed you were the pilot piloting the airplane that fueled it, or were you
KC-135? Yep,
here's the thing.
Hold on, but just to be clear though, are you saying that you flew it, or were you just on the crew, or were you connecting the hoses?
As a member of the crew, I flew it. Yes, as a pilot, co-pilot.
Here's the thing: the higher up the food chain you get, the worse it gets for you.
It's got to, because you guys, I'm telling you, full shit. It's like this is actually real experience versus your wannabe book reading Rakia fish farm or whatever he does.
Dude, you're calling us a wannabe, and you're telling a bunch of people on Discord you fucking fueled an SR-71.
I did.
Just stop.
No,
so cringe.
Here's the part you don't understand. Saying you're a KC-135 pilot in the Air Force is like, not considered a great assignment. So if I was going to lie to you, I'd tell you I flew like, F-15s or F-22s.
Dude, don't. Just stop. You're just digging the lie hole.
No, again, there's no lie hole here. The only lie hole here is people
you're trapped, saying that you're trapped like a rat right now. Okay?
Dude, you're just talking up your ass.
Platypus, this is why you got kicked off of the other server. You know that. For constant lying.
Well, listen, maybe we're sitting in the plane, right? And I'm sitting there, and you're sitting there, and I got to control the plane. What do I got to do? Just grab the throttle?
You will not be able to control the plane.
So you couldn't grab the throttle and control the plane? That'd be unheard of, right?
Could I? Yeah, probably.
Anybody who's there sitting there to
grab no, anybody who's sitting there traveling probably could not. No, actually, you need a little bit of training in order to do that. It's a little bit different than driving a car. You would probably crash the airplane in a matter of minutes if you just jumped in the seat. Maybe if you flew a lot of Flight Simulator, you might have a chance.
Well, that was fun.
So what do you got to do when you fly it up and down? What's the great thing that nobody can do? What do you got to do there? Five arm Sally. I mean, like what?
Well, it takes some knowledge of physics and what you're doing and some practice. Yeah, physics.
So you got to know about physics.
That
to turn the steering wheel.
It's a little more complicated than that.
So to drive a car, it's more complicated than steering it and pushing the go and the
gas.
Well,
you see, a car is slightly simpler, and it only moves in 2 degrees at a time.
Why is it simpler?
2-dimensional versus 3-dimensional.
What's that matter? You still got a steering wheel, right?
Yeah, you go up and down and left and right.
You got a brake, gas pedal. Steering wheel, right?
No, steering. You don't have well, you do have a steering wheel, but you don't use it very much.
You don't use the steering wheel. So what would it take to be a pilot? You just sit a dummy in there.
It would take you some lessons and.
Well, you just told me a mannequin could do it because you don't need to steer it. You don't need to. You
I
don't need to
didn't
guide
say
up or
that,
down.
but
Gravity's got. Hold on. Gravity's got you on going up or down. You don't have to worry about that. You're
oh,
just
well, you
locked
see,
step.
the problem is the problem
Hold
isn't
on.
going up or
Hold
down.
on. Hold
The
on a
problem
second,
is
buddy.
going up and
Hold
down in a
on. The
controlled
problem
manner.
is you can't let me finish my sentence.
Well, it's
So
because
the
you're going
mannequin
off
you
in the
put in
weeds
there.
already. So
The
you might as well
Yeah,
mannequin.
stop you before you get
I'd
in the
like
The
to.
weeds.
mannequin
I'd
in
like to
there.
hear you guys just go one at a time, if that's cool.
Well, no, the
Right,
problem is
NASA. Come on,
that
buddy.
Demok will go on for 5
NASA.
or 6 minutes here.
I can't go on for a second, dude. Not even 1 second. So you sit you sit your pilot in there, which is a crash test dummy, right? And he doesn't have to steer. And you set the plane on autopilot. So how hard is your job again?
Yeah, it doesn't quite work that way.
So what? You need a guy to line up the tube. So while you got your dummy and autopilot sitting over there in the main seat, right? Your seat, I'll get in the other seat, and then just we line up the tube to the hole.
See,
Just plug the hole in the
the whole
tube.
thing is what happens when the systems don't work. That's really what the pilot is
Hey,
doing.
where
When
were
they
you
don't work,
stationed? When you were flying the
don't you crash?
SR-71, where were you stationed?
Oh, you can look that up if you want. I've seen enough information. I'm not going to give out any more document information.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
The SR,
Told us
you can look to see where the SR-71 was stationed, and we were there.
Yep, and a mannequin probably flew you there. A mannequin not moving.
If you're going to make fun,
okay.
I mean, if you guys are just going to sit here and mock me, I'm just going to leave because
Well,
I
you're
don't
just
need
sitting here
to.
lying to us, dude.
I'm not lying to you, moron.
Us, dude. You're lying to us.
I have no. You're right. I have no respect for you, but I'm not lying to you.
Well, to be fair, Paid, your conduct on these servers and communities over the years, let's just say, I'll just be very kind when I say this, as kind as I can, is very, very far from correlating with somebody who would be some high-level pilot that's doing pretty high-level fueling of rare airplanes like SR-71s.
Well, you can think that all you want, but it all happened. The only reason I did do this is because it amuses me that you guys think the Earth is flat. And you guys are, I mean, you are totally incorrect on everything I've heard here about airplanes today from flat earthers has been incorrect. I don't think there's been one truthful thing said all night long. Now, previously I would get angry and yell at people and call you all names, but I've been told that I have to act more Kosho-like, so I'll just sit back and smoke my weed, I guess.
Why don't you ask NASA what plane he got his ATP rating in?
He's just all over the place with his answers. I'm not really like I can tell when someone's bullshitting me.
No, you can't. You're full of shit.
What airplanes you get your ATP rating in?
For the testing? The testing was a Queen Air because you have to be a multi-engine.
Oh yeah, my dad got it in a Shrike back in the day.
This guy makes so many claims, dude. He flew SR-71. He built engines.
Listen to me one more time. I flew the airplane that refueled.
Yeah.
Boy, you guys get triggered as soon as you come across.
Then again, that is a much different. That's a much different than saying you flew SR-71. The SR-71 pilots were some of the best pilots.
I'm down
this
to move
doesn't
on.
help your case that jet fuel is fake.
You
know
guys
that,
wanna
right?
go.
Yeah, by the way,
Opposite.
this jet fuel being fake
Problem is
stuff
you don't-
is a bunch
you
of
don't
shit.
get that.
Because the
See,
KC-130,
that's
guess
what
what?
you're saying, dude.
The KC-135
Nobody
is
said
basically a
jet
flying
fuel
gas
does not
station.
exist. Nobody
Yeah,
said
well
that.
then,
See,
then
you guys
what? Airplanes
did.
fly. Airplanes fly without jet fuel. That's what you're saying.
No, well, you didn't say that, did you? You said jet fuel doesn't exist, you cocksucker.
Oh, I see. So there's a difference. Excuse
I
me.
said something I didn't. You're
Excuse
trying
me.
to fucking make a claim I never
jet
made.
fuel exists, but we don't put it into airplanes to
Guys, let's
run
not
the
go
jets.
into the insult tailspin.
Nobody said that. I'm saying it. Okay? Nobody said that. And you keep the bogus fucking claim, dude. And it's really aggravating.
I fucking love you, Ron. You fucking great, man.
What is your claim? Because that was my impression that you were saying.
There's no fuel in the wings. That's what I said. There's
Fuck
no fuel in the
me.
Yeah,
so
did
you
someone
basically are
say-
saying that jet fuel is fake.
Nobody, hold on. Let's just be clear. Hold on. Nobody said jet fuel doesn't exist. Okay, what you're trying to think of is that there's either less or no fuel in the jets. You're clear on that, right?
No, he's not, because he never says that. Neither him and the Englishman never say that.
Oh, the Englishman? That's cool.
I think it's Hugh that kept saying he's just kind of strong.
Hugh.
I'm not deliberately strawmanning, but
yeah,
basically,
you're kind of trolling a bit, trying to get.
Okay, Geo, maybe a little bit. Sorry.
The English are usually more polite. I can't believe this guy.
No, he did
I'm
just say that.
sorry.
He threw out as if, yeah, you just combine this like, oh, what a ridiculous thing. You think jet fuel doesn't
It's
exist.
just, it's
No one
Gio.
said
It's just that after, this is just, like I said before, I'm reiterating and I apologize. I heard about this about 3 or 4 years ago. It's 3 or 4 years later. You'd expect the level of investigation, evidence, whatever, to have gained some ground. We've got lots of evidence. Here's a link to a bunch of evidence, but it's not. It hasn't made any. It hasn't gained any ground. It's just
nobody cares enough. Like I don't beat the
that's
drum
what it is. Yeah,
24/7.
that's what
I
it
don't
is.
care enough, and it's something I don't usually talk about until I got banned for talking about it. On Karen B fucking banned me. I had
Karen
some
B?
evidence, and the bitch banned me from her fucking chat. I'm
We're
like,
friends.
what?
We
Why
can
are
be
they
friends
trying
then,
to?
Wolfgang.
I was friends with her at one time, but then
No, I said
I saw the true colors come out. I'm like,
we.
aha,
She banned
something.
you. We can be friends. She banned me too.
I can't even ban you, and I wouldn't ban you. What I'm saying, I don't like to ban people. I want to have.
I said we could be friends because she banned me as well.
Good.
So
now
we
you're
have
on the
one-
good list.
We were
Anyone on her shit list is someone I like. Okay, so what I'm saying is,
yes.
Did she think she was going to shut me up? That only fucking motivated me more. I'm like, why the fuck are they gatekeeping so hard? What I mean, I had almost forgot about it. I don't really talk about this all that much. I'm like, let me see what there is to dig into. Why are they trying to fucking shut this down so hard? Like they were just.
Ron,
What's that? Go ahead, Gio. Gio?
Oh, they're beaming him. We're way over the target tonight, boys.
I can't hear him. I heard
They had
platypus.
they had to send in the shills, and then they had to shut Geo down. This is it.
Dude, I mean, why are they coming so hard? Even like Karen B, and they were coming hard, dude, trying to call everyone like fucking idiots, liars. You guys are just.
They make so much money off of gas. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a fucking joke. All they got to do is prime up the motors, and once they get this shit warmed up, you can use the air as fuel, dog. That's how it works.
That's right.
You know what it is?
That's just utterly silly. And
petrodollar. The U.S. dollar
I've ordered an electric car, so I don't have to use gas. I think it's dumb that we're using gas in the 21st century. So I ordered an electric car from a California company.
Water. We used to use electric. They threw it out because gas was better to control you with. See how that works?
Well, then what would the options be, Riggs? It would be either like some kind of free energy device that's very compact, and in that case, they'd have to plant it on the plane. Another option would be like an electric motor of some sort that helps it so that it uses the vortex design, but then also has some electric motor. And then another third option might be that they just have to use less fuel because of that. Or can you think of any others, or which ones of those do you think could be possible?
I mean, I don't think they're using like the real high tech shit. I think they're just using the fucking air. They already got motors. See, here's the thing, man. They got motors like combustion engines that can work on water. The only limitation to a combustion motor is the fucking crankshaft and the pistons. If you use a turbine, it just comes down to the tolerance of precision bearings, and NASA and these fucking jet companies, they've got all the patents on crazy ass fucking precision bearings that you cannot get yourself. So it's literally limited. The turbines are limited by fucking nothing because there's nothing to break. They just spin. There's nothing to break. Like combustion motors, they have a limit of the RPM. But if you have high precision bearings and they just fucking spin in a circle, there's no limit. So you can get that shit real hot, spin it real fast, and you can use the fucking air, you can use water, and there's enough condensation in the fucking clouds itself. Like it's literally the sky is all the fuel you'd ever need. Period.
It's like they're flying.
Period. Nothing. That doesn't make any sense at all, Riggs. Come on.
Well, I don't care what you think, nigga.
Not what I think is what I know. You can't combust water. You can't combust air. It's an oxygen. It combusts with a fuel,
air cannot be used.
with a hydrocarbon. You need to have a hydrocarbon.
Compressed air absolutely can be used. Like, have you ever just let a balloon go and the balloon fucking zips around?
Yeah, and that's why I said earlier, Platypus, that's why I asked earlier, give me a value of how much air you would need, what pressure it would have to be at, what size the nozzle would be, what the CFM would be out of that nozzle, produce enough thrust to move a 100,000-pound aircraft.
Compressing the stuff coming in forward. You compress it.
D-Mock,
So
was that a
gonna be
question directed at
compression that
you or
happens
to
exactly
Platypus?
when you do it. Hold on a minute, man.
D-Mock, no, I wasn't talking to you. That's not just being rude.
So you don't understand the
No,
rate like
I
it
do
happens
understand.
when
I
it
was
comes
talking to
in.
Platypus. What do you think the pressure? How much force do you think you need to produce from an airplane, regardless of the type of airplane it is, to get it to fly? Just a ballpark. Anyone have an idea? Let's say
From your gas,
let's say have a
from your gas pump
200,000-pound
do you need?
airplane. Let's say have a
So you think
200,000.
you need gas pump force
D-Mock,
to get an airplane
please.
going? Well, I'm asking you a question.
No,
You
I'm
need
making
gas
a
pump
statement
force? So the only
and a
way an
question.
airplane goes up is gas pump force, right? Gas. You gotta have a gas pump and gasoline in there, and that's the only way an airplane can go anywhere, right?
Yes.
Gasoline's pumped into the engine. Yes, it's busted and it expands at a rapid rate, turns the turbine, and also produces thrust.
Did you guys never study how
You can only do
engines
that
work?
with gasoline. You can't do it with air. You couldn't do it with water. You
Well,
couldn't do it with
fuel. It
other
doesn't have to be
liquids.
gasoline. It could be there's other things that are not called gasoline, such as kerosene,
There's
which
other
is a type
things.
of
What
fuel.
about air?
No,
Air is
air
not a
doesn't work.
fuel.
You can compress
Compressed
air all
air
you want.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Compressed air doesn't turn to steam when you
Like I said,
compress it
how much force do
with
you
the
need?
humidity
A
that's
balloon
up there.
example? D-Mock, how much force do you need to make a like the
Electrical
730?
energy is what they use.
Oh my, Geo.
They convert
Electrical
to
Come on.
energy?
electricity.
Just shut
Electricity?
D-Mock down for a
Wait a
second.
minute.
I
Wait
don't
a
know.
minute.
This is kind of
Oh my
chaotic
God.
to listen to. Hold on, just hold on, Democ. Just let him just finish your point, Zach. Wrap it up. Throw it
Oh,
back.
it's real quick. I mean, how much thrust do you need to have a 100,000-pound airplane take off and fly at a few hundred miles? But you even just get off the ground. Anyone know? It's roughly
You know
about.
what, dude?
It's about half its. You need thrust of about half its weight. That 50% thrust to weight ratio is about a general rule of thumb for most planes that aren't super high performance. They can just get off the ground. A little lower for the bigger plane, but you still need about 50,000 pounds of thrust. Now, how are you going to produce 50,000 pounds of thrust with compressed air? Where are those bottles at tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of psi? But by the way, as that pressure is released, pressure goes down, so you get less thrust. So that would mean planes as they're landing, they wouldn't have all this thrust available. And if they if D-Mock, are you fucking kidding me?
Zanuck, dude, that's just beyond.
Yeah,
Oh, that was
dude.
too much for you?
Put
Okay.
the mute on that. That guy's
Sorry.
just ruining the whole fucking combo,
Yeah,
dude.
I had him on mute.
If you want to make a go around after the end of a flight,
we just put him back on. I mean,
all right, I'll go away.
How about the room votes? Does anyone want to not mute Zanuck?
Does anyone want to hear him? Does anyone want to hear him? I don't know.
Come on.
Just
maybe give him one more. Give him one more try. Give him one more chance.
Not right away. Not right away.
Sure.
What
Yeah.
he was saying, compressed air, right?
I'm muted.
Do you know what a plasma cutter is? It takes 90 pounds of compressed air, and you could even use slightly less. You could even get by with like 60, and electrical current, and it makes plasma, which you can cut steel. It's like, well, air is not a fuel. Well, how does air cut through steel? Right? It's just compressed air with electric makes plasma, and I actually own a plasma cutter, and that's all it takes.
Does it give force? Does it give force when you hold it? Do you have to hold it down?
Do I have to hold the trigger?
Does it like try to fly off your hand? If you light it, does it like give
It does actually have a little bit of thrust, but it's not enough.
Not enough to make to be.
I'll show you a video of me cutting my car in half with a plasma cutter.
Okay, but it's taking plasma out of air. Okay,
I know, but it's not creating any thrust. It's not creating any.
The air is turning into. It's combusting. The air is cutting through steel.
Yeah.
Right. What's that noise that's coming out like? Like what's
That's
that?
the compressed air. Yeah, the compressed air as a plasma jet. But you're saying air has mysterious properties when you compress it. Electricity with compressed air does things that wouldn't normally happen. It's not just the air we're breathing, it's different. It's compressed air. It has totally different properties.
Yeah, and if your plane's gonna crash or like whatever and you got to put it on autopilot or whatever, it's got like APC, whatever. Like if the first thing fails, right, you got to fail safe. You got like a little motor thing, like or electric generator or something on the back, right? Like the APU, APC.
Oh, the APU. Right? Yeah, that's the
that's
that makes the air
that you need. And then after that, your air can be turned into fuel. All you need is a spark. Once your air is compressed to a hot enough vapor or gas, hydrogen, whatever. It's going to come through, and it's going to be the best fuel you can ever have.
So why don't we pump air into our car? Why don't we just get like a big and pump air into our car?
Because you like to lie about things, and you won't let me.
Oh, don't go to the gas station next time. Just go put some.
How would your car work without it?
I don't know. How does an airplane engine work without it?
I'll use your
You can't run it.
Exactly. You can't run an airplane engine same way.
Yeah, you can run your car on that. Put it on your hood and have fun. What would stop you?
Air is vital to the triangle, the fuel triangle. If you take air away, your car doesn't run.
No shit. It's oxygen in the air. It's not the air itself. It's you still
the air itself. I just explained to you. The air itself at high pressure and with an electrical charge will cut steel. It'll make a plasma jet. It's not natural air. It's compressed air.
What are the 3 points? What are the 3 points of the fire triangle?
It's air, fuel. It's like oxygen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
fuel.
The air is the fuel.
No. What's in the air that burns?
The compressed air. Compression.
No, what? Air is nitrogen. Air is
nitrogen and oxygen. It's nitrogen, oxygen, CO2. It's a bunch of trace elements.
Most of it,
most of it's nitrogen. Most of it's nitrogen and oxygen.
Yeah, and oxygen. That's
and
the
then there's
one part.
trace
So
elements.
you're saying the nitrogen burns now?
I'm saying air. Okay, the combination
but it's like 70% nitrogen. It's
no,
like 70%
it's a
nitrogen.
mixture. No, it's a mixture.
What part of the air burns?
Air.
What part of the air burns?
All of it.
What part? You say nitrogen doesn't burn. You say oxygen.
All of it. It's not separated, dude.
So wait a minute, hold on. So you're saying that the nitrogen, which is 70% of it, doesn't burn. The oxygen, which is like 13% of it, doesn't burn. So what part of it burns?
It's not air. It's air. It's not oxygen or nitrogen. It's air. It's a mixture.
It's a combination of both. So what part of it burns? What part of air burns?
All of it burns combined.
It doesn't burn though. Nitrogen doesn't burn. Nitrogen puts a fire out.
What do you put in your lighter?
That's butane. It's a carbon.
Yeah, same as
that's
nitrogen.
A long carbon chain. That's similar to gas. More similar to the kerosene in jets than it is the nitrogen.
Nitrous oxide in a car it doesn't burn.
Nitrous oxide is not nitrogen. Nitrogen.
Okay,
is
neither is air. Neither is air. Air is a mixture.
How much nitrous oxide is in air?
It's a mixture of combustible gas.
Hold on. Let's get this clear.
Again, hold on. Stop. Daymok, stop. Daymok, shut up.
You're
Tell me what. Daymok, I'm gonna turn you down if you're gonna continue to interrupt me.
That you're trying to
come on, man. Just let
turn them down. Now tell me what part of the air burns. You've got nitrogen.
NOS does not burn. Nitrous oxide does not burn.
Well, nitrogen doesn't burn either.
But he thinks that because of all these high performance
guys
talk about. Hold on,
nitrous oxide is an oxidizer. That's like a replacement oxygen.
Air itself.
It's air. It's basically air.
What part of air burns?
All of it. All of it. Air is a combination.
It doesn't.
All of it. It is not a separated gas.
No part of it burns.
Separated.
You can't tell me
what part of it. It's a homogeneous thing. Air is just air. You can't separate. I don't see clumps of nitrogen and clumps of fucking oxygen and CO2.
Again,
it's all one.
So here we go. The oxygen is what you need to burn. That's the oxidizer. That's what nitrous oxide is, by the way. It's an oxidizer. So now you've got like 70% of nitrogen to a molecule of 2 nitrogens. That doesn't burn. So what's up? A little bit of carbon dioxide? That doesn't burn.
I just told you, dude.
None of it burns.
Nitrous oxide is not something that burns. You use it in a race car. You're not using it to burn it.
It's an oxidizer.
The air
you're using nitrous oxide only to cool the fuel air charge and to put air in there. It's basically air.
Wait. What part of it's burning? What part of the air is burning in a plasma
air is
port?
not burning.
Hold on. Tell me what part of it's burning. I can cut through steel. I can cut through steel.
No,
none of it is burning.
It's not burning.
Run your
finger under it.
Run your finger under it and tell me it's not burning. I'll take a plasma cutter and cut your finger right off.
It's not burning.
It's fucking plasma, dude.
It's plasma.
Different. It's plasma.
It's burning.
Not burning.
It's hotter than fire, dude. It's a fucking
But it doesn't give any thrust.
It does give thrust.
No, it doesn't.
And who cares about
out of your hand?
It's a fucking
you
cutter,
dude. You want to see me cut my car in half? I have a video of it. There's no thrust. I'm holding it with one hand, and it's cutting my car in half. 3 layers of steel.
It does have thrust. It does have
thrust. There's no thrust.
Who said it even needs any? It's burning.
It just melts the metal.
I didn't say it's a jet engine, dude. I didn't say it's a jet engine. It's coming out of a fucking pinhole orifice. It's not going to blow you across the fucking room.
Well, yeah, the only thrust you have is the air, compressed air, the 90 psi.
Yeah, he said orifice.
It's coming out of the nozzle. It's not thrust.
Oh, you know what an orifice is?
Positive,
That's the
means
fucking
burning.
hole in the end of the nozzle. Yeah, that's the orifice.
If it was coming out of a smaller nozzle, then it would have a higher thrust. Think about when you're watering your plants and you cover half the garden hose with your thumb. You suddenly have more thrust coming the water coming out because you restricted the nozzle.
It's volume.
Therefore,
It's
your
volume.
pinhole nozzle actually would create more thrust.
No, it's the volume of air. It's compressed. It's coming out of a small orifice, and it's compressed. There's not a huge volume. If I take a water pick that you clean your teeth with, it's not a fire hose. They could have the same pressure, but the fire hose has more volume, so the fire hose is going to throw you on your ass.
It's not what causes the airplanes to move. Anything.
The volume of the flow is what causes thrust.
Making plasma is not a thrust. Making plasma is just disassociating electrons from the oxygen in the air.
It's the air. No, it's not. It doesn't separate the oxygen.
Reaction.
It consumes the air. The air itself is the fuel. It doesn't distinguish between oxygen and nitrogen.
Fuel. It's not
air.
Fuel.
Well, I don't care what you think, dude. It's
I know it's what I know. You're making another.
It's flammable, and it's coming out as a flame.
You see me wrong about almost everything. Okay, go ahead.
So what's the Hindenburg?
Why is it not
why was it
fuel?
so able to fly? Why was the Hindenburg flying on hydrogen?
Well, there you go, hydrogen. Now that can be a fuel. That
well,
is
what are you surrounded
oxygen
by?
is not. There's inert gas.
Hold on. Inert gases. I'm glad you said that. So where'd you get helium from that's inert in the noble gases, other than the same gas you're breathing right now, and put it into a container, right? You compress it.
Why does helium not burn and hydrogen burn? Does anyone know?
That's not our question. Our question is
my question to you, Einstein.
These gases out of what? Is the real question, because you seem to
just
act
one
like
has
you
one
know
more atom than the other.
What can be a gas?
Double the
and what can't
molecular
be burnt, and
atomic
what
weight.
rate?
Okay,
And what's inert and what's not
as
inert?
a personal note to you, you're impossible to talk to.
Well, if you'd shut up, maybe it'd be easy. So, the gases you claim to know about, you don't know much about, because you can't go get a 99% of either one of them by themselves. You have to go to the man and grab a container with his specialized label. So, quit acting like you're going to talk about what and who and when and where and how something can combust or burn, or like you're the specialist of it, because you're not, clearly. You don't even know how helium is made and what helium is to talk about helium. Right, or was that?
No, it was just kind of a mic drop. I think you just dropped a big bomb.
I mean, they can't even tell you what these
Hey,
inert gases.
Ron, what do you think? I was going to ask Ron, what do you think of the jet fuel hoax being connected to chemtrails? What do you think the connections are there?
The chemtrail.
Because I mean, they claim that the contrails would be from the jets burning fuel. So
no. I think that's well, the old airplanes, even the B-17s, they had what's called contrails. It's just water vapor from the exhaust. You know, when you go outside in the winter and it's cold and you breathe, your air will turn into like frozen vapor. You'll see your breath.
Right, but they claim that it's the vapor from the fuel that then does that.
Correct.
Yes. No, I don't think that. It's just hot. It's just hot air mixing with cold. I don't know about the chemtrail thing.
For the B-17s, these are internal combustion engines that are releasing the exhaust into the atmosphere at a very high altitude, and then you do have condensation.
It happened with those. Yeah, the B-17s even had contrails. They were called contrails, but they were continuous. These go off and on, the ones Geo's talking about, sometimes they turn them on and sometimes they go off. So if your engine's running, it would be continuous. Why would it shut on, go off and on?
You can go through pockets of air where things, the pressure changes or the water vapor content, humidity changes, and then that'll create contrails and it'll stop all of a sudden. It's like
Yeah, but sometimes
it'll be warm and then turn cold.
Sometimes it'll be one engine and not the other. So if that doesn't hold up, you know what I mean? Like if you're going through a pocket,
show me where one engine and not the other one is.
Well, I've seen it. I've seen when they turn on and off.
Well, that if they were doing it true, where they're actually ejecting something out the plane to seed clouds or something, yeah, that happens. Or a crop duster, but no, in jet engines, all of them will make the same contrail.
Engine,
you'll never see one. Hold on, you'll never see one engine not do a contrail.
Ever? Okay, I'm sure I'll find you one, but because I've seen it myself.
No, you haven't.
But I'm saying people saying that they're putting chemtrails in the fuel is bogus.
Well, no, they're not.
Yeah, because there's no fucking fuel. But what I'm saying about the that's
water
another
vapor either condenses or it freezes, and you have ice crystals which last a long time, or it's vapor which dissipates fairly quickly. Depends on how high the pressure. The whole atmospheric conditions will tell you how long those chemtrails.
I've seen
contrails will last.
I mean, I've seen them cut in and out on both sides, both engines and together. So
no, not that altitude. You can watch planes until you're blue in the face. They'll all.
Okay.
If you have a jet contrail, all four engines will be reducing the contrail.
I mean, seriously, I've seen them literally like cut off and on, like they're doing fucking.
That happens because you go through atmosphere that changes. The air atmosphere is homogeneous, or not homogeneous. It's somewhat heterogeneous. If you have little areas of high pressure, it goes into low pressure, or temperature changes, that'll stop the condensation process. Or if they give more throttle, it could be.
All right, bro. What I'm saying is that it's like more.
Increase the heat or something, dude. Might make the contrail go away.
Dude, just mouth on my penis, bro. Just shut up for a second. Look, I've seen them do like Morse code, like literally like ba 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 ba. So what is that?
It could be oil. It could be skyriders that are throwing oil into the actual engines, on the exhaust pipe, so it vaporizes that and makes smoke. And that's how they write skywriting. Pop 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 pop. So put your crank back in his pants because no one's gonna touch it.
No, that's not what that was.
Swamp gas, bro.
Xanac, would you?
Saw swamp gas and a weather balloon.
Oh, that's funny.
Xanac, do you think you accomplished what you came here to accomplish?
Yes, everyone is now fully educated.
Thank you. No, honestly, dude, I've just been sitting in my car, parked, laughing for 20 minutes right now. Honestly, Xanac, thank you. I appreciate it. And the SR-71 pilot, that shit was funny.
Yeah, again, I don't think he was flying the SR-71.
I know.
I fueled it.
I know.
You know what? You know the guy that fuels the plane is like the lowest rung of the ladder? He's even below the baggage handle.
He's a run to the ladder, I know. But he does have an ATP rating, which is pretty, substantial. That's like the real deal.
Does he?
That's like professional athlete. Yeah, he does. I asked him what plane he got, and he gave me some. He could have mentioned any multi-engine legal to get his ATP in, and he gave me some obscure plane that I vaguely. He'd have to do that.
That's a pretty low standard of evidence, my guy. But okay.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Sure it is. But you could ask me, do I have my ATP right now? I could say yes, and throw out some plane. The way he just pulled out some obscure plane out of his ass. I'd say it's more.
I know if I
had
a job at the airport and that's all I had to do is hook a hose up and pretend I'm pumping fuel, and then I see the guys loading the baggage, working their balls off, I think I'd keep my job. I work for 10 seconds, and the other guy's got to sweat balls. I mean, that's a pretty easy job. You get to fuel the plane.
The thing is, I think that they probably put some kind of odor on the air that they're loading up, that's so pungent. Like you don't even want to be bad at your job when you're hooking these hoses up, because you're just gonna like smell like shit for the rest of the day or something. That's just my theory, at least.
They might do that, or they might not even need to, because the guy doing it can't put all the pieces together. Like I've seen the guys they hired, and they don't. Well, there's a video, at least 3 guys, and they didn't seem very bright. And then another guy just is like, he knows he has a cushy job, and he doesn't give a fuck, and he doesn't whatever. They have different lines too. There's like, do you ever see an acetylene torch? They have 2 like maybe 3/8 inch lines, one for acetylene, one for oxygen. They have these 2 lines that look like they're air lines that go to the also with the main fuel line. There's like the main fuel hose. It's like maybe a 2.5 inch rubber flexible hose, and then there's 2 smaller ones that they reel out. And I'm not sure what those other 2 lines are for. And then there's a so-called ground wire. They got to ground themselves before they pump the fuel, right?
Well, there might be a charge going on. They also got to prime it, right? So once you get something going and you add another thing as a primer, it kind of like double or triples your output or whatever you're going to, the amount you need to use for. So if you have a little bit of gas and a big amount of primer coming in, like the condensed air, right, to go in with it at the same ratio being shot in, then it's fine. Then you should be. It seems like it makes sense. It would work for me. Not being full of fuel, but the idea to have a little bit of fuel, just enough to carry you on and keep priming your engine to start up. Once you get it to start and get that spark, then the continuous forced air, compressed oxygen, you can either get electrical current out of it, or you can force it to a fuel itself, and it'll combust. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because if you're taking the air, right, like I was saying with the plasma cutter, let's say you take a volume of air, 1 million cubic feet, and then you compress it into 1 cubic foot. You've also taken all that electric in the air and compressed it as well. So it could be something like how a plasma torch is running. Compressed air. Well, all the electrical molecules, you think they're molecules or things. If you're compressing them, they're also being pressurized. They're being squeezed in there.
What do you think the pressure would be if you had you said a cubic meter? You had
if you took 1 million cubic feet and you compressed it into like 1 cubic foot, or whatever the compression ratio is, if it's 1,000 to 1 or whatever it is, 100 to 1, I'm not sure what the compression is. Where you're compressing 1 million, let's say you are compressing 1 million to 1. You don't think there's be any advantage to the electrical charge? You're taking air and all the constituents in that air.
Okay, let me stop for a second.
And you're compressing them into smaller volume.
What do you think it would take to control the pressure of 1 million psi?
Okay, let's say it's even 100, whatever. Let's say the numbers are irrelevant. What I'm saying is you're taking a greater volume and compressing it into a smaller space. You don't think it's having any increase in electrical charge?
No, of course not.
No, of course not. You know this.
I do know this. You can compress air into a tank. I do nitrous oxide. I had a race car that I would. Wow.
Sorry.
And you can't measure any electrical difference.
You can't compress electricity. The more pressure is the voltage. That's what voltage is. It's pressure.
Not the voltage.
Voltage is pressure.
No, voltage is analogous pressure in E over I squared, E over IR in the.
Voltage is the pressure of the electricity. Amperage is the volume.
It's not pressure.
There's volume and pressure. Voltage is the pressure.
No, it's not. It's an analogy. It's a very loose analogy.
Okay, well, it works.
It doesn't work. You can't compress. You can't use the analogy. You can't use the analogy on air. Hold on.
So it doesn't exist.
1 second. You can't use the analogy on air to make more. It doesn't work that way.
Well, you're saying if there's electrons, if you're seeing electrons or something, and you pack them together, it's not creating more electrons.
There are more electrons because there's more molecules. Yes,
okay, if I pack these electrons tighter, what happens? If I pack more electrons into a smaller space, what happens?
The atoms, the molecules bounce off each other.
You can't compress electrons. If I gather the volume, let's say of 100 cubic feet, and I compress it to 1, I haven't compressed the electric either.
No. It's not how electrons. That's not how molecules work.
No, you're taking
you're taking the air as a whole. Whatever's in the air, you're taking that with it. It's all coming in.
Everything in it will be compressed.
Everything in it. Yeah.
Electricity does not get compressed.
And it does. What I'm saying is, when you compress the air, and then you add the electric, when it all becomes, it turns into a plasma jet. It was nothing but air.
Input, output, potential input, potential output.
Now you're going back to the plasma cutter, which is
But it was the same air you breathe becoming a flame. The same fucking air. Where's the fuel? Where's the fuel? It's the fucking air, dude. That's the fucking fuel. Don't get it?
Electrons.
It's the air becoming fuel, dude. I just gave you an example.
You're stripping the electrons off the air.
I tell you, electrons are not a thing now.
Well, that's why plasma.
No, it's the air, dude.
Plasma is
air.
ionized gases. You're ionizing the gas.
Okay.
In that,
what's the gas? The gas is the air you're breathing right now. Yes. It's not nitrogen. It's not oxygen.
You're stripping off electrons. Do Google. Just do yourself a favor. Well, how does a plasma cutter work? You might learn something. Because I'm not here to teach you. Remember, Gio told me I'm not here to teach you.
You're not teaching anybody, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't?
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Why do you say that? Why don't you back up?
You make all these outrageous claims.
Why do you think I don't? Why do you think I don't know what I'm talking
about? You got all these pilots like the steel jet engines.
I flew too. What do you want to ask me? Go ahead.
Now you fly too. Okay.
Well, everyone knows I fly. Talked about. I've shown a picture of myself.
Wait. Who is this? Who am I talking to?
Xanax.
Oh.
Xanax.
Xanax.
Do you fly
dude needs a Xanax.
Do you fly as a private? Do you fly as a private pilot?
Yeah, only as a private pilot or as experimental.
He sounds like that guy that claims his dad is an astronaut. I forget the guy's name.
Veach.
What is his name? Veach? Oh yeah, Veach.
Scott Veach.
When
I first got here, that was we always got people confused. I never thought for a second we sounded like
you have a similar voice, that's all.
His dad was an astronaut. Yeah, his dad was an astronaut.
Similar cadence.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I
His
don't
dad
know.
was an astronaut. I mean, that's pretty.
But Xanax's claim to fame is that he was on American Gladiators back in the 90s.
You said that.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he says.
Oh, whoa! You were on American Gladiators, so you must know Zap, right?
Gio said I.
You know Zap, right?
Yes, I met her when I was in college.
Bro, I banged her daughter.
Really? No kidding. That's pretty funny.
So wait, were you or weren't you on American Gladiator? If you know who fucking Zap is, were you or were you not? Because I don't know how you could know who Zap is if you weren't on it unless you watched.
I met Zap before I even knew she was like a real well-known bodybuilder, very very manly looking bodybuilder. She got her.
She's a nice lady, dude.
Last time this came up, Xanax was like, I may or may not be going to Southern California for the filming of a Netflix documentary on American Gladiators.
That's funny.
So since he was on the show, he knows how that air cannon works, right?
Thing is, Xanax, your voice is so characteristic. If all we'd have to do is hear your voice, but sorry, Ron, I didn't mean to.
No, I'm saying like just the claims. And then all these different jobs. Who was the other guy? He had all these different random jobs. Oh, I built engines, and he's making every fucking claim, dude. It's like
no, a lot of it's got a lot of stuff in our life. I'm starting to get older. You get a lot of times to reinvent yourself. Since I was in college, then everything. I've raced cars. I've flown planes. I've water skied. I did track. I did all sorts of gladiators. I did fucking hundreds of shit things. I was berserk, man. You just got to live life, man. Have fun.
And you still think the Earth is a globe?
Well, yeah, the evidence that ice tells me the Earth is a globe, but you may have something that shows me different. I'm willing to look at it.
Have we measured? Has anyone come up with an argument for the measurement of the spin? Are you guys still claiming that you've measured it spinning?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Full core pendulum is a good way to do that.
Oh really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, yes. Really.
How does it measure that? I'm just curious.
Go look
at. We have something that's moving back and forth.
Maybe Zan will teach you.
Well, you guys got to go one at a time. Come on.
Maybe Zan will teach you. I'm not here to teach you.
Okay.
I can't. That's right. Geotech. I can't teach anybody. Forbidden.
You guys aren't allowed to teach. Okay. Well, did you guys?
Oh, it's not that we're not allowed to teach.
Dude, the problem comes in. It doesn't. You can obviously share any information, your perspective, knowledge you have for sure. The problem is when you come in and just like.
I know. I was being facetious.
You like kind of almost. It's like a form of harassing where you keep telling someone like you're wrong, you're an idiot, you're stupid, all that condescending shit, and like nobody wants to be treated that way. So once you do it, like it just sets the room into chaos, and then we can't have a real conversation because
but I think people want that. I think deep down everyone wants to fight. That's why they're here.
Not really, man. I was just gonna say, have you used a Foucault's pendulum on a planet that's not spinning?
When I was
so
on
you can
Planet
know
Xenon, that one time I was on Planet Xenon, Gladiator. I pulled out
But
my
like,
phone.
how would you know that
my pocket?
Whatever
I pulled out my
measurements you're
pocket
getting-
pendulum. Yes.
Okay, I'll try one more time. How would you know that whatever measurements you're getting from Foucault's pendulum is from the spin of the Earth when you have never used a pendulum like that on a planet that's not spinning? You know.
Wow.
Well, if I was on a planet that wasn't
Hold on,
spinning,
let me take another hit.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that is true. How do you have something to even compare it to or falsify or isolate that that's what it is? It's a good point.
Well, you know its rate of precession, and so with that rate, you can this by the latitude on
You've got to know what a Foucault's pendulum would do on a planet that's not spinning first to say, this is happening now because we're on a place that is spinning, right?
Right. So what we do know is that things that are in motion stay in motion until acted by another force. So the theory and the idea and the concept data shows that something swinging will swing in that fixed plane and not deviate from that fixed plane unless something acts on it, like wind or someone pushes it. Right. So if it's going back and forth based on this vector down of the weight of the pendulum and this conservation of momentum as well as its potential energy converted to kinetic energy back to potential energy back and forth, the swing, we know it's going to go back and forth plane, and this plane should not deviate because it's anchored by a pivot point. So when we see the whole thing this plane precess, we know it's not the object that's actually spinning, it's what's beneath it is causing this precession. The precession means that ground is spinning under it. And we can dictate what latitude we're at by the rate at which it precesses. So at the equator, it will never precess. That's a clue. That means you're at the part that's furthest away from the center of axis rotation. And if it's at the axis rotation, it precesses once every 24 hours. In our case, other planets might have a different rate of rotation, but our sphere, no matter how large it is, rotates once every 24 hours. We know this by using the pendulum and moving it around the Earth, that being our independent variable, to determine by which latitude and the rate of rotation, how fast the spin rate is, and it's all consistent where you put it.
You know that thing's motorized, don't you?
Well, they only use the motor to keep it moving back and forth. They don't
No, not all of them are motorized either. The original one's not motorized. The one
you don't have to have motor.
Motorized.
Yeah, you can make your own. You can make your own and have it be pretty accurate.
Bearing? Is there a frictionless bearing that could run for 24 hours?
You can have one that go back and forth about 20-30 minutes, and that will give you enough precession that is the same precession that we're talking about, the larger that are.
Well, it has to turn once in a day, right? It has to run 24 hours.
Only at the poles.
You can divide it up. Once in a day, only at the poles. Everywhere else, it'll tell you what latitude. Like in France, it'll be 3 hours. At the equator,
we're not allowed to go to the North Pole, so that's something that we can't verify anyway.
Actually, they've done one at the South Pole, and it verified 24
But there is no South Pole.
There is a South Pole. There is a South Pole. There is a South Pole. They went there with a Foucault pendulum, built it in the construction in the stairwell, and got the 24 hours.
And you know what? No one can go there.
How long
either.
did they test it?
Well, then just use your sextant, find the North Star, look at the elevation angle, altitude angle of the North Star.
How long did they test it at the South Pole?
Riggs,
a couple of days, if I remember correctly.
Riggs, take your Foucault pendulum, use your sextant, find your co-altitude angle, and then you'll be able to determine by that precession where you are based on that angle. You guess.
Yeah, that's
here
latitude.
I'm at 20 degrees. I know this is how many miles I am from the. I can tell you this is my rotation rate of the pendulum, and you'll see it'll precess at that rate. At that rate, it will precess.
You're at 20 degrees?
No, I'm saying if you did.
Oh, if you did, okay, I'm sorry.
If you'd
Have
be
you ever
somewhere,
did it in an
Because he said he
elevator?
can't get to the North Pole. Go anywhere close to it, or anywhere you're at. Just tell me where you're
I
at
can't do
longitudinally,
that. I
and
can only
In
we
an
can
elevator.
tell you what the rate of
In
precession
an
will be.
elevator, Zanuck. An elevator. The Foucault's pendulum is never done on the 0th floor, 1st floor, 2nd floor, 10th floor, on the elevator, every single floor, and to see the different reading you're going to get just going up in different amounts of elevation.
Wait, that's actually a really good point, dude. Yeah, that just has anyone seen the pendulum done at different altitudes?
Nope. And they can't declare an altitude on a globe until they do this.
Well, would
Because
that
if
be
you declare,
would that be similar to like with the ring laser gyro? The idea being that if you're on a globe, you would get the same rotation from at different altitudes, but if you're getting a different rate of a rotational variance at the different altitudes, and that shows that it's not the huge Earth that's moving, but instead something with the medium that is causing a different effect, which gets into how vortexes work, in my viewpoint.
I don't think the altitude would matter as long as.
Well, I'm asking, has it been tested?
Well, I don't. Maybe. I'm sure they have
I
a Foucault
doubt it.
on top of a building somewhere.
Dude, Foucault's pendulum is really not
it shouldn't
very
change
well.
it because the rate of rotation based on your latitude, where you
Right.
are pointing,
Kinda sus.
where the vertical is with respect to the North Pole. Vertical is with respect to the equator. That vertical, that's not changing. Rate of rotation will not change, no matter how high you are.
well, you claim that, but you claim longitude and latitude are changing on a ball that we don't live on. So that's kind of weird too. So if your elevator, yeah, I know, your elevator shows the same result as your imaginary longitude and latitude, you'd be so funny too, wouldn't you?
So, Daymok, you want what do we have to do it now? Staying on one leg, blindfolded with one eye, or what?
Well, it's a good point that he brought up.
No, it's not
Science of
actually.
any sort would work. Science of any type would work for you, buddy. If
Well,
you do
you
any
see, this is science, and you say no.
not.
Now we need. Now we need. Now we need to go up in altitude.
The
So then,
teacher's answer in the drawer is not science. I'm sorry to tell
I
you,
see.
dude.
I
If
see.
I
So
put
now we need
1
to go
plus
up.
1 in the drawer and say it's 2, that is not science. I'm sorry. You
I
lost
see.
me here.
So
When there's
now
more
we.
than one way to do something, and you keep inferring the only one way, like you're broke any
Well,
other
why
way.
don't you do
That's
it
not
then? This
science.
is your experiment. Why don't you do it?
I don't need to because it should have been done by science in the first
No,
place.
it shouldn't
Or
have.
else
There's
how
no
can you
reason
call
to
yourself
do it.
science?
There's
Why
no
would you do
reason.
one thing and not do
No.
10
There's no
to
reason.
manipulate the variable?
There's
Why
no
would you
reason to.
not manipulate
God
elevation
dang
when
it!
that's what you're changing on the globe? I wish I could get a sentence out with you, dude.
I wish I could. Wish you would
Something
shut up
wrong with you.
occasionally. You talk. Now listen.
Well, maybe
There's
I
no.
would
There's
if you'd let me say my sentence. Maybe I could stop talking at the end of it.
no. You continue to talk. I'm sorry. In the meantime, though, there's no reason to do everything you can dream up because as soon
So
as you
there's
dream
no
something
reason
else
to
up,
do but one way biased science, right?
again,
So do NASA
if you would
shield
listen to
one
me
way
for a
biased
change.
All right, you
science?
guys, hold on. This is
Again,
pretty
if you
hard
would
to follow.
listen to
If
me
you
for a
could try
change.
going one at a time so we could hear what's being said.
Just because you can think it up doesn't mean that somebody should have done it. I mean, then what's next? We're gonna have to like do it blindfolded, with one hand behind our back.
No,
So
it's
hold
called
on,
manipulate the
well, hang on. He
variable.
brought that up. He brought that idea up. It is an interesting idea. It's not one that I had thought about recently of doing because there's like the ring laser gyro at different altitudes, but actually doing the Foucault's pendulum, as it's called, but I'll just refer to it as a pendulum, doing that at different altitudes would be interesting to see. Now, you're assuming that he's demanding you do it to prove some kind of globe thing, I guess, is what you guys are going back on in terms of proving
Yeah, that's
it.
exactly
But
what he's
I'm
doing.
not sure he actually, I don't know that he directly required that you do it in some way. And then I guess you're attached to it because you feel like you need to convince him or something. But if we just sort of put all that aside, like that cat mouse game or whatever, and actually just the actual idea itself is interesting. And so it would be interesting to carry that out at different, like same latitude, different altitudes in a variety of conditions and actually see what the real results are.
Right. And if they vary, just like the idea of changing latitude and longitude, well, there you go. You're just going up or down in elevation on a flat plane. You don't have to go around a ball. Well, I know you got a lot of claims. I know.
They've done changing longitudes. They have Foucault pendulums at the same longitude, and guess what? They give the same result.
At the what? Did they do them in elevation?
I don't know of anyone who's done elevation. I don't think you'd have to explain why elevation would change the focal pendulum
on a
before you
ball.
shouldn't
Going
change
The
around
it.
the
question
ball
is
from one
what it
point to the
actually,
next.
what it actually does, and then from there we can go with
It
what
shouldn't change it at all, especially especially mountains here. They're not that far away from the
Well,
center
the
of the earth.
latitude affects the voltage. There's a voltage gradient, like 100 volts every 3 feet.
Yes,
So
sir.
Yeah, that's what I think it's connected to. The
Yeah,
actual
that voltage has
magnetic field of the ether, essentially, at the different points of latitude and longitude, which are all connected to the vortex nature of it. And so I don't deny the Foucault's pendulum does do the precession.
Well, that's a nice hypothesis, Gio. Do you have any data to back it up?
To back what up?
To back up your hypothesis that this is all electrically caused ether drift.
Well, if we have a pendulum that we set up and we swing it back and forth, and I understand how you really have to do it to get it right. You have to have a very, very long cable because it is such a slight motion that you need it to. You can't just do a little short, the length of the cable. So you have to have a really long cable, and you have to be careful when you get it swinging that you don't, shift it in a direction. One of the things I think that's not very good, they have like the pins that are knocked over. That's a little sketchy right there because every time it knocks a pin over, it could throw it off. So I don't.
No,
But
they
don't always do it with a pin though. But there are other factors like that.
Well, again, those pins weigh nothing compared to and the other thing you get is you have to have a
Well,
nice
it's
heavy bottom.
still
The mass.
That's actually why they have a magnet on the ones in the museums, because they want them to make sure that they're always knocking the pins down and that they don't like stop and get fucked up. So that's why they put motors and magnets in them. However, I'm not just claiming that that's all they are. I do understand that a pendulum that is really set up correctly, even without any pins and without any magnetic motors, will still precess.
That's the one in Paris and the one in Boulder.
Right. That's why Foucault's pendulum is a thing. But so anyways, my point is that I'm not trying to like review the whole Foucault's pendulum. I'm just saying that if we were just to take that as is for the moment, the next question is isolating what is actually causing that precession. So we could be sitting there smoking a cigar together and saying, what do you think it is? And we could be going back and forth. And you're obviously, folks on the globe are going to assert, because that's what this thing has been linked to. Really, it is it's been linked to this. So now that it's been linked to that, obviously you guys are trying to claim that it's rotation of the Earth. Now, you haven't isolated that or proven that. The only thing you might say is, oh, well, it happens at different latitudes, and that correlates with what the spin would be if it was a globe. I understand all that, but it's still not solidified or definitive. Now, I could sit there and say, well, I think it's the medium, the electric field, the electromagnetic field, and the ether and vortex. I could say all that. I don't have a way currently to isolate that is what's causing the Foucault's pendulum. I haven't heard of one yet on either side to isolate it. And I would say ultimately it's because it doesn't have an independent variable and a dependent variable. It's just an observation of a phenomenon. So there really isn't anything to isolate. It's only an observation. You would have to actually involve additional factors that would involve an independent, dependent variable, like, well, anyways, Platypus brought one up earlier. But anyways, yeah. So there would have to be more to actually do that to isolate that. So really, we could both say those theories or those explanations for the phenomenon, but neither of us has a way that I'm aware of to validate and isolate that with the pendulum, which is just the observation of the phenomenon.
And
did he say there's one at Boulder?
Yes,
Geo?
one in Boulder. It's a physics building. It's not very
That's Boulder, Colorado's a mile high.
Yep.
And then you said there's one in Paris. Well, those are two different elevations. One is about 5,000 feet.
Boulder, yeah.
Paris is about sea level.
A little bit above.
Well, it's not much above sea level.
So what do you read?
My understanding of the real pendulums, my understanding of them is that they're very inconsistent. They're very hard to get to work correctly. Mitchell from Australia had one on his channel where he was at where it wasn't even processing at all. So it is challenging to get it to work right. And the thing about it is that most of the ones that are done are in these museums these days that have the electronic, the motors and the magnets and that kind of shit. So those aren't even necessarily all authentic. And so the fact that it's difficult to get a good reading, just because they've gotten some readings at times, doesn't really mean that it's consistent all over the earth in that way. And I haven't seen a lot of them done, in multiple locations. Like, I think that's something yet to be seen, to actually do it more rigorously, to actually see what the results are. These globe guys are just kind of going off these very limited information and just clinging to it and trying to use it as some kind of
see, when Foucault did this in 1850,
100%. I keep saying they know these things from this certain thing that doesn't prove anything. Well, we know this because 1 + 1 = 2. No, it doesn't. It doesn't even calculate. And when you haven't manipulated the variables and done it from elevations, different elevations, which we just pointed out, there was a 5,000 mile or heated, in elevation change. Like, what's going on here? Why would you half-ass science? Why?
Because
is
it
that?
doesn't. The elevation doesn't matter. The difference between the highest and the lowest peak of the vol from the distance. Why would it matter? You still haven't come up with a good
it up. Why would you half-ass science? That's a good point. You're claiming this is science and it isn't, and it's just a half-ass ad hoc assertion based to prove an assumptive globe.
Actually, when Foucault did this in 1851, was it, I believe, it actually was considered pretty much, hey, the Earth actually is rotating. Now they actually knew it.
No, it was a cult of people that were pushing an agenda with a parlor trick.
It's not a parlor trick. You can do it yourself at home. You really could.
With a cat toy, we know. So you can prove yourself at home that the Earth is rotating with a cat toy, everyone.
And that was a cat toy. It's a little more complicated than that, but okay.
Well, the parlor trick part of it is that it is a phenomenon. It's the observation of a phenomenon. I'm not claiming the phenomenon doesn't exist. Like I said, I know the pendulum processes and so on. Although I think the actual consistency of it and all that is a whole other question. And what it actually does at every latitude, that's a whole other question as well. The reason I said parlor trick is just because the way that they use it to attach it to the globe has this kind of like, that's what a parlor trick is. It's like when something's used to kind of, entertain or amuse you. So in that sense, it's sort of like this entertainment, like, ooh, everybody come see the Foucault's pendulum. Look at the wonders of the earth spinning. And they still do it today in museums. Like, look at this. The pins are being knocked down in a circle because that's the earth going at 2.4 million miles an hour through the galaxy, folks. You live on a globe. So in that way, it's sold as a parlor trick in that way.
Actually, it's not because of that movement; it's because of the rotational movement. But okay,
it's like the Cavendish experiment. They can't replicate it.
Cavendish can be replicated. Blue Marble Science just did it.
When have you put anything on an actual spinning object? Is what I want to know, and got any kind of reading from it in real life, like in a physics lab, put a ball and a marble on top, and then put your Foucault or your other thing.
They've done pendulum. That. You didn't see that, Marco? They put a pendulum onto a platform and spin the platform, and
no, that's not what I said.
I like how Lemon calls it the false cult pendulum.
Oh, Lemon is just as crazy as you guys because it's actually
that's what it is. It's the false cult pendulum.
It's actually a guy's name was Foucault because he was French, but okay.
Foucault. I know it's really pronounced Foucault. We always say Foucault, but yeah, it's Foucault.
I think it's like I think you have to plug your nose and go like Foucault or something.
So they put it on a spinning ball, right? So they put it on a spinning ball.
Oh, let's stop with you and your spinning ball in the lab with a bucket.
So they didn't put it on a spinning ball.
They put it on a spinning platform.
From north to south in elevation.
Doesn't matter. They're done. They're Foucault pendulums all over the world. Why do the ones Why do the ones in the southern hemisphere spin the other way? By the way, that's interesting.
What do they matter when you're not doing them in different elevations? Because you don't care about
because the elevation
science.
Doesn't matter. The elevation doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that the reason they go the other direction in the south is because the equator is the midpoint of the magnetic field. That, of course, makes sense with the equinox, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. Like we have the tropics on both sides of the equator. The equator does seem to be that midpoint, which is why we have the equinox. The entire zodiac is based on it. It's all those components are based upon the equator. Also, like the way hurricanes and weather, because you have this vortex pattern as the sun moves across the earth. So you get the northern quote unquote rotation, Coriolis, as they would call it, and the southern rotation. So it's all connected. The equator is like the midpoint.
It doesn't happen at night.
It's a midpoint.
All that happens when the sun's not up, though. There's no change when.
Just to finish my last thought, there's like the vertical part of the magnetic field and the horizontal. And when it comes to the horizontal, you're going to have a midpoint, like the dielectric inertial plane part of that part of the field, which is the equator. Like the dielectric inertial plane of the
dielectric
Earth
inertial
is between
plane.
the Earth is the dielectric inertial plane between the Earth and sky, like vertically in that way, but horizontally between the North Pole and the equator, there is that part of the field. So the equator, in my viewpoint, is the midpoint of that, which is why the pendulum, just like hurricanes and all of that, do the clockwise and counterclockwise rotations, which also connects to the way the stars work.
The zodiac's actually part of the ecliptic, which is inclined to the equator, but okay, the rest of it don't. Right?
So you guys only take in 3 seconds of little bits of information like a goldfish, and then
No,
like,
I heard all his things. It's all nice and trying to be nice because I don't
well, I
want to say
know,
about
but then you repeated some snidely little remark that really
No, I
didn't
just
help
found
anybody.
I
And
think
so
he
did
misspoke because he knows that it's part of astrology that the zodiac is part of the ecliptic, which is inclined to the equator.
Well, that's only on the globe model. The 23.4 degree quote unquote tilt of the Earth to the ecliptic is the way that the heliocentric model has reverse engineered and explains how the ecliptic works. On a planar stationary Earth, as I'm describing in this sense, with like a general AE map layout, when you have the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, of course you don't have any tilting sphere, but you do have the 23 degree difference between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, and also between the equator and Tropic of Capricorn. So that's how that functions. The zodiac on a planar Earth like that is just the entire sky. It's literally the circle of the sky above us. You don't have to extrapolate it with an ecliptic the way that they do on the globe model.
I was pretty sure the ecliptic was different on the flat Earth too, because they have that line. You know, they have the equator, then they've got that up and down line that's the ecliptic.
Well, draw that out for us. What do you mean different?
Let me see if I can find out. Hold on a second.
Well, the ecliptic on the heliocentric model is the plane that the Earth's orbit is making around the sun. So if you were to imagine the Earth going around the sun and then make a plane, draw like a planar thing through the middle of the sun and all the way through the Earth, that would be the ecliptic. And then the globe would said to be tilted 23.4 degrees. They have to tilt it to that.
You mean 66.6 degrees?
No, 30. No.
So that's
See,
how
when
they have to
measure-
reverse engineer it that way.
I know because that's what the devil does. He does everything ass backwards. When have you ever measured an angle from the vertical down? Like,
you
it's
measure
30, it's
you
33
measure
degrees off 90.
You measure angles from the vertical down all the time.
No, I measure from the bottom up.
Actually, you measure from the pole, which is inclined to the
No,
to the
90
pole.
degrees is 90 degrees is the top. So you're measuring from the bottom up to 90, from 0
What?
to 90, right?
No,
5
you take-
degrees. No, you measure from the bottom. If I have a 5-degree angle, it's 5
If I-
degrees off
if
of
I-
horizontal. It's
if I-
5 degrees off of
no,
horizontal.
If
then
I
it's
if I have a
45.
compass, if I have a compass,
What is
I
a
put it-
45-degree angle? You
if
measure
I have
from
if I have a compass, I put the compass down so that where I'm measuring from is 0, not at 90.
No, the ground
You
is
just
your
have
zero.
you have to reverse.
The ground is
by the
your
way,
0.
By the way,
90 is straight up.
It's not the
The horizontal is your 0. 90 degrees is the top. It goes from 0 up to 90. 0 is not where 90 is.
This is in Spanish, but I think it'll work for you. Not coming out.
You know what was funny, dude? I was filming the I don't know if I told you this before, but there was an eclipse. There was a solar eclipse. And during the eclipse, it did not get any cooler. I was aiming my camera right at it. I had my P900 and it was hot as hell, dude. During the eclipse. But then when the clouds passed over, right? Boom, it cooled down like significantly.
I actually noticed it was thought it was a lot cooler during the eclipse. The temperature.
I didn't feel any of it.
Oh, I
was
did.
Baking
It was
hot. I was baking hot, and it didn't make any difference whatsoever. I want to get that infrared, one of those FLIR things, and I want to measure next time there's an eclipse, and I want to measure the thermal temperature of the moon directly. because I know it's colder in the moonlight, but I want to like aim that
Oh
king
God!
at the moon itself and see how much cooler it reads in the
You're
surround.
gonna you're gonna take one of those. You mean you're gonna take like a thermal gun and aim it at the moon?
Thermal imaging camera.
I've seen that done. That was done years ago. With let's see, it was I had to rack my memory.
Ken
It was
Wheeler did it.
on Glowbusters, and it was the guys. Some of the guys from FE Core. Remember that one guy actually who got well, anyways, he got kind of extricated from them. I forget his name right now, but he actually, I remember, did a presentation on that during, I think it might have been the Great American Eclipse, but they did, yeah, like infrared and temperature readings, and they did a lot of, and it was interesting that their conclusions, and they had it on this imaging software, and they were looking at all of the heat spectrums and all of that, like you're saying, and also just the infrared, and essentially they couldn't pick up anything like that black hole thing, whatever we're going to call it, the shadow, whatever you want to call it. That thing is like, there's no characteristics to it. Like it doesn't give off anything. It doesn't emit anything. It's not hot. It's not cold. It's just like a complete void space.
You know what, Gio? Like I said, when it was supposed to be eclipsing, I couldn't see the eclipse through my camera. When I aimed my camera, I'm like, why am I not seeing the eclipse? And I had a welding helmet that I would look. I'm like, okay, well, it's eclipsing. Why do I not see any difference in light intensity? It didn't get dark. It didn't get dark at all. And I was sweating my ass off. It was so hot. I'm like, dude, why is it so hot? And then the clouds, hold on, then the clouds came by, right? Clouds came by, relief. The temperature dropped like huge. So if something was going in front between the sun and between me, it should cool down. It shouldn't be as intense because less light energy, less heat energy, radiant heat is blasting me. The radiant heat level was the same.
Were you in the total eclipse or this is partial?
No, I was like 80%. I was not total, but still 80% of 100, it should decrease by 80%. I'm not getting the full thermal energy.
That's true, but you also realize that the whole Earth is like one interconnected system. Well, I was in the total.
No, but the clouds mattered. Why did the clouds do it?
I was in the total eclipse, and it did get cooler.
Well, the clouds mattered more than the fucking fake eclipse. I'm like, well, what the fuck is this thing? It's not the moon.
Eclipse?
It is fake because it's not the moon. It was not the moon at all.
It was the moon, actually.
No, it's not because I filmed it and I could see the edge. I wanted to see the craters at the edge of the moon. Okay, but
you won't see it against the bright sun. I was in 100%.
Okay, so what? I wanted to see the edge. I wanted to see the edge of the moon going with the sun behind it, and it wasn't. I could not see the moon at all.
Because you're aiming against the bright sun.
I could see the moon. It's something else. I think it's Rahu. I think the moon. Yeah, I think it was. I could see the moon in the daytime. Okay, I didn't see any moon.
You can see the moon when it's against the sun in the new and dark. You see the new moon and during the daytime against the bright sun.
It's Rahu. It's not the moon. I checked, and there's no.
Where's this Rahu thing? How come we only see Rahu during the eclipse? Why don't we see it the rest of the time?
I don't know.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm just saying there was no. I wanted to see if the moon was like. I wanted to see the details of the edge. Like I wanted to see if there was like a three-dimensionalness
against the bright sun with your P900.
Against the sun as a backdrop. No, I had filters. I had different filters I was trying on my lens. I was using the only filter that worked is my welding lens because the other filters weren't picking it up. I'm like, why am I not seeing any? When I looked through the camera, it showed a complete sun. It didn't show anything eclipsing it. I'm like, why is the camera showing one thing, but I look through my hood and I see another thing?
What?
My welding hood. When I looked through, I had like a different number. I had like 3 different welding hoods. One was a gold tint, one was gold, one was green, and one was blue. I had 3.
I could tell you when we were in the 100%, it was definitely something there. It was interesting.
Something else is going on. I'm telling you, there's something going on where the heat, the thermal energy. I don't think there wasn't a physical barrier between it, or I would have felt the difference in the heat level. If I had my infrared heat gun thing, I would have filmed it. And I'm gonna buy one. They're kind of expensive, but I'm definitely gonna get one for the next eclipse, and I'll film it. I'll document it.
Okay. Well, publish it too, or just
No, I'm gonna buy it. It's like $400 or $500, but I'm gonna get one. Gio, you said somebody did all this. Could you point me in the right direction? I want to check that out.
With the measurements of the solar
Thermal
panels.
imaging and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. The one presentation I remember was down on Globebusters, but it was a long time ago.
If you come across it, it's no big deal.
I don't know. Do they still have all their videos on their YouTube, or did they have to move them to
They
another?
scrubbed some stuff, yeah. When they had then they got in trouble for using the Ghostbusters, said it was too similar, and they got they had to change their logo, the Globebusters.
right.
So he said he took down a lot of videos. I don't know what that was about.
This one I'm thinking of was there was a presentation that was done.
It was done with Globebusters. I don't know. If you're friends with him, you could ask him to maybe forward that. I'd like to check it out. The whole, you know what, too, Gio? After we started using the, we talked about this the day they destroyed it, the Georgia Guidestones. After we started using it as a proof that the Earth is not moving, they blew the fucking thing up. They got rid of it. It was too obvious. It's like these guys can make all the stupid claims they want, but when you could go look for yourself, use one of their. We hoisted them from their own petard, dude. We used their own fucking devious thing, their evil fucking Georgia Guidestones against them. I thought that was great. And I think it was gaining so much traction, they said, well, we got to shut it down, guys. They blew that bitch up. I don't think it was random people.
What do you think of the idea that they actually used a directed energy weapon to actually take out the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah, they use the fucking things all the time. I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, if they used it at 9/11, how easy would it be to do that? I mean, there are a couple things I haven't looked too much into but because all we have is that footage. But it is weird that there was like no footage of anyone planting any bombs or anything like that. All the rubble, like the pictures and stuff, there was no. You would think there'd be bomb shrapnel, there'd be shit all over the place, like all kinds of straps and screws and all kinds of things, whatever was holding the casing of the bomb and all that, and none of that was shown or revealed or anything like that, and the pictures of it didn't seem like that. And then this is obviously just my kind of experience of watching the video of it, but it looked more like lightning, like it had kind of just the way that it kind of looks like it blew up. And then it also did seem to have like an excessive amount of dust, which would be connected to the directed energy weapon idea as well.
They used a small one, yeah, because they could have look what they did to the Twin Towers. They could have fucking pulverized the whole thing. They just took out like one slab, but then everything was, I think it was one or two slabs, but then it was unstable. The top section was like just really tippy without the supports. They had to demo the whole thing.
I mean, they wouldn't have to do that on the Georgia Guidestones, but it is kind of
They could have rebuilt it, I guess, but they wanted it gone. They're like, fuck it, we gotta take this out.
Yeah, it didn't. It seemed like it was done by.
It had, well, as soon as we started using it against them, like we used it against them, I was the first one that brought it up. Someone asked me, like, what was the proof that we're not moving? I said, Polaris. Polaris never moves. I'm like, you could take your camera, put it on a tripod, and aim it at that star, and it will be aimed at there the next day, the next year, forever. And I brought it up to him, this kid. Said, you go to the Georgia Guidestones and look through this hole. And it's aimed at Polaris. And it's been there over 40 years, and it hasn't moved. You know what the odds of that are? 0. Means it's not fucking moving. If you did that with anything else, you take a long piece of PVC pipe and you look through it at one specific thing, and if it's there the next day, the next minute, the next hour, we're not moving. We're supposed to be moving 1,500 feet every second, every single second. If you move that thing 1 inch, right? If you have a 10-foot long hole or whatever, and you move it 1 inch, you're not going to see it. So they're telling us 1,500 feet per second. but you can come back day after day, year after year, even minute after minute, second after second, and it's still visible, that means those two things are not in movement at all. They're in perfect alignment. And that's the way they've always been. So that right there, that proves that we're not moving. Also, they had a hole through the top that it aligned with high noon every day. Every day, high noon, that hole the sun comes through a hole in the top and it marks high noon. Then there's a slot. There's another one with a slot that tracks the sun's movement across the horizon every day of the year. So it's like, okay, the sun is moving across the same hole, this slot, every single day. It marks high noon. You could track the path. So that means it's not moving. All these things are just moving around us like a clock. And then the North Star is not moving. So if any reasonable person put those pieces together, they would realize the Earth is not moving, but the stars move. At least every one of them but Polaris. They would figure out we're not moving. So then it's not too far of a jump to go to the flat Earth. Once you know we're not moving.
But Polaris does move.
Significant.
Because think about it. If the Earth was rotating, right? How are you going to track the sun's movement across the horizon every single day for 40 years through the same slot? We're twisting and turning and doing all these motions, but yet the sun just tracks perfectly across this slot. Polaris is not moving. You can peep through the hole. There it is. High noon every day is at the same fucking spot. It's like, wait a minute. It doesn't take a genius to figure this out. And they made it obvious. They made this shit obvious, but they didn't realize anyone would put the pieces together and say, wait a minute, how is this happening? I thought the Earth is turning. I thought we're corkscrewing around the sun. What's going on?
But Polaris does move.
Not just that, but the sun tracks perfectly with that. You know what I mean? It's marking high noon, and you can watch it move the same plane across the horizon.
Hey, can you hear us, Ron? Because I think Eggshells was telling you.
I don't know if I didn't hear anybody.
At least you heard me, but Eggshells was.
I could hear Kosho.
I couldn't hear Eggshells.
No, I heard Kosho. I think that was Kosho. I can't see in my chat. Let me see. I was resting my eyes.
Eggshells, you want to try again, or you want me to tell?
Yeah, I was saying Polaris does move.
It moves. Well, it's been in the same spot as long as we could record.
No, it hasn't. There are many records. The further back you go, the further out it is. I mean, every night it moves. It's not on.
Oh, I could barely hear you.
It's not at the North Celestial Pole, but it over history has moved. The Egyptians recorded.
I can't even hear you. Hold on.
And Columbus.
Who's talking?
Riding with Eggshells.
Yeah,
Riding
Roddy,
with Eggshells.
Your mic is really low, Riding.
Well, my input volume's up to full.
Can't see. I'm
Put your
trying to
glasses on.
adjust my
I can hear him.
settings. I could hear him, but just barely.
Oh, you need to turn me up on your end.
I'm trying to get my adjustment.
No, you are just quiet though, in general. So.
Yeah, you're a little low.
Don't often get accused of that.
You're audible.
But I did want to point something out though. Eggshells is we're visually monitoring this through a slot in our time, in our days. We can see it. We've been told that Egyptians saw it at a different spot, but no one was around to verify that back then. But I guess, in argument's sake, you can be like, yeah, but all these history books say that the stars moved. But at the same time, I think we're all generally usually arguing against the history books and what they've told us to be and what isn't. So it's kind of we can't really argue that. You can't go, well, the Egyptians saw Polaris somewhere else. We can only talk about what we're seeing today, right now, what we are monitoring right now. Go ahead.
That's a different point. Wolfgang was saying in the historical records, it's always been Polaris, and I'm saying that is just factually wrong. It has not always been Polaris. I believe
I'll try and find the quote for you, but I believe even Columbus described the movement Polaris makes, it's greater than it is today.
Well, let's go back 40 years or 40 plus years for the Georgia Guidestones. It's never moved in those 40 years. So if you see that if we're moving in all these motions at the same time, the odds that it's there day after day for 40 years are impossible.
What if 40 years? So the Milky Way is said to revolve at a rate of once every 180 million years.
No, but you're missing my point.
What point
If the Earth is turning on its axis, it's tilting one direction in summer, one in winter, and it's circling the sun, and we're going through space at 500,000 miles per hour, how is this one fixed point in the sky in that same position? All these random movements, and it's in alignment every day, every minute, for 40 plus years, like 45-ish.
So if I took a photo of a running race, could I reliably conclude that all of the runners in that photograph were stationary? Because they're stationary every time I look at
But you didn't answer my question.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. You're diverting to it. You're making some other ridiculous analogy.
The simple thing is, a photograph isn't instantaneous, but it's a very short patch of time, right? Hundredths of a second, perhaps. So if you're looking at a tiny patch of time where something happens over the space of 180 million years, and you're like, well, it hasn't changed much in the last 40 years. Of course it hasn't. That's like saying not much has changed, that the sun hasn't moved at all.
But hold on though.
And that fraction of a second doesn't look like it's moved.
But hold on though. You're invoking 189 million, years. Like, come on, man. This is where we get into, like, we're in your head right now. We're imagination because 189 for you to say the claim.
It says it revolves at a rate of once every 180 million years.
Okay, but the claim though is
model, and you're like, but I don't want to actually consider the things that it says. Then you're not really engaged.
no, but the claim is asinine because no one has reversed 180. No one's recorded that. Like, let's deal with reality, not with sci-fi story, fictional stories. Let's deal with reality. So here's reality. So here's the reality. If there's all these movements like he's saying, but there's a point through a rock, it's always there. If we can see it for 45 years every day, why doesn't that make you think, well, maybe that isn't, but maybe that's just always there? But because you go back to, well, it's because it's 189 million, years, and this is just a fraction of a time, and this is going to be like, no, that's not. You're missing the point of all the different spinning and wobbling and this movement going on in your model theory. Yet there's a fixed point for the past 45 years. It's been observably, it's been there. And we don't have to say, oh, we know what happened 189 million miles, years ago. Well, we just only have to go what we've been tracking it from 45 years ago. And guess what? What if another 50 years, it's still in that same spot? And then that's our observable reality. This is why science, when you start diving into these numbers and distances and la la land imagination, let's deal with real science, real reality, observable, not they said, so therefore it is.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If you're trying to test, is this thing that the people told me true? You need to accept it long enough to challenge it. All you're doing is going, oh, but that's ridiculous. Not presenting any evidence for that.
Hold on. I will explain it to you. The further something is away, the more hold sensitive it is. Let's say I was shooting a target at a bullseye and it's 1,000 yards away, and I moved the crosshair. Okay, I can't hear you, Eggshell. I can't hear what you're saying. I can't. I can't even barely hear you, dude. I don't know when you're talking.
Have you turned him up at all?
I'm trying to. I can't get in the fucking menu.
I mean, writing, the thing is, you might want to work your mic out though, because I mean, you'll be quiet on the live stream. You'll be quiet to everyone else. You are definitely a bit low, so
You can turn them up on the line. You can.
I'm trying to get in my
Yeah, I
settings.
know. I can individually turn it up on the live. I know, but then then he'll come in with a different mic and he'll be 400% loud.
All right, let me finish real quick what I'm saying. Okay, the further something is away, the more hold sensitive
Right.
it is. Like if we're at target shooting at a target that's 1,000 yards away, and I move my rifle 1 inch, right? That's like moving it hundreds of feet at 1,000 yards. My reticle, my crosshairs will be off target 100 feet just by moving the front of my rifle 1 inch. So that sight, if Polaris is 2 quadrillion miles away, my sight alignment needs to be absolutely perfect. If I move it even 1 inch, if I shift it over, you won't see it at all. So it's very hold sensitive at such a long distance. It has to be, but they tell us we're turning at 1,500 feet per second. So in a millisecond, it would be out of an alignment if we
I
were
think you
moving.
have that backwards.
No, I haven't. No, because if the crosshairs, the further something is away, the more hold sensitive. So let's say the 1,000 yards, right? At 100 yards, my hold is less. Like my margin of error is less. So at if I move it 1 MOA, that's 1 inch for every 100 yards. So if I move, that's a 1 MOA. But at 1,000 yards, it's 10 times that. It's a factor of 10. So the
I think
further
you have
you
it
get
backwards.
away,
One little mark
no.
on your dial covers more of an area the further back you move. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. But I think you're forgetting about parallax. If you're far away from something, like a mountain way in a distance, and you move slightly, you're not going to change. You're barely going to change the angle.
No, because your field of view is small. The further away it gets, like when I'm looking at something, let's say I'm looking at something at 1,000 yards, I have to increase my magnification. What that does is shrink your field of view. So then you become more hold sensitive. Picture if I got a string. If I got a string 1,000 yards long, right? And from my end, let's say the part I'm looking through is 10 feet long. If I move it over 1 inch, right? If I'm looking through a 10-foot long tube, because that's what the Georgia Guidestone was, about 10 feet long. It was drilled at an angle, but let's just say it was a 10-foot tube. I move the front end of that tube over 1 inch. Let's pretend I have a string going through that tube. At 1,000 yards, how far off would that string be? If I had a perfectly straight string, right? And I move that 10-foot tube 1 inch. At 100 yards, it'll be off, let's say 1 inch. And then at 1,000 yards, it's off 10 inch. By the time I get 2 quadrillion miles, it's off millions of miles off target. But the further away, the more precisely you have to hold alignment.
Yeah, I don't know how else to say this, dude. But if you have a mountain in the distance, a large mountain, and it's far in the distance, and you look through your eye hole that's parallel to that mountain, it doesn't matter if you move that. I mean, if you're far enough away, you can move that eye hole 100 feet to the right or left, and you're
We're
gonna
not
look through
talking
it
about
parallel,
mountains.
and it's still gonna be visible.
How
It could
big
be
is
any object
Polaris?
that's large enough to be seen.
How big is it to your naked eye?
Yeah,
It's no
It
bigger.
doesn't. It doesn't matter
It's
how
no
big it is. It
bigger.
matters
we're
how
talking
far you.
about we're talking when you reduce the bloody hell. Come on. Sure, you know what he means.
It's a
Right
one
in what
dot
he
in the
says.
sky.
Sure, it's wrong.
It's one dot that's the same as all the other dots. It's not a mountain. It's no
That's
bigger
right.
than any other star.
The size is not as
Right,
important as this.
Wolfgang, how far should it have moved? You've got all these numbers, right? You've got the size of our orbit, the circumference of the Earth. You've got the amount of wobble and the speed of all of those things. How much should it have moved? If you're saying it's not moved enough in 40
What I'm saying
years,
is
how
there's
far should it have moved in 40 years?
they are fixed relative to each other. It should have moved completely in
Yeah,
1 second. In 1 second, if the Earth is
that's
spinning at
right.
1,500 feet in a second, in a millisecond, it would be out of alignment
That's
Why?
right.
because it's a
Because
turning.
of the speed. Yeah.
But
If I'm, let's say,
we've got an axis of turn, right?
hold
There
on.
is an
Let's say
axis.
I'm on a train. Let's say I'm on a train and I'm aiming at a target 1,000 yards away. And let's say the train is moving a half a mile per hour. What happens to my sight alignment? My target, I'm already off target. It doesn't matter if you're.
What I'm saying is they're
remains,
fixed.
how
They
far
are in a,
should it have? How far should Polaris have moved in 40 years?
I can't even tell you because it's 500,000 miles per hour. Like I can't even tell you after 40 plus years how many
Isn't that
miles.
important?
We
You're saying it's not
shouldn't
moving
even be
enough.
able to
The
see it. We
number of
shouldn't
how
be able
much,
to see it. We shouldn't be
the
able to
number
see
of
it.
how
It should be lost in the
how
universe
far it's
somewhere.
moved isn't enough.
The,
And I'm saying how
the,
much should it have moved, and you don't know that. Doesn't that
Do
seem?
you know?
In
Do
40 in
500,000 miles
40
per
years, it
hour
should be
times
lost.
40 years? I mean, come on, do the math. That's a number I don't even know how
But
to
miles
calculate.
an hour is. But I mean, it's not
Well,
calculable. That's nonsensical. What you're saying doesn't make sense. The numbers don't go
That's
together.
not.
It's like how
it's
many oranges.
nonsensical
It's
what
like
you want
how
us
many
to
oranges
believe.
is a horse. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Well, no,
How
it's
many
not.
miles per hour? Okay, we've got to do 1 hour is 500,000 miles. Then you got
There you
24
go.
hours in a day, and then you got 40 years.
There
So
you
you
go.
want to do the math and tell me what you come up with?
We
Yeah,
should
what
be in
I'm saying
another
is you're doing the
quadrant.
maths wrong. It's like you're saying how many oranges in a horse. It doesn't make sense.
Whatever.
You're measuring the wrong thing. What you're trying to measure is its angular position from on Earth, which you're only going to measure in degrees.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah,
if
that
it
is
So
flat.
was
miles an hour
moving,
doesn't make any sense in
if
this
it was moving
calculation.
The
at
Earth that
all,
you haven't proven to be a globe
Doesn't
yet.
that say? Isn't that kind of important, Wolfgang?
if it's moving at all,
You
I
don't
could give
know
you
the
a
correct
number.
measurements
I
for
can
it,
give you a number that's too big to list. It would be
but
past the
you'd be making it
quadrillion
up.
because, huh?
Quadrillion what? A
Okay.
quadrillion
You
what?
said how
There's only
far would it be off?
360 degrees in a circle.
Let's say how far it would be off. It would be off enough that you wouldn't see it. The second you the second you laid the stone, it would be off. The second you laid the stone, if the Earth was moving relative to Polaris, it would not be visible anymore. Is that enough for you?
Thank you very
It's
much.
not.
That's
I'm asking
perfect.
you. I'm asking
Thank
you
you.
a
That
fairly
is
simple
perfect.
question.
so put it this
Let me
way.
try and
Put it this
let me
way.
try and
When
ask the
you
question. It's going to be only an angular measurement. And if you say 40
okay,
trillion, well, once you get to 360, you're back to zero, right? So you're not even. You've got to try and go.
You
Well,
want
if
to
a
know the
given
angle?
movement is
The angle was
46 arc
33
seconds every
degrees.
1,000 years.
The angle was 33 degrees because they put it on the 33rd latitude because they're Freemasons. And if you were moving relative to Polaris, the second you set the stone, it would be out of alignment.
Okay, so let me try this. Let me try and explain it a different way. Let's say you've got a car's wheel, a wagon's wheel, right? And it's on an axle. And you
Yes,
mount a
it's on an
GoPro
axle.
to it.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
yep,
axle
yep.
doesn't
Let
move.
me get there. Let me get there. Yep. So it's a wagon wheel. It's on an axle, and you bolt a GoPro to the wheel so that it's like spinning around, sometimes on the ground, sometimes up in the air, but it's looking always at the axle.
Yes, it's fixed. Polaris is the axle, and the Earth is the axle. It's the other end of the axle, and everything is turning around that axle.
So how far should the wagon wheel's axle move?
The axle doesn't move at all. That means Polaris is
Well done.
fixed. It's fixed relative to the Earth. It does not move.
And that's what we observe. That's what we observe. That's what we observe. Fixed Polaris. It's
Right,
still there. That's
but there are
why.
many
That's why they got
attempts
rid of the Gardner stone
Polaris
because
not
it was
doing that.
proving that Earth wasn't moving. It was
Because it is
proving that
moving,
Earth is
Bingo.
motionless, so they had to get rid of it.
Yes.
And the Georgia Guidestones, if they were there for another 24,000 years, would still be looking at the North Celestial Pole. It's just it wouldn't be looking at Polaris.
It's safe to conclude that because it hasn't moved. It hasn't moved in all these years, so I would assume that it won't move in the next 40 or the next 400.
So why do you assume that?
That's right.
Because it
that's our
hasn't moved a
reality.
fucking inch in 45 years. What makes you think it's going to
What are you
start
saying?
moving?
How much should it have moved in 45 years?
We
Quadrillions
just
of
told you
miles.
it shouldn't be anywhere near that hole. It should be in a
Yes.
different quadrant.
You don't measure movement in the celestial sphere. It doesn't make sense to measure
You want to
movement
know? You
in
want to know? It will
quadrillions of
be
It's all
off.
fantasy anyway.
How many degrees? More degrees than
Yeah.
you can calculate. Enough to where it's not visible the millisecond you laid the stone. After 1
You just
millisecond,
don't
it would be
understand things. You just don't understand the model then.
You're asking
No,
you're
you don't
asking a simple
understand.
question.
We
You
understand the
don't
model.
you
Your
can't
model
put it
doesn't
together.
exist anyway.
Okay, so if then Wolfgang, let me help you out a bit.
You just
If
said it's an
it's moving,
axle, right? You gave a good analogy. It's an axle fixed to 2 points. An axle has 2 points, the Earth and Polaris. They're two opposite ends of an axle.
They are fixed. They do not move. The axle is solid. All of the stars are
The other
turning like a wheel around that axle. They are not moving.
the other end
They're
of the axle,
turning
I would
around
probably
the
put
axle.
as sigma octantis. But the axle is going to remain like where. Look at the
Show me
picture I
that in the
posted at 20
south.
minutes.
Show me that in the south. Show me
Here,
a perfect axle with stars turning like the North Star. Show
here's
me
a.
that in the south.
If you
What,
don't mind,
really?
if I just
You haven't
interject.
seen that in the south?
Show me circular star trails the same as we observe here. Show me the
Well,
same
you'll get it
phenomenon
in the
in the
opposite
south.
rotation. You'll get clockwise
Doesn't
to the
matter.
south.
Show me the same
Sure, I
but
can show.
opposite. Okay.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
So,
have you not seen this?
if you don't
I've
mind
seen
me,
them moving sideways across the sky. I've seen some weird shit down
if
in the south.
if you don't mind me
It's
jumping in
not
real
like
quick.
Polaris. Not like Polaris, okay? Because it's not at the North Pole center, right? What you're going to show is going to be off the horizon. It's not exactly as he's asking, like Polaris. Polaris is dead center. Yeah? Up by the North Pole there. And like the man said, it's not moved in 40 years. It's not going to move in
Here,
50
Wolfgang,
years.
I've just posted the video.
Yeah, I see that.
One
I
video.
see. I see.
Can I chime
I'll
in real
post another
quick?
one for you if you want.
Is it all right if I
These
just
are
chime in?
these are not circular star trails. Look at the look at near the edge.
If I could just jump in real quick. I just want to point something out. Like eggshells, I hear what you're saying and what you're arguing. You're saying this is what the model says, but I want to point out that Wolfman, he or Wolfgang, Wolf, he's speaking reality. What we see, what we observe. This is what man has marked and measured by hand, by eye.
But that's
You hold on, but you are saying in 24,000 years. Like realize, like no, come back over here to reality with us. We're talking about what's happening on the table, not what's happening in our imaginations. Like this is the problem. I think one of the main problems when it comes to the model, like with all the different people that believe or still believe, should I say, just as we once did in the ball, in space, all those other things. It's because there's a lot of just think about it. Just think about this. Who's to say, or how do they say that star is 2.2 quadrillion miles away, and the one right to the right of it is only 1 trillion miles? That
you
in
can
itself.
work up to those.
No, I
by
know you
yourself,
can
but
work
just
out. You can work out
being
how.
incredulous and
Okay.
rejecting it isn't.
No. But hold on. No. Hold on though. Hold on, eggshells. I'm sure in this world, especially in this world today, you can probably mathematically tell me what a unicorn fart smells like, but it doesn't
What are you
make
talking
it.
about, man?
But it doesn't
What kind of
make it.
conversation are you trying to have? This doesn't make
What
any sense, man. You've butted in to
Let
just
him
to just
finish
say I
his
don't
thought,
agree with
dude.
you.
What I'm
Wait, let
trying
me
to
finish.
tell you is that these quadrillion miles over here and trillion miles here, and the distances and the spinning at 500,000, the Milky Way is 500 million, and all these speeds and distances, they're not what reality is showing us today, yesterday, and tomorrow. But your understanding of it is, well, this happened 189 million years ago, and in 24,000 years. Like you are way
That's
out.
not what I'm
You're
saying.
way
You're still
outside of
not listening,
today.
mate.
You're way outside
No,
of
you haven't.
today.
Because you're just repeating yourself ad nauseum.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
not saying that it is the case that it's 180 million years. I think it probably is, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is it's like imagine a train that gets from your home to the next town, and it takes 180 million years to do that, right? Just imagine that kind of a train.
I don't even want to go down that road. We can't do that.
I'm just asking.
Okay.
So
All
there's
right.
your first problem. If you can't imagine that, that's your first problem.
Well,
But if you just let me finish for a
go
bit,
ahead.
because I know you
Go ahead.
repeat yourself ad nauseum for a while. If a
Go
train was going at 180 million, taking 180 million years to get from your town to the next town, it would look to everybody around it as if that train was stationary. It would be impossible to conceive because you were talking generations, you were talking tectonic plates moving, you were talking like mountains are going to form and turn to dust in front of it. It's going to take a long time, even from a perspective of a god. So somebody sticking around for 40 years would understandably say, hey, that train doesn't move. It's never moved. It's been exactly there. If somebody went, oh, I measured it. Actually, it took me this extraordinarily precise instrument that I got, but I've actually measured it, and that train is moving. It's just moving incredibly slowly. Then somebody else going, but it doesn't look like it's moved to me, who hasn't measured it in any specific or precise way. It makes their claim meaningless. So that's why I'm saying you need to put a number. You need to put a number on
here's
how
the
far it should
number.
have moved, so that you can
let's
test it.
let's see if let's just use practical terms, right? Let's say you're looking through the hole that's 10 feet long and you have it lined up. If you move it, let's say a half a degree, would you still see that star? Let's pretend
Half
it's
a
a
degree,
turntable.
probably not. I mean, it's just over half a degree off
Right.
the North Celestial Pole, so you're still going to see it sometimes, but it's going to be out of whack.
But it will not be visible through that tube, especially if it's the distance they're claiming. The problem is,
So
if you
where's the
move
tube
it in the
pointing?
slightest, well, I mean,
Where's the
you got
tube
to say
pointing?
if you think we're turning, right? The Earth is turning, and it's orbiting around the sun, and we're going through space. Like there's three different motions at the same time. How is this particular star staying in alignment with that fixed position? It's a fixed, solid.
Do all of those movements matter for this hole
Yes,
on
yes, they
this
do.
rock? Okay, they don't. I can explain why if you'd like.
Not only that, hold on. The sun also marks.
Let me explain why.
The sun also tracks across the horizon, and it marks high noon on those same stones.
Well, I mean, it's a totally separate thing. So
No, it's not.
simple thing. So let me speak though, please.
Hold on, wait.
Only
The
one
sun's.
movement. Oh my god.
Wait, hold
Only
on.
one
I
movement
wasn't finished. I
matters.
wasn't finished, and you jumped in. Those three motions, right, as we're corkscrewing around the sun, are all in alignment with each other. In other words, it proves the sun is rotating around the Earth because it's marking high noon every day. If we were orbiting the sun,
Let's just stick to one topic. Come on, let's just stick to one
no,
topic.
I'm sticking to the Georgia Guidestones is my topic, and it has
Right, but
3
we're
points
just
of
talking about
alignment.
Polaris.
There's three. There's Polaris, and there's also the sun. It also marks the movement across the horizon and high noon each day. Those points are very specific. If you move any one of these, if you turn the Earth, or if the Earth is turning around the sun, none of these things will align anymore. Within the first millisecond you lay the stone, they'd be all fucked up.
So what is the hole in that guide stone? What is it pointing at?
There's a hole. There's a hole, and there's a slot, and then there's another hole in the top of the stones that marks high noon, and then there's one that's more like a fan shaped slot. Yeah, there was 3 specific points. There's 3
I'm trying to
different
ask a really
holes.
simple question. What the hole that looks at Polaris? What is it really looking at? Aside from Polaris, what is it really looking at?
It's looking at Polaris.
Okay, the North Celestial Pole. Would you accept
The
that as an
North
answer?
Celestial Pole is where, it's Polaris.
Okay. So what does the North Celestial Pole have to do with being on a particular arm of the Milky Way?
It's
That's one of
dead
the 3 movements you're
stationary.
talking about,
It's
right?
stationary relative to the Earth. The other stars move, and that one is stationary, fixed relative to Earth. Like you said, it's an axle.
Right. Exactly. So if it's on an axle, it doesn't matter where I mount that axle. If I mount it vertically or sideways, or in fact have it wibbling around, provided it's still rotating just around that axis, it's going to still be looking at the axis.
We are
It's looking at
moving
the axis of the Earth. So the other 3 movements you're talking about are irrelevant, aren't they? It's like saying, is the
simultaneously.
axle always in the center of my car's
No.
wheels?
It would never be the same position of the sky simultaneously a millisecond. If we're moving within 1
Trying to
millisecond,
understand what I'm saying?
no.
It didn't sound like it. Let me say it again. The axle, or the axis, same
Is
word, same
Polaris.
thing, It doesn't matter what the car's doing. The car could be doing a barrel roll at that time. The wagon, sorry. But the GoPro that's mounted to look at the axle of the wagon is still going to be looking at the axle of the wagon. So the other movements are irrelevant. All you've got is a hole drilled through a pole, a stone on Earth, that's looking at the North Celestial Pole. It's looking due north, perfectly due north. So if we're spinning around that point that is north-south, yeah, of course it's always going to see Polaris. Or the North Celestial Pole.
But the other movements are
Polaris at the time.
The other movements are relevant though, because if you had just a barrel roll and it was just if we're just talking about like look at the time elapse, right? So over 8 hours, if we just had the camera spinning, focused on that North Star, and it was a barrel roll and it was just one vector movement, then you could maybe theorize that it might work that way for the same time elapse effect. But when you start talking about over 8 hours, the amount that you would also travel in another direction in your orbit around the sun, while also being pulled with the sun 500,000 miles per hour over 8 hours in another direction. Now you can use vector maths to make it seem like that's all one smooth direction, right? The vector maths can convince just math heads about that. But if you really have to legitimately say how many miles that camera would be moving in separate directions, you would not get the same effect with the time elapse. The only way to get that is to have one stationary camera with a moving sky, or a moving camera that is in perfect circular motion. It has to be perfect. Otherwise, you won't get that same effect. And you can't say it's perfect with all those different rotations.
See the GIF in the chat.
Look at what Kosho's posted. At 47 minutes past the hour, he's given the right ascension and declination, the hour angle and declination of Polaris. From 1981, which is a year before I was born, to 2012, when the Earth didn't end, to 2025, which is in 3 years' time.
Now, also look at the sun.
You didn't address what I said.
Right, but I am addressing directly what you said. You're saying it'll move. I keep saying put numbers on it. How quickly should it move? And there are the numbers right there in front of us of how quickly it is moving within. I mean, somebody only needs to be a year older than me and live for another 3 years before that's how much it's moved in a lifetime.
Well, look at the GIF.
So look at the numbers. What do you think about those numbers?
I'm talking about the time elapse photography. It wouldn't work the same.
The declination is the most important one, because what do you call it? I forgot what the SHA stands for. But regardless,
hour angle.
Yeah, the hour angle. That's right.
Hour angle.
The sidereal hour angle. So yeah, the reason why that number changes constantly. By the way, the SHA will go around every day 360 degrees. So when you say it doesn't move, you'll find out in a second that number changes every single second. The declination changes. The declination changes slower than that. It represents the latitude that it's at, and so in 40 years, it's moved from 89.10 to 89.22.
It also proves that
where did you get that info from, Kosha?
Hold on.
This is just the regular almanac.
It says we're not. It also
has
proves
a
that
small
we are
elliptical orbit, as far as I'm aware. It keeps going back and forth around the same area.
The sun is circling the Earth.
Yeah, that's the only way it works.
So Polaris is moving according to these numbers. That's the bit I'm trying to get you guys to respond to. Do you think those numbers are wrong?
Oh, I think Polaris moves. Yeah, I don't know about the tracking it back as far as they say they can. Then you have to start going into like, okay. Yeah, so it moves in a small elliptical orbit. I'm aware of that.
Well, how about
this isn't so to clarify, this is not saying the declination is the orbit it will take over a night, but that number moves very slowly. What this is showing is that declination in its orbit in a night, for all intents and purposes, that number doesn't change. What this is showing is since 1981 until 3 years' time, it will have moved like a reasonable amount, actually.
Well, why don't we look at it? Why don't we look at it every month and see if it goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth? Because I'm looking at it as like my fan on my on the ceiling, it spins, but it's still in the same spot. So it could be moving. It could be moving, but it's still in the same spot. Like,
No,
look
that's
at
a
the
time lapse.
stars. Look at the stars that they've shown us of what they are, and then like now with people zooming in and seeing these like weird electric balls happening,
Yeah,
and they're like
and you can
weird.
do it and get it in focus stuff.
What?
It's not just out of focus. They'll claim it's all out of focus, and that's the
Yeah, but that's
reason
a totally
people
different
understand.
subject, dude.
But what I'm
Which
saying though, that
about
it does
those
move though.
numbers, the declination of Polaris changing, and the whole conversation, at least I thought we were having, is in recorded history the number hasn't changed, and Kosho's just showed us in recorded history within many of our lifetimes the number.
Okay, but it's again, it's not changed like the way the Southern Cross has changed, as they say, where it's like literally way over in a distance, like way over, like you're almost like when they moved the North Pole, like magnetically, quote unquote, and they go miles over. Like it's not just like 1 foot to the left, 1 foot to the right. See, the Polaris, this declination change, it's still typically in 89 degrees. I don't know what the problem is. What it is, the problem is when you put that at 2.2 quadrillion miles away, and all of a sudden that 0.10 does make a difference, but you guys kind of created that model to be that way. Doesn't mean it is, but I mean,
that's a good point. Yeah,
if
because
it's
so
closer,
far away.
Great
They
point.
can
If
say,
I can just add my bit now, if I can.
Go ahead.
When you finished, yeah. When you
No,
finished, I'd
go
just
ahead.
like to add this. And remember, we're living on a world, right, that those are on my side, they haven't proven that the globe exists. So whatever they purport to be happening related to the globe, you have to take with a pinch of salt. The reason they took away the Georgia Guidestones, because it was exposing the truth that Earth isn't moving. That's why they got rid of it. It wasn't moving. The Polaris was right in the same spot for years. So I don't care what you guys are going to now discuss after that. Just bear that in mind. Yeah? That you who are observing the truth know the truth. It's for them to prove the globe, and they can't.
Get
them,
Jim.
Here's something for you. There you go.
Now, not only that, but if you look at that GIF, it also tracked the motion of the sun across the horizon. The sun moved across the same plane across the horizon for 40 years, and it also marked high noon every single day for 40 plus years. So
thank you very much. I mean,
what should it be
come
doing?
on.
Well, like, what about the model?
Okay, wait. If we're circling the sun, how's it going to mark the same spot across the horizon? Every single
Exactly.
day.
Don't ask silly questions, man.
That's
Don't
the
ask silly
question.
questions.
I'm asking you to make a
It's a
statement.
stupid question.
What should it have done?
It's a stupid question because the answer is we should be seeing something different. We should be seeing something different.
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you.
I'm getting that point from you. Yeah, the point seems the same from everybody in the room. We should be seeing something different. But what's confusing me is every time I say what should we be seeing, it's just
it's a dumb question. Dumbass question. I answered it. We should be something different. We should be seeing something different. There should be a different pattern measured. At what rate? Well, I haven't observed that to give you the rate. Let's do the maths, for example.
When you say what should we be seeing, what we're seeing, what do you mean? What should we be seeing? What we're seeing is what we're seeing, and it works on a flat Earth somehow. And that's what if it doesn't add up with what you're saying works, doesn't mean that there's something else we're seeing that we don't already see. We see the exact same thing. It's just different interpretation.
Do you realize it's impossible? If the Earth looked at all, those alignments would be impossible. You can't have high noon every day in the same spot and Polaris in the same spot. You can't have it. If anything is
hold on. Who told you that high noon was in the same spot every day?
It's the Georgia Guidestones marked it with a hole through the top plate on there, marked high noon every single day of the year, and it was the same hole.
What?
The same hole. Yeah, that tells you. That tells you that you don't need that much precision.
There's a hole in the top. There's a hole in the top that lines up with Mark's high noon every day, and it also tracks.
No, it couldn't be every day. It couldn't be. Wait, it couldn't be every day because the sun moves for different seasons.
Yeah, the sun changes by 46
lower
degrees.
in the sky at winter. If you haven't cottoned onto that yet,
It marks it. It marks high noon, dude. They had it set up. Yeah.
Yeah, but it couldn't be at the same spot every day because we have the seasons. Like the sun moves,
It's the way
outward
they
and
put,
inward.
there's a slot. There's a slot.
there's a slot in
That tells
there.
you that slot
Well,
can see all
it could have had
the
it could have had different slots for the sun. I think it did work like a sundial, though, right? There was
The
all
Yeah,
these.
it did. Yeah. I mean, just
It
to
tracked across the
revisit it.
horizon on the slot.
Yeah, it tracked the sun. It did. I know it did that. I don't think it had the same spot every day for the sun, though. It must have had different
No, there's
spots.
a slot. There's a slot. It's a fan shape.
Yeah.
So the fan accounts for that.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a beautiful instrument.
Yeah, I think he's talking behind solar moon, local solar moon.
It was a
Here's
great
another good
instrument.
question.
Anyway.
Why would there be, like in the quote-unquote globe model, there is an explanation for why the sun isn't always at its highest point at bang on midday. It's sometimes up to 15 minutes fast or slow.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I doubt that what you say is true there, because the sun is always overhead. Remember, the sun itself is never late. Anything that's made outside of the sun by man would be inaccurate. The sun can never be wrong. Neither can the moon. Okay, bear that in mind.
So your watch
system.
sometimes.
And
is that what it is?
the other question
everybody
is,
in the world
why can't
watches
I measure a single degree? Why can't I find the curvature of the Earth or the spin? Okay. Please answer those questions. Those are very good questions.
About it finding
we need to
about
prove.
it detecting.
Thank you.
Well, the sun
Please do
is
that.
the clock. The sun is the real clock. Anything else is an approximation.
That's
Well, it's
right.
not consistent.
It's just wrong. Solar
Yeah,
moon and actual moon. If you set a clock, sometimes the moon will be ahead of that clock, and sometimes it will be behind.
Well, the sun is
not bang
time.
on
The sun is the timepiece for the day. The sun tracks the day. The moon tracks the month.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you set your clock so it's perfectly keeping 24-hour time, and it keeps that time for a year, at some point in that year, solar moon would have been out by 15 minutes,
but
at some point it would have been late by 15 minutes.
24 hours is an approximation of a true day. It's not exact.
Yeah, actually,
it might make it clearer.
Actually, but
It's not
eggshells.
even consistent. That's the problem.
But eggshells originally, the day wasn't tracked by like 24 hours. It was tracked by when the sun went down and then when it came up. That's the way they tracked the day. Like, and then the moon gave you the month, and so I get what you're saying. Like, if you hit your man-made machine and timed it, it's going to be off.
Yes, that's right.
It's man-made. It's not God-made. That's why. It's man-made.
Yeah, we prefer
That's
consistent clock. That way, we all can communicate dates and times to each other.
I get it, but you're approximating. That's why you have leap days and stuff. It's an approximation. It's not
accurate. No, you're still not understanding it. Look at the thing I've just posted at 2 minutes past the hour. What that shows is across a single year, it's going up and down twice.
Yeah, a man-made year. Is that a man-made year or the God's year? Or is it a God's year? The God's year, the sun and the moon
reset.
God's year or the man-made? Is it the Gregorian or Gregorian calendar year? Which one is it? It does matter. It does matter.
They're supposed to be 13 months.
Matter because there is no discrepancy in the sun, and if there's any discrepancy, it'll be you and your calendar and your system. Okay, thank you.
Here, eggshells. You just said a really important thing, and I want to point out. You said something really important. You said that
in God's creation.
You said the 13 months. You said the 13 months doesn't work with the model, and that's the point.
No, it doesn't. I didn't say it doesn't work with the model. You said model. I was going to say it doesn't work with seasons. Like, isn't the 13 months? I might be getting this wrong, but the 13-month one is the one that was originally based on lunar.
The seasons are always
it was the 13 months was there's an added month if it was not time for the harvest, and they can tell that by the time it hit I believe September, they would know already, okay, we're going to need an extra month this year. And typically it was, I believe, every 7 years they would add an extra. So
yeah, but that's
And that still wouldn't be a discrepancy, because that's the natural time that God created, not a mistake. Okay, because you're talking like it's an error. No error there. Okay, that's natural. You can't flaw. It's not a
28.
flaw.
I'm not sure if you're following the conversation, June.
So 28-day months.
Well, the way you're speaking like it's a discrepancy or something is wrong. Something doesn't add up. You're making out like the seasons are wrong. They're not wrong. Okay?
I'm not
If
saying
any-
they had
you're
to
just
make
not
an
following the
extra day.
conversation.
If
I'm following
anything, I
your
would.
conversation all the way, mate.
Hey,
Sounds like
eggshells.
you're up with discrepancy.
Hey, eggshells. If anything, I would say that the seasons are more off today in our time, in the way we are, calculating, because of the change in the calendars and the way we no longer observe the moon and its respectful, first day of the month and the last day of the month. So
There you go.
like our seasons are actually way off now, and so, but that's because that's the model that we've created and we got used to them.
Yeah,
Like why?
man-made.
Because before,
Sorry.
before
I
it
was
used to be like
misunderstanding you before. I do agree that the 13-month calendar with, I have heard of this. I misunderstood it. The 13-month calendar with 28 days, so every month is of equal length. I do actually think that's a kind of good idea.
That's proportionate. Like
that was God's creation.
Do you know why they have
Well,
52 cards in a deck? They have 4 suits. It's a perfect, like, you have the 4 seasons.
It's
You have
252.
52 weeks. You have 52 weeks, right? It's like a deck of cards is built around the 52 weeks, the 13 months. There's 13 of each
9
suit.
months. 9 months for a lady to have a baby and separate at 28 days is 252. Also, it's pretty cool, right?
I kind of want to get back to the point that we were on about Polaris, because it seemed like
we've already
Polaris should be moving slowly. You were saying it hasn't moved in 40 years, and that is
we're not saying it's moving at all. We're not saying it's moving.
About 40 years, it has moved measurably. Like
No. Relative
20 arc minutes is a.
You even said it doesn't move. You even said it doesn't move relative to the Earth. That's the only thing at question. Does it move relative to the Earth? Relative to the Earth.
I didn't say it doesn't move relative to the Earth. It absolutely does. I do think it moves relative to the Earth.
Doesn't move. You think it's not good enough. No evidence. We're just scientific evidence that the Polaris is moving. None. We had the Georgia Guidestones proving that it wasn't moving. You put a video in there, but.
Hey, Jen, actually, it does move. It moves in a little rotation, according to E1.
That's not what
he
we're talking
did a time
about.
elapse. Yeah, it does a little elliptical. The interesting
we're
thing is it
talking
does
about.
a little elliptical orbit. But the interesting thing about it is the elliptical orbit that it does has a little divot in it. My friend that did the time elapse, did it 6 months apart, so he could get the bottom half and the top half, and it looked like the Eye of Ra. It had that little divot at the bottom of it, and then it would like get back on track and go on its little.
I'm gonna bet that divot was his fault, because that divot would mean that the Earth shook on its foundations. I think that's.
I guess that could be.
This is why I say.
I don't think so, but I think he even mentioned that it wasn't him moving the camera.
Even as simply as put as this, you've got the hour angle and the declination. You've got all of the information you need there to make only a circle. That's the only shape you can make with it. If it's got a divot, you need more information to know where to put the star, because you would need to know the divot.
Yeah, well, he took it from the same spot 6 months apart, and that's the results he got. He does plan to marry those two time elapse and show it at some point. But anyway, the whole idea, what I just. What I'm just about to put in the live stream is a more important point, though, because like if you're talking about a time elapse photography over 8 hours, just add it up. You have to admit you're going 8,000 miles in our axis around for the Earth around its axis, and then you're going 8 hours times 66, 616 in another direction, and then you're being pulled along with the sun in another direction. So you can vector math that all you want to make it seem like one smooth movement, but it doesn't matter how far away stars you put. Those stars are fixed. It doesn't matter if they're close or far. You have to have the camera moving on that fixed point to make the exact. It has to be a completely perfectly smooth one motion of one motion of the camera or one motion of the sky. You can't have several motions of the camera produce the same result, especially over thousands of miles in different directions.
The
So
parallax.
Something you said there is quite important.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter if the stars are
2
close or
million,
far.
2.2 million miles an hour. It's not possible, man. Come on.
Well, it does matter. They need to be far enough away that it's still going to work the same on a flat Earth. But they're not so far away that those
2.2
infinite
million miles
distances
an
make
hour.
all those different motions that I just posted in that GIF and that little meme. All those different motions are being accounted for to have one completely perfect camera movement. It does not add up. I don't know how you could explain it. Draw me a picture.
Can't happen.
I can happily draw you a picture, but this is the reason I keep saying you're measuring in the wrong units. Speed doesn't matter. What matters is
It
the
does
amount of
matter.
displacement.
It has to matter.
I wasn't talking about
because
speed.
it's time. It's related to the time. Has to.
Well, yeah, because over if it's miles per hour, then you have to say over a certain amount of hours, it'll add up to a certain distance.
Bullshitting.
And the speed matters because it gives you the distance that you'd be traveling over 8 hours.
Motion of time per distance, yeah.
So I'm going to show
Your globe does not exist. Your globe does not exist.
Have you seen the video I sent you, Jim?
Find your
I
globe.
have your video to watch.
Another
Yeah,
thing.
can you post it again? I've lost it. Can you post it again and I'll watch it? My apologies.
Another thing you need to look at.
What we're
If you
talking
have,
about in the picture I'm posting.
hold on,
is,
let me finish my one point I wanted to make about Polaris. The parallax. They say it's 2 quadrillion miles away. That would mean your focal distance going from star to star to star would all be different. The parallax between going from Polaris to any other star is very minimal, meaning they're all the same relative distance. One may be marginally, the parallax will be almost identical to the star next to it. And they're all about the same size visually to our naked eye. They're all relatively, there's no star that's 5 times bigger than one and one that's 3 times and one that's 10 times. Relative to our eye, they're all relatively uniform. And the parallax, check it with your telescope. The parallax is almost the same. That's how you could use a spotting scope. There's usually, if you got a telescope, there's a spotting scope like a red dot or a small scope with no magnification. Use that to align, and then you could do your final tuning. Just to find your constellation.
I'm just trying to have one conversation at a time, and it feels like that's a different one. So
We're talking about
that would be all the spin to the different
working on this picture that you're asking for, where we're making a triangle, right? And the base of the triangle is the same observer in 2 different places. And what we're trying to measure is that little red angle down the bottom. That's why the distance, the movement of that star, saying in kilometers an hour, doesn't make any sense. What you're measuring is that angle, right? Is that angle changing? Or if the hole in the Georgia Guidestone was pointing directly up at that star at one point and not up at the star at another point. I worded that really poorly. And now I'm going to draw you another triangle. So I'm going to call them long triangle and short triangle.
I think you're doing the same thing I'm doing. It.
Maybe. So the base is going to be, could be us on the equator, and then the base would be double the radius of Earth, so the diameter of Earth, or it could be the radius of our orbit, so 93 million miles times 2. Now, the point I'm drawing there is, if the star is close, then you'd be absolutely right, because anything pointing straight in a certain direction on one part of that isn't going to be at another part of that. I'll show you what that would look like. So on the little squat triangle, it doesn't work. The Georgia Guidestones would be looking at a totally different point of the sky. But if you make the taller and taller and taller you make that triangle, the closer and closer and closer it gets to the sides being parallel, right? So then if you've got a Georgia Guidestones where the hole is about big enough you could shove your thumb in it, suddenly now it can see something, because that known distance at the bottom, which is 93 million miles, although that sounds huge, what you're trying to work out is what's the distance of the height of the triangle. So this is why I'm saying you need to maths it. You can do this with simple trig.
Well, your parallax would be off.
Sure, yeah, could call it parallax too. Yeah, that's
Right. So
basically
that
the
tells
point I'm
you the
making.
depth.
So you do get what I'm saying then. Cool.
The relative distance. The relative distance is going to change your parallax. So if you're going from a star that's 2 quadrillion miles away to one that's, let's say, half that distance, right? You're going to have to adjust your focal distance on your telescope. It's gonna need a larger adjustment. So what they do
I'm
is
not
tell
sure
us,
you
no, no,
do. I mean, my understanding is they're all just set to just to give you focus on stars.
what I'm saying is there's a
My
spotting
understanding is
scope
this.
on
It's
top, a
still just
spotting
a
scope. No mags, no zoom at all. It's a spotting scope. And that spotting scope is accurate enough to pick this out, meaning there's no parallax between going from star to star. They're all the same relative distance.
Okay, maybe I could put it a different way. Would you agree that that parallax it becomes less, the amount of difference between two becomes less the further away the object is?
No, it doesn't. The more parallax, the more adjustment that you need to make. In other words, like something at 100 yards versus 1,000 yards, there's a larger adjustment to pull it into focus, to bring your thing back in.
You've got that backwards.
No, the further away, the more
Parallax
adjustment.
gets less the further away you get. If you hold a finger in front of one of your eyes, it will be flat, not visible to the other of your eyes. If you hold a finger out at arm's length, it's perfectly in focus for both.
It's like I could cover the sun with my fingertip, right? At arm's length, I can cover the sun with my fingertip. If I move it closer, I could cover a barn with my fingertip. I could cover something near.
Exactly. Right, because it's triangles. What we're talking about is, it's trig, it's triangle. All I'm saying is you just need to
one in
do
the
the simple
background is
math.
going to stay where it's at,
on
and the one in the front is going to
those
cross the
triangles.
one in the background. So that's where you would get the idea of something further or closer. If something's closer, it's going to move around more in your perspective or view than the thing that's posted in the way far away.
Exactly.
Demox on it. Demox
The
on it.
the
Absolutely right.
problem being is
So what we're
your
saying
hold
here,
sensitivity. Your hold sensitivity to maintain alignment, because it needs to be more precise. You need to be more spot on at 1,000 yards than 100 yards. Your margin of error
that's
is
what you're saying.
less than
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking at
both
just
ways.
a pixel and you're looking through something, a very narrow pipe, sure. But the point I'm making is that if that triangle has to make it extreme now, a finite distance on the bottom. So the bottom side of the triangle, we'll call the triangle ABC, and A is the bottom. If that distance A is finite, and the distances B and C are both infinite, what does that do to the triangle? What does that do to the parallax? What it means is the angles, both of the angles at the bottom of the triangle are going to be 90 degrees, and the sides of the triangle are going to be parallel. So it's not even really technically going to be a triangle anymore.
That's not even a triangle.
Exactly. But if we say it's not infinite, it's just a very, 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 very large number. Now you've got two sides of the triangle that aren't parallel. They actually are leaning inwards, but by such an infinitesimally small amount that it doesn't really matter.
Well,
and you can. This is a field of astronomy that Chronic sometimes talks about. Whereas if you want to get parallax of stars, you do it at like the middle of summer and the middle of winter, and that gives you the parallax of one side of the orbit to the other side of the orbit. So all the things you're saying about the stars should move, they do. But what you've got to recognize is the size of that side of the triangle is so infinitesimally big that the amount of change is very small, and that's simple trigonometry math. The taller triangle gets, the closer those angles will get.
Well, think about this. When you said I was right about the closer object moving willy-nilly and the back object just sitting where it's at. Okay, the sun and the moon both move at the same type of rate speeds. I mean, they're different, but they have the same rate of speed like a star, right? So what's going on there? You got the stars that you got to chase down, and you got the sun that moves at the same rate. But the sun, like in your view without looking through a telescope, it looks like the sun's racing around, but the stars aren't.
Yeah, that happens.
Those movements are all happening because the Earth's rotating in our model.
Well, that's
Like
the claim, though.
everything in the sky seems to be moving at the same speed because in our model.
Right. Where have you ever seen hanging stars in a room, rotating it so many degrees with a little spherical camera spinning around at the whatever? Like, I mean, it'd be cool for you to demonstrate these things. I love the claims, though. They're good.
Yeah, the problem once again is now we're back into these distances that can never be verified. Of course, we can just say, well, it makes sense on paper, but we're living in imaginations and just saying words. We're not. It's not a true measurement. It's not a true.
Well, could you take true measurements?
No,
No.
you can't.
What about your degrees you
Why
use for
not? Hang on,
stars
hang
and
on.
the
That's
angles to
an
Polaris? How many
so
degrees and angles and miles are we talking to Polaris through the actual site that you make? So say if you look
one
out or
from
whatever, and you're like 3 degrees to Polaris or 20 degrees. So how many miles is that in your degree? Is that 69 Earth miles, 69 nautical miles in water? What is that? Like 69 what? What kind of degree? What type of distance? So if you want to get
so
distance and you want to like have a calculated thing, 1 second, and you put your measurement tool there, which it has degrees, and you say the degrees on Earth from this object to this object, to Mach, that's 1 degree, that'd be 69 miles. Now, are you using the same type of scale when you take the same object and say, well, that's 1 degree or 10 degrees to this star from here at this angle? Like, is that still 69 miles times 2? I mean, what do we do there? Or is that like space angles? Are space angles a different amount of trillions of miles, or what? How does this work when you say angles and degrees when you're looking in the air and space? To me, you're blowing my mind with this shit because to me, a degree in space, like you just showed us, would be so wide that it would be a quadrillion-mile degree. It'd be pretty cool, right?
sure. So New Perspective's done it. He's posted it to show the height of the triangle. And you could say Sirius. I think there's even a closer one that takes Sirius. 6 trillion miles. So now we can make the triangle where we can go, how far should Sirius move from one side of our orbit to the other? Actually make it diameter, so 93 million miles times 2. Is that what the distance is to the sun, 93 million miles?
No, but for your model, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so 93, what is
What you saying?
93 by 2? 186,
That's
186
186.
million miles. So we just go one triangle calculator. And what I'm going to suggest is when I plug these in, the bottom angles at the bottom of the triangle are going to be so incredibly close to 90 degrees, it's irrelevant. The difference between them is
So it's not even a
so
triangle. So you can't
183.
even.
No, it's still a triangle. It's absolutely. It's got
You
a.
might want to do 1.2 quadrillion.
1.2
So,
More like
quadrillion miles
so
for
once again,
which value?
6 trillion because it's not 1 light year away. It's like 200, 400 light years away. That's what I used to.
it's actually
light does not travel infinite distances. That whole idea
Well,
that
hang on. We can't get into a whole separate debate about you
no, I just
asserting
that
things in
right
the
there
middle of
is
a conversation about.
nonsensical. That's
It's
not.
important. It's important that you remember what we're arguing here. We're arguing
Yeah.
what you
Otherwise, we
guys
just
claim
jump from topic to
our model
topic.
should be doing. Yeah, you're claiming what our model should be doing, and how our
No.
model is explaining one thing and it's saying we're doing all these motions and what we should see. So we're gonna have to use all the details in our model to
in
you know
your
really
imaginary model that's all pseudoscience.
Otherwise, you guys
Just
aren't arguing
pretend.
anything.
Well, then
You
we're
guys are
just going to
arguing
keep
our.
pretending Santa Claus exists and keep going down these fake. We're going to keep getting sidetracked down a phony fucking trail that leads to
But
nowhere.
this was y'all's argument.
These are
Yeah,
far
this is the whole
distances and
point,
you
man.
can't see
You're not.
between them.
You're not.
It's
You're
like
not
saying
like
that the
if
Earth is made of molten iron, and when we know molten iron is not magnetic, so why are we? How could you make that claim? So we're arguing about something that
You guys are
defies
changing the subject
science.
again.
yeah, it's
I'm
not
just
science at this point. It's not. It's just model. It's just that's what I'm saying. It's
okay, but no, but you
hijacking real science and then trying to make it science, but saying now it's math. But it's
okay.
not.
Listen,
Go ahead.
you and Ron, maybe Democ too, but at least you guys were arguing how the movements that we say we're doing in our model So the ones that we claim to be doing, which is why we were talking about the ones we claim to be doing, those movements are going to make it so we shouldn't see what we see in our sky. Okay, so now when we're trying to suss that out, it's important that we use the numbers and that are a part of our model. Otherwise,
Exactly.
there's the conclusions you guys have come to are based on nothing.
Hold on,
You're not even using.
What you're meant to be doing, guys, is going. I am willing to, in order to disprove the model, accept all the numbers in it to show that the numbers don't work.
No, well, let me.
You can't go. Oh, the model's wrong and the numbers are wrong, and then when we start doing them, you just
No.
run through all of the numbers
No,
and not even going to try and do the math.
no. Hold on. Let me clear something up though. Eggshells and Kosho. I'm actually saying, and I tell people, you guys have a model built mathematically. Now, imagine I build a box and I know the dimensions because I built it. You cannot argue my dimensions with me. We cannot argue your dimensions with you. You're going to win every time. It has to be 93 million miles. It has to be 8.6 light years. There has to be parallax. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm trying to argue is, wait. Your model that you're just saying what is, as opposed to me actually measuring 10 feet by 10 feet physically. I can actually touch it, feel it. I know that these are the dimensions. You're just saying these dimensions. It's two different things. It's almost like an ideology at this point. But I'm
No.
not saying.
It's
I'm
really
not saying.
simple. It's really simple.
Okay.
What the conversation has been, Polaris isn't moving enough, and I keep saying put numbers on it, put numbers on it, put numbers on it. So we're
Okay.
now trying to get the numbers. If we're saying it's false because Polaris should move more, movement I think can always be represented numerically, right? How far does it move? To me
Okay.
is a rational,
So
reasonable question.
here's the thing.
So that's
It's
the
at an
question we're trying
89
to solve
degree.
here.
It's at an 89 degree. Let's just leave it at that. You have to go into the 89.10 or the 89.22 because remember, we're saying it's not 2.2 quadrillion miles away. So if it's closer,
But you've
it's
got no
89
reason to think
degrees and
that.
that's okay. It's 89 degrees and that's fine. It's like my ceiling fan. It might wobble because it's moving, but it's still staying stuck to the center of the ceiling. So it's 89 degrees and it's not changing. You showed me from 2012. I'm sorry, 2018 or what 2081 all the way up to 2025.
1981.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry. Yeah,
It's been
yeah,
moving.
so 1981 to 2025 and it's still 89 degrees. But you're like,
But it's not. No.
that
Hang
little
on.
tiny-
That's just false.
and
It's 89.22
oh my
versus
god.
89.10.
Hey, hold on.
Hang on. Hold up.
It's
Apocryphon.
89
That
degrees,
in
bro.
terms of nautical celestial navigation, we're
Yeah,
talking about being
exactly.
20
And
miles in
we're
a
back.
different position, 20
And
nautical
we're
miles in
back
a
to
different
Narnia.
position.
Okay. Look at
It's
now
not
we're
the
back to
same
Narnia.
number.
Now
Otherwise, the argument you're making is this, which is it's not moving, the number's not changing, except that it is, but it's irrelevant.
Wait a minute.
Which is
20
it? The
miles
number's not
off.
changing, or it is changing, but it's irrelevant.
No.
20 miles off at what latitude? All that's going to be relative.
No,
Here's what
a nautical mile is
No, but it depends on your
There's
latitude.
no two ways about that.
Your error factor would depend on your latitude from the center, from the north.
it's funny that people could take a sextant and be off by like 7 miles and they're like, yeah, good job. But in this case, because it's off a little bit, a tiny bit of a degree.
How do we verify that even? How do we go back to 1980 and verify that what you're stating is correct?
This was the
We don't have a
almanac
time
that was
machine.
used. This
Yeah,
is the
but we
almanac
don't have
that's
a
used
time
for years.
machine.
Yeah.
Do
So
you
let's
realize
start.
how much reality you're getting into denying, though? Like before, when you started, you were quite confident that it hadn't changed in this
Hasn't
lifetime, where
because
you
it's
were accepting
because
these
89
wait,
degrees is
figures from
89
this long
degrees.
ago, and now
the
you're
day that you
denying
built
even
it,
the records
No,
from
because
the
89
day,
degrees
are
is
correct.
89 degrees.
the
That's it.
day that they put that
It's
thing
not. The
up,
numbers changing
and
apocryphon.
the day
Okay,
that they
but it's
put it up, and 40
89.1
years
to
later, it
89.2.
still works. That's my
And we
point.
don't even know. Hold on. Let's check the months in between. Is it moving back? Is it 89.1, 89.15, then 89.12, then
Check it.
89.21? Or is it if it's
Check
a
it. I mean,
Go ahead.
I'm confident it will be a constant thing, but I mean, the almanac's available online. You can check that if you want.
No. What I'm saying though, is it a constant progression away? Because it would make sense if it's 89.10 and then 89.11 and then 89.12 because it's moving one direction. But if you start putting, well, this year it was 89.21 and then the next year it was 89.17, like it's going back and forth, then they're just documenting it wobbling in the sky. According to
So
the
check
way
it, but you're just making this up. Just check it. It's moving. It's
Okay.
moving consistently.
Okay, so let's
in
I guess we go
a
check it.
circular motion.
Let me check it. I'm gonna go check it out right now. we'll get to the bottom of this.
You know what? I could put a hula hoop around my waist and wiggle it, and my waist is still in the middle of the circle. My feet ain't moving. I'm just doing a hula hoop.
Avoiding having a real conversation. Come
No,
on, you
what
can do
it
better than
is,
Wolfgang.
it's staying planted in one spot. The center, it's the center. It's like the horizon. Where is the horizon? Well,
So
there's
does it
waves.
move or not? Do you agree
No,
that it moves?
no, it's fixed. Like you even said, it's a fixed axle. A wobble does not mean it's moving across the sky. My point is, why is it not drifting? Why are we seeing the same constellations for eternity? Why are we seeing?
We've got records
Wait,
here of it
wait, wait.
drifting.
They still look the same. All the groups, all the constellations of the stars, the positioning of them, right? Like Taurus, all the astrological signs. They're not spreading apart. They're not getting wider. They're not getting smaller.
This is what I'm
They're
saying.
the
You're
same,
conflating two
recognizable.
topics. That
No, the
topic
patterns,
is about yes, but
the
that's only
patterns of the
relative to the
stars are
rate
the
at which
same. The
that is
relative
only
distance,
relevant to the. Come on, let me get an
th-
amen. That is
they're
only
still
relative
recorded,
to
and they're
the revolutions of the Milky Way galaxy. That is totally separate thing to the
no.
rotation of the Earth on the
We
precession
see
of
the
the Earth.
same.
This is no
See
wonder
the
you don't
same
understand. You
stars
can't tell which topics it's which.
ancient people painted. We see the same stars, and they still have a recognizable
Exactly,
pattern.
as they should be.
Right, on a
If they're
stationary Earth.
changing at a
On a
rate of
stationary
180
Earth,
million
that's how they should
years,
look.
but you're just trying to shoehorn that back in
What
by
do you mean?
not
That's
understanding it. You need to be able, like, this is the thing Kosho is saying. You need to be able to understand the model and, like, to be able to present the model accurately to show that it's false. All you keep
I'm
presenting
only
is a
talking about a
misunderstanding of the model.
stationary Earth, and it matches
Hey,
reality
hey,
what we observe.
hey,
But where's
eggshells.
the
I'm
South
sorry to
Pole on the
disappoint
stationary
you.
Earth?
I'm sorry to
There is
disappoint you, but it does
everywhere
wobble.
opposite of north is the south. There is no pole. There's no southern pole.
So I'm
What
sorry.
about all the videos I showed you of the South Celestial Pole?
Where's the southern pole on? Where's the south on a circle?
I mean, on a sphere, it's the opposite of
No,
180
I didn't
degrees from
say a
north.
sphere. I said a circle. Where's the south on a circle?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good question.
360
That's the
degrees.
point I'm making.
It's 360 degrees opposite of north. Anything opposite of north, all the way around it.
All
You
right,
go
so
Hang on.
opposite of
So
north.
So if I headed due west on your model, I'd be heading in a circle. I'd be going around
You'd
and round in
eventually
circles.
hit
Is that
south.
your?
If you dead reckons west, east or west, you would eventually hit south.
West must curve, right? On your model, west
On
must
a
be
ball,
turning.
it must curve too. Well, you don't have no due west on a ball, do
Curves
you?
down. I'm not bending left or right. It's curving down. But what I'm saying is, for yours, if I'm heading due west, I must be
Yeah,
turning.
it's you
The
can't
horizon
dead
in front
reckon.
must
You
be.
can't do that. If you straight line
So
west,
that's a bit of a problem. But anyway, let's stay stuck
it
with the
is a
celestial
problem.
pole.
That's why you
What
use
do
a
you think is
compass.
the?
Compass always
I mean,
it's always going to self align to the center, to the north.
right, but what you'd find, if that was the case, what you'd find is, as you headed towards, say, some mountains, and you followed a bearing of left, you'd be going, oh, hang on, I'm turning right. Sorry, following a bearing of west. You'd be going, hang on, I'm turning right. The mountains are moving left as I
It's
follow
not a
this
sharp.
supposedly
It's
straight
not a
path.
sharp
You don't think
turn.
people would recognize that?
It's not a sharp enough turn. You're not. You're just
Yeah, because
fucking.
it's sharper and sharper the further north you get.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So if I was 1 mile from
You don't think
magnetic
people would
north,
notice
I'd be.
that?
If I was 1 mile from the north, I'd be flying in a really tight circle. Once I'm 1,000 miles away, the circle's not so tight.
You don't think people would notice that? I feel like they would.
If you were that far north, nobody even is allowed to go that far north. There's like limits to how far you can go.
hey, so I went ahead and did that for you, eggshells, and it's not increasing going further, it actually takes a step back and then takes a step forward, then takes a step back. So it's for instance, 2001, month 1, day 1, it's 89, 16, 18. Okay. And then 2001's the year, month 1, day 1. Now let's go to month 4. So 89, 16, 18. Now let's go to month 4, and that's 89, 16, 13. Now we're going to go to month, let's just say 6, and now it's 89, 15, 55. So it's getting less, but then when you go to later on, and the 10th month, it's now at 89, 16, 04. So it is going back and forth, fluctuating, wobbling, maybe. I don't know. This is what.
Share that link. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What star is that? Can you say what star that?
Copy. I'm sorry. That's Polaris.
And this up in 2001.
Yeah. Look at. I'm gonna give you the link, and you could actually plug in
I'll check
everything. Yeah. You can plug in everything. Hold on. Give me a second.
See, the margin you're talking is so insignificant. If it's still within that sight hole of a tube, right, and you could spot it, that fraction of a degree, that 89, we're arguing 89 versus 90, it's still in this tight circle to be viewed within a tube.
Sure. I mean, the movement the Polaris makes throughout a night dwarfs that. It's like multiple orders of magnitude larger than that. So it's got the hole has to be at least big enough to fit the moon in it, because the size of the moon is roughly the size of the circle that Polaris draws in a night. So it's just.
It depends. It depends where the moon is at. The moon is not the same size. The moon is not always the same size, dude. The perspective is going to change at lunar noon, at when the moon rises, when the moon sets. It's not a consistent size.
Yeah, it is. Across
No,
an
it's
evening.
not.
Oh my God! Wow, we're on so many different topics. Yes, it is. You can test
Dude,
it.
because okay,
I was
when the
just
sun
using, I was
sets,
just using the moon.
when the sun is setting, is it a smaller angular size than it is at high noon? Of course it is.
No.
Yes,
The same
yes.
size as it was. Okay, can you show me something that shows that?
Yeah, I can actually.
Cool.
I posted that link.
I was only talking about the moon in relation to
You,
size. Like
you copy
Polaris
paste
is
it.
0.7 degrees off dead center, so it makes a circle with a radius of 0.7 around the pole. So the hole has to be able to fit that
Yeah,
in.
the hole was about 1 inch. It looks like a 1-inch hole to me. I wasn't there, but it looks about an inch. But keep in mind, it's over 10 feet long, that hole. So that's a pretty tight parameters to keep for an object that's 2 quadrillion miles. That's a very, very precise alignment. If it was that far away, I know it's not that far away.
But I mean, all I'm saying about the hole is, again, that's a triangle, right? You've got your eye there, and the length of the triangle is the length of the hole, and the base of the triangle.
You don't have much wiggle room, man. You don't have much wiggle room. It's got to be very precisely aligned, or it's not that fucking. It's not far.
Eggshells, you want me to stream my thing so you can see the thing?
Sure, or just the link will do.
I did, but I don't know if you got it or not. You copy paste it.
Oh, hang on. Cell nav long term. Cool.
Yeah, and it's the almanac for the sun, moon, and Polaris, and it has you'll see all the information. It has a lot of information actually, but I put 2001 1 month, first month, first day, and it gave me the the declination. Then again, I just put in the different months, and you see it goes and less. It goes up, then it goes back, and then it goes up. But gradually, it is moving higher and higher. I do agree with that. Going back from the later or earlier years to now, 2001. If you put in today's date, 2020. Well, actually, it only went to 2020, I guess. Let me see here. 7. See if it does that. Yeah, now it's up to the 21. What is today's date? 9/8. I'm sorry. 9/8.
Getting up
So,
on 9/11, man. Coming up.
so now it's at 2116 today. So it is increasing, but let me go back a month ago. Oops. It was more. Okay, so that's interesting. Wait, did I do that right? That's not more, is it?
Yeah, I'm doing some at the same time. What do we have? It's 1618, then it goes down to 1555, and it goes back up to 1635, and it
Yeah.
goes down to 1613.
Yeah.
So it does seem to be going up and down. Well, that's interesting.
Well, this
What
is
does that
why
want
I'm
me to
saying
do?
it must be a wobble of sorts. Like, and listen, here's the thing. These are things that I believe in personally that were put into the sky in the firmament for us to know the time, seasons, and whatnot. So for man trying to say what they're doing and how far they are, and I think that's just we're really reaching. I mean, we could talk about it all night. It's good for conversation, right? It's good for Discord, quote unquote. But
Well,
but
yeah,
um,
that's.
but
I was asking him that.
what?
The distances. You know how we go over the degrees on the dirt. They say, well, supposedly 1 mile the degree when you put like a little object that has little notches on it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? The
yeah,
triangle or the ruler, and you say that's this many miles between this dot and that dot, or this
yeah, like my
actual
map.
line itself. Yeah, represents. So when you do that in the space, I was asking about that. How many of what those notches? What how many miles does that represent?
Yeah, and another thing too is I think I saw this one guy explain it, and it just made so much logic, and it made so much sense. Should I say, um, logical sense?
Hey, eggshells. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he was explaining that when you go outside, whether you be in the middle of a desert or in the mountains or on the ocean beach, when you go outside, you have a perspective, and everything you see is going to be like putting a cat in a big huge salad bowl, and all they can see is just what's around them because that's your positioning. You're looking at a plane level of sorts from your left to right to front to back. That means there's a huge dome in your little world, in your perspective. And someone that's 5 miles down the road will have a different perspective, but you still can only see under this salad bowl of sorts. So everything kind of will be different. And I get like when you're in another country and I'm over here in the United States, we're going to see stars different. We're going to see these things at different angles. Yes, because we're different distances from each other's respective perspective. Does that make sense?
Yes, and the amount of light or reflection or outshine of any portion of light that supposedly outshines the lights is going to outshine them when it's daytime for your portion, your dusk, your dawn, and all that's all going to come into play for what portion of lights or luminaries you can see in the sky being outshined or not by sunlight itself or
Yeah.
moonlight.
Yeah, and then when you want to take into consideration, then you have the sky, that all the different tricks it does. So let's say, for instance, you're in a let's say when you look up at a star and see through the sky, it actually might be way different than the way I see it at my angle. No different than when you're sitting at a table across from me and my straw looks like there's two pieces of straw. But to me, it doesn't look like that because that's not my perspective.
Hey,
So
it's
there's a
the
lot.
same. You can also put both of your hands, like put both of your hands in front of your face right now, like make like a ball pattern with like your thumb and your fingers, like, and close one eye, open it and close it. You'll get the perspective of looking inside your hands with one eye or outside on the edge of your hand with the other. So at some point, if you went up above this ground, you should be able to close one eye and see the globe, open the other eye and see the edge of the globe and see the stars and stuff down there. Like the same way when you're looking at your hand, you close one, open, like it. You understand? Yeah.
I get what you're saying. It's just interesting because perspective plays a huge role in all this star talk. It has to, because we're looking at it through what we have come to understand. Matter of fact, there's now people who are saying that stars are just like these projections. They're not even like actual things. Like it's a whole. I don't know.
Yeah, I say that. It's
Oh,
an
there
idea.
you go. Yes.
Because you can't have them without the atmosphere. Once you get up to that 120,000, 80,000, no stars exist. Nothing. No
That's
space, debris, nothing. Listen to this. This is funny though. They claim all this shit, and I'm goofy. I don't make no sense, right? Just take that in consideration. Like, just act like that's true, right? But when I say send something up there, right, and we can have stuff, we have the ability and technology to sit stuff up there for years at a time in an area and just sit there. So why don't we have any meteors coming in at the planet from anywhere? You just have blackness. You should see something just pop up into the view of this thing and then
Yeah.
get bigger, 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 and come in. You should have live of all this would be awesome. Meteor showers, comets, asteroids, debris, anything doing the movements and like at the duration and the way space works, like to get like an optical, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean,
All
I've
this
asked that
glow
before.
is
I've asked that before. Why don't we see shooting stars coming up from the horizon? If it's a ball and there's like a fucking meteor shower that only people in South America could see it, and I'm over here in North America chilling, and like, shouldn't I see stars shooting up from my horizon? No, they're always shooting down at us and across the sky. Maybe up, but from a distance, but it's still in the sky. It's not coming from behind that horizon. And I've always asked that too. And maybe one day someone can show me that, and then I'll be like,
you should be
maybe.
able to see horizontal everything, horizontal hell, snow, clouds, stars, shooting stars, uh, comets, asteroids, whatever thing it should be at certain angles, and we'll never see them below the horizon ever. You'll
Exactly.
never see anything below the
If
horizon.
it's a ball surrounded by stars, and they say like certain times you could watch this meteor, the best view for this meteor shower tonight is in this
20,000
country
feet.
or that continent. But how are people not seeing them shooting up from the horizon? We should technically, middle of the night, it's pitch black, you should see
Have you ever
stars
saw?
shooting up
Have you
because
ever saw their satellite footage of a big meteor that looks like gray or an asteroid, right? And then like a little one next to it, like floating in space, right? You got black space, you got their satellite, then you got something out there taking a picture of their satellite and the fucking meteors, right? Which is weird. So you got these two meteors in just black space. When did you see them approach? Where did they come from?
Yep.
So like stuff in this is what I'm not getting this. So you're telling me in space everything is pure black and you
Exactly.
can't see anything, but they
This
know
fiery
how
ball that's the
fast,
size of Texas, and they can't zoom in on it and show us.
right, at any point in time, it just is gonna pop up like it's magic. So you're telling me in space I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna be staring forward and I'm not gonna see anything, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, a meteor as big as the Earth. It's right here. Oh, like, well, how the fuck? I'd love to see this live imagery of how this works.
Yeah, it's just always interesting that they say that this is what is, but our reality, our moment in time right now, we're only alive for this long. We can't go based on what they said way back then or what they're saying is going to happen way in the future. We could only do now today, but they can't live in those absolutes because it destroys what they're trying to tell us is happening. Oh, but you have to trust us. It was millions of years ago that this happened, and this comet was the people that were here 1 million years ago saw this comet because we've backtracked it and reverse engineered it that it's on this circuit, right? And it always will be. And then we're not going to see this until 30,000 years ago. That's just Narnia, bro. That's living in a
Can't even
fantasy
produce.
world.
produce anything on their model scale idea of a globe anyway in any physics.
Well, like I said earlier, their model has been perfected. They
I don't even know what a model is.
Stellarium is so accurate down to
Did
the
you know?
arc minute degree, like just so precise, and they have it like that for a reason.
Looking at the stars isn't a model of Earth. They don't have a
I,
model of Earth.
no, I know, I know.
No, I know, but think about this though. I'm getting ready to debate Mick Toon, and I just debated FTFE. And FTFE sends me these messages all day long. What is a model? What is a globe? What are globe physics? Like he just keeps sending me these repeated messages of what's a model, what's a distance, what's a calculation, what's direct measurement, all these like question after question after question, and it's the same questions, and mostly it's what's a model and what's this and and it's all the stuff they've claimed. It's
Yeah.
only stuff Glober has claimed that's their evidence. He said, what's evidence? It's not in the dictionary. He said a model's not in the dictionary. He started saying all this shit. So now they're not even going with any words of anything.
Yeah.
Pretty weird, huh?
They
Well,
both
dude,
advise you once.
they like to redefine words, right? They redefine the word inflation. They redefine the word woke. They redefine the word gay. Like they change words. These words
They
are getting
redefine the
hijacked.
word woman.
What does inflation mean now?
Inflation just means increase of prices. Before it just meant an increase of the money supply. But they don't want to say who's responsible for the inflation because who's increasing the money supply? The Federal Reserve. They don't want to point the finger at them, so they just change the definition.
You
Here,
know what
let's
else
just
they
change
had to
the
change?
Not a change.
You
It's
know,
not
you know
change
what
that.
else? I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, you know what else they had to change along with inflation? They had to change the word recession because by definition, it's 3 months of negative, right? But because they're now in their fucking fourth or fifth month, they
Dude,
can't
it's
call it a
bad.
recession no more.
I bet you it's been in recession since 2020 when the COVID thing, they kicked us into a recession back then. They can't say that the economy was
Regression.
growing. They shut down half the people, dude. You can't leave your home. The economy was not growing, dude.
And none
They're
of those
just
two things make any sense.
What's that?
What you just said about inflation, that's not a changed definition. That means the same thing. One's caused by the
Increase in
other.
prices, increasing the money supply. How are they the same?
One is caused by the other.
Okay, that's cause and effect, but it's they don't correlate.
Yeah, but they correlate because they're
too
caused.
many dollars chasing too few goods, right? That's like they that's what causes it. When you have more dollars circulating and those dollars, like say enough people need a car and there's more dollars floating around, the prices get kicked up. So it
So there's really no point.
filters down.
So
Like the wages have to go up and it's a vicious cycle. Now the price of everything just got more expensive, but the dollar buys less and less.
right, so there's no point in ever raising it. Everything should be a penny again. It should be penny for a handful of wheat, or however that goes,
Not
and
if
everything
it's
should be
gold, only if it's
no,
priced in
no.
gold.
Listen, no, forget gold. Penny and wheat, and then it should be worth
That's a
everything.
scripture right there.
Yeah, penny and wheat. It should be worth
Prophecy.
everything, not gold, not anything else. A penny and wheat. Just to keep it simple. Like you can put all the gold on yourself you want and go carry tons of gold around all you want and do whatever you want with it. But a penny and wheat, right? Same instance. Still got it. There's still a metal, right? But nobody's really fighting for the penny as much as they are that gold, right?
Penny
Really,
is
I mean,
it's not even copper now, it's zinc. But even a zinc penny is worth more than 1 cent. Like that's
no.
how much
Listen to
they
what I'm saying.
devalued it.
Right, but there's no point for the point of money itself to ever go up. There's really no point because you took from yourself. Every time you do that, you're taking from the person who tried to have something worth what it was supposed to be worth. So if you have a penny worth 100% of what a penny's worth and how it stays like that, the dollar would never have to exist ever because the penny would be worth 100% of what it's worth. Now you got to have $8 million and you got to have all this credit and all this other shit. And then because of this word debt. Now, if you don't have the word debt, your money doesn't increase to 8 million times the amount, to 8 million times the amount of debt. Now 10 million times. Now your penny is only worth half of itself. Now 1/4 of itself. Now you don't even have it. Now you don't even have a physical, tangible fucking thing as a
Well,
worth
that's
of
what our
anything.
dollar's at. that's the explanation of our dollar.
They turned $1 into a penny is what they've done. It's like a dollar is
Right, but
now
the
worth a
funniest
penny.
thing, but the first thing you start out with before the penny is what? Just you and
Nothing.
me. Our
You start
exchange
out
of
with
you and
nothing.
me. Well, just our exchange of you and me, whether we do it or not, right? Just our energy we put into something, right? That would be our money, our worth. So if we built a house that could house 50 people and 50 people could go in there, that's the worth that we have, or whatever, in a way. So the whole idea that you have money in the first place, or a metal or a currency that someone else can control the rate or value of over you and I, that's where you're always going to be in the negative.
We
So
could do barter. I don't have a problem with barter. The problem is something like, say you have a cow and I just have services like I'll paint your house. Well, my house don't need paint. Like, how do I trade with you if you have something I need and I don't have something that you want? You might not want eggs because you got chickens. I'm like, well, I could trade you eggs. Well, I've got eggs because I got chickens. We need something that we could use, such as a precious metal system.
Well, what if I have so many eggs I can't really eat them all? And if I don't trade them to you, what am I going to do with them anyway? If I don't give them to
No,
you
that's what
at
I'm saying.
least,
You might not want them. Like if I'm, let's say I
I might
have
just give you
lots of,
eggs.
or what if you have apples and I have oranges? Like you might not have. If we both have apples, well, I got apples too. I got
Well,
apple trees, and you
what
got.
I'm saying is, what if I'm the only one with the apple trees and I don't expect nothing in return for my apples that I give you? I don't care. I say,
Well,
here's
that's
some
good on
apples.
you,
Eat
man. And
'em.
you share the apples. That's good. But I'm saying
Right.
eventually you need to buy something. Eventually you need to buy something from somebody. If you need a
Why
pair
would
of
you need to?
shoes, what if you need a pair
What?
of shoes and the guy that makes the
Well,
shoes needs to be paid?
maybe he could teach you how to make them. Maybe you sit there and watch for about 10 minutes and then you go
Well, I'm
make your
just
own.
saying, there's certain things I can't make gasoline. Let's say I need some gasoline and I need to go buy it, right? I need to gas up my truck. He might not want eggs or he might not want whatever.
The people that are making it, when they do it, when you make shit these days, you make so much of an abundance that you could, like the eggs, dude. If I owned an egg farm, I'm an egg farmer. I can't eat all the eggs. No matter what the fuck I do, I'm gonna have to throw all of them away anyway, 90% of them. So why not give them away?
Everybody back in
90% of
the
what you
day had that. Everyone back in the day was
right.
self-sufficient. They had their own chickens. They had and you know what? They didn't even know there was a Great Depression. People that lived in the country, what Great Depression? I don't know. They were just living a simple life.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Like at a certain point, where do you cross the line of, you know what I mean? Like paying the earth where that doesn't exist and saying all this inflation and money and value and shit of everything. It's just weird.
Well, they're chasing. I know they got us chasing in a rat race. I mean, unfortunately, we're all a slave to it
But even it's
because
them. It's the
well, 'cause
stupid thing I'm trying to point
are
out to the
you on?
people who
You're
make it
on
smartest.
internet, right? You're on
Yeah.
internet to talk on
Yes,
Discord.
sir.
You have to pay the man who runs that
That's
internet
right.
company. You got to pay him with something,
You're
right? He
damn right.
doesn't. He doesn't
But
take
that's the
barter. I
system
can't
that's.
take him. I can't take him like 5 dozen eggs or whatever. I can't.
But
I
think
have
about
to
this
pay
though,
the
real
man
quick.
something.
Okay, but this man didn't pay the earth for any. Like nobody's paying the earth. Like say we set up these wires, we set up this shit. Now people got the internet. I mean, if we work together and like what guy needs to gain from every fucking buddy else, one guy needs to gain from everybody in the whole city every day of his life to where you can do, and like no, like who should be allotted that ability to like be worth your energy, my energy every day of our life, a certain percentage of that. And
It's
what
all
we
been
do, we got to get
hijacked.
to
I
that.
agree. It's not a perfect world.
Right.
The world is very
No.
flawed. They hijacked it. The people that we hate, the people that are fucking us all, are the ones telling us the Earth is a
Well, I'm
globe.
pointing
They're
it out
fucking us all.
that right, and the people right now in this room, or the people that would argue against this idea or say it's a conspiracy or something that gets money and this and that would be idiocracy, because the sheer idea that they're going against their own self is what I'm trying to point out. Because in the system that we started from, we didn't even have it, and it worked
Well,
Now the
this is
system we
fiat.
brought it to,
What
yeah.
we have now is fiat currency. We don't even have money. It's not money. It's fiat.
No, I know.
It's
I know, but listen, this is my point. It's even stupid for them because the ones that think they're shooting a big goose, they're really not. They're shooting themselves in the foot because the way they're doing it with the inflation rate and all the other stuff, the only people that can ever prosper would be the people that are printing the fucking money, and that's it. That's where it would stop. All middlemen are really the whole system that they keep promoting, and promoting against, they're doing it against themselves. Really, it's stupid. So now
remember
you need eight
Animal
million
Farm.
dollars to buy a house that used to cost $10. It's fucking stupid.
All the people. Well, it creates a dual class, right? It creates the elites and it creates everyone else. So if you want to take a step up, it's like, hey, you could be a Freemason, and if you're a Freemason, it comes with these benefits, right? You won't get any traffic tickets. There's different benefits, and then the people in the politics, they're a step up in the slavery system. So they have a look at all the wealth that they have. They're like, wow, you got a fancy house, you got a vacation home, you got a private jet you get to fly on, you get good seats at the Super Bowl. A lot of stuff that we can't have. That's the regular peons, the people
That's what you're
chasing their
supposed
tail.
to. You're supposed to have
Yeah.
that. You're supposed to. If you do something for me or I do something for you, I should make it. Uh, uh, I should make you able to be able to do nice things with the allotment that you provided me. So if I make $1 million off you, why can't I? Why can't a chunk of that be yours in a way? You know what I mean? What you're worth, like not what I say. Oh man, I'm gonna give him fucking $50 today when the guy made me $1 million. I mean, that's where we're at.
Yeah, everybody's in the rat race for themselves is what it is. They want the biggest piece of cheese and we get the crumbs. Like everybody, if you ain't in the elite circles, like I said, the Freemasons or the people, the politicians, those people at the top of the pyramid, it's the bottom 99% feed the 1/10 of a percent. When they say the 1%, the real wealth is like 1,000th of 1%, or maybe even less. It's just a very few. But their outer circle around them is also living very well. Like the Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, they've got plenty. They've got abundance. All these people, the talking heads, they've got abundance. Whereas everyone else is just making just barely squeaking by and going in reverse, going into debt. I know the system's flawed, especially let's say you managed to save $10,000. You worked hard, you scraped away. The buying power of that 10,000 versus even just like 3 or 4 years ago has diminished with $5 gas. Just the price of everything going up, your food prices going up. It buys you less and less. So they've stolen your 10,000 by making it half. It buys you half of what it did just even like 5 years ago. That's why, oh, the house prices are going up. No, they're not. Your
Exactly.
dollars are just getting worth less.
Well, think about this. If we did use the gold, right, and we were using a gold coin back in the day, for what gold supposedly is worth for dollar value today. Now, think about this. If we all had a gold dollar and a gold $10 and gold $100, like, or each pound of gold, whatever, worth its amount, right? How much gold would you have to, if we only use the gold, and from that point on, the gold penny to the gold dollar to the gold $100 bill, all this other, right? The worth, the amount of per weight, like it goes up and up and up and up and up, and the inflation of that gold. So today, instead of the gold penny being worth whatever it was, it would have to be, whatever. So the house being worth one gold penny or 10 gold dollars now was worth $1 million gold dollars. So how much gold would you have to carry today with the inflation if we actually were using gold
Not
since
much. Not much. The gold would be 100,000 an ounce. So if you need a house, back let's say in 1920.
No, hold on. If we only used gold, there was no other thing to
Well,
exchange it.
silver. You use gold, silver, and copper. You like your pennies, but you got precious metals or your higher denominations.
But the
And
inflation.
let's say I had $100. I can't carry $100 of pennies in my pocket, so I would need gold or silver. That's too many. I can't put that in my pocket. $100 of pennies, just too much weight. So I go
Right.
I
That's what
go
I'm
up, I
saying.
go up to silver and then up to gold.
So $1 million in gold, if gold was only $1 a pound, how much would gold would you have to carry to
It
pay
was
the guy?
$20 for 1 ounce, 1 troy ounce
No.
back
We're not
in
going by.
1933.
I
It
know. I'm
was
saying today, for example,
You're going to
if we
need a
said
horse and cart,
yes,
and heavy security.
yeah. What I'm trying to tell you is, back in the day, if we used a pound of gold for a certain amount, right? If we said a pound of gold was worth $50 today, back in 0 years, right? Now today, it's worth this much inflation. That pound of gold now is worth way less. Now you need 80 million pounds of gold to compete with that 1 pound of gold you used to use. We're just using gold. Like, just if the gold was like $1
That's
for an
right.
example. Now, you would have to carry around a house full of gold to buy your house. Isn't that weird?
The thing is, back in the day, $20 would buy like a really nice men's suit, and today, if you take the ounce of gold for like $1,800, you could buy a really nice Hugo Boss men's suit.
I'm not talking about the conversion they're using today. I'm talking about if you and I just use gold
Carrying the physical money.
and
The
went
physical
from
money.
that point, yes, physical gold only as itself, to weigh what
That's
it's worth
just,
a
I know,
pound.
it's
Hold on a
another.
minute. The inflation, the amount you would have to carry today would be so much you wouldn't be able to to do anything. You wouldn't be able to buy a loaf of bread. You'd be like,
No,
God
no,
damn.
No,
no.
you'd have a horse and cart and security. You know, big
Not
boxes going
even.
in.
It's if you take back in 1933 when they stole the gold in 1933, it was a
Yeah.
$20 per ounce, and today it's over 18. It was over 2,000. So to price gold in dollars is kind of it's they're not equals, right? One
No, they're
it's
not.
equivalent.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No,
Yeah,
one
I
is
don't think
definitely
either one
heavier
of them
than
are
the
worth
other.
anything.
One is definitely heavier than the other.
well,
And
the
you
thing
have
is, if you have
I
some
think
kind
they're
of
both
scarcity,
worthless.
you put the brakes on the inflation part, so it holds value. That's the whole point. You could use Bitcoin, or you could use whatever you please. You could use
Nothing holds
anything.
value that's backed by a paper dollar or that
No,
represents a paper
no,
dollar.
absolutely not.
Yeah,
So gold
just
doesn't
imagine.
hold any real value.
Well, it's
Gold's
not a
just a
paper
rock.
dollar. It's something it's finite and it's hard to get, and it's divisible. It's scarce, it's divisible, and it holds value. But
Yeah, I'm just going to the with my security and my chest of dust chest. Can you imagine it?
Finite
Dust
for
gold in the
who?
chest.
When you got a mine of it, who's it hard to get? Who's
no, it's scarce. It's scarcity.
well, if you own a gold mine, how is it scarce for you?
It's still difficult to dig out. It takes resources. It takes fuels.
Dig
It
out.
takes fuel, machinery, manpower.
You
It
think
takes
they dig
labor.
gold out of stuff?
Do you
Like, how
see
do
the
you think
heavy
gold's
machinery
produced?
they need? That's a lot of heavy
What do you
machinery.
think?
That shit don't work for free.
Have you ever seen a rock being dug out from a mile under the earth? A rock of
Yeah, you
gold, a
know, from the
stone?
seam, you know, a gold seam, let's say, a gold seam in the rock.
The
You know,
only
you
thing
dig
Yeah,
I've
that
ever
out.
seen is a fine powder that's so fine. I've never
Yeah,
seen
and
a
the
gold
golden
rock ever be
nuggets,
pulled from a mine.
gold
the stuff that
nuggets.
they mine, the hard rock mining, they got to dig a shaft of hard rock. They got to remove all that. That's where
Yes.
it gets its value because it takes many hours of labor and materials to produce that. To move that amount of ore costs a lot of money. It costs fuel. It costs manpower. So that it's just a store of labor. Of all the hours of labor it costs to dig that out, that's how they value it.
I think they value it so high because it's very conductive and it's non-corrosive. I
Well,
remember.
it's just difficult to produce. It's difficult. You have to move a lot of dirt
So
to
that
find
means
it.
it's worth something? That's just
No,
idiocracy.
it's a store of labor. It's just a transfer. If I'm not saying it's worth, it could be worth nothing, but if other people think it's money and they want to trade me for it, I'd rather
Yeah,
have that than paper.
that's
Oh,
right.
I get
That's what the
that. I
people
get
put
that.
humanity to.
I get the brainwashing of it. Yeah, the
Yeah,
ideology.
I
Yeah.
agree with Denmark. I agree with Denmark. It's all brainwashing, really. We're stupid because we don't really need money, man. We don't need money to exist. We can exist without it. That's the fact.
Well, the Amish live fine without it. I'm just saying there's things that the powers that shouldn't be who control. Eventually, we're going to need a system that we can't barter. If there's something that we can't barter for, like gasoline or things like that, you're going to need a way to pay for it. You got to eventually pay somebody.
Not in my utopia. It's going to be free anyway. It'll all be free. You won't have to pay.
If I need a car,
there will be no money. There will be
who's
no
going to
money.
give me a free car?
Yeah, you can have a free car. You can have 10
That's
free
what
cars
your government is
if
supposed
you
to
can
be.
maintain and manage them. No problem.
You're
That
not
wouldn't be
supposed
a
to be
problem.
paying for billion-dollar prisons and billion-dollar wars and tanks and $80 trillion in useless bullets for every gun that makes no sense. All this other, I mean, tons of useless shit we pay for. Paper,
That's right.
plastic, articles,
That's right.
just the
Rockets
dumbest
that
shit,
don't
like
go to
tons
space.
and tons and
Rockets
tons
that
of
don't go to
worthless shit.
space.
If we put that towards a good thing, we would have everybody would have a house, a car, money, everything free. If everybody who passed away, listen, in the system, right? So you got each city or state, right? And in your state, you declare everybody a part of your state or a part of your city. They are. If they get a full portion or part or vote or say as a human, right? That has blood pumping through them as just a right, right? Just like everyone else, and you have say in a way, then everybody's worth. Like if you died and you're a billionaire or trillionaire, like, and you had no one to leave it to, your city gets it. Now everybody has a house. There is no poor people. There is no bums.
Yeah, yeah. That would be if you were using money as a system to exist.
It's artificial scarcity. That's the whole thing for the jet fuel hoax. Like it's artificial scarcity about energy, about water,
Yeah.
about all this shit.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to say. If we were more together and everything was closer knit, and everybody didn't keep a secret about something that wasn't a secret anyway, like water is fuel, this is fuel, that is fuel, everything is fuel. It's just how you convert it and which way you do it. And don't put your fuel maker in a box that we can't see through. Put it in glass, motherfucker. Put it in the glass. Let us see what's going on. Tell us it. Teach us it.
They won't
Don't
let
tell
us
us the
have it.
idea. Teach us.
They don't have the technology. Somebody made his car that ran on water that converted into hydrogen, and they killed him. He made his dune buggy.
And he died. Yeah, yeah. They
Mysteriously,
200
right?
people pulled out in that car today and were driving around. Could you stop them? And then 3,000, and then 900 million, and then
He should have
like
put the plans out there for free. He tried to patent
he
it.
should have
and
went
he-
out and started making them with people and shut
yeah,
the fuck up.
he
He
should
should
have.
have secretly just went out and made them, and with people in their garages, like here's the schematic, here's the thing, here's for you. Make this, do this, and not told no
He
type
tried to
of
get
big
rich. He
anything.
tried to get rich off it. He should have gave it away and broke the oil barons. He could have did them in.
That's
Let
what he was
everybody.
trying to do. He was trying to break the old barons. It was the old barons who killed him. But yeah.
Oh, for sure,
No,
man.
hold on. I don't even believe all that. All I know is something on TV usually is scripted in a certain format or another. And when they put that shit out in the national news and then the guy died, no, they're just letting you know don't fuck around because you'll fucking die too. What I'm saying is
We're all
keep it a
gonna
secret.
fucking die, dude.
Right, exactly. We're all gonna die anyway. But if you have something, you give it to people. You have to make that first sacrifice for anyone else to
Yeah,
be able
it's to the people. You make
You
it for the
have to.
people. Yeah, exactly. That's
And
why I
don't
said
tell the
money.
national news.
Money is no good. Money is no good. If you have an idea that can make that can be used to make fuel which is pure and not polluting, we should be making that. That should be your pride. The payment is the pride that you know that you're helping humanity exist, Earth to exist cleanly. That's your payment. That's your reward. Because your house is free, your food is free, you travel for free anyway. You're not paying for anything. There is nothing you pay for. There are no bills. It's free energy, free energy. It's not costing you anything. That's how we should be living.
Produces it.
Yeah,
You pull it out. You convert it.
So then
I've
you
heard
give
Jin's
thanks.
entire plans for his utopia, and they're amazing.
Yeah, and then you give thanks to the creator for it, and then you move on. Whatever way you choose your religion, that's it. No one's fighting over it, and everything's there. And when you travel, when you want to go on holiday, you go on holiday, you pack your bags, You get on a plane, you don't pay any money. You arrive at your hotel, you're not paying any money. You go to the hotel to have something to eat. Nothing is being paid for.
And Jin, didn't you say
Right,
that
because
you were?
everybody, the reality is that everybody could work probably half as much, even a quarter as much, and we could actually all still have everything, like you said, for free, essentially. Okay, I didn't really say that right. I didn't really say it in the right order. I guess what I was trying to basically say.
You're right. You're right, Dylan.
Okay, first of all, I think like machines could take over a lot of stuff, of course, in a good way. They could help out with a lot of that stuff in terms of so many things. So, develop that further. And then instead of it being like required that you have to work for money, it could more just be that you contribute if you want. You don't even have to, but if you want to, you contribute. And the thing is, when people have abundance, and especially I think if they're psychologically healthy, they're going to want to do something. Like some people love designing cars. Some people like building houses. There's things that, and everyone would just want to pitch in. And the thing is, if you just had to pitch in, let's just say 10 hours a week.
Yeah, that's it.
And we eliminate all of the really bad jobs with machines, at least in that sense. And even if you do one of those that's less pleasant, that you do that 10 hours for a while, and then it's kind of, you just like kind of put in your time, as it were, maybe when you're a teenager or in your 20s or whatever. So yeah, there's so many different ways of doing it, but I guess the main point I was going to say is, yeah, machines could help with a lot of things. And then if everybody just worked way less, even just 10, 15 hours a week, we actually could have, because all the billions and trillions of dollars that these controller people, entities, whoever they are, all the trillions that they have, if that was like released into the world, everybody could work a fraction of the time they are now, and we could still have all these things that we like in terms of enjoyable things and all the even luxuries to that level. We could still have all that.
Gio, there's the undesirable jobs. Like I do one of the worst undesirable jobs. I do roofing on houses, and that's one of the shittiest jobs you could do. It's very hot.
Machinery would help you there.
Nobody wants to do it. I can't find.
Yeah, but
I can't
machinery could help.
Yeah, nobody wants to do it. It's difficult to find an employee, and so I end up.
Yeah, so machinery would help there. Machinery.
Yeah, but you can't. It's got to be fitted in around valleys and around chimneys, and everything needs to be cut by hand. It's got to be fitted. You know what I mean? The roofing has to be
machinery could help. Though, I'm telling you now. Machinery would take away 80% of the workload, and the 20% is the finishing.
There's no machine that could shingle a house. You could deliver the shingles on the roof with a conveyor belt. I get a conveyor belt to deliver them on the roof, but it's all manpower. I still got to unload those. I got to unload those bundles. I got to tear off the old ones. Huh?
Maybe maybe format a new thing, have spray paint roofing or something else to where.
Yeah, there'd be a new system for roofing then.
Well, what we have now, the system we have now is roofing, and it's difficult.
Spray paint roofing. You spray a material, it swells up. You spray from the top to the bottom, and the water runs down, and there you go. It's waterproof.
It's not durable. There is spray. It breaks down. There's flat roofing. Flat roofing has something like paint that could extend the life.
But Ron, okay,
you guys have like a one.
I hear what you're saying, but just from the point I was making, like if the trillions of dollars that the Rothschilds and Rockefellers and who knows what other families are even hidden from us, I'm saying if all that money was sort of like
redistributed.
Redistributed and kind of brought back to the sovereignty of the people. Even that job you're talking about,
I wouldn't do it.
Even if it had to be done in that sense, like, would there be enough people in society who, because like I said, if all that money was redistributed, they wouldn't have to do 40, 50 hours a week of that. Maybe only literally 10 or 15. That's like 2 half days.
There you go. That's what I said.
Let's say everybody.
You also wouldn't have to do it like when you're 40 or 50 years old. Maybe just do it when you're 20 to 25. Something like that.
If everyone is rich, no one is rich. Like if everybody was a millionaire, who's gonna? If we're all, let's say we're all millionaires.
That's the whole point.
It's not about amassing wealth, though. It's not about amassing wealth now. That goes. Amassing wealth is gone.
Who's going to do the dirty job is my point. Like, who's going to do the farming? Who's going to do the
you're talking about the sewage.
What we have.
The sewage, the
One second. We have planned obsolescence right now. which means you're going to have 8 billion more weird it's crazy. So if you really design stuff right, you don't need to do shit that much. So a roof that will last you 1,000 years if you design it right. Today we got one that lasts a couple years, which is ignorant. When we
They got
know we have
40
materials
years.
and ways that we can last 1,000 years, 1,000-year roof.
Exactly.
You can have
Exactly.
a group of people go through every house in their community. Start from block 1, plumbing, roofing, siding, everything, fix it, just keep going. And then when it needs redone every so often, you just redo them. Boom, 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 boom,
You
boom,
want to
boom,
know?
boom, 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 boom. Everybody's free. Your car, you turn your car in to the people, they give you a new one. They turn your car in, they give you a new one. Turn your car in, they give you a new one.
But
They
who is
redo all
they?
that,
Who is
use it
they?
all.
Who is
The
they?
car
Whoever we
manufacturers.
use,
The car
you
manufacturers.
and me, us, we.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody
All
just
that
gets
online.
everything they want. Yeah, if you want 2 Ferraris, you get 2 Ferraris. If you want,
That's what I want. I want
because
that.
not everybody would even want that. That's the thing, though. So
That's right.
I think it can all just be distributed in a
I
like
don't
not even
know.
distributed, not like a communism distributed. What I'm saying is that I think it would naturally, organically, like there's only a certain amount of people that want a Ferrari. You know, some
That's
people
right.
might just want to play with one for like a weekend or whatever. That's a different thing. That's more like a rental. But somebody who actually wants to like own one, or even like a big yacht, you know, like not everyone probably wants to even have one of those. And we could maybe like, there's ways to like share them and use them. Whereas right now it's
That's right.
just these wealthy people that get them. And then most of the year, they're not even being used. They're just sitting in marinas. It's ridiculous.
All kinds of stuff. You're exactly 100,000,000% right. Plus, without planned obsolescence, all the effort and all the waste and all the breakdown of materials and all this other shit that happens would never happen. We could have a
That's
million
right.
more yachts for everybody. We could have 10 million more cars and boats. And when you turn your car in, say your car says, okay, whatever, this is wrong with the motor. You drive it up there. They give you the same one. You give that one to them. They reuse all the parts they can for the new one for the next person. They just keep
Yeah.
going. There's no waste.
Not even that. They might even just repair it because of the authenticity of it. You might want to
Right.
keep it.
You understand
They
what I'm
repair
saying.
it, and then you're on your road.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you
It's
guys mind if
easy.
I?
Yeah. Easy. Utopia. Very
Well,
easy.
and would there be in your mind in some of these ideas, like there's there's an idea of no money at all, and then there's also an idea of sort of that universal basic income thing, to where let's say there was money, but let's say everybody got $80,000 a year, and that idea of kind of redistributing the wealth. I mean, right now the wealthiest 1%. I mean, if that was redistributed, as it were, would that be enough for everyone to get 80,000 a year, 60,000 a year? And then there's different ideas like that way, and then they could just do that and do nothing, or they could work extra to make more. There's that idea, and then there's an idea of no money at all, where everyone's just like contributing, but then there does have to be some kind of system in a way to make sure everything's covered.
Some type
So
of
There'd be enough people to do it. There'd be so many people that just want to do it because they're good
Well, you
people.
guys know how you guys have like the famous
Good
baseball
nature.
players, the famous people, and the real famous people on the news? Well, what you do is say, well, Geo just came up with this thing that helped the whole world produce cleaner water today. Thank you, Geo. So everybody in the world now, or that sees these programs, sees them, the national whatever on your phone, Twitter, whatever, your name is brought up. You get kudos, you get condolences. You're known as a person that did this. Like if you build something miraculous or do something miraculous, you will not go unnoticed or not
That's
going
right.
unnoticed. You understand
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? So that will be your worth in a way. So like you will get appraisal, you will get now. Why would So people will want to do stuff. Trust me, they will want to invent,
Of
and it'll
course
be
they
free.
would. Otherwise, they
Like
wouldn't
you
be able to
sign a
live.
thing.
Yeah.
You can invent stuff. Now you can get your hands on the idea of what 10 tons of copper could do, or a million tons of gold, or 10 tons of electricity, or a lightning bolt. You can go to CERN and say, hey, let's try this today. And they'll flip it on and try it. You know what I mean? Like, who knows?
That's
The
right.
possibilities. They're endless.
The thing is incentives, incentivizing people. Right now, they say there's a labor shortage. When everybody was getting stimulus checks, nobody wanted to work. They're like, I don't want to work at fast food. The fast
That's
food
right.
pays $15 an hour. So you have to incentivize people to work, or else everyone's going to be kings.
They're all cheap to no Indians.
The incentive to work would be if you don't work, no food is coming in. You know you're not going to be able to survive. So you've got to work to help humanity move forward.
All of the system itself would be the incentive maintenance. Like you and grandma and grandpa and your kids don't eat, they don't live. The system dies.
Yeah, your labor is your
Mike
payment. Your labor, and
But
you're only
that's
working 3 days a week. That's all you're asked to do. Currently, you're working 7 days a week, and you've got bugger all, and wars are going on, and you're taxed. You're in tyranny. Now you're in utopia. There is no governing. The people are the governors, the people, and you're asked to work 3 days a week, and you don't want to do that. Man, you'd be on another island. Put you on fucking.
Can you hear me, Jen?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, sorry.
I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know. You guys probably couldn't hear me before. I always think you guys are being dicks, which you know wouldn't be too surprising.
No, you're the dick. If you think we're being dicks, then what are you then? You must be worse than a dick.
When Jin, when Jin is in the mode, when Jin is in the zone, he's usually pretty much all output. He's usually not in.
Yeah, of course. I was actually going to respond to you. Yeah, I was going to respond to you, Gio. But yeah, I know. I heard his whole pitch for. I heard his whole pitch for the Utopia the other night. It's pretty.
Yeah, but it's the best thing. It's the best thing.
Everything I heard of that, I don't think I heard all of that discussion, but I was definitely agreeing with Jin. A lot of what Jin was saying for that.
Thank you very much, because the Earth was created perfectly.
He said at one point.
That's the thing.
He said at one point the Utopia was
from the same place, the
yeah.
same
At one
little
point,
area, the same time.
Yeah.
At one point though, the other night, Jin said he would fight Boy Scouts. And you said you were gonna have an army and you were gonna beat the Boy Scouts or something like that.
No, that was someone else offering up the book. That was what's his name? MV Scott. Yeah, Scott Veach was putting that up, wasn't he?
Yeah, but then you said you would fight.
Yeah, but I only said that as a joke, and I think if you listened on, you would have heard me say that I was joking there. You know.
All right, fair enough.
I was just messing with.
I was gonna ask Gio. I was gonna ask you a question because Utopia. You guys always have great ideas with this Utopia thing, but even if you had more distributed wealth, like almost like arbitrarily distributed amongst people, sure that it might become a point where nobody has to work and everyone's free to do like whatever artistic endeavors and yada yada yada, which would be nice. You don't have to work and you do whatever you want. But I think what would lack is a lot of these mega organized, like organizations, companies, governments, like these huge groups that do incredible things. But there's not gonna be any incentive to do that. If nobody has an enormous amount of wealth, if everyone just has kind of a shared, everyone has a small amount basically.
To do what? What kind of
build a big company? Build a big company like a SpaceX, for example, or
Oh, we don't need that. That needs to go right.
SpaceX.
That's a bad example. That one's just
That's
totally.
bad news because we can't go to space, so you're wasting time there. That's a non-starter.
I'd rather just burn the money.
You still want to be a slave. You're still exhibiting the slave mentality. You're a good slave, man.
Okay,
Keep being there.
forget about SpaceX. What about somebody who let's say we lived in the old Europe. Who would travel? Who would travel?
The Renaissance Coach show.
I just think there's a lot of shit that won't be needed. There's a lot of bullshit fundraising and all this stuff that's just going to like corrupt organizations anyways. It's just pumping out fake pseudoscience and then selling people products they don't need that poison them, that then make them more dependent on the fake pharmaceutical and fake sort of treatment of those diseases. There's just so many things like when it comes to, if that's what you're talking about, certain like fundraising groups and philanthropy and stuff. I'm not saying some of those are not legit. There are some that are legit, but there's a lot of them that are not, that are just totally corrupt anyways. And they're just like money laundering schemes anyways. So a lot of those would just won't be needed.
Dude, if we got rid of the military budget and NASA, look at the abundance right there. Like the United States pays more than all the other countries combined for our military.
for
Yeah.
what perceived enemy. All of these governments are on the same team.
Oh,
They're
Ron,
all on
that's
the
not my.
same team when it comes to space.
Yeah, that wasn't my point. My point is that we would not have those things that you're saying that's what we spend money on. We wouldn't have
But
any big organization, any big project, any something that would benefit all of humanity, for example. There'd be no purpose in doing anything like that, and there'd be nobody to do it because each person has a equal amount. There's nobody who's got an enormous amount of money.
well, you
So
know what?
we would all just be benefiting our humanity ourselves. We would be doing it.
That's right.
You know what?
That's
The
right.
people who did all this stuff, like we're coming up on the anniversary of 9/11. The people who did 9/11, the people who stage all these false flags, all these wars, the people who control the media to make people believe they're under threat from these countries, like the Russia-Ukraine thing. They're saying China's going to invade Taiwan. Like all these perceived enemies, when at the top of the pyramid, all these countries are controlled by a unified, like this whole network, right? This whole network of world governments being sovereign nations is a mirage. It's all fake. If you look, all the leaders they all have a fake space program. They're all on board with it. That means they're all
Right,
on
it's a
one
big
team.
company.
All these leaders of these countries are on one team. If that's the case, they could all declare peace, right? If they were benevolent, we would have no fake space. We would have no militaries. We would live in peace. There's no need to be, you know what I mean? These perceived enemies. There's
Fake
war when they
wars.
want war, and there's peace when they want peace. But they control it
Yeah.
all. The people at the top decide these things.
How is having distributing the wealth going to fix it?
Huh? You were
If you make
having
it so
what?
you make it so everyone has equal amounts of money, right? And there's a closed group of people, a very tight knit, small group of people who have all the resources, and everybody else has an equal amount. I mean, doesn't that sound much worse? There's
Sounds like
nobody's
you
gonna.
might as well make everything free if everybody's a billionaire and rich. If everybody's worth everything and everybody's worth the same amount and everybody's rich, why wouldn't everybody just be on an equal zero plane if everybody's worth everything just by being worth it?
Because
Like
there
you don't
wouldn't
need a
be.
piece of paper as your right. You just need to be able to bleed. If you can bleed and breathe and talk to me, then you have the same rights I do and the same ability and you have the same rights. I mean, you have the same. I don't need to sign a paper and say, do you have this right? Do you amendment? Do you do
I
this?
get.
No, motherfucker. If I see you
Yeah,
and you
the
see
way
me, we have.
I think
I
about
get
it
it.
too, like I know this is also controversial because the way the world is today, it doesn't seem like people can work together and all the traumas and issues that are going on. But I think like the way that like a family works or like even a tribe where you all just work together. You really do. Like you're all working together towards whatever common goal, whether that's to have housing or healthy children, to get the food for the mothers so they can have healthy children and the medicines and
Communism,
all
it
of it.
works at a family level, right? Like communism at a family
When
level is cool. It's fine. But when you get bigger than a
sounds
family
twisted.
unit, even my cousins, I fight with my cousins, you know what I mean? It's like it just breaks
Why?
down because no one's going to pull their own weight. If everybody is a king, no one's going to come. Let's say your toilet backs up. Who are you going to call to fix your toilet if everyone's a millionaire? No one's going to come and fix your toilet. You're going to have to do it yourself.
Your toilet can back up. If you make a toilet that can't back up, then what do you? I mean,
When your drain is clogged and you got to do it yourself. If everyone's a king, no one's coming to fix your toilet. That's my point. There has to be an incentive to people to do the jobs that are undesirable, or else they'll never get done. Because people become lazy when they become wealthy. People that are
I'll call
wealthy,
anybody to flush my toilet right now.
okay, when
What
it's
do you
broke,
mean?
Why don't we just
let's.
shit in the woods?
Well, you
Yeah,
could do
like what
that
are
as
you
well
talking
if you
about?
want to
Like
shit
we
in the
can make a
woods.
system where you don't have anything that can get clogged. No clog. No
Okay,
clogged
so
toilet.
the
When
problem
something
again.
breaks,
I
let's say the furnace breaks on your house. Who's going to put it in? Do you know how to
It
put a
won't.
furnace in? Maybe
We're
you
gonna
do.
make a furnace that won't break.
Well, that's just fairy dust, man. Machines
No,
break
what
down.
you're saying
Things
is
need
fairy
maintenance.
dust. No, you're
okay,
saying
so
we don't have materials that don't outlast you. If you
They
die,
do
if
need.
I died tomorrow and my furnace is still here, then what are we talking about? Fairy dust?
Eventually,
No.
everything breaks down, dude. Everything
breaks down. That's
So here's
entropy.
my question.
within a certain amount of
How are
years.
you going to spread the wealth?
What
like realistically, how are you going to make everyone rich?
You are okay. You're rich. I'm rich. There you go.
How? How are you going to do that? How are you going to actually
You're rich.
enforce
I'm
that?
rich. There you go. The same way everything's done by agreeance.
Why would a rich person agree to just make everyone else rich?
Yeah, why wouldn't they? They're rich too, right? What's the problem? Now they get what they get and we get what we get too.
No,
what's the problem now?
Let's say I'm rich and you're poor. I'm not agreeing to that.
Why would you want me to not be rich? Is there something wrong with you?
Why would you want me to be poor? I worked hard for my shit. Why do you just want me to be poor and give it all away for free? Why don't you work hard? Fuck off. I'm not agreeing.
Part of the human family. So
I'm not agreeing.
And your job is to maintain the earth for the generations to come.
He just said that he would be poor now if we're equal. Then what would that make both of us if we're equal and we own everything?
That means we're all poor and we're all rich. I don't like it.
Have you guys heard the story of Mansa Musa?
We own everything.
Have you guys heard the story of Mansa Musa? This has been tried many times.
Yes.
I think Mansa Musa is one of the best examples of it.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
When everyone
He made everybody rich.
Mostly just the Egyptians, but yeah, continue.
Like the story of Mansa Musa is he's like an African king who's like predates most other kings. Like he's sort of like unimaginably wealthy. If you look for the list of wealthiest people, his is up there with I think 2 or 3 other people, and the calculated wealth just next to it says incalculable.
Yeah, like the richest person in history.
He was so wealthy that he wanted to go on a like pilgrimage or like a journey. He wanted to see other lands that he'd heard about.
No, he's going for Hajj.
Hajj, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So he collects up all of his gold and wants to be really generous to people along the route. So he goes like I think it's up through like Saudi, around Egypt, to get to Mecca, and along the way gives as gifts and pays extraordinarily way too high prices for everything along his way, because he wants to be generous to people and he thinks, well, I've got lots of gold. They want gold. These are poor people. I'm going for Hajj. Might as well. I don't know. I'm just adding this for color. I don't know why he did it, but it destroyed the economy of those places. Apparently, you can see even in the archaeological record, like markets are just fucked there. Like at the actual markets where you would sell stuff, shrink in size. Everything is like really destroyed by it because, like, imagine you sell tomatoes, right? And your standard price is 1 gold sovereign for a tomato, and then a guy comes through and gives everybody 400,000 gold sovereigns. Your number of tomatoes doesn't increase, but the amount of money people have to pay for them does. So are you going to be an idiot and still sell all of your tomatoes from 1 gold sovereign? Probably not,
That's
right?
inflation. Inflation.
Exactly. This is one of the
I would
first
say that's still
and best examples of inflation, and and what is recorded throughout there is that it really significantly damaged the economy of the places he traveled through for many years afterwards.
This sounds like a bunch of greedy assholes to me.
Yeah, I mean, and what I was talking about, I was talking.
No, it's not greed. It is you have infinite money and
transcending the whole
food.
system.
So now somebody who could only afford 2 tomatoes before can now afford 40,000 tomatoes. So maybe they buy 10 tomatoes. The guy's still only got a finite amount of tomatoes.
You're talking about a system that is about like kings, queens, and a setup system like a jailhouse. So you got the king and queen, or the system of the people, right? And you have somebody saying what something is worth. You got this guy giving out gold, and then you got somebody saying, "Hey, man, I see this guy giving out all this gold, so tell everybody these tomatoes are worth more now because he's giving out gold."
No. You're not hearing it. What I mean is, let's say the guy's only got 40 tomatoes for sale, right? And now one person comes along, they would normally only buy 1 tomato, but because they've got infinite money, they go, fuck it, I'm having tomato salad tonight, I'm going to have 10 tomatoes. And the next guy has 10 tomatoes, and the next guy has 10 tomatoes. Bang, the guy's now out of tomatoes, right? So he comes back the next day, and he's got 2 problems. One, other goods that he purchases, so the gold he would have used to buy stuff. Is that the phone ringing? Sorry, phone ringing. I'll be back in a bit. You can explain it, Wolfgang. It's basic.
It's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle.
Had it right.
Yeah, so it's like
the tomatoes would get more expensive. I don't know why you think they wouldn't.
It's like stimulus.
Supply and demand.
With COVID, they gave everyone a stimulus, and nobody wanted to go to work. So there was a labor shortage at a lot of jobs, like even fast food. Now the wage they're paying is $15 to incentivize people. So the wage went up like 50%. It was 10, and now it's 15. And then once you raise the wages, now everything else you can never lower them. So the people that were making more than the minimum wage, now they got to get bumped up. So it's a vicious cycle, and then all your savings gets wiped out. Whatever money you saved gets wiped out to the inflation. You know, I was working at a lower wage.
It's psychological. If you got a guy sitting here with tons of gold and nobody gives a fuck about it, nobody wants it at all, nobody could care less. Now who's the goofball?
It's
Now,
paper,
so you gotta
paper
find
fiat.
a way. So you have these stories and you find a way, right? And you make this gold seem like it's the thing that people want. So then it seems like people want it, and then people start wanting it, and lo and behold, now you're the rich guy, when before you just had a pile of fucking rocks. It's like sitting on a pile of poop and convincing people this poop is worth gold.
Well,
really
the
that
kings
simple.
want it. If the kings
Yeah,
want gold and
I
silver,
know.
and
I like the story.
that's
Yo, Denmark
fiat
might be on
paper.
something. Think about it. If you had very little governmental involvement and everyone was just, you know, voting with their wallets, and it was a free market, and sure, a lot of people would be some people would be getting rich, and some people wouldn't be. If you have, as long as you have enough, like, you're gonna be happy. You can argue actually that the more you have, the unhappier you'll be, right? You look at like developing worlds, like developing countries and stuff, and on the metric of happiness,
Right.
they're usually
Eventually,
happier.
a piece of
So-
bubble gum is going to cost $18 trillion. Do you
Why would it?
understand? I mean,
Why
is this
would
going
it?
to make any fucking sense to anybody?
Why would it do that, Denmark? If you have a free market, you have like this,
No, not
you
the
know,
free
another
market. I
gummable.
mean today's system. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I was gonna say, if you have a free market, you have like a bubblegum manufacturer, like a small time one that'll try to undercut the big competition and stuff like that. You know, the only time you would need to be concerned is if like these bigger corporations, these bigger bubblegum makers come together and they fix the price, and it's like it turns into an oligopoly. You know, and in that case, even exactly. But even in that case, you can be aware of that, and then purposely, like, you know, come together with some of like your neighbors or what have you, and purposely support the smaller guy, right? And you can, you know, word of mouth is a fucking dangerous thing.
Yeah, but it's like that though. Like, if the guy has a tons of gold and nobody wants it, what does he really have? Like the emperor has no clothes. You know what I mean? Like, what does he really have? He believes he's just sitting there by his fucking twiddling his thumbs, like, I got all this gold. Wow.
There's the thing. It's back to forever recorded history that precious metals, gemstones, things like, why is a diamond valuable? I don't know. It's just a rock.
Because the psychological story
I don't
you just
value it.
read from the Egyptian times.
The strongest rock.
Yeah, but I mean, you could make them artificially. I got diamond bladed tools to cut paver stones. They got diamonds on them.
They're still valuable for that reason, though.
Right,
That's
they're
why
different cutting tools. My
Digging
point
dirt
being,
up from digging in the dirt and getting a piece of shiny metal is not valuable to anybody, and it definitely wasn't way back in the day. I don't see what the point ever was. That doesn't even make any sense. What are they doing with it now? Are you putting gold bricks in your car to power it? Are you using gold to do anything crazy? Are you getting in a gold ship and flying somewhere? No. So you're just sitting gold. Hold on a second, Coach Show. You're just sitting gold in a vault somewhere in a bank, and that's value to you. Sitting in the dirt somewhere in a basement. I don't think that's
I'd rather
valuable to
have what
anybody.
they had in 1933, where they had where you work for something and they can't print it. You can't print gold and silver. You can print fiat, but you can't print those. They need to be found, and they need to be produced with a lot of hard labor. So what you see represents a lot of labor to build. To get that one coin takes a lot of labor, a lot of man hour, a lot of materials.
Did you know that most of the
Paper
gold
costs nothing to print paper.
It takes robots.
Someone has to build the robot. You can't just build the robot. Doesn't just come out of thin air. Someone has to build it. Someone has to make materials for the robot.
Robots can build the robots.
They can build themselves. But hey,
covered. Don't you worry. We got the metaverse coming. We're gonna have a little 12-year-old kid building one robot that can build 1 billion robots, and then once that robot can have artificial intelligence and little sack robots in it, building its other own robots inside itself like a baby, you're good to go, buddy. We got you. Don't worry. Elon Musk.
I think there's something underrated about the gold because they hoard the gold and keep it in vaults, but there's got to be some type of actual utility value with the gold. They put they put some of it in computers and smart devices, but the amount of gold that is hoarded and put in vaults, that gold is probably has a better usage than just keeping it in a place or something.
Supposedly,
You see the
they
queen?
gathered it for aliens. Supposedly,
most
they
of the gold.
gathered it to give to the gods or whoever, or somebody they were meeting, they're trying to pay off. Like, that's supposedly the main story
That
of it.
was Ra.
Well,
They wanted
hopefully,
to
Like,
give Ra
somebody
the
wanted gold, right? Something or something like demanded gold from the people somehow. You never heard of
their
that?
sun god,
Yeah, I
the
did.
sun god Ra. The Vatican, the Queen, they have fuck tons of it.
All of
Rothschilds,
them.
fuck tons
So
of gold.
So
You
I
know
think
that
it has to do something with energy production or something because if you put like multiple materials together and it's not even gold, I think you could grab like copper, a couple magnets, and zinc and magnesium, and you can produce a charge. You can produce voltage just with those things.
Maybe
Yeah,
gold.
I imagine with gold you could probably produce even a better
from water.
Yeah.
We should name
do
this Talk All
HHO
Over
ground
Kosho
gas?
Night. We should just
You know
name
the-
it Talk All Over Kosho. That's what we should name it.
I thought that's what you guys said before I came in the room, probably. But hey, right, I was gonna say, gold. Most of the gold that's traded, that's on the books, doesn't even exist.
It's paper gold, yeah, futures.
Well, it's not just paper, it's
futures.
computer.
Well, there's futures
That's the
contracts. They call
majority.
it paper. They call it paper, but it's not even paper. It's all electronic trading.
Yeah.
What if
So, I mean, it's
gold is what
basically
you
this point,
need?
like, yeah.
Go ahead.
It's like me trading Bitcoin. I'm trading Bitcoin right now. I could trade Bitcoin or Litecoin or whatever. I'm not actually picking a physical coin. I'm just trading something on an exchange. They call it paper trading. Doesn't mean it's actual trading certificates of paper. It's just all digital.
Yo, on the subject of Mansa Musa, so after he went to like Mecca and gave gold to a bunch of to all the poor people and stuff like that, and caused that recession, on his way back from Mecca, after he completed Hajj, he realized this, and he actually borrowed the gold back from the moneylenders at very high interest. And I don't know if he actually ended up paying them back or how it worked, but apparently he kind of rectified that by getting the gold from the richest people of society.
Isn't that a sin, like usury or interest, like the Islam? I think it is.
I don't think they ever cursed.
What's the purpose of keeping gold out of the system of science for the metals and shit like that? Like, why do people are putting it on their neck and using it for monetary things when if it's so fucking valuable? Why aren't we doing like Antarctic, negative, positive? Why aren't we using it for HHO gas? Why aren't we using it for certain things? Why isn't it a fuel when you grind it up? Why don't you have liquid gold fuel or ground metal particulates in your fuel of gold? Why aren't we eating it in like ground up amounts? Like, what's the special thing of gold? Is it the thing that we need to put in water
No,
and exert
platinum.
charge from water?
Platinum has
Exert
got
the
those
charge.
mechanical properties, like for it's good for the things you're speaking of. It doesn't corrode. You could use it in an HHO generator because it's the platinum, like in your salt
Right,
water.
and
It
they
doesn't.
make it so expensive, so it'd be so hard for you and I. So if we're like poor kids at the end of the block and we can't even buy like a loaf of bread, like how would we be able to work with a ton of gold and put it in liquid and create the world's next new scientific generator or producer? Because we couldn't possibly. It's not even like why can't we? Because it's so hard to obtain. Isn't that the weird thing about it? So the actual reason that they tell you they want it to be a money could be a total differential of the reason they keep it out of fucking the system of other things by keeping it as money.
Well, it was honest. It was honest money that had something backing it. It had something backing it.
Well,
The
that's what I'm
gold
trying to
doesn't
say.
dig itself. The platinum doesn't dig itself. Silver doesn't dig itself.
Well, not only
Someone
that,
has
the
to
idea of
produce
what
it.
it does scientifically, we might not even know for the reason they had to dig it out in the first place. There might be a bigger thing that, you know, they're like, hey, man, we fucking need this shit. We like fucking really need it. Like, it's going to help us out, get these
Yeah,
people
like
to build it
current,
too,
like
make it worth
currency.
money.
They call it currency because it conducts, you know, I guess electricity we're gonna label it or whatever. But
You
currency,
know,
Energy, it
energy.
stores energy. 100% of the energy
silver,
put into it.
Am I missing
silver
something here? I mean,
is a
No,
supply and demand is not being mentioned. Supply and demand is what creates price or value. And then, I mean, that's it.
yeah, scarcity. But then there's artificial scarcity. Like, hey, there's a water shortage. There's a fuel shortage. Right now, they've created artificial scarcity with semiconductors. They said, oh, there's a semiconductor shortage. This many years out, that's complete bullshit. There was never a shortage of semiconductors. They're saying, oh, they're shipping containers. Like they're making all these crises to just put the
Yeah.
screws to us.
but there's also the utility of things. Like, why you gonna put energy to harvest or gather something to utilize it for something productive? It's not like you're
That's
gonna.
part of the demand.
They're
Yeah, that's
forcing
part
the
of the demand. Yeah.
technology. Yes, by the supply and demand, they're forcing technology a certain way. So if they say, okay, we're running out of this alloy to do this, to have this memory or to have this capacity or to hold this charge. Now, what we need is a different element or material that can do nearly the same thing. And it gets cheaper and shittier and cheaper and shittier. In their mind, they say better, more expendable. And it could be, it's supposed to be, but it's not. It just gets, you know, they kind of do it a little bit
Yep.
weird
You those
for
flies?
technology.
Yeah, they give you like a watered down version of the actual thing that you could be using and being better. A watered down version of it.
But at
You
the
know
same
why?
time,
You know
actually
why
preventing it.
cell phone companies buy back your phone?
Well,
Because of
The
all the
gold
materials inside of
inside.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot. There's gold in almost every electronic, and well, at least the good ones. And NASA spends a lot of money on gold every year because they and helium for that matter. But regardless, they they are one of the largest purchasers of gold because it makes the material last longer. Like if you make something with gold rather than a less or more corrosive metal, then it's
Where did
gonna
you hear
last.
this, Ocho?
Well,
Because
it's
of the
part of the
temperature.
alloy. It's part of the alloy process.
I don't think
I think that
NASA uses
Here's
gold. I
another
don't.
thing. Do you know why the phones are the way they are, and like why plastics are plastics, and like we don't have a big metal box like we used to have and before? You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's
So
easy injection molding.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like what they've done is took the metals and put them only where they fucking have to have certain ones, and they've created plastics to take the place of the metals or crystalline structures or a film or a resin or a coating. And the way they do it now, like you said, they could pour some shit, they can print it out. So now where back in the day when they used to have like a pound of gold in like a certain material to get a certain, action or reaction, they took one, now they got one piece or one small amount of gold in there doing most of that work, and everything else is just like an offset of that, trying to mimic that. You understand what I'm saying?
Metal is
Like that's
expensive and
why
it's
we've got
hard to work.
plastics. Yeah.
Like they made cell phones. There was a cell phone a few years back. It had an all aluminum case. I think the iPhone had an all aluminum case, but it's expensive to make it out of aluminum or any kind of metal when you could just injection mold plastic. You have it lightweight and it's expensive for them to produce. It goes right to their
I'm
bottom
saying,
line. They make a
right,
bigger
the
profit
strength.
margin.
Right,
Yo,
like
what's black
bulletproof
and
paper.
white? What's black and white and yellow all over?
Bumblebee.
a
The watermelon I'm eating right now.
a ninja chicken, a chicken ninja.
No,
Yellow
it's a watermelon.
watermelon?
Why is
What
it yellow?
Yeah, yellow watermelon.
the fuck?
Jesus Christ! And aren't they red and black?
Yeah, it should be red.
Yeah, I'm
I
eating the
just
yellow
had
one.
watermelon.
They
It was
exist.
red. What kind of
Where'd you
watermelon
get
you?
it from, dude?
I've never
Huh?
seen
Like,
a yellow one.
what do you eat?
It's kind of like lead. Yeah,
I'm
he's
from the
eating
store,
green
man.
watermelons. It's kind of like
It was
lead.
expensive too.
Lead vests, lead bulletproof vests that you don't want to carry because it's too heavy, too thick. The lead, maybe, I don't know, in case unless you like that, or you can go with the
Carbon
vest. It's
fiber.
like a cloth suit, right? That they got these days. It's a carbon fiber suit you can wear. You see, so they took metal and they're taking all the metal and distributing it more in smaller amounts. And that's where we're getting the planned out, the goofier shit that doesn't work. And then they're replacing it with the carbon fibers, fiber optics, other shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like filaments and all
What
this.
about, what about the carbon? What do you call that? What's it called? Like the carbon nanotubes. I forget what it's called.
Yeah. Carbon fiber, carbon nanotubes, carbon
Not,
bulletproof vest,
not, no, not
carbon
fibers.
shelling.
Blar. I mean, the aluminum block revolutionized the motor industry because before you needed the steel to hold the heat to produce the energy, but now you can use aluminum, which is so much lighter. You need less energy to move the same amount of weight, but it can control the heat now because of the alloy process. Like they heat it up so it becomes stronger, so it can handle the heat.
It
Before it
still
was
has
just too soft.
cast iron sleeve for the wear properties. Like the sleeve for the piston is still in cast iron, and then your block is in aluminum. It dissipates the heat faster, so your engine won't
They
overheat.
section it. Yeah. So what used to
Before it
be
couldn't handle
full
the
metal.
heat, so it had to get out of the kitchen.
Right. Well, before it used to be full metal. Now they took sections, and then the rest sections of this kind of metal and then sections of this kind. Now on your motors, you got a lot of plastics, more than you ever
I
had
hate
before.
that shit. The
You
plastic
understand?
decays. It breaks down.
Exactly. Pretty soon, you're gonna have a plastic motor, plastic pistons,
Dude,
plastic motor,
they
car. Yeah,
have
it's gonna be
that
plastic.
on the radiator. I had to buy a radiator for a BMW. The sides of it were fucking plastic. The radiator fins were still metal, but the sides of the radiator were plastic. My other
That's
radiators were made of brass.
that's supply and demand still. It's just I can make the plastic cheaper and provide a better product. If
It's
the
not
demand is
better.
still,
It ain't better, but it's
yeah,
would you
it's
want a plastic
questionable.
radiator, dude? Fuck no, dude. That
Yeah,
shit will leak.
yeah, I would if it doesn't decay and rust
It
and
does
break
decay. The
down as
plastic breaks
fast.
down. The
Yeah,
plastic
but
breaks down worse than metal.
dude, I'm not going to argue
My
the
brass
fact.
radiator, when you add heat into the equation, the plastic breaks down fast. You add synthetic motor oil, your plastic, all the gaskets with a car with synthetic motor oil, your gaskets turn brittle. Ask me how I know. I had to take apart that BMW. It was leaking from I bought a used one for like $3,000. It was leaking out of every seal because they used synthetic motor oil, and it makes the seals, the rubber seals, the O-rings, they get hard and brittle from the
Did
motor.
your motor call for synthetic?
It did,
Because
yeah, it did.
well, yeah. Well, my point is that use the motor oil. If you use the wrong motor oil that your engine is designed for, it's gonna not last as long because that's what the products were designed for. And not every motor is sleeved, like you said. An all aluminum block in a race engine isn't sleeved. My Detroit engine in my boat does have sleeves, but it's not because the
That's where
metal
I'm from,
breaks down.
Detroit. You got a Detroit diesel in your boat?
Yeah,
Those motors are prone to runaway. If you ever seen the Detroit diesel
that's
runaway, you
because of
can't
the
turn.
rack system, not because of the sleeves or the.
No, I ain't saying that's what it's because of. I'm just saying they're two-stroke diesels and they sometimes get away from you.
Yeah, because if you don't have the rack set right, it gets stuck wide open.
Well, what I'm saying is, they're good motors. They'll go fast. A 2-stroke diesel. But you just got to be careful. You should have a way to control the air coming into it. So if you get a runaway, you can shut it off only through the air supply.
Yeah, we have governor system. That's how we kill the engine anyway. With a
Sometimes
kill
you can't though.
solenoid.
You could try, but sometimes they keep going.
You cut the air or the fuel to a diesel engine, I promise you, it will kill.
Well, the air is how you kill it, but
No, you can cut the fuel off too. You can do either or, but if you cut one of them, it's gonna kill. It won't run. Believe me, I'm well versed in I'm rebuilding one right now as we speak.
what kind is it?
8V92 twin turbo with a blower on top.
Yeah, twin turbos. Holy shit! And a blower.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. It's not the blower that you're thinking of, like a race car blower. It's just adding air. You know, it's doing what a blower does, but it's not like the supercharged blower
Oh,
that
I'm like, what the
you have a
fuck?
race
You got
car.
a triple charge, dude. You got 2 turbos and a supercharger. Fuck.
Supercharged is different than just a blower, but anyway, I have 2 of those in my boat. I have 4 turbos, 2 blowers.
Who am I talking to? Who is this?
It's nuts, but it's all on pressure, Marquia. But it's
How
all
much?
pressure, like
Are
fuel
you a
pressure
billionaire, dude?
and air pressure is what drives a diesel engine. My what? Am I
Are
what?
you a billionaire? Or are you getting a boat like this?
I just work hard, man. 3:30 in the morning here or 4, I'm up. I'm going to work.
What
You know
kind
how
of
you
work
make?
you do?
You know how you turn $600 into $6,000? Put $600 fuel in your truck and go to work. That's
Right.
my
What kind of work you
philosophy.
doing?
Construction. I own a construction business or several, but that's what I
I
mean.
do
Construction.
construction. I don't got shit, dude.
Need
I
to
do
be.
roof
You need to be at work
remodeling.
right now.
Huh?
I
I
was
need.
just joking. I was like, you need to be at work right now. It was just a joke. Yeah, I did roofing for a while. But anyway, the Detroit diesel or the diesel engines, especially 2-strokes, are about as basic as you get. Now they've computerized them, but you cut the
Yeah,
air
that
off, it
motor,
will not run. You cut the
that
fuel off, but you still have airflow, it won't run.
that motor will cost more than I could make in a year.
Hey, Ron,
Yeah.
wasn't your nickname in high school 2-stroke?
What?
Didn't you tell me your nickname in high school was 2-stroke?
No.
Bada bing.
Yeah, at least
Kosha's
he
on
had a stroke in
fire
high
today.
school, Kosha.
Yeah. Is that where
My
you
name
started
is
your picking up men on the street career, Kosha? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
my name is
that's how I
Detroit
turned
Diesel.
That was college, huh?
that's how I turned 600 to 6,000. I pick up dudes on the street.
You're so stupid.
And my,
Did you think about the perspective thing we talked about more? You can do it in real life. Like just hold your hand like High Hitler, up at an angle where the tips of your fingers are out in front of you, full extended at your eye level. And then take your other hand and put your finger in front of your eye and then run it towards your other fingers and then go past and it will disappear due to perspective. Everybody can do that.
all I kept thinking about when you were, I'm trying
Just
to
got
figure out
punched
what.
for doing the Hitler thing, man.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, it looks like I'm gonna be like you doing the Hitler thing and then like putting the other finger in front of my lip.
If someone sees your shadow, they're gonna be like, "He's a Nazi."
It's called a
No,
Roman
just
salute.
Well,
I'm just trying to think
what you
besides
do
that.
is,
Relax.
listen to this. Get like a big ball, like as big as ball as you want, and get like a little figure, an action figure, a little Hitler action figure with his arm up, and just move the little action figure around the ball, and his arm will be perfectly horizontal. That's cool too.
Where the fuck did you get a little like action figure of Hitler, man?
I never have. I'm just imagining. I got a vivid imagination, buddy. So I can imagine a little action figure in my hand moving around the curvature of an actual sphere, and where his arm is at 33 degrees where I started, and then when I get to this point, it's perfectly horizontal. It's not no longer at a 33-degree angle. Isn't that weird? That's what would happen on a ball, anyway.
Did you do it, Kosho?
I did. Yeah.
And your finger that you started at your eye and went to the tips of your other fingers, once it passed your other fingers, it disappeared, right?
Yeah, but yes, it did.
There you go.
But that's due to you having binocular vision.
That's due to perspective. So if you take the horizon, which is that fingertips of your left hand basically going up towards your eye level, and then you get a building or a boat that starts closer to you and gets to your horizon, that's your other finger getting to your horizon. And then once that boat goes past your other fingers, it starts to disappear, just like your finger did.
Wait, what the? I'm not getting it or doing it correctly.
You have to do it individually.
My finger only like the finger on my other hand only disappears if I put it behind the other fingers.
Yeah, but it's on the same plane. It's on a horizontal, but because it goes behind that angle of perspective that you created with your other hand, it disappears. You no longer can see it.
I must be doing
He's saying, he's saying like you have two eyes, and so you keep your eyes in the same place and straight ahead, and you move your finger from one side to the other.
No.
And what ends up happening with and you said one of your eyes is closed, right?
That's not what I said at all. Okay, percentage. Let's see if you can follow. Yeah, if you don't mind. Take your left hand percentage and put it out in front of you, and where your fingertips are at your eye level. You're looking at your fingertips. Got that part?
Yeah.
Now hold that right there. Take your right hand, put one finger out in front of in front of your eyes, and then move it to where it's touching your other fingertips. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
You can still see your finger, right?
Yes.
Now move it past your fingers along the same horizontal. Just go further. More distance. And your finger disappears, right?
No.
Yeah, it will.
It only disappears if I move it left, like, to go behind my hand.
Well, okay, let's try. I mean, it does. You move your left hand, your fingertips that are at your eye level, move them closer to your eyes so you can extend your finger past those fingers more.
Okay.
It's caused by distance and perspective. You're changing your angle of your finger going past your horizon point, your eye level. You can do it on paper too. You can draw it out.
Yeah, if I have my hand like really close to my face and I move my finger out, then the left of that finger starts to get obstructed.
Of course it does. It's just an angle change. That's all I'm showing. But think about it in long distances. You know how easily it would disappear. The further that finger, boat or building that's further away from your horizon is, the angle is different, and it's going to appear to be below that initial angle.
But it has to be obstructed before too, like.
Yeah.
So let's say I have my hand really close to my face. If the finger is on the kind of the right side, it's not obstructed as it goes out. It's never going to be obstructed.
Yeah,
but if it's a little bit obstructed in the beginning, then it'll remain obstructed. It might be less obstructed as it goes out because it gets smaller.
That's not perspective. That's how your eyeballs are separated by your nose. It's not perspective at all. That's how your eyeballs are separated, so you can get more vision. But we have limitations, distance, and really, really close up, like at your nose. You can see your finger, but if you put something on your nose, bridge of your nose, you basically can't see it. If you put it on the tip of your nose, some people can see it and some people can't because of how big their nose is.
Yeah, I must be doing it wrong.
Okay. You can draw it out on paper too. But you see what I'm saying? As something goes further away from you and the angle that you're viewing that more of a distance changes, it's getting lower and lower in your line of sight. So it's going to go behind something that's higher in your line of sight. And plus you get the merging of the two, whatever you're looking at. You get that, and then you throw in some atmosphere being more dense at ground level when that angle gets lower and lower, and you can't resolve it because it's merging together. And then you throw in more atmosphere that makes it, more dense at ground level. You're going to get even more obstruction. Pretty simple, actually.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but all I know is that it feels good to do the Nazi salute every once in a while.
It is refreshing. I think it's in us, right? Like, we've been taught that it's so bad. To do something bad like that is, kind of taught to us to be cool. Like Bad Boys, or, you know what I'm saying? Riding a motorcycle is pretty exhilarating, but once they made it into an outlaw thing, like, all the bikers and all that, it was even better.
It's like whatever they don't want you to look into, that's bad.
So D-Mock, right? Is that who
Yeah,
just said it?
it's demonic.
Do you think that wearing gold could have some negative connotation? Like, because, it seems like everything they push really hard, right, is somehow bad for us. So maybe putting that gold chain around our necks is limiting our, whatever it calls it something. Now that's really extreme.
It can go either way, because somebody believed back, like they pushed the narrative that like the fair, or like the nobles or whatever, like lots of gold jewelry and this and that, right? But when you see them, do you really see them with gold? Like, have you ever seen? I've never seen any of them with no gold helmets or anything like that. So, like, it's a good question.
Yeah,
I think
that
it could. The question I would ask is, when we ground, when we get shocked by something, are we giving it energy from us, or is it actually going from us to the ground when we like put on rubber shoes and stuff? I've been thinking about this. Like, it's weird. Like, I'm wondering,
yeah,
like, if
I've
it's
said
not,
that for years.
yeah,
I
if
don't
it's
wear
not
shoes a
exerting
lot.
energy from us in a way. Like, you're like, man, I just got zapped by that car. Like, is the car like needing a little bit of juice and it's like pulling it from you, or like you pulling it from it? Like, it's just weird. I don't know. But yeah, the
The
gold.
rubber sole, yeah, the rubber sole of our shoes most of the time is we're supposed to be grounded, right? Any
Right.
electrical system to produce good current and good flow with less resistance should be grounded. It works perfectly. The gold is a good conductor of electricity, but it also will burn you, like in a fire, or I would say if you got shocked, that necklace is going to burn you. But they started teaching people that wearing copper around their wrist, even though it would stain their skin, right, would help with whatever, blood flow or whatever. But magnetism does the same thing. If you put a magnet in a certain area, it increases blood flow.
Yep, it's the movement, the kinetic energy. Like, a magnet only reacts on the copper when when you like take it and move it towards it, like you put currency
Current.
or energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yes. And then
resistance.
that's
It's
when it
all
reacts.
based on that. Yeah.
Yes. And
When I
that's
first
what
heard of
makes
the electrical universe, I didn't understand it, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But what does make sense is that we know there's so much energy around us and in us, right? They've taught us that our heart, our nervous system, everything is basically electrical, but current and resistance is electrical, right? Like when you look at it like that, the current of a river helps something flow down river. The current of our sky, if it has a downward direction, well, things when lifted up into that current or put in the river are going to flow with the current. That's how I see it.
Going against it's going to have that amount of resistance. It's like a resistor and an amplifier at the same damn time.
I think the pyramid in the sky is made out of gold and those kind of materials that are very electric, very conductive.
But like the thing is, the gold it holds a lot of energy. It can burn you. It will get hot. That's what I was wondering. Like, would a pharaoh wear a brick of gold on himself in the heat of the desert? Would that even make sense? Why would you adorn
You know,
yourself?
yeah, they had the gold was on the tip of the Great Pyramid of Giza. It had this giant golden path.
Maybe they were trying to connect with the pyramid in the sky. That's why they put gold on top of it.
Maybe they're making the idea of the shit in the sky with the amount of like energy or focus or something like that.
Well, I've heard that pyramids were an energy collector, right? So maybe the gold is directing the energy of the sky into that point. That would make sense. If there's so much energy in the sky, surely you would be able to harness it somehow.
Yeah, but the energy in
maybe
the
it
sky
harvests the lightning.
The energy in the sky, it's coming from the pyramid in the sky.
Okay, I'll go with that. I call it God.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. But
Hey,
it's
you
still a
call
structure.
God
It's not.
pyramid in the sky?
It's not like it's not like energy that's coming out of nowhere, right? It's part of a mechanism, and it's a build. So from the architect, the creator, the designer.
Where does all the energy from gold go to? So if they use it in computers and they use it in things, you got me thinking for a second here. So if we put it around our necks and put it on us, then it can store memory or energy, like all input, like around it or exerted around it, like the 100% of whatever it like the amount of it can store energy, I guess, right? I heard something weird about the amount of energy it can store, like 100% of whatever energy it can store it or memory in gold. So like, where would the gold offset its memory to? Like
towards the gold, towards all of the gold and the gold in the sky, flowing.
Well,
Yo,
it's
you give the
release of
gold to your
energy.
girl. You give the gold to your girl, and that energy in the gold translates into sexual energy.
Here you go.
Nanotechnology. Well, real quick, I'm getting somewhere
Yep.
with this. Okay, now you have
just
a
heat.
signal. Yep, listen to this. You got a signal, right? And these signals react with certain frequencies in certain ways. Okay? So if you, today they'll try to get you to take a thing, and if you put a thing in you like a pill, right? Say if you took a pill and it's got like a little meter on it or a thing that sends a signal, then they'll have you put the patch on yourself, which reads the signal, which will send it to the patch, which then you can upload information to it if you want it or whatever, right? And control it from like your phone, right? An app on your phone can control a pill that's inside you or something in you that can control the like fluctuation, the frequency, the flow rate, or when to release or when to like, help you do something.
Well, when you say your girl makes you hot, that's energy, right? And that gets the juices flowing, current.
And then if you make that,
it's funny. You think it's funny, but that's actually you can relate almost everything to heat and energy, like release.
If you shake those juices enough, you get an explosion.
Yeah, with the build, it builds up pressure, and then all of a sudden it comes out of its container. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be here all week. Don't forget to tip your waitresses, actually.
But what I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying is they got that all from nature. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to I'm not trying to scare tactic or be any weird or anything. Now, what I'm trying to say is it all comes from nature. Now, if we talk about the idea of gold and like passing something out or giving you something, okay, say you have the queen bee, right? And you have the hive mentality. You have an ant and the ant mentality. So like a queen ant, a queen bee, same type of aspect. What if naturally there's something that the queen puts off, and unbeknownst to the things that's from it or put off to it, right? In the queen, there's like the main transmitter, receiver, receptor, processor, and then the other things is put out the thing that emits it or receives it. So unbeknownst to them, they really can't go against the transmitter receiver signal that's coming from the queen, right? But it's a nature type thing, and that's the hive mentality. So the queen controls, you know, and everything has a flow and everything works a certain way. Like you're a drone, you're a worker, you're a this, you're a that, you're a mate or whatever. But to me, it seems like
I
that's what they're trying
think
to do.
it's different
You're roboting, bro.
frequencies.
The thing is, Demok, there's other queens. Even within the same hive, there's other queens that are like born and raised, and they basically are made so that new hives will be started.
Yeah, I know. And each queen has that ability, right?
No, it's not necessarily the queens. Well, it's more like they're given birth to just like any other bee, right? But the difference is they're fed what's called like royal jelly. It's like a different type of food, so that they'll
Jelly.
grow into being bees.
So
And
they
if that's
get a
the
certain
case,
substance.
yeah,
Right,
they get a
right.
certain substance,
That
but that
the
requires
other ones don't
them
get.
being fed with the worker bees or what have you, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, because they're controlled by that signal.
yeah, or they're either controlled completely, or they're doing it like because they know that that's the best for their species and for survival and stuff. So how can you kind of gauge which one it is?
That's a good question. That's what I'm asking here, and it's not really for me and you. It's just like I don't know. I have an idea. The government tries to mimic like that idea. They want to be able to put something or a receptor, or transmitter, receiver, or remotely be able to do whatever something does, right?
And then you have to ask yourself, what about other like invading bees? How come they're immune to the receiver, like to the signal that the queen is sending to her
Because
bees?
it's not. Most of the people are from the queen in that thing, but most of the time, right?
I know, but sometimes like bees will be
Well, hold on.
attacked by
If
other
you're
bees or
from,
by wasps or what have you.
yeah, I know, but naturally, you're gonna have enemies in nature. Like a dog's gonna kill a cat. But what I'm saying is, or another bee's gonna kill another bee. But I'm saying if you're the mom bee to 8 million bees, maybe there's something in that mom bee and in them bees that connect them a little bit on a certain, even though other bees can intertwine and then get it mingled in the situation.
Yeah. It would explain hive mentality, like the hive mind, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, what else is remote Wi-Fi and all that? Like, what does it really? Where does the idea even come from, and where does the ability actually come from? It has to happen in nature, right?
Wait, bees don't use Wi-Fi?
If we were to
How do
make
you
it
know that?
analogous to our
What are their
existence as
antennas? Hold
humans,
on.
then yeah, it would be propaganda, it would be media, would be the signal that's kind of like
Yes,
the
they have
LoJack that we have
antenna,
on
right?
us.
The queen and the bees have little antennas, right? And they can send signals back and forth to each other, right?
There's no king, but yeah.
Well, what if their eyeballs were little backward TVs inside their self, and the queen can send off signals like metaverse, and their little eyeballs could just pick up what they're supposed to see and do and stuff? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, it's just an opinion, though. I mean, I might be retarded. You never know.
No,
You
it's
know,
a
I
cool
mean,
opinion. You still might be retarded, but it's still a cool opinion.
yeah, it's gonna be correct also. But you know that thing about the bees and ants even. People were talking about them earlier too. Like they have like a um, a colony. They evolved into a colony type creature. And I think that actually humans are evolving the same way. That we're going to be colony creatures, like with the queen, and everyone's going to basically be have like a computer in their brain, and the queen's going to like send us down from us propaganda every day,
By
directives.
queen, you mean like the Queen Elizabeth or what?
No, like an executive. Actually, in the short story that I wrote, the queen was actually an AI robot.
That's what I think it is too. I think it's an artificial intelligence signal pushing itself to be processed and presented and made and to be produced for what it is like. And somebody or something in the government's like going along that line. Like they got some signal from something. They don't know what the hell it is. And the way they decipher to determine it, they've been like going that way and they built a computer and they get a signal and they get like a reading and they call it the master. Pretty weird. It's like a Siri that's like the top secret Siri of all fucking Siris. That's badass. And like somebody can actually ask it questions and it'll answer everything. There's no such like whatever this thing can actually answer, it'll answer. And it won't be like, can't tell you that. Like this motherfucker is the badass one, like the real deal. Basically every question or answer, every known or answered or conceived by whoever is probably placed into it and there's a program and it's like all the chess games and just everything. And that's not to say it's not nature itself or creation. I mean, hell, they could be hearing a signal from well farts. Scientists, they'll make up anything.
There's nothing wrong.
I mean, what do you think about that idea? That actual moms and like people and communities could be the same type of idea, and not to have a hive mentality, but to where it's like no kill, no steal, no destroy, simply through the idea that everybody's connected. Like why would you punch yourself in the face? It doesn't make any sense.
Hey, yeah, this is funny because that's what I was going to say earlier. Yeah, I was trying to say this earlier, but you guys won't talk over each other. But yeah, the problem with that is if you give everybody the same if like we said everyone's like kind of altruistic and nobody wants to hurt anybody, no one wants to kill or murder or steal, that's fine for almost everybody. And almost everybody will be equal and fair people, but there's always going to be someone who's clever and sociopathic, and they probably want everything to themselves, or they want more things than everybody else, and they're going to take advantage of the fact that everybody else is trusting and weak, or you can easily take them off.
I just ask, I wonder what they want more than everybody else. What thing do they want?
Food, sex, comfort, safety,
What have you
power.
given?
Yeah, but at that point where they transgress against the other people, the rest of the people, those people.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Maybe my system cut off, maybe yours did, but regardless,
I said if you have like this one cunning kind of sociopathic dude that seeks to take advantage of people, then those people are gonna seek retribution from him.
Yeah,
You
maybe
don't
the
need
first
big
guy.
government to do it. You could even just a small group of people, the local community, whoever he transgressed upon, you know, they'll seek justice, and it
Yeah,
especially works if you have like this objective kind of moral code or like scripture that you're all
you forget this guy's cunning, so he's not going to strike at the wrong time or in the wrong way or in a way that's obvious. He would probably secretly, conniving people do.
I mean, if he hit and run and like exiles himself, then that's it. Let it go. If it's not serious, if it's something serious like he killed someone or something like that, then chase his ass down.
That's why I was asking what the guy wanted. If he wanted like a watermelon, you can give him 8 million tons of watermelon. Say you want it so much, eat them all right now.
Shit, I'll give him a
He'll be
yellow
so
watermelon.
overwhelmed. He won't. Right. He won't want to eat them no more. He won't want any more watermelons tomorrow.
I say that he knows the power that people will give somebody as a governor. Like, let's say there's nobody governing anybody, but this conniving person knows that to be the one who makes the rules, you can make things better for yourself. He's just a selfish person. But the point is, this person always exists. But there's never been a time where this person doesn't exist.
Right, but
That's
you
how
got to understand that they exist in this society in the framework of what this shit is. So in a different framework, would that whole group even have a reason to even accumulate or exist or? Like if all the food is free and all the stuff is free, would it be hard to do certain stuff? Like would all these people be in jail for the petty crimes that they're in jail for if the food is free? Like the guy wouldn't have went to jail for stealing a pack of meatloaf and gum. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole different ideology behind a whole different structure of like shit will be in play than like what is today. I think what we keep mixing up is today's stuff with what would be. And if it's something that would be different than this, we can't keep mixing this shit up with that. It's like the globe and flat earth. You can't mix the two things.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is history shows that doesn't matter how many good people, even if you have a generation of all altruistic and great people, there's going to be somebody who's clever enough to realize that those people can be taken advantage of because they don't have let's say for example they don't have someone attacking them, so they have no reason to be defending themselves, right? I mean, there's a million ways that you can take advantage of a whole bunch of people who don't who have like a similar worth basically. There's nobody making decisions for them. Nobody's governing.
Have you ever heard of or seen any type of society of any type of any like no matter what it is where some of the people aren't not right in it? I mean, what are you really saying? I mean, so we're gonna have a couple goofballs. We have that everywhere all the time, whether it's free or not, whether everybody's altruistic or not. You're gonna have a couple goofballs. You
Yeah,
pick them
but those
out and you put
goofballs,
them somewhere.
those
You deal with
goofballs aren't
them.
doing being criminals. I'm saying those goofballs are gonna take you over and have dominion over you.
What are you taking over if everybody? I mean, I don't understand.
Everyone's
If you're sitting at home eating all day, driving your Ferrari, going 100 mile, 150 mile, like doing everything you want to do, what are you? Who are you? I don't understand.
how are you gonna eat food?
With your mouth, and you chew it, grab it with your
You're gonna
hand,
get
put
it.
it in. It's free. It's gonna be free. It's all free.
Yeah, it's
So
free. And
altruistic. Remember.
who's gonna be giving it to you?
Can't mix this society with that one. An altruistic one, everything's free. Everybody has no reason to go, man, I wish I had $27 today to go do this, or I want to be psychotic and own this. That you're not gonna. Everyone already does. You already do. You already own everything. So psychopathic guy, go free and have all the watermelon you want, all the bananas, all the apples. Eat them until you turn blue. It's not going to help you. I mean, what? I don't get it. Like if you give a guy $1 million, $1 trillion, $1 gazillion, and a billion, you just pile them on him until he passes out with dollars. What's he going to do with them? He going to die before the dollars are spent. What did it help him do? What did it help all these people do that are weird in the head like that? If the stuff is free already, if society is giving it in a way that it's abundance and everybody has it. I mean, you'd have to be a pretty weird person to have to be like that and to like want to go out of your way to want something that's already everyone's. It's weird to me. Yeah, the only thing I could think is you'd have a psychotic person that's that wants to kill people or hurt people physically. And if you find those people, you eliminate them just like we do now. I mean, I don't understand.
Actually, what happens now is the same thing that happened at all times. The cunning and the clever and the sociopathic, the selfish, you have all that attributes of one person. They find a way to take control and gain power from the million and one.
You keep saying control though. If everybody's in control, what are you taking control of? You have your portion of control is the same as mine. So I mean, everybody in the city or town or place.
Who enforces these rules? Who enforces this?
Every one of us.
Who
you're talking to.
Who gathers the posse? Who's in charge of making sure the streets are clean?
Well, I mean, everybody who cares about the situation, if they're like, hey, there's a serial killer in bungalow number 2, I'm pretty sure 60 to 20 guys or something can go take your ass out and you'll be not in number 2 no more. It won't be good to go. I mean, what do you mean?
Okay, so you build a whole community out of these type of people who will do this. And what about the people who won't do that? The people who aren't going to, protect whatever.
I mean, if you have a child abuser, you're definitely gonna find parents that are gonna take care of that one.
Yeah, and you have kids and elderly. We already have this. This already goes on anyway. I mean,
no, but today you have the child abusers protecting the child abuser, so nobody can do anything to the child abuser because the ones making the rules are child abusers.
Exactly. In this society, you're right. But in a different society, that wouldn't be.
You get like the worst crime. It's like you get like the worst penalty.
Yeah, if you're abusing a child, you get the worst penalty for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is happening in today's society. Yeah, it happens in real life in today's society. In this world, that you guys,
if you're broke and live like if you're broke and have no money, but if you're well off and you're part of certain groups, you can get away with that shit.
Like Jared Fogle.
But what's the point of that? Like wearing gold on your neck. What's the point of that? Like whatever goes on there. Like what really is the point of that? Like the question of doing this or doing that.
But the gold the gold that people wear in their necks these days, is that actually 100% gold or is it something else?
It has to be something else because if you just use pure gold, it's too soft.
If you use pure gold, what happens?
It's too soft. It's too malleable. Like you can shape it real easy. Press it.
Yeah, they use 14 karat. It's too soft and it scratches easily. It's more expensive. Things like that. The more gold, the more kind of yellow orange it is. But
yeah, but let's forget about the cosmetic of it, because Dimok, you're asking about people wearing gold,
Pure
but
gold
they are
is
actually
24 karat gold.
Are they actually wearing gold, or they're wearing a product that uses
no,
gold?
it's gold. Like if you have a gold watch, like a Rolex, it's probably 10 or 14 karat. The wristband,
24 carats, 100% gold. That's what it is.
No, they wouldn't make it because, like I said, it would scratch too easy. If you want jewelry, none of it's 24 karat. But it doesn't need to be pure gold
Some
to be
is.
gold,
Very
right?
little is.
But if I think you guys were talking about, you know, people in the past, like the pyramids and these kind of people wearing gold and gold crowns, and I don't know for what reason, but maybe that was 100% gold, and that will do something. But if you're not using 100% gold, maybe you get a different
I don't know that.
result.
I
No, it
don't know
wasn't
that
100.
pure gold is that much different. I mean, what's the benefit of pure gold is just for like for money purposes. If you want to use it as a currency, they use like a 999 fine, where they refined out almost all of the impurities. It's pretty close to
Oh, and so
pure.
if you wanted if you wanted to conduct electricity, you use an alloy of gold,
You
or you
could
use the
use
pure
both.
gold.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't need to be 100%. They only plate the pins. If you look at computer chips, they're copper with the gold plating. The gold doesn't corrode. Like the airbag in your car, the airbag terminals for the electric are covered in, they're gold plated so they don't corrode. If you got corrosion on your copper, it might not have a good contact, and when you need that bag to turn on, it might not work because there's corrosion between the contacts. So that's why they use gold plating. It's a
That's what I
very
was saying
thin
about
layer.
NASA. Yeah, NASA uses a shit ton of gold for that reason.
I
Everything,
don't think they're doing
everything that built,
anything, man. I don't think they're
you know,
making shit.
everything.
Yeah, but
Well, they
what
use it
grows
for.
on gold in the ocean? When like you go to find gold in the ocean, you can't tell it's gold because it looks like a rock. What's going on there? What is
No, it
that stuff?
doesn't corrode, man. You could go
No,
find gold in the
it builds
ocean that looks as
patina.
good as the
So
day.
does silver.
Silver does get crusty. It does get a crust in the ocean, like a oxidation.
So you're saying gold stays what it is? So for if there's like a thing that stayed down there for 10,000 years in the ocean, it would just be perfectly piece of gold coin. It
Yeah, the
wouldn't
gold
be.
does not oxidate. It would look just like gold. Yeah, and
So
that's
in
Yeah,
how
the
they find
videos
it.
they show you.
the pyramid in the sky made out of gold is still, it looks like a pyramid. It
Now,
looks
just a second.
completely.
Now, when they show you like finding gold pieces and stuff on like the channels, they show you literally like this stuff looks like it's covered in. Are they just talking about silver treasures or something? They're not talking about
You could
gold.
find silt. Maybe there's silt on top, but if you clean off any silt or mud, the gold does not corrode. It just looks as it
No, no,
looks
I
just
know
as
the gold doesn't corrode underneath. I'm saying, but doesn't it build stuff up on the top?
it doesn't collect
Yeah,
a
it gets
scale
dirty.
or any
Everything gets dirty.
oxidation. It doesn't oxidize.
So I'm not
It's
understanding like.
inert. It's inert. Like
So
that's why they use it for fillings in your teeth because
no, I
it
know.
won't corrode.
But so what about so the silver can grow like the gold, the black, the sorry, the black corrosion, the patina, right? But the
It
gold
will.
can't
It
grow anything
will.
on it.
Yeah, it will. Silver's different. It will get it does oxidize silver. Like even people with silverware, they have to polish their silverware because it gets oxidation, like a dull
Right.
finish.
So if you
Actually,
had gold
silver is
silverware,
better. Silver is a
so if you
better
had gold,
conductor of electric, but it does corrode as
right,
it does oxidize. So that's gold is better suited, even though it's it's not as good as silver, but it's like 95% as good as silver, except it doesn't have the oxidation problem.
right, the corrosion, like
Yeah.
certain, yeah, like, but it's weird though. I'm still, why in the hell do like all the like a lot of the treasure shows they make it look like it's you like if a person that's never been down or never went like I've never went down and like went gold hunting or for gold in the ocean, they go down and show you like live. It appears that they're picking up gold and it's like looks like a rock. And they go up and clean it and knock all the stuff off. And I'm like, well, how'd that shit get on there if it doesn't build up on there? It's weird. Like,
Maybe you're talking barnacles.
yeah, yeah, now, yeah. So the barnacles can grow on there.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like the gold that they pick out of the river or out of the ocean is gold color. It looks like gold, and it's been sitting down there who knows how long, and it still looks
Right,
like
right.
gold. I'm just saying it doesn't. If you take say you have a gold coin and you leave it in the ocean, and it doesn't get covered in barnacles, it's going to stay gold color. It's not going to turn rusty like steel. It's not going to oxidize like silver. It's going to stay gold.
So it's barnacle. I'm just making sure of this. So it's barnacles
Maybe,
that they have
yeah,
to knock off.
barnacles or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that would make sense.
That's the one thing about it. It's and maybe that's why the elites like it. It doesn't tarnish. It doesn't oxidize. It can be drawn into a fine wire, like thinner than a human hair. You could draw gold so thin. It's very malleable. It's the great conductor of electricity. It has a lot of good properties. But aside from those properties, I mean, if it was abundant, if it was as abundant as steel, it would still be pretty useful for things like electric motors and things.
What about a gold motor block? That probably wouldn't be too good, huh?
If you like, if gold was abundant as copper, then every motor would have a gold winding. Like it'd be a more powerful motor, but it's like, think about the cost. Like obviously, but like all things equal, yeah, they would use that rather than copper.
What if gold was more abundant than all that?
Then we would switch out our plumbing. We'd have no copper plumbing and we'd get gold plumbing. All things being equal, I'd rather have the better conductor.
Maybe it is very abundant, but maybe that's why they invade nations and kill everybody to take the gold away.
Yep.
It could
Maybe
be.
Maybe it is very abundant, but they just kill you and take it.
Maybe
energy.
It is, but like the stuff, like the people trying to find it in the streams and rivers and shit, they don't find very much. They're just finding like little flakes of dust and shit. So maybe they have a spot where it's very rich. The gold ore is rich and it's easy to mine. They might have that and just be gaslighting us that it is rare.
They deplete you of all of it: your energy, your fuel, your gases, your carbons, your water, your gold, everything. They pull it all from you and sell it to you. Isn't that cool?
And they sell you the 10 karat gold.
Well, if you can afford that,
you don't get the real shit. You get the 10 karat.
Or the 0.9999999, just like the hydrogen, oxygen, whatever. Like, what can you get? 0.98 of anything. You can't get 100% nitrogen, helium, argon, like anything really, right? It's all at 0.9998 something, right? Pretty weird, right? Don't you think that's weird?
don't worry about that last fraction, that last infinitesimal small. What's the point?
I mean, if you try to go through the toll and it's $1, you only have 99 cents. You won't go through, bro. You only got 99 cents. If you try to buy a Coke at the machine and it's $1 and you only got 99 cents, you're not gonna get the Coke, bro.
So if you ask them for pure gold, 100%, they'd be like, huh? What is that? And if you ask them for pure copper, 100%, they'd say, what, huh? What is that? If you ask them for pure silver, 100%, and I can keep going, gases, alloys, metals, it's all the same. They wouldn't pass your toll, let's say.
I think you can buy pure copper.
100%. 100% copper? What's copper made
Depends.
out of?
Out of
How
copper.
many?
Hold on a second.
Pure copper. I think it's delta.
What's copper made of?
Say the 28
What's it from? Like, what produces, like, the production of copper, where's that from?
From the ground.
Copper.
Copper's from copper, you're telling me?
Copper comes, yeah, copper's copper. Copper's is the element. Copper makes bronze.
Yeah, but what makes copper? If copper makes bronze and metal and ore and all this, like what makes copper?
A bunch of electrons and protons and neutrons.
What's copper look like in its finest powdery form?
Atoms.
It's copper colored.
Is it dirt?
No, it's like it's like golden brown.
Golden brown. Copper color shiny is
Copper.
not golden brown.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's copper color. So I'm trying to. I mean, I don't know what else to call it except for copper.
Well, isn't it green at times and other colors too?
I don't think so. I think you're talking about like yeah, you get it dirty and shit like that. Like like the Empire State Building, right? Like the
Well, I mean,
Empire
when you
State, not the,
find copper in the ground, is it dirty?
no, I don't think so.
It's
Like
clean
this,
when you find it in the ground.
I have
But
no
what put
idea.
it
I
in
mean,
the ground? Where'd it come from? You don't know.
I've never mined for copper before.
But I'm saying, don't we
So
have a chart? Don't you have like a chart, periodic, like the element chart? Like you don't know what makes copper? That's weird.
I know copper's copper. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how does a chart exist that guys sat there and created, or that you or anybody goes by, but you don't know what the things on the chart are or what they came from. That's weird. But you label facts about these things. This many protons, this many neutrons, this many electrons, right?
Yeah, well,
The
I've done
subatomic particle.
plenty of chemical reactions, and when I was trying to create hydrogen, and I was creating it from what's it called? Aluminum foil and water, and you got to use sodium hydroxide to scrape the oxygen off of the aluminum foil. But you make a pretty incredible pressure from that reaction. But people make bombs out of that.
You make bombs out of poop.
You could, but you'd have to do a little bit of work. But with aluminum foil and water, all you gotta do is put it in a water bottle or
Hey,
glass bottle.
no, we can't give recipes for those things. You just, you don't want to be giving that out on the internet.
Well, it's a useful way to make hydrogen. Is what I was doing. I was making hydrogen.
Right. But the BOMB, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, don't do that, of course. But yeah, you can use this to make balloons full of hydrogen.
What's it cost to go get a lot of aluminum and put it in there?
Cost me less than $3.
$3 for a bottle of water. How much is it a gallon of gas?
Now, I took water from the sink and I got aluminum foil from the store and then lime
So
sodium hydroxide.
So $3 in aluminum inside 10-cent, 20-cent thing of water. That's $3.20 for how much water?
Half a bottle.
Half a bottle. And then how far would that take your car?
Your car?
Yeah.
I don't think it would take your car anywhere, man. Are you talking about
so
for, you talking about you have a hydrogen tank? A hydrogen engine?
You just said hydrogen, right?
Yeah.
So if you set up a tube and the hydrogen was fed to your car, wouldn't that help?
Sure, if you have a hydrogen engine. Yeah.
So you need a hydrogen engine?
Like an engine that could burn hydrogen the same way your car burns gas. Yeah, you build like either a jet engine or maybe some kind of piston engine that was
There are engines that will burn many multiple gases. So hydrogen being one of them.
All you got to do is spray it in there. Spray. You spray it with the same medium that's going in there anyway. So say you have a certain amount of gas, you get a ratio of gas spray per spray of hydrogen. It's like and
Air and hydrogen, right? Hydrogen, air,
compressed,
plus hydrogen.
cooled air. Yes, sir. 100%.
Yeah, if you burn hydrogen in air, It's more explosive than gas.
For who? Your motor? Cool.
Better, cleaner.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Talking about hydrogen, the saplings. Where is this guy that was here just now? I watched this video that there's a lot of the very old photography that we're shown of many cities and landscapes, and you get like the sky is being edited from the photographs, and some people are saying that there used to be a lot of this hydrogen flying, or not just hydrogen, hot gas, hot air. But I think hydrogen is one of those things because the Hindenburg was they started demonizing things like hydrogen because of the Hindenburg or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So that
Blew
in the
up.
past, in the past for transportation, the skies used to be full of floating aircrafts instead of airplanes, that kind of stuff.
Now,
That only
why
started-
wouldn't they force? Why wouldn't you mix helium and hydrogen together at a certain amount to almost make the hydrogen almost inert? Right? Why wouldn't they have ever done that? Why would you use hydrogen that you know can blow up and hurt you when you could have used helium that won't blow up and hurt you? It's just weird, right?
That's what they started to do. Helium's the most rare. It's like we have a finite amount of helium.
No, it's not. That's just like saying gold's the most rare too. You believe that shit? I don't believe that dog shit. Listen, I believe it's the least rare. I believe everything puts off radiant energy. That is helium and inertness, steam, whatever else. Anything you can't flick your bic to and light it, that's inert, right? And if it's going up, that's helium, baby. So when you get mad and your radiant energy rises, if you can't light it up and it rises, there's some helium you just let off. Welcome to natural gas being converted to helium by Kosho's body.
Yeah, that's the problem. Helium is inert. It's also one of the lightest gases, so it easily raises up above the atmosphere and easily escapes every time it's.
So it's hard to contain.
Yeah, it's hard. We can't.
So is your fart. So is your fart helium?
No, the only helium's created.
The riddle.
You were right. What you said. Helium nuclei is a radioactive decay product.
Helium is the most abundant thing you'll ever see in your life. It's the offset of anything from anything going, like that's what it is. When you keep saying gases and chemicals and this and this and this, they're all the same shit, just divided by different electrical amounts. I mean, you know this. That's what the idea of inert is or non-inert. The amount to take a charge or put off a charge or resist or accept or
Are
light
you
up
saying
or not light up.
we could be easily floating around in saplings and not overcomplicating transportation in the world?
Yes, we could easily be doing all that shit. I'm saying if they can't contain your fart the same way they can't contain helium, why are they different? I'm saying, so if they contained all the gas in your toilet and everybody's toilet gas, everybody would have free toilet gas anyway. And it's abundant, yes, free for everyone. Yep. Super amounts of free, just everybody could drive and go and have Hindenburgs or Gastonbergs or whatever you want to call it. Well, I mean, literally, what, you know.
I saw this couple. They had this container outside of the house, and they will throw like grass or whatever peels, banana peels, and they will throw a bunch of different leaves and all that kind of stuff, and they will harvest the gas and just cook with it and heat the water. All they had to do is just throw grass inside the container. It was kind of like almost like a side, like a vehicle, like a car size container.
Yes.
And they will just throw stuff inside of it, and they will have
it breaks
gas.
down.
It will have they had gas all year long.
Yep, it produces a gas amount of pressure as long as you keep it contained and you have like a little valve on it that opens, and the little valve opens to like fill another container that's empty or something. You see what I'm saying? So where it can just keep being used in a certain, like have a portion that's open that lights. That way it'll like set it off a little bit, like you keep it lit, like outside somewhere, like one little portion where it keeps coming up. But when you need it, you open the little valve, turn it on, you got your gas when you need it.
Yeah, they were doing food, seeds, grass, whatever, decomposing stuff. And
Yeah, if
yeah,
you
they
shake
had
up your
gas.
soda, what's it do? It expands. So the same, all that stuff they're putting in there, when you close it off, it expands. It expands. That's just the gas being produced.
It looks pretty simple, very straightforward, bro. Like super simple.
Yeah.
Why is so complicated these days? Why is it so complicated?
That's what the trucks run on too. Over in different countries or places, they have a big
Now in
old
the
burner.
U.S. we are in the fall, right? All of those leaves that are falling from the trees. You know how much gas that stuff is gonna produce? Why aren't we like harvesting that gas to,
Because
I don't
they'd
know.
rather tell you need cornfields.
Hey, Kosho, those leaves that are falling from the trees all around the world, can that produce like a decent amount of gas that you can use for things like heating water or cooking? Maybe that's what the gas company is doing, and they telling it and telling you, hey, this is a difficult gas to produce and find, so this is why it's so expensive.
Man, I believe they're selling you back your fart gas.
Me too.
They got a
Definitely
whole
fart
place
gas.
where all the waste goes, and all these tubes and all these containers. They contain all the waste, and all of it flows, and all the outflow of gas flows to a certain
Bro,
portion.
they charge you
And then,
for taking
yep,
your shit, and they sell you
yeah,
back your shit.
yep, reproduce it into a fucking gas.
Yep.
And produces its own gas, really. And then when it comes up, all they do is have a pump that pumps it from one area and directs it to you. And they mix it with a smell that covers the odor or whatever. They mix it with the fucking mayonnaise or the rotten egg smell, or it might be rotten egg smell. You never know. I mean, think about it. Selling you your own fart gas.
So, if I was to fart right now, how are they capturing that?
The same way they would helium. I don't know. Supposedly it's too hard to capture these gases, but they got them all, huh? Pokemon like Gassimon, gotta catch them all. How do you catch a gas?
You catch a ghastly by having a dark Pokeball. It has an affinity for dark Pokemon.
No, but literally, how do you catch a fart is a really good question, and that's why I always pose it to them. How do you catch a gas? How do you catch a helium?
You breathe it in.
Well, you
Bro,
don't really catch
have you
anything.
ever heard of ventilation in a home? Like they have these systems inside buildings and the airflow through certain systems. Maybe that's how.
Yes. Right. But what I'm saying is like they don't do it like that. They don't catch it inside a container like that, and they say, "Okay, man, I got this bag of gas that I just blew this into this thing."
Bro,
You have to like,
listen. I think they just have a fan in a factory. They pull in the air, and whatever the air brings, they just separating everything and getting it from there, from
right?
the air.
That's what I'm saying. So instead of being in a factory and they're like, "Man, we're separating this helium and we're catching it like a Pokemon," what they're really doing is taking the air we breathe and just freezing it, compressing it, condensing it, decondensing it, magnetizing it, whatever, cooling it off to a certain shit, adding a charge, and then it comes out for whatever one. And the atomic number for each one is really the magnetic of permeability, or the potential number, or the electronic number for just like electrically what potential it has or what they put into it, right? The amount of like compression they put it under, or the negative temperature. You see what I'm saying? That would like
Yeah.
say what that is. Yeah, and that would give it its name. The division
You
of,
know,
certain compressions or
What they do is they just let it like stratify on its own. All right, so you fart right now, and the fart is going to disperse into this little into like the air. But over time, these these methane particles that make up your fart are going to go down into the ground, and they're going to stratify into the soil and stuff like that. And at that point, what they do is they just go straight to that layer, and they pump it out, and it's going to be natural gas, and that's the fuel that they sell to you. So yes, they're selling to you your own farts and stuff.
Yes.
But
fart gas.
they're also selling to you your own shit when you take a shit, and they use that to make fertilizer and stuff like that. They,
Yep, they use it all.
They're selling to you your own urine too.
Eureka.
They collect it on airplanes as well. Those air conditioning systems.
The air conditioning systems create their own liquid. You literally could create an air conditioner that could run its own motor and run itself and create its own fuel on it by itself through condensation, and fuel itself, cool itself, and run itself. Isn't that sweet?
The trains and subways, they're all just fart collection tubes.
Yes. Well, it's all just the air we breathe right now, really.
Yeah.
That's the funny trick about it. Everything we're talking through right now is the nitrogen, is the argon, is the radon, is the helium, is the hydrogen. I don't care what anybody says. That's exactly what it is. To me.
To me.
Well, I mean, I can't sit here and I'm not going to debate for 10 hours about just the idiocracy of how it's not electrical, or a charge or a voltage or a negative or positive, right? Which is all electrical, like whether you want to say temperature, pressure, density, whatever words you want to slap on there, it's going to have to do with electricity or the exchange or yeah.
Yeah, next time someone says it's a fossil fuel, tell them I'm making that fuel, and I'm not a fucking fossil. Well,
That's
I don't know
right.
about you, Demok, but yeah.
Well, that's a tricky subject too. That's a tricky subject too. Fossils. I'm a dinosaur and you're a dinosaur. Because if whatever we came from existed and we came from it a billion years ago, then everything is a dinosaur. There's no such thing as non-dinosaur. Because everything was around when everything was around. And you wouldn't be here right now if you hadn't come from something that was here a billion years ago, or whatever even that means. If that exists.
Demok, you want me to be a dinosaur too, huh, Boomer? Misery loves company.
Well, I'm just saying, every cricket, every cockroach, every bug, every monkey, every human, everything in the whole world, if it exists today, it came from an ancestor that existed a billion years ago.
Absolutely.
So we're all dinosaurs.
Yeah. But that's like the thing. This, like, for instance, methane. It's constantly being replenished by the decomposition of plants and animals and stuff like that. Everything, yeah. So to make it seem like it's bad for the environment or something like that, or that we're gonna have to wait a long time, we're gonna finish the reserves that we have and stuff. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit.
Total bullshit. 100%.
It's all just simple particle physics.
Absolutely.
Yes, you have to understand the particles. It's all fartasia. They're selling you. It's a fartasy.
I was gonna say it's a fartsal fuel.
Cardonomics.
Yeah, you know how many how many hydrogen atoms are in methane?
No.
It's 4. Why are you smiling?
I thought it was gonna be some kind of weird joke or something.
Yeah, no, just the chemical formula is CH4.
Or
How about what you said about air? How about seawater? How many different I don't know materials, and I don't know if you say materials of minerals you can find in seawater, and maybe they can just use the seawater and take all the stuff out of, separate it, and get it from there.
well, yeah. Well, that's what I was getting at. Like the gold is produced. It's all produced. The copper's produced.
I think you
the
can
gold's
find gold in
produced.
seawater too.
Yeah,
man.
well, I mean,
Water's the best miner.
Water's badass.
Like nothing mines better than water.
No, water washes your ass. It's not badass. It's good for your ass. Because it washes it. But if you need certain minerals, certain stuff, you just go the seawater and get it from there.
That'd be too easy for them.
I bet you can find copper in seawater. Maybe the copper comes from seawater.
Well, it all probably comes from water. From the water, you get crystals. From the crystals, you get the whatever. From the buildup of like you get like and everything poops and eats and grows. So anything that poops and eats and grows is going to build upon itself.
Well, there's a lot of pooping in seawater. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, there is.
Yep.
But seawater is
That's
purifying,
right.
man.
It's pee poop and fish pee and fish poop.
You know, I saw
It
these
dilutes it
girls
and it
that
purifies it.
these girls they produce electricity from pee.
Who?
These girls they
piezoelectric.
piezoelectric or whatever. Yeah,
Well,
these girls that were doing like a science project, and they grab some pee and they light a bulb with it.
That's how they power the piss station. I mean the PISS. I mean the ISS station.
Bro, I think these assholes are collecting your
machine.
pee. These assholes are collecting your
Yes.
pee, producing electricity, and selling it back to you.
Yes, your pee and your poop. Now the ISS.
So you're saying if you have an engine
floating
and you hook it up,
outhouse.
hold on, if you're saying you have an engine and you hook it up to urine, then it could make the piston move?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. But
Bro, if you put piss in a bottle and leave it there, it's gonna build a lot of pressure.
if I could put piss in a bottle, imagine what I could do.
You know, this
They
science
sell
class
you your
today is being very constructive. It's been a
Oh, I
good.
was gonna say the ISS. Like,
Hold
think
on,
about
hold
this.
on, let's think about this.
Hold
If I
on,
have-
hold on a second.
Go
the
ahead, go ahead.
toilet on the ISS. I'm gonna help you out real quick. The toilet on the ISS. You poop in it, you pee in it. It separates, it filters. You have your fuels, your heavy fuel, poop, and your light fuel, liquid, right? So now you got your liquid fuel from your strained piss and whatever they do with it, the thing that they use, and they all put it in there. What if they put it in there and it's the fuel and the poop is the fuel? Wouldn't that be cool if the piss station was ran on piss?
It is. It is because they make
That's what I'm
coffee out
saying.
of
They
the
don't
piss
get
and
rid
the
of it, do they?
poop, and that's how they get the energy from.
Right. Yep.
So
Steam.
So let's say I pissed in a bottle, right? And I let it sit there. And I think that it turns into like ammonia or something like that. What do I do with
after you piss in the bottle, you have to seal it with the cap.
it? Okay, then what?
And I don't know. It's gonna build pressure.
It builds pressure, the same amount of
Okay,
pressure
how
that
can I
they
use
want.
it?
Well, if you're in space and you had that pressure and you took the cap off, you could go forward.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's power, it's momentum, it's energy, it's gas. That same pressure that's pushing you forward maybe can light up or be
I can't
used
go
and
forward with
ignited.
that.
Maybe it can be electrified.
How do you
I
know?
literally
you
won't be
tried
able to
it?
go forward. I could only go up because if I try going forward, I'd have to lay the bottle to the side and it would spill out.
Huh? A pressurized cat thing that just lets out the fucking amount
Actually,
of
I
gas
can't even
that's
go. I
excess.
can't even go up. I'd have to only be able to go down.
You don't know how a tea kettle works?
If I try
A
to go
tea kettle
up,
doesn't.
I'll be turning. Hold up. If I try to go up, I'll turn the bottle upside down and
Whoa,
it'll just
yeah, I
spill
know
out.
you're being funny, but
I'm
we're
not being
not.
funny. I'm serious.
A tea kettle does not pour out the liquid. It pours out the amount of heat that's excess. So the excess pressure will go out of your valve and your liquid will stay in there. Are you okay now?
Okay, so you want me to like a little
I
hole
mean,
at the
why are
top?
you acting crazy? Why you, so you're not joking right
I'm not
now?
joking. So you want me to make a little hole, a little nozzle
Whoa,
on the top
percentage.
right side of the bottle?
You know what a P-trap is?
No.
You don't know what a P-trap is?
No, I don't. What's the P trap?
Oh my God, dude. You go ahead and talk to him.
I don't know
Percentage.
what
You
it
don't
is.
know
Can
what
you
a P-trap
explain it?
is? Where a piece of pipe would drop below your natural flow and catch this, like it keeps that pressure. P-trap, like underneath your toilet.
Your toilet and your sink, it holds the liquid to a U to where it doesn't climb that U, but it'll let the gas release, but not the liquid. And it's like
Right.
a valve also. It's just the cheapest and easiest way to do so, so it won't ever really mess up too much.
Release
Right?
valve.
Yeah.
You're
So the
not getting the
gas can pour
backflow
out.
of gas. Yeah.
Yes, the gas can
Okay,
push
okay.
out, but the liquid stays collected in the little U away from the big container of the main amount. But I mean, I, I didn't think this was like hard technology. That's all. It's basically plumbing. Plumbing in a tea kettle. When you get your tea kettle, it gets hot and it goes.
Okay, I'm familiar. I thought it was called something else, like an S something. I forget what it's called. But yeah, I know by
Well,
another
they
name.
got an S trap, they got a P trap, they got a clean out trap, a Y trap. They got a lot of different things. Yeah, you're right. But I'm just saying, like, literally, they can, like, what he's saying is the amount of that thing to fill up is the same thing that NASA wanted to be able to have to use in space. Something that was a buildup more abundant than the amount of material you put in there. So a solid powder object that you could send it up and the whole system as fuel itself would be the greatest idea. The actual thing itself being the fuel and use itself up as the thing to go out. But that's kind of weird because you need something to do something with. You need a camera, some people, something like that. So that idea is kind of out the window. So you want the most abundance push or potential you can get for the amount of area or the lift you got to get for the amount of stuff. So that power that he's talking about from P that builds up is what you would want to understand for lift, thrust, movement, inertia, like, you know, I mean, right?
Yeah. So we were talking about collecting pee in a bottle, and then you said pee traps. So I thought you meant like trapping pee. You know?
You're so
Caught me off
crazy.
guard.
Okay. I thought you were being funny. I was like, what do you mean?
I think I know it by like S bend or S trap. No, I don't know. S bend, I think.
Yeah, I
know
think
what
I've
you're talking
heard
about.
people
The
call
loop-
it
the
that
loop underneath
before. I mean,
the sink. Anyways,
you
yeah.
get
So
what
you're gonna
we're
have this
saying.
bottle, and you're gonna have a nozzle. as like, you know, facing wherever direction you want, but it has to be like above the line of the urine that's inside, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't sound very
Yep.
like we got to have a better way of kind of harvesting this energy.
Well, no, not really. You just keep pissing in there, and the piss keeps fucking building pressure. And when the pressure builds up, you got a lot. And when there's too much and you're not using it, you have a little tube outside your thing. The excess pressure goes that way, right? And then you
Well,
have
how
an
are you
on
gonna piss
valve
in there? How are you gonna piss in there? Like constantly piss
through
in
the
there?
toilet. Through the
I know,
toilet.
but how's the pressure not gonna
You're
be
gonna piss
released through
down
that?
to it. The whoa, the thing is gonna be like an outhouse. You piss and poop in an outhouse. Where does that stuff go?
Into the
To
basin?
the bottom.
The bottom,
Yeah, to the bottom. So all your fuel's gonna stay there and keep its pressure building. You just keep putting it there, putting it there, putting it there, putting it there, and it'll be your fuel. And after a while, that sludge on the bottom, you can have a pump for that too, and it'll be a super solid fuel too.
Yeah, but if your outlet, if your like nozzle is closed, won't that pressure just go up to where you're like at the
No, I
top
told you
where
the
you're pissing
excess,
from?
the exit. You have an on valve for whenever you need it. You press the on valve, then you light it or whatever, or a pilot. You know what I mean? And then you have a pilot light on the outside. So any excess just goes straight out and lights on the outside of like a stick or a tube. You understand? Yeah. Or it pushes out. You just release it.
But what if we don't want to move?
Then you light it. You light it
Then
on
you
fire.
like, okay, yeah, that's a good solution.
Yeah, you
Finish the
use
wire.
the amount.
And show you this.
There's got to be a better way though. Got to be a better way to leverage our
On
urine.
that building in Central, we got the two entrances in front, and we got an entryway back here. Do you know how far that has to drop down? About 4 inches, 3.5, 4. So you're just going to slope it out about 3 or 4 inches so the cable.
I think our key is leaking. Anyways, I think the better usage of urine is probably in terms of fertilization. Because I know that if you have like urine, like 1 part urine, 5 parts water, I think it was, it acts as a really good fertilizer. It's like a natural fertilizer for plants and stuff.
You know what the chemical
Well, that's
product?
got to happen, right? But
Sorry, go ahead.
You know what the chemical product of moisturizing cream and anti-aging cream is?
Urea.
Yep. So all you got to do is really pretty much go vegetarian or even vegan, and your urine is anti-aging.
But does that mean I put it on my face?
Yup.
Or do I drink it?
Yes, both. That's correct. There are scientific papers back from the 60s on this.
What about breast milk?
Well, breast milk is, again, an elementary step in our development. There becomes a point in which we don't need milk anymore, so there's no need to be drinking milk after you're weaned. But anyway, it's
I never remember drinking pee at no first conception either.
That's
So why would you
because
need to drink it afterwards?
right. No, man. Listen, I get it. I get it. I'm just telling you that there are research papers where they've looked into this, and they've got cultures that use urine. And like I said, back in the 60s, I can get my friend to give me some links if you're interested, because he's doing the research on it.
Yeah, you can get the papers. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people want to look at them. I don't disagree with you. I was just asking about it. Like,
Yeah, there's nothing that would make me think, oh, I should drink my urine. Absolutely nothing. There's no reason why I would ever think that I would do that. But I'm just saying that back in the 60s, they had cancer studies where urine was a major player.
Wait, what do you mean? You just said that if you drink it, it's beneficial.
Yeah, okay. Anti-aging, right? Anti-aging, cancer. I'm just saying that they did the whole gamut in terms of the benefits of urine.
So you're saying you're personally not convinced that it's worth drinking, even though there are these benefits? You just don't
No,
think they outweigh.
I am. I'm just too lazy to change my diet. See, most of us, like, if you eat like shit, your urine is going to be yellow and it's going to stink, right? So the clearer and the less yellow your urine is, the more hydrated your body is, for one thing, okay? And then when I went vegetarian, for like 2 months, my urine stopped smelling, my sweat stopped smelling, my poop stopped stinking, because I wasn't taking in protein that was dead, right? I was eating.
Or you just lost your sense of smell.
I suppose that could be true. That could be a negative. Maybe that's why I stopped. Anyway, my
I know
point
people
is
that have done this too.
Yeah,
they say that when they eat vegan, their poop doesn't smell
man.
shit like that.
You got next.
Yeah, just real quick. My point is that I'm very much convinced by my conversations with my friends, but I'm much too lazy to change my diet right now.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Electric.
I was gonna say I know people that claim that when they go vegan, their poop doesn't smell after. When I was in Northern California, there was a bunch of people talking about this at a skate park.
Regardless of that, think about the actual idea of vegan or non-vegan. Like, can you really be I mean, everybody is vegan, right? I mean, everybody has to be by law, right?
But being vegan is not about health. It's about saving the planet and the animals.
No, everybody is a vegan by default. Because of everything you eats grass, right? I mean, unless you eat something that eats total meat, like the fish usually eat like grass type stuff or other fish. Like there's some animals that eat other animals, but most all the animals we eat, like the pig and the other stuff, and like the most of the animals we have that are biggest, they all eat grass, or like so like the biggest producer.
Pigs eat their own shit.
Yeah, pigs are.
Listen to
Pigs
what
are
I'm
not
saying.
you're thinking ruminants.
So you think a pig would rather eat shit than a pile of food next to it?
I've seen a pile of food next to it and a pig eating the shit of another pig on a YouTube video.
Bro, if you throw a child to a pig, the pig will eat the child.
Now listen to this.
Pigs are disgusting, man. Stay away from pigs. That's all I can say.
I got you. Now, if you don't put a child out there, it's not going to eat that child. So I would not put no kids out there. What I would do is put some grain or some oats or some grass and then watch it eat that.
I just posted a video.
With that.
The video, this doctor pretty much explains
sweat glands. They're just disgusting. Stay away from them.
Okay, the doctor pretty much explains in this video I just posted that the proteins that animals eat is the same proteins we need, except now they are in the muscles of the animal, and we are pretty much getting a deader, less nutritious version of protein by eating meat rather than vegetables. He breaks it down really well.
It's all grass. It's all from grass.
The proteins that animals eat, it ends up in their muscle, and then we eat the muscle. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's because we can't digest the plants like they can. They're ruminants. They digest the chlorophyll and stuff like that. We can't do that.
To digest meat. That's my opinion. What
do you mean? What am I talking about? For us, it's the cellulose. It goes through our system. It acts as fiber because we can't digest it. They can actually digest it.
What can't you digest?
The cellulose.
Cellulose of what?
Of a plant.
You can't digest lettuce?
The cellulose in lettuce? Yes, we can. Lettuce is mostly water. All plants that have cellulose.
Our molar teeth are literally for breaking down.
You just said
we can't
plants. You just said we can't break it down. Now I'm asking about lettuce and stuff that I eat.
So lettuce is water,
break it
right?
Down just fine.
No, you take the water, sure, but the cellulose in the plant, you're not digesting.
I'm eating a piece of lettuce, and I'm eating it fine. I don't have a bellyache. I don't have no problem. I eat at least celery, carrots, potatoes.
Bro, you can eat it fine, but you're not digesting it. It's fiber.
Apples.
It's actually it's good for your bowel movements and stuff like that, right? That's the point of fiber, but you're not digesting it. So the benefits of that cellulose, of that fiber, like the actual nutrients of it, you're not getting. The only benefit you're getting is from the fact of the structure of the fiber as it's going through. It's bulking up your bowel.
Where did you produce this effect
stool.
at? Where did you see this happen?
What do you mean, man? This is logic.
Where did you see this happen?
That's the point of fiber. That's literally the point of fiber, Metamucil and that sort of thing. It's to bulk up your stool. Because what?
I'm asking, what are you talking about? Like you just said a whole bunch of shit. Like
okay,
you eat cellulose and take cellulose from what? What takes cellulose from what? What are you talking about?
Do you know what cellulose is?
Do you?
Yes. It's like the.
Where's it from?
It's the biggest part of like the cell wall of the plant.
Of what plant?
Any plant cell.
Every plant has cellulose.
Exactly.
So what about, does a turkey have cellulose?
Is a turkey a plant?
That's not what I asked.
The turkey eats plants, therefore the turkey has cellulose.
Yeah, does a koala bear have cellulose?
No, see, if it's digesting, if it's able to digest the cellulose, then
what do you mean
it doesn't have that issue. So ruminants, for instance, they digest cellulose. And
so you put it in your belly.
Yeah, so ruminants, they put it in their belly. Some ruminants have multiple bellies, right? And they digest the cell. Yes.
I don't know anything about that. You'd have to show me.
You don't know that cows have 4 stomachs?
You open the cow and,
you'd have to show me that.
Anyways, let's say that they have the ability to digest cellulose. They take the nutrients in that cellulose, in that cell wall, right? It's filled with like carbs and mostly carbs, I think. Or maybe it is just all carbs. But in any case, it's like a whole bunch of nutrients that they're able to get that we can't if we were to eat it directly.
Can I read
so
something?
we use them as a vector for these carbs that are contained within cell walls of these plants.
Can I read something?
Yeah, before you read, where did you post the video? Which channel?
It's in Livestream 1.
Animals like cows and pigs can digest cellulose thanks to symbiotic bacteria in their digestive tracts, but humans can't. It's important in our diets as a source of fiber, and that it binds together waste in our digestive tracts. This says that we need cellulose, boy.
There you go.
Cellulose. Yeah, there I go. Read some Google. So if I read about Santa Claus on there, is it going to be, there you go, Santa Claus is real?
Is that based on the, bro?
It's not making no sense.
On the nutritional pyramid in the United States.
Yeah, nutrition of cheese and milk and butter. Yeah, eat a whole bunch of that. That's gonna help you.
Check this out. Listen to this.
At the bottom of the pyramid, that it says eat a lot of this is like bread and grain and plants.
Check this out. The foods with the longest time to digest are bacon, beef, lamb, whole milk, hard cheese, and nuts. These foods take an average of about 4 hours for your body to digest.
Hey, who said that? Who said that we aren't herbivores? Who said that?
No one said that yet.
I thought I heard someone say that we aren't herbivores. That we are.
I said we're all vegetarians. Because what we eat is everything that eats meat, and everything that eats something that's meat eats another thing, or everything they eat, like a beetle or an insect or a fish or something, they all eat some type of, at like a certain point, it all comes from like grass, grain.
Does that mean that I'm a rock? Because I drink water, and water comes from caves, and they dissolve the rocks from the cave, and then I drink the water. Therefore, I'm a rock.
Rockefeller.
Well, I just wanted to point out that our stomachs are designed for plant eating, as opposed to animals with digestive systems that are made for digesting meat. So technically, like, our bodies are made for plants, vegetables, and fruits, as opposed to meat. But obviously, over time, we've done that. We've eaten meat, but this also would explain why we have so many problems